say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even give memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
And we'll get all this set up as we're going. What up, Prime?
Hey, buddy. Hey, can you hear me well?
You're a little quiet on my end. I've got you turned up to 200.
Testing. Okay, let me
Okay, no, I got you now. You're good.
Okay, all right.
Well, you're good at 200.
Hope you're
for
doing
me,
well,
but-
Tom.
Yeah, you too, man.
Oh, okay. I could still raise my input volume, I guess. Testing.
Yeah, you sound great.
All right.
Testing. 10% louder.
Can you see me?
That's good.
Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
Ron. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
All right. For Mercedes and QT, is there any chance you guys are able to have your phone's landscape by chance? It's not a huge deal if not.
Yeah.
But
So you can see me?
yes, I see you.
I can.
Oh, I can't. All I see is a picture. What's that?
Click on the Discord
Here,
where
one-
it says Tom Live. Or sorry, it says Tom. Sorry. In all capital letters, TOM.
Okay.
You should be able to see us in there.
Yeah, no, like I can see you guys, but I can't see that my camera's on. Does that make sense?
Oh, really?
Mm-mm.
Swipe up from the bottom, and it might have an option there that says show your own camera.
And if not, you can always try disconnecting and reconnecting. That might solve it as well.
I'll try that.
I'm getting just a failed to start camera, try again error. Can you see me?
No, your camera was on just a minute ago.
Yeah, I mean, I can just. So this is what I see. So I'll just see what I see.
Yeah, there we go. We see
Do you see that?
too.
Oh, you
No.
see me now. Now I'm just seeing an icon.
Oh,
That's
so
all- yeah.
okay,
I
so
don't
both
even
of you
see
guys.
myself, so.
Well, that stinks.
Yeah, I see the camera for everyone else, and I see my icon. But so long as you see me, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. As long as here, let me flip you sideways. Is this? I just can't see anything to
it's still-
adjust it.
It's still portrait. You're just sideways now.
Yeah, turn on
Alright.
rotate on your phone. Make sure that rotate is turned on. We're just waiting on, let's see, Loner Box, I guess, and Kyla
something
isn't
really
going to
heavy?
be able to make it.
That box.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, I mean, she just got her channel back up, right?
Yeah. Is Loner Box live? Yeah, he's
Let's
live.
get strapped in.
Okay. Sounds like
on.
he's heading this way.
Where is this? Do I even have this guy's server? Foolery. Do I? Oh, here. The Den of Fools. Nice one. Good name.
Do you need me to
Customize
move
my
at all?
Discord
Am I like,
experience.
am
Don't
I
mind if do.
horizontal
Join the
now?
community. Okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
Good,
Or am I
good.
just sideways?
Next, read the rules. Okay, no illegal. Okay, don't mind if I do. Where's the fucking room? Where's
I
the
have to keep reminding myself I'm on camera.
voice channel?
Doesn't look like it from my eye.
Where's
Same.
the access?
All right, there we go. We got boner locks.
Hey,
Hey. All right.
let me just get my camera set up.
Okay, so yeah, so Kyla's not going to be able to make it, but I think we're going to be okay with this group right now. Any questions before we go? We do have like we said it would last about 2 to 3 hours, where I'll ask like a number of questions and allow you guys to like debate and go back and forth, but for the most part it should be pretty freeform. And then we'll let you guys do like 2-minute openings, introduce yourselves, and then we'll get right into it. Good?
Yeah, sure.
Real quick, Dispel, can you give me a mic check?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you are pretty quiet on my end. Can you go up
Closer?
about
Yeah.
15%?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, if it's up, that you still need to go up a good bit more. Maybe get closer to your mic as well.
Alrighty. Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Output volume.
While he's fixing that, loaner box, can you give me?
1, 2, hello. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Good. Okay.
8,
And then Prime,
7.
one more time.
Testing.
Okay, good. QT, you're muted.
Oh no, he's muted. Alright, how's my sound? Is this better, Tom?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Testing.
Okay, both of
1,
you
2,
are good.
3,
And then
testing.
Mercedes, one more time.
Awesome.
Testing. Is this loud enough? Can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect. Okay. All right, cool. All right, we will get right into it then. All right. I think all my stuff's up. Yep. All right, so we're good. All right, this is the panel on the Wired Chorus article. Appreciate you guys joining. So within the last week, if you guys didn't see, there was a Wired article from Taylor Lorenz where she was complaining about money, dark money in the content creator space, especially in TikTok, where people like Brian Tyler Cohen had programs named Chorus where they were paying a bunch of other people, other content creators to be part of this group, and they feel like this was wrong, that they weren't disclosing the money, and they called it dark money numerous times, meaning that it's coming from undisclosed sources as well. So we got a bunch of people here to talk about it. We'll go around and allow everybody to introduce themselves, and then go ahead and give a 2-minute intro. So we'll start with Dispel.
Hi, Tom. My position on this is basically Taylor Lawrence is sort of a creator that's had a lot of missteps previously, and she has finally hit something that has made it big into the zeitgeist. I thought this was a great opportunity for Dems to really hone in on what they believe in, what they think is virtuous, and I feel really disappointed by them. And I think, honestly, the thing to look at is the backlash against the people who are criticizing dark money or who have a position against dark money. I think it's incredibly overblown, and actually it's kind of like abusive in some circumstances. There was some real like in-group, out-group messaging, and I think the Democrats are at their strongest when we don't need to do this sort of messaging.
All right, thank you. Wonderbox.
I think there are some things that were obviously, I think, revealed about Chorus that could be improved upon. I think personally, if you are taking funding, even if they're not telling you exactly what content to do, I think if you're getting $8,000 a month or $1,000 or $2,000, it's probably worth telling your audience that you're getting funded by someone. Just because it's nice for your audience to know. Like it might influence the way some people want to donate to you via super chats or via PayPal or Patreon or anything like that. If they think you're already covered by someone else, that might sway the decision one way or the other. The fact is, though, this piece was not we see a good thing, but they should do better. That's not what this article was. This article was a hit piece. It was a piece that used very, very leading language and lots of excessive connotations and comparisons that were basically used to paint this in a completely negative light and to attack the creators involved in it, to the point that I think the most revealing thing is that you can see the people who support Taylor's article big creators on the online left space and the conclusions that they've drawn from it. For example, saying that this is DNC money, people being told to push the party line, people being paid to not talk about Gaza. Like this is the kind of conclusions that these people are drawing from her article, and it's not an accident. Like the way that the language is used in that article is very deliberately swayed to make something that is not really that much of a newsworthy issue into something very, very overblown. And I think people should be aware that there's a difference between someone who wants you to do better and criticism that is not constructive at all. And this is the latter.
All right. Thank you, Ownerbox. Prime Kais.
Hello. First of all, thank you to my friend Tom Foolery for inviting me, and thanks to everyone here from joining in. I've been saying, and I've been doing this for a few years, I've been saying that we need infrastructure on the left, that clearly the right has it, clearly members of that cohort, that ideology, the influencers are being paid. When Operation Spring Forth out of nothing, but then have sleek videos, well produced, edited, in a way that just doesn't happen organically, like literally studios. One person I'm thinking of in particular, Dave Rubin, literally nothing, failed comic, left TYT, and with nothing. And then all of a sudden showed up with a completely decked out studio in a mansion. How that happened, right? Now haven't said, hey, we need that, you know, but we need something. We need I honestly a lot like this program, an incubator program that can help individuals. So like the very idea, I'm actually pretty supportive of, right? I'm hedging my bets here. But in the end, the thought that they can't disclose their affiliation, that ruins pretty much the whole thing for me. That undermines the trust and authenticity of the creators. And I think their audiences have every right to rebel, to ask questions, and demand answers there. So I'll leave it there for now.
All right. Thank you. Quick thoughts.
Yep. Hello. I post on TikTok under the username Quick Thoughts. My take is I think the facts of the Wired article are probably correct, and I have 5 reasons for thinking so. First, Wired is a reputable magazine. They have editors, they have lawyers. They aren't just going to post stuff, making it up or without good evidence. Second, there are 90 plus Chorus creators, all of whom have their own copy of the contract, any of whom could disprove the Wired article by showing their contract, and none of whom have. Third, Chorus itself could disprove the Wired article if they wanted to by showing the contract. Fourth, Chorus or the creators could contact Wired and show them the real contract and say, look, you made a mistake, publish a correction or a retraction, or we're going to have to sue you. And that hasn't happened. And then fifth, one woman named in the article, Allie O'Brien, posted on TikTok and showed a page of the contract, which basically confirmed part of the Wired article. And so that tells me that Taylor Lorenz actually did see the contract before she wrote the article. So I think the facts are probably correct, but the reaction I see from the Chorus creators, I've seen 5 or 6 of them post reactions. And the reaction is always to say basically that it's fake news, that Taylor Lorenz is an internet troll, that the facts are all wrong, it's riddled with errors. I haven't seen any substantive errors in the article, so I think the facts are probably true. And it just strikes me as a really dangerous way to respond to a substantive criticism. Like Dispel said earlier, I think it's like the reaction is almost worse than what's being claimed in the article. And, you know, I'm reminded of a line from Nietzsche who says, he who fights with monsters should be careful lest he become a monster. And to me, it seems like Democrat influencers are taking a page out of Trump's book. When you get substantive criticism from the media, just say, nope, fake news, you know, attack the journalist and ignore it. So.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And then Mercedes.
So in my situation, like, for example, I was a right-wing influencer. So I come from the right. I've been in their like ecospheres. Like I understand a little bit more when it comes to like the money that they take or like the organizations over there. I was I've gained a pretty massive following as a right-wing influencer. And I'd say that, like, for me personally, I see where people are talking about, like, okay, these are the facts of the article, that these could be deemed like fair criticisms, this and that. But I just like to step out and be like, okay, I totally understand what we're trying to debate. I just don't know if this is the time to do so. Like, right now we're going up against Trump. We're going up against this ecosphere. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the bubbles where it's like red and blue, and it seems to be that the red media sphere completely outweighs the blue. So this was, I think, an attempt for liberals to combat that red wing ecosphere. And obviously, it might be their first time really doing this. Like, the right has a lot of experience doing this. I think they've been doing this for the past 10 years. So I think there's going to be mistakes made. But I just think like the article was more in bad faith as a kind of like a witch hunt, if you will, at the wrong time in history.
All right. Was there, so does anybody here think that they didn't need to disclose this information? Is there anybody, a show of hands, anybody who thinks the creators didn't need to say that they were part of Chorus or getting money from Chorus? No? Okay.
A show of hands or a wing? No
Yeah.
wings? Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
making sure.
okay.
Low key,
All right.
kind of.
Kind of?
I kind of, yeah.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because I just don't think it's a big deal. Like, when it comes to, I don't care who these, like, I do care if creators are being paid to say certain things, but as long as you can prove to me that you are not getting paid to say certain things, like these whatever speech or whatever you're supposed to be presenting on social media, as long as like they don't influence exactly what you're saying, I really don't care if people are being funded so that they can quit their jobs and like pursue this full time.
Hold on, but how would you know if they didn't disclose, right? How could you make that assessment? Yeah, go ahead.
I just feel like that would come out eventually. Like, I think that at any degree, like with how
you have to wait for a leak. You have to wait for a leak, and then you'll find. So okay, so your plan is that we want to create a system where there are shadowy links between organizations, and then we hope that there is a leak at some point, and then we can assess whether we can trust this individual afterwards.
Okay, so for example, what to you, because even if they were getting paid to say certain things, like, okay, so I know, like, I'm pretty sure the DNC sends out these talking points. I don't think they're told they have to report on this or they don't have to report on this, but they send like a general list from what I've heard from someone who's in the DNC. Now, this is a creator, but so like if they get like a general list, even if they were to get some degree of talking points, if they were along the liberal message or if they were along whatever pushes the line on this side, I'm like low key for it, not gonna lie.
That's not my objective.
Objection.
That's not my problem. Objection. Thank you. Thank you so much. But that's not my problem with the issue, right? It's simply that the relationship is not being disclosed and being transparent. You can have a relationship where you are a mouthpiece, right? They can literally parrot you. That's a spokesperson, right? That's what the State Department does, right? That's what the White House, was it Carolyn Levitt or something? What's the White House? That's what she does, right? And that's a fine relationship to have with an organization, right? Even if you're lying, at the very least, we know what your relationship is. So I don't necessarily care about the talking points, just that it's revealed. I know who Carolyn Levitt works for, right? I know who any spokesperson works for. But when you hide it and pretend you are otherwise, that's the issue.
Well, we're talking about, just to be clear, are we talking about saying that they were paid or saying that they were with Chorus? Because lots of these creators showed quite clearly that they were with Chorus on their own content.
Oh, being paid.
They were all paid, right?
Sure, of course.
They were all paid, right?
I'm not sure.
We agree that they did disclose. It seems a bit plenty of them disclosed.
I mean,
that they were doing things with Chorus,
of them
right?
may have disclosed. Some of them may have.
Well, not may have. They were disclosing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so some of them disclosed, but we don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know how many of them disclosed. I don't think we have a ratio. Some of them didn't disclose, I believe. And then I'm not sure how many of them disclosed that they were getting paid. And I think the paid relationship does change things a lot. Like, there's a big difference between, I listen to the messages that the DNC wants me to say, and the DNC pays me $8,000, and I know that my hope of continuing to receive $8,000 a month is kind of resting on what exactly I'm saying on social media.
Yeah,
So,
but well, first of all, the DNC doesn't pay them. This isn't DNC money.
I was using that as an example,
Okay.
but there's a difference between that. And I think Chorus probably is connected to the DNC. So, for example, like there's a Chorus DNC chair forum where Brian Taylor Cohen says that like the purpose of Chorus is to fund the next generation of Democratic influencer. So it's not like a crazy example I was giving or a crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the
metaphor.
Venn diagram isn't like a circle, right? There's going to be like a sort of merger between the two. But problem with what you're saying, Mercedes, is that we have a problem with you saying, yeah, I don't mind disclosing anything. We shouldn't be disclosing anything. But what Chorus did was they followed the law according to official disclosures. But the problem is we want to see virtue in your decisions, and that virtue isn't that people need transparency and honesty from the Democratic Party. It's the virtue you're showing is we're just going to use the same systems that Donald Trump does because we're benefiting from it right now. And actually content creators like you who are paid to be on public forums are getting the same sort of incentive, right? It's slightly different, but it's going to sway you.
Wait, like getting paid from who?
I mean, I don't know your funding sources. I haven't really.
Oh no, I don't get
think
paid
you
from no
need
one.
to. But right,
Yeah.
if you're an organization taking money from individuals or from institutions, I think that people deserve to know where that money is coming from, what their intentions are, and what sort of checks there are on the person, on the mentee-mentor relationship.
Yeah, but just to be clear, I agree that people should disclose if they're getting funded, and I don't even see why it would bother the audience. Like, it's probably the audience would probably like it to know that their favorite creators are getting funded to do what they love, right? That's probably not a terrible thing. But if that were the only story, first of all, it doesn't seem like they were making an effort to like bury this. If you go on Chorus's website, they talk about how creators who join Chorus get a monthly stipend. Okay, we know that with the Chorus Incubator program that was announced. I don't know why Taylor keeps going on these interview shows saying it was secret. It wasn't a secret program. And also, we know that these multiple creators used videos of them with the Chorus newsroom or the Chorus DNC chair in their own channels. So the effort to hide this relation and the fact that there was money involved is not exactly like very strong. But if this was
So
just a
some
case
of
of,
the
it would be
some of
good.
the creators disclosed.
Again,
Yeah,
if this was just
But
a case
look,
of like,
that's the
if they,
case. There could be multiple stages that Chorus planned out for their implementation, their introduction to the public. The first stage could have involved select creators publicly disclosing that they have a relationship with it, testing the waters, liberalism, incrementalism to see how things go, reversible adjustments, and then you take broader and broader scope. But I mean, I think the big question here is actually, Tom, is Chorus paying you?
No.
Nope. All right.
Is that the bigger question?
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
I was just curious. I figure it's
I'm
worth
just-
asking.
I was just
Spirit of, like,
saying,
critical inquiry, right?
I'm just
And
saying that
transparency.
if this story were just like, okay, it doesn't look like you've made some effort to bury this relation. It just seems that you didn't do like some announcement or tag on your channel, or like there should be some established standard, which again, we don't know what the established standard is for this, but like maybe you could have had like one TikTok where you're saying, yeah, by the way, I'm getting money from Chorus to make content.
The
and they're giving me
established
guidance and
standard
things.
is from the
So,
FCC and the FEC, the one that is ruled by the Trump regime right now. And the
I think
ongoing
there is
expectation of standard is based on you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying that if this were the only issue, this
there
was
is
not
an
a
effort
massive
to keep
story.
it.
Or what
I think
Loner
there
Box
is an
finish,
effort
because
to keep
he
it
had a
secret.
couple of times where he was interrupted. So Loner Box finish, and then quick thoughts.
Again, if this were just like, you don't legally have to say that you're getting paid, it didn't seem like you were trying to bury it, but it would have been better if you did do better going. That's not really the story that's come out from this. That's not the implication of Taylor's article either. We all agree with that, right?
So I think there is like an effort to hide the program. So on the Chorus website, on their FAQ, will I be publicly listed as a Chorus creator? They say no. They say we also ask Chorus members to refrain from discussing other creators in the program. From the Wired article, it tells you can't criticize other Chorus members. You can't talk about sources of funding. You can't say that you're being paid by Chorus without prior consent. So like there is clearly an effort to conceal it. I think it's fair to call it secretive.
That's not an effort to, nothing you said was an effort to conceal.
Okay, telling people not to disclose is an effort to conceal, and
Definitely not.
saying
No, it's not. No, it's
saying-
not.
yeah,
It's
it
definitely
is.
not in the
Saying-
line with
saying
a value
explicitly-
system that's
okay,
radical
just
Hold on,
transition.
saying
let Quick Thoughts
explicitly,
finish.
We also ask. Saying explicitly, we also ask chorus members to refrain from discussing other creators. I think that's also an effort to conceal. And then I'd also say that Brian Taylor Cohen, again at the Chorus DNC forum, he mentioned that Chorus is not a front-facing media organization. It's more of a back-end engine to raise up new democratic content creators. So again, it's like there is some effort to conceal. They aren't trying to be upfront about it. That's why they require you to get prior consent to divulge that you're in the program and being paid.
Well, as far
I
as
don't
the
know if I
payments
would
go,
say-
real quick,
like-
as far as the payments go, Quick Thoughts, if the website and like Brian Tyler Cohen already announced the Chorus program and they do say that they're paying content creators, and then content creators might say that they're part of the Chorus program, but they don't say that they're getting paid, do you consider this equivalent? Like they say, I'm part of Chorus, Chorus says we're paying content creators, they don't actually say I'm being paid. Is that?
I think people who have disclosed that they're part of Chorus basically haven't done anything wrong. And I don't think it's like such a huge deal even. Like maybe it's a little bad, you should have disclosed, I'd prefer it if you disclosed, and I'd really prefer to hear your reasons why you chose not to disclose. But like I was saying at the start, what I think is the big story or the big issue is that rather than react to what seems like a factual article from Wired and Taylor Lorenz, the content creators just say, no, it's fake news, it's riddled with lies or inaccuracies, it's slander, and so on. So again, I don't have a huge problem with taking left-wing creators taking money from a left-wing organization. It would be better if they disclosed it. Some of them did disclose it. That's great. My problem is with their reaction to it.
Okay, Mercedes.
So, I guess I have a bit of disagreement there. Then because it's not simply disclosing that I'm working with Chorus. It's also should be like, hey, I'm being paid, right? Like so. I worked with the organization Progressive Victory like years ago, and I did 2 streams with them. One was like a fundraising thing, and the other one was like a messaging thing. I think it was a while ago. In any case, during those streams, I like put like their assets, like their signs, like all over, right? And then in the description is the title, but sponsored by Progressive Victory. There was no secret as to what was going on, right? And what'd you say?
Did you feel proud to hold those titles at the time, like to put the banners out, the advertising?
Yeah, I'm ashamed. I'm not proud is the word, but like it wasn't nothing shameful about it. I liked the organization, I liked what they were trying to do. So yeah, not an issue. So anyway, I put all that up. And I think that if you're being paid specifically, you need to be telling about that relationship, because it's a different relationship than simply partnering with an organization to do something, right? We're going to fundraise for a good cause, but I have no financial relationship with whatever partner I'm working with, right? Like that's different from literally being paid by them. So that needs to be disclosed, right? And you can do it simply, like you could do it like a little just a thing at the top of your screen on the like powered by Chorus or something, and you can announce it to your audience, and anyone asks afterwards, then you can just let them know rather than having to repeat it every time, right? We can put it in the description, right? The description of the videos. There's all kinds of ways you can do it, and I think maybe I don't know if all of them. I don't know how many people did what and to what extent each creator did that, but for those who didn't, yes, I think you did something wrong.
I believe that's against
But
the law.
you acknowledge
though,
as well that at least the relations that people had with PV were a bit different from Chorus, because with PV they were licensing, at least for me, they were licensing my content. So like I would make content and they could use it on their channel and edit it. And then I was also involved in getting interviews with people organized through them, and not to mention the canvassing and getting the audience involved as well. So there's obviously a lot more reason for transparency there than for a program that helps you with personal development as a creator. Yes.
No.
Well, why no?
So no, because of the things I just said, that like when you're being paid by that organization, and again, I don't think it like I don't assume anything that's nefarious from them, right? Just saying, like again, like something quite small, powered by Chorus, and then maybe put in your description that this stream is paid for by Chorus, or whatever, right? Whatever exactly the details of the relationship are, you could just disclose that, and that's enough. right?
I believe that's
Rather than,
illegal,
like,
though.
Continuously
Right. So I
Because
just illustrated
what's
why.
illegal?
Well,
What's
isn't because
illegal?
it's a 501c4 that they're not actually powered by, they're not sponsored by them at all. They are not sponsors. They're not even allowed to
No,
use the money for
he's
their
No,
what
no,
he's
you
content.
saying
are.
is they need to have radical transparency, both
No,
in PV, which is what he
I
acquiesced to and
understand,
was
but the
very
difference
proud
is
of.
they're
And
not
It's not
actually
illegal.
powered by,
Between
they're not
Chorus,
allowed to use the money for their content. The money is not allowed to go towards their content. It is specific, very, very clear.
No,
It is
no, it
not
is
allowed
allowed
to
to go
be.
to other content.
No, it is not.
I mean, what?
It is. Like,
You
they
get
can
like a Chorus
create
credit
content.
card backed by Capital One?
It
Like, hold
literally.
on. What's that? It says in the article that if you create content for, like, with the money to do this, then you can't. There's restrictions applied to it. You could use the money to create content. Why wouldn't you be able to? What would be the
Prime.
point?
Prime, you're a radical disclosure, and that's what I think the value that all three of us share right now. And Lonerbox is not a radical disclosure. He didn't disclose much at all. How much he was earning, what he was doing. I don't know. Like, see,
what?
it feels
I did disclose that I
hypocritical
was
for
paid by
me
PV.
for
What are you
to
talking
come onto
about?
the show to defend dark money. Meanwhile, Prime is here, also having taken dark money, and is still against it. He's somebody that I trust to be in office to talk about Citizens United and the harm that it's caused on America.
Wait, are you trolling? I did disclose I was paid by PV. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. This is. I don't think you understand here. This is my country. Prime actually shares values that I have, and I would prefer him.
Okay, so you are trolling. Yeah, you're trolling. I don't wait.
Okay.
So you said that I was against disclosure, and I didn't disclose. I did disclose that I work with PV and that I was being paid by them while I was being
No,
paid
the
by
difference
them.
between you and Prime is his
I'm not
virtues
American?
align with radical transparency.
I'm just saying that
Am I
them
the only one
not
who's, like,
disclosing
listening
what
on
happened with an
Twitter?
incubator program is not like a massive newsworthy ground-shaking story. It's not a big deal. Like, if you want to do that, I told you I agree that they should have said that they were paid, but that's like, again, you would probably want to advocate for a change in the law then, so to make sure that people have to do that across the board, because a lot of the people in chorus might have been thinking, well, other people aren't obligated to do this. Like, why would I be? And again, given that they were not paying for them like directly
What's
to
your
produce content
disagreement
with
with
directions
me
or to license their
specifically?
content.
What's your disagreement with me specifically? Because if you're saying, hey, you should disclose, and I'm saying, hey, this should disclose, what exactly is your difference for me, Lonerbox?
My disagreement with, hang on, my disagreement with you seems to be that I don't think that's the only issue. It doesn't seem like you're just saying, oh, I think they should just disclose and they should do a bit better on that. That doesn't seem to be the issue that you have. I think you're
No,
goes further,
that's the only issue I brought up. That's the only thing I've said up till now. Is that, hey, you should
Well,
be
it's also
disclosing
the kind
you're
of
being paid.
abusive reaction from liberals to this towards leftists who are critical. And the great thing about the left is that we internally critique. We have rational capabilities to analyze two arguments against each other. And the problem is we're just seeing, people taking money from sources, they don't really know or can like sort of explain what's going on. There's all this money sloshing around, and we want the Democrats to be transparent about what's going on.
Wait,
And
sorry,
this
I
isn't
just
even
remembered.
funded by the Democrats. There's people associated with the Democrats or aligned with liberal values. I mean, Mercedes
Prime,
doesn't
we
even
also-
believe in disclosing at all.
Prime, we also just disagreed on me saying that the nature of the Chorus incubator program was not the same as PV, and that PV was a lot more directly linked to the content itself with the licensing of content. Whereas we were getting lessons in how to use cameras and shit like that, right?
Sure. But I don't think that makes a difference for the purposes of this discussion, right? Like, yes, you could say maybe
it's
the
a political
organizations aren't the
non-profit
same.
relationship to an
Yeah.
agent.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter exactly what's happening.
Not
with the thing.
paying
Go ahead.
you.
I think, well, you don't think
I've
PV
heard the
had more
language
influence
they're
over the
not-
content than Chorus had over their creators? PV had a lot
So
more
I had
influence, no?
my relationship with PV was a lot more lighter hand than you. So I didn't sign any contracts or anything like that. So you might have had some sort of different setup and that I can't necessarily comment on. But I'm saying it doesn't matter what the situation is, right? You
Well,
reveal,
it does.
of course.
So
I
keep hearing,
like just like for any particular advertisement, right, that you do in your program, you like let them know, you do an ad read, right, and people can understand you're being paid by them. Now they can decide for themselves if that alters the rest of your content. Almost certainly it won't, but still people can make that decision because they can see you making the disclosure right there by doing the ad read. just like with these organizations, once you make the disclosure, then people can just make that assessment themselves. It's hiding. I don't know why. Again, it's not clear to me why there's any daylight between us. What difference does it make what the organization is? Exactly what is happening within our organization, as long as you're being paid by them in relation to like content creation, then you should be you should let the people know.
Because of how they influence your content. Because with PV, things that I did with PV that you didn't have to do with Chorus, it seems, was say doing drives in your viewer community to get them to go out and do canvassing and phone banking, or having the fact that there would be like a weekly news agenda where they would show you like a list of news stories, and then you would pick one, and then you take that news story and you do your coverage on it, and then you give them your content to use on their channel. It didn't seem like Chorus had that kind
Explain
of
why that would
connection
equal a
to their
different
program.
prescription for handling the situation, even
Because if
when
instead
you've
of
already
that,
agreed.
because again, if instead of that, I know you guys are just using transparency like it's a blanket statement. And again, obviously transparency with like a sponsored ad is not quite the same as transparency with PV, and not quite the same as with getting lessons on how to use cameras and lighting. Obviously, some of these influence your content and the direction of your content much more than other ones.
They literally had daily check-ins. Like they had like messaging meetings. Like what are we talking about here? So like I reject your argument like full face, right? Like as it stands, I reject it. But within the article, it talks about them having daily check-in meetings, right? And then like direction meetings, like a separate direction meetings, like a whole level of infrastructure of when they're having this content and getting messaging, right? Now, I don't know how deeply that messaging was. I'm not sure if they were getting talking points necessarily, right? But still, that was part of the strategy. So I don't know why you're pretending like this relationship was just like learning how to use a camera, right? It was clearly a lot more. The article clearly says that.
But it seems to be the stuff that they did actually through Chorus was like they did it in places like the Chorus newsroom, where you can see Chorus logos everywhere.
I think you're being
How do you know what they did through Chorus? Like Prime was saying, they have daily messaging check-ins. They have twice monthly news events organized by Chorus. They're instructed to fully cooperate with any interviews with a lawmaker that they do through Chorus. So like, why are you saying that the only influence they have is like, we're going to tell you how to get a camera or set up your microphone or something? Like clearly Chorus is giving you, Chorus is
$8,000 for a ring light tutorial.
Yeah, they're giving you $8,000 a month to influence your political views. I think that's pretty obvious. And they just have to say, don't use it for whatever, for political content, or don't use it for
a specific video. You think they were giving them $8,000 to influence their political views? Are there any Chorus creators who changed their political views before they?
You think they were giving them $8,000 to teach them how to use?
No, because I'm not a fucking 5-year-old. No, I don't think that they were paying people to influence their views. Generally, people get funding because they're doing something that is already desired by the organization.
And values.
Dispel, hold on.
I want to hear more from Mercedes because they're actually honest about their values.
I understand, but he's literally. Hold on. Dispel, hold on. Dispel, hold on. He's literally responding to what QT is saying to him and asking him. So he's responding to that. Go ahead, Wonderbox.
Right.
Wait, to what QT was asking me?
Yeah, QT was just
about the difference between what Chorus's direction or.
I said Chorus is paying you $8,000 a month. They give you daily messaging check-ins, twice monthly news events, and they're helping you organize all your meetings with lawmakers. I think it's pretty clear that $8,000 a month gives them some influence over what you're going to say or not say.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, then it would be fairly easy to show me at least one Chorus creator who substantially changed their views before and after going on the program.
So, like, first, we don't even know all the Chorus creators. We don't know all the Chorus creators because they don't even disclose who is creating content for Chorus and who's not.
And now you're just saying conjecture.
Nothing. It's not conjecture. You don't know the 90 Chorus creators, do you? That was never disclosed. That's kind of the whole issue, the fact that they don't disclose they're working for Chorus. The issue we're talking about now, at any rate. The second point is, no, of course, it would be incredibly hard to tell if someone's not covering a story because they're secretly paid, or if they're covering a story with a different inflection because they're secretly paid. Like, that's absurd. How would I possibly prove that to you? Of course, they're getting money to influence their political views. They didn't disclose it. We can't know to what extent it influences their views.
So of course they are, but we just can't prove it because we don't know. So we can just fill in blanks.
I'm sorry. They're getting paid money to attend a YouTube tutorial on how to set up a ring light. That makes much more sense.
Well, that was
So
what
QT
tutorials was
How many of you
part
guys
of
are
it. Personal development was part of the
How
program.
many of
That's
you
why
guys
it's
are in
different
a
from TV, at
short
least.
form content game? Are you guys, are most of you guys YouTubers?
Oh yeah.
Twitch.
Oh, yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
And, like,
So
if you like, for those of you who run like short form content platforms, do any of you guys do short form content to any
Yes, I
extent?
love it.
yeah. Quick thoughts is on
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
TikTok as well.
I
I
mainly
love
post
shorts on
TikTok.
YouTube. I love TikTok.
But like,
I do long form.
what is your following like on TikTok? This is relevant, I swear.
Oh, I don't actually try and post on
I
TikTok.
don't
I
have
just
any.
enjoy sort of the art of
Yeah.
short
So
form.
What is
they're
it like
not
and
just
what sense?
they're not just teaching them ring light tutorials. I think like to me, from what I see going on here, it seems as if these people are trying to get these people to dominate like these short form media spaces. I don't even think half of these people, I think they do have like some tutorial over on YouTube, but I feel like most of what they're trying to get these people to do is like go viral on these short form content platforms, which is definitely more than just like organizing a ring light. But I'd argue that if we don't have any proof that these people have been told that they can say this or can't say this, they're supposed to say this or not supposed to say this, I don't think we can just assume that, oh, the $8,000, it could have influenced what they chose to say and how they chose to say it. If we don't have any proof, I just don't think we can say that. I do believe that most of this is like trying to teach content creators how to up their content game so that they can actually hit like these short form algorithms right. And then like
So, like, if I show up and give you $8,000 every month, and I say, hey, here are the things I'm interested in, like, of course that's going to influence whether you talk about the things I'm interested in or not.
yeah, but I just
I'm
don't.
giving you money.
Do
You
we
want
have
me to
any
continue
proof?
giving you money.
Do we have
What
any
proof
proof that that
what
course
proof-
is telling these
what-
people what they can and can't? Because I think $8,000
So
to teach.
I don't even
people-
think he's
okay,
making that
like-
claim. I don't think he's making
But,
that
like,
claim. I believe he's
$8,000 a
currently
month-
just saying that it's going to have some sort of influence, which is probably true, but
Exactly.
he's not saying that they're actually telling them what they can or can't talk about. So he's saying that like if they pick a bunch of liberal content creators, they know that if all of a sudden they start saying that they're in MAGA and they love MAGA, that they're probably going to drop them from the program.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd assume as such, but like, I don't. But to me, like, that's just not a problem. Like, as long as people are being told, like, you have to report on this story and you can't report on this story, and it like goes into the liberal ecosphere to some degree. Like, I don't even care if it's like moderate to liberal at this point, as long as it's not shilling for Republicans. I just don't give a fuck. And to me, I'm like, okay, $8,000 is well worth it to teach these people how to go viral and build up an ecosphere. I just think of it this way: it's like if you have a problem with how this is supposed to be presented, I believe like go change the laws so that Republicans are forced to fall under the same umbrella as everyone else. Because right now, like, busting out videos and like the bottom of it says sponsored by Chorus or powered by Chorus, I think that looks gay as fuck personally. And I also think that people, especially conservatives, they'll look at that shit and they'll be like, yeah, we're definitely not coming over here. All these people are paid shills. Like, because they can't functionally understand that their side is paid shills as well. They don't believe it because those people never fucking disclose it. So even if we have a
Okay.
chance of trying to get these people over here and we're like, yeah, guys, we're in a paid
So-
group. I just think
So this is an awful argument. First of all, like the thought, like, oh, well, we don't want to, look bad in front of Republicans because what we do on our side is show transparency, right? And then we won't be able to attract a Republican a voter or whoever, right? Because of a disclosure in the corner, right? Just like any other paid sponsorship. That's like nonsense. I'm just like that.
I do keep comparing it to
like
paid sponsorship. It's not the same as a paid sponsorship.
Hold on, yeah. So I disagree. Yeah, I disagree with you
Call it
completely.
a scholarship.
I wanted to touch on what QT and Loner Box was discussing before, right? So I half agree and half disagree with you both, right? So with QT, I agree that there's certainly some level of influence on the content with $8,000. Like,
what is the influence?
I think that's obvious. 1 second. I think that's absolutely the case. However, I also agree with a Loner Box that, well, we don't know like to what extent that is, and we can't necessarily just like fill in the blank there. Like you can and to Loner Box's point previously, you can as an organization look out into the ether and go and find people who already agree, right? Like this is how, like, this is the whole Noam Chomsky theory of controlling the message. Is that not necessarily that an organization goes out and censors, it says like you can't say this or you can't say that, they find people who already agree, and then they empower them. They give them a platform they didn't already have. Right? It sounds like to me that's what Chorus was doing. They found like centrist, moderate, boring corporate Democrat shills, right, on the internet who are already saying the message that they wanted to say, right? And then they empowered those individuals rather than like a leftist or a communist there, right?
Also found lefty Democrats who were criticizing people for their voting records on Gaza, for example. They also found people who were doing that, at least 2 of them.
I think it is true that they pick people who they want, to see more of, and they amplify them. And also that the money continuing to go to those people influences what they say. And, I just think of like the Tim Pool receiving like Russian money through Tenet Media. Like, can we prove that changed Tim Pool's mind on anything? I don't think you can prove that.
Mercedes,
I don't think,
Yeah, you can actually. Yeah.
Mercedes, I've got a thought experiment for you.
So.
If the incentive structure in course was different,
I was just asking a question.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to give her a hypothetical.
I was asked it's a pretty simple question.
So right now the course structure is $8,000, $5,000 a month, right? If the structure were to change so that instead the creator every month of the 90 who gets the most engagement or most growth, right, the metrics that people are interested in, they actually mean that people are engaging with the message, those people get the highest investment or like the highest prize for that month, right? So instead of everybody getting, a certain amount of money based on contract, you instead sort of leave it up to their ability to manipulate the algorithms and put out a resounding message. How do you think those two sort of incentive structures differ or would produce different people, different results?
I don't give a fuck. If you're gonna give people more money based off of their performance, so be it. I mean, I'm totally down for that. If someone can work the TikTok algorithm harder than someone else, then I agree. Like if you get a bunch of liberals in a room and they have liberal ideologies and they push liberal ideologies together, it's like a liberal organization to like expand liberal ecospheres. I really don't give a shit. And if there's a top performer who's like, hey, I understand the TikTok algorithm like the back of my hand, and they're performing better and teaching people better and getting people's accounts to grow even more, sure, pay them more. I think they're worth more. And as long as they're spouting the liberal message and not going hyper woke or hyper fucking fascist and going over to the right, like I just don't give a shit. As long as they just say center to liberal, I don't.
We had a panel of like 14 people circle jerking over inside the liberal tent, fantasizing over who belongs inside the tent and who doesn't belong, right? Because this discussion is also about how should we cover people who are to the left of us being you liberals? How should we cover them? Should we kick certain people out? And honestly, the backlash against leftists has been kind of abusive. Hutch is literally on the warpath. He is painting himself with paint for war paint and saying that he's at war. This is crazy.
Against like leftists?
Yeah. I mean, even like, the bog standard calling for her to be sued for defamation, I think it's ridiculous. Yeah. And the content creators have a responsibility to like put their opinion saying like, hey, no, I don't think we should sue Taylor Lawrence. I think her hit piece was like extravagant and outrageous and it's really riled people up, but I don't think it merits being sued. But that's not happening with liberals. Liberals are not saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I think leftists just, we start to make some progress and then they're like, hold on, analysis paralysis here. We're going to tear the whole thing down. And it's like, wait, we're like not even competing when it comes to any of the sphere that they hold in media. So at this point, I mean, I understand the war paint. I'd probably buy a little panel of it and put it on my face too.
Yeah, I did want to come back to Prime. I did want to come back to what you were saying earlier because it is so it's in their contract that they're not allowed to disclose these things, and it's because the structure of the program is that they're not allowed to actually they're not sponsoring their content, and that's why in the contract it also tells them they're not allowed to use the money that they're paid for their content. And so there's specific parts where it would be sponsored where they go through like the newsroom and crap like that, and that they would have to disclose it then, but that like that's why also it seems as though part of the contract is that they're not allowed to disclose course without getting permission first, because they have to go over how they have to disclose. Yeah.
What you said, what you're saying there, I think is like, actually, what I think you're saying there is kind of misleading. So first of all, not to be that guy, am I the only one here who's actually done a contract that's similar to like even in the same area as this, like with content?
I mean,
I have not done one.
Does UFA count? Okay. I don't know if that counts.
Maybe, but maybe you can look at, or you can ask people that you know who have done this. Because like with PV, I was looking at my contract with PV yesterday. I don't work with them anymore, but there are so many sentences in that contract that I could use and pull out and do like a Taylor-esque article on. The problem is that there actually, if you can look at, there are parts of my contract with PV that you can say, you can frame it quite easily to make it look like they're telling me that I can't even talk about the existence of an agreement with me and PV. Like I could say like, you do not talk about Fight Club like in my contract. Now, obviously I spoke about PV a lot. I didn't get in trouble for violating the contract, even though I kind of did. Why? Because it's a very standard NDA thing when it comes to, especially with creators in the entertainment industry, is because if you are involved with an organization, the reason that they have that in is because they would rather you make it as broad as possible for non-disclosure, because they would rather that you just violate it all the time in very benign ways than if they have a situation where there's an unexpected situation that they have to cover themselves for and they can't. So for example, if I was with PV and I said, oh, thank you, PV, the American PAC, for sponsoring me, a foreign commentator, to go and support the DNC with this money, and like I could word a sentence like that in a way that might falsely accuse them of breaking like 5 laws. And if they don't have that non-disclosure there, then they can't really use that against me to cover themselves. So just because a non-disclosure or just because a contract looks very draconian, well, in general,
you can lie. There are laws against lying.
But it depends on how
already in place for lying.
It depends on how they are enforced. So that's why what's interesting about Taylor's. That's why what's interesting about Taylor's article is that there's none of it, I think, is built on testimony from people who actually worked with the organization and were treated in this draconian way. Actually, the creator who showed a piece of her contract, which looks like it's quite strict, coordinated with Chorus and everything, but she was literally saying, yeah, I haven't told Chorus like 9 out of 10 times. That's probably true. It's because it's there to make sure that there aren't FEC violations with them dealing with politicians. It's just boilerplate.
One, if the quotes from the contract or the references to the contract in the Wired article were non-representative, then anyone in Chorus or Chorus itself could reveal the full contract and explain how those quotes are non-representative. I'm getting to that with number 2. Number 2, you're saying, oh, they're going to selectively enforce the contract. Of course. Like, why would they punish Allie O'Brien for telling her friends that she's in Chorus? They don't want to do that. They want to use the provisions of the contract to force the behavior they want, to punish behavior that they don't want.
Which is conjecture again,
look, you're saying, oh, they're putting them in there for no reason, I guess. We signed a contract because we don't care what it says. You
did ignore what I said. It's standard, it's bog standard, boilerplate NDA to cover yourself from risks of like legal issues. It's not to do with them forcing them to do anything.
You're saying it's standard to not disclose that you're getting paid? Or it's standard.
You've already taken dark money. It makes sense that you're here to continue defending it so you can get more in the future. But Mercedes, I want to push back on
I'm not going to respond to this fucking troll.
Can you make sure you keep like accusing him of like taking dark money? But if you don't have any like evidence of this,
well, that's the problem. You disclose to these people, but then they say, "Oh, who funds your funder? Who funds your funder?" Okay.
Prime had taken dark money as well, and he's here on this panel in favor of radical transparency. Loner Box is ambiguous about his virtues, and Mercedes is honest and open about their virtues. And I suspect it's because they're an honest-to-God American.
Yeah, and you're ugly.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry. So back to QT's claim.
So we come from like, we come from the place of play dirty as fuck. When I came over here on the left and I saw the shit that you guys get hung up on, and I'm like, oh, that's why we lose. That's why we don't dominate the space. Because I just like watch these conversations that the left be having, and I'm like, it's like you guys sit there on the bleachers talking about the football game while the Republicans are actually like playing the football game, and they're touchdown, and I'm just like, oh. I don't know if it's because it's like this side is just like hyper intellectual and they just analyze everything, where the right is just a bunch of like grunty ass motherfuckers who just do without thinking. I don't know like what's going. That's like a different analysis, but at the end of the day, I just think that I'm honest about it because I don't want to be in a position in which like we saw a decline in the right and then we saw a revamp of them. We saw them be revived, and I think we can attribute that to their ability to just dominate these spaces and take on the younger crowd. And then we're over here like diddling in the corner, like, oh, we don't know what to do. This dark money shit. And then, Taylor Lorenz comes out and people are like mass and following some of these creators and they're like, oh my God, you're evil. And like Donald Trump's like doing the shit he does. And I'm just like, let's play the game and stop talking about it. But that's just.
I completely agree with you. I think the time for the Democrats to be they go low, we go high is over. But I don't think this is the time for the liberal establishment to look at the left and say, okay, we go low and you go high, right? The purity checking, I think, is coming mostly from the liberal side, who are chagrining on people like Pisco, who are platforming leftists and stuff like that. And I suspect Tom might get a little bit of shit for platforming us three as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think like leftists are fun to like hang out with in the gay bars and shit like that. But when it comes to like leading movements, and I don't know what's going on there. I just feel like it's always destructionary. Like we saw like what happened with the UFA tour, where I told Z before it even happened, I was like, hey, I am not joining because you got a bunch of leftists on there and they are going to implode this, and then it imploded, and I was like, told you. And now we've rebuilt it with not conservatives, with the what is it called? Liberals. I get confused because there's so many, there's like communists, socialists. I don't know who the fuck is over here, but we're just a bunch of liberals who are normal people who can say things without, I don't know, without getting tripped
people
up.
jumping down your throat.
Yeah, you can say, hey, you don't know how to organize without being accused of a goddamn microaggression and then being eaten alive. Like that's my problem with leftists or people on the left is she was one of the first people to organize something that would hit the ground game and combat Charlie Kirk, boots on the ground style. And even they that was not good enough for them, and they decided to implode the tour. So I got a sour taste in my mouth when it comes to people who identify as leftists, because they just think that they're counterproductive to anything and they just want to burn down everything around them.
Well, I want to stick to the contract. Wonderbox, you were talking about the difference between what it was that I was saying earlier and what you were saying is your experience with the contracts. What was exactly the difference there?
It's not just my experience. It's bog standard boilerplate contracts that can be worded to look very draconian, but are never practiced in that way. And obviously,
well, that's what
why
I was
QT,
saying.
when you asked why. Yeah, so when QT asked, why don't they just? So when I need to respond to the last thing you said first. I need to respond to the last thing you said.
While I was talking.
Well,
prove it.
Yeah.
What's your evidence?
And then you kept talking.
What's your evidence that they aren't enforcing?
Wow, it's almost as if I was. It's almost as if I was just about to respond to that. It's almost as if I was just about to respond to that.
Okay, go ahead. How do you know?
Okay, I just told you, in case you can't put it together for yourself. Okay, with the fucking crayons that you're chewing on.
All you have to do
already
is
said.
I
already said you can grab. I already said the problem is. I already said the problem is that you can grab any part of one of those contracts, even with my PV one. You can easily take a paragraph from my contract to make it seem like I was never allowed to say a single word about PV. That's why. How do I know they're not doing that? Sorry, how do you know this thing that hasn't been shown to be happening isn't happening? Is not an argument. What the fuck are you? That's total conjecture.
My point is, you don't know.
How do you know they're not funded by Russia? How do I know you're not funded by Russia?
Good point. You don't know. Maybe I should have to disclose. It would be better if I did disclose who I'm funded by, wouldn't it?
Right, but he's saying not knowing, we would like assume that that's not happening. He's saying we'd assume it's not happening until there's evidence of it, though, right? Like you agree with that, right?
Here's a really simple question. Here's a really simple question to close this one, okay? We saw Taylor's article. It was full of testimony from people who looked at the contract but chose not to sign. Is there anyone who worked with Chorus and had that contract used against them in a predatory way who spoke in Taylor's article or has spoken up at all?
We don't know if there is or isn't.
No, they haven't. No,
they haven't. No, predatory.
So
they willingly accepted it. It doesn't have to be predatory. It's about incentive structure. But Lonerbox, if you're looking through your PV contract and you see things that align, one of the big things that us leftists are upset about is the liberal chagrin and snottery, that is being directed
towards snottery, are you?
Abusive. But what I'm suggesting you do is, instead of railing against leftists, calling to war, calling to sue them, why don't you actually do a parody of her article with your PV contract? Show us how silly it is. Put in the creative work. Make something fun.
Okay.
That's
also
political.
Pay me for that. Maybe if you pay me, I'll disclose it.
Well, I want to move on to parts of the contract. So there were like questions about whether or not they were trying to stop people from criticizing Gaza, whether or not they wanted to incentivize people against criticizing the DNC and establishment Democrats. There's parts on, like some of them were talking about earlier, is some of the meetings. Some people believe that they might be having meetings to tell them what to say and things like that. There was a conversation between Destiny and what was her name? Taylor yesterday on whether or not that she meant to imply some of these things, but that's still something that a lot of people ran with. Was there anybody here who felt as though a lot of the people who were part of Chorus didn't have the ability to criticize Gaza or to criticize establishment Democrats?
Not that I could see. Seems like well, there's Ali
I have
who was
no evidence
very
of that.
aggressive against anyone who was against who was in favor of arms to Israel. There was the Booker Squared person who was talking about wasn't Cuomo, was it Schumer to resign? Yeah, it seems like these people were fine to criticize Democrats, even on Gaza.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
seems
so
to
I had
be
no
a
particular evidence. Oh yeah, but I was just saying I had no particular evidence of. One, I'm not familiar with any of these creators. The only one, how I originally found out about this was David Pakman made a response video to the article, and I hadn't seen the article or heard anything about it originally. And from David Pakman's at least original response, he seemed reasonable, but then he started trying to pretend like he doesn't know about funding sources, about PACs, APAC, IPAC. I don't know the difference. Yeah, bullshit, David Pakman. But still,
wait, do you not watch David Pakman's content?
No,
he mispronounces
his
words. He intentionally mispronounces words all the time. It's a bit. He does that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's engagement bait.
Yeah.
it's a thing to get people
yeah,
to comment.
Whatever might be the case, but in any case, like that's how I heard it. And like I said, when David Pakman made his case, I thought, like, from the way you said it, it seemed pretty reasonable. He said, like, no one was directing my content. No one said I couldn't do this or that, or I said I would never sign anything like that. And as I've been saying before, is that, like, I can't necessarily say that it was the case. Only that the money was there. And for other creators, that one, we didn't know that they were part of this altogether. Some disclosed, some didn't. And you simply should, right? You should mark your content. You should, or just like put something in the description. You can put, there's lots of ways you can be flexible about this, right? While having consistent disclosure. It's not that hard. And it's weird to get pushback on that at all.
It's also very descriptive of your values.
Well, yeah, I wanted to move on from like the disclosure part, because I know QT and Prime seem to have a lot of issues with the contract specifically. So quick thoughts, did you want to get into some of that?
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, I guess I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. I heard, kind of at the start of this, you're saying, they're not allowed to criticize Israel or Gaza or whatever. I think people have said that. That's not true. That's not anything I've seen. The restrictions in the contract that seemed like maybe challenging to me were like, you're not allowed to criticize other creators. Or, we just talked about the funding part of it. The fact that you have to funnel your interviews through the Chorus newsroom or through Chorus. And then the fact that Chorus can ask you to correct or remove any content that you create at a Chorus organized event. And you're asked to attend 2 Chorus organized events a month. And it's not clear to me if the interviews you organize through the Chorus newsroom count as a Chorus organized event. So, I think potentially the contract provisions do give Chorus influence over the creators. And I just want to finally say, like, I completely agree with, well, maybe that goes back to the funding thing. I completely agree with what Prime was saying, a second ago, but not to take us back there.
I mean, do you have an issue with them having some control over them? Do you think that that's predatory if they're paying them sometimes $8,000?
Well, I mean, yeah, like going back to what Prime said earlier, the way you would negate that influence is by disclosing it. So, like, if I'm getting paid to talk for the president, I should, say I'm being paid to talk to the president somehow. I should convey that somehow. And likewise, if whoever is funding Chorus is paying you and they're giving you suggestions on what to talk about and some restrictions on what you can talk about, criticizing other creators, correct or remove if you post content on a Chorus organized event. So, like, you should disclose that. I'm being paid money. I'm being suggested what to talk about.
Okay, I mean, we might have to stick to the disclosure for a while longer, because the problem that I'm having listening to it is that, for me, like, as a content creator, there's a lot, we all know that there's a lot of distinctions between, like, the types of things that you ought to disclose and then the things that are a bit more open. So if I go work at Taco Bell and I'm getting money from Taco Bell, if I all of a sudden make a burrito on stream one day, I don't know that people are going to think that I need to disclose that I work at Taco Bell, or that maybe they're the ones who taught me how to make the burrito, unless Taco Bell is sponsoring my stream. If all of a sudden, especially if I'm trying to sell things, if I'm trying to sell certain types of, if I talk about how great a Logitech mouse is on stream numerous times a day, and I'm being paid to say that, even if it's my real opinion, doesn't matter. If I'm being paid to say this, I need to disclose it. But when we're talking about people who are being paid to do things off screen that isn't actually on their content or in their videos, it seems weird. I don't understand where we would draw that line as far as like what their jobs are, what they're doing in their real life, who they get super chats from, who they get.
They literally get daily messaging from.
You're saying
like
messaging,
right?
I don't know. I didn't see anything saying messaging.
Yeah, I mean that's what.
What does that mean? What
I don't know what it means. That's a good question, right? So, here, we can look at it, right? So, I'm just reading from the article. The creators who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on rapid response days. The creators also have to attend at least 2 course newsroom events per month, which are events course plans off the evolve makers. I don't know the details of those, right? But I'm saying that like this idea that this is some light-handed relationship where like, oh, it's like it doesn't really have anything to do with content. It intimately has to do with their content, right? But you mean helping them create content, which is good. Again, I like the idea behind most of this. I actually think
just to be clear, I'm not saying it doesn't have anything to do with content. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're not sponsoring their content. It obviously is a training course for them to grow their content.
But that's not. I don't know how
what's the difference here. With how to grow their content and not what to say or what not to say. Like if a messaging meeting is like, okay, this is how we give our messaging in a way that it reaches the algorithm, is different than this is what I want you to say.
Yeah. So Ali O'Brien talks about this, and she goes into a little more detail. The messaging meetings, the daily messaging meetings, are about news stories that they want to talk about or they want to cover. And then in addition to that, there are trainings that are on their schedule. So the trainings are where you get stuff like, this is how you use Substack, this is how you create a YouTube account and whatever. And then the daily messaging is, here's what's in the news today that you could be talking about.
We did this with
I'm a
TV as
creator
well.
getting
Like with
money
TV, what
from
we did-
Chorus. I'm constantly going to be wondering, there's no way this money is going to last forever. And I'm going to be thinking to myself, under what conditions will this money stop? It might be we leave amicably with Chorus. It might be something that I say that they don't like and they just don't tell me. So I ask you again, Mercedes, how about this alternative incentive structure where instead of just bestowing awards onto people because they're people, which is rife with nepotism and black boxery and opaque rules and red tape, how about we just award the content creators who are the most ambitious and also get the best growth and results?
And they're not doing that. Like, do you think David Pakman makes more than? I feel like David Pakman makes more
than
the
organization. I don't think align well with the money. Excuse me, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I think they already do that. Like, I guarantee people like Susan Lambert, like people who are hitting like the highest marks on the algorithm, I guarantee they're getting paid more than the ones who are lower.
I'm sort of thinking like instead of like a yearly review of like the content that you made, instead like a month by month sort of like competition board, and you have to climb the rank to get the top prize, $8,000 for that month, and then maybe second place gets $5,000, $3,000, something like that, and then maybe you still get the training. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Just coming back to the question on those weekly or the daily check-ins with the new stuff. Ali O'Brien's thing, again, it sounds similar to a PV thing. Like what we would do is we would just have every week they would tell us like, here are some news stories of the week. You could either choose one, or if you didn't like any of them, you could just do your own one and give that to them for the week. Like it doesn't seem like it would be that different.
Okay, so then you're saying this is like the relationship with PV then, and not like a different thing? These are, it's comparable then.
Okay, debate bro.
It is a political nonprofit.
I am a debate bro.
I'm glad you recognize that. It's one more similar. It's one similarity. Whereas with PV, there was all kinds of things that involved like getting your communities involved in canvassing and advertising canvassing events, and and also the fact that they licensed the content. I don't think it seems like Chorus were licensing the content. So that's a much more direct relationship.
None of that matters. Literally none of that matters. I guess I want to go back to something because we seem to be stuck on this one issue, and this is to our friend Mercedes here. I think Mercedes, you started this talking about how Democrats Democrats aren't actually playing the game, something along those lines. You had a whole like a football metaphor there, and that basically we should like get behind a program and just like see what happens. So I reject
program, right?
Sorry,
program, not pogrom.
Yeah, and if you don't like the program,
did I say pogrom? I meant program. I didn't.
I don't want
I said pogrom.
to hear you.
Okay, great. Well, certainly not. I meant program, to be very clear. Okay.
That's what I heard you said.
Okay, thank you. In any case, so I rejected the idea that like we can't have these discussions in real time. I rejected the idea that we can, like, for instance, accept the terms of these contracts made by well-moneyed individuals and say, well, you know what, now is not the time because Trump's in office and there's an emergency, right? We just got to get behind leadership. No, I'm not for that. I think that we can actually hash out our differences. And I think it's important to. I think that's why we are better than Republicans, conservatives, because them with respecting their hierarchies and them with their lack of ethics and their commentating relationships, right? They have a whole very secretive structure that's providing like by dark money that's providing the money, and no, we still have not really been able to examine that, right? We are better than them, and I think that's our strength, right? I think that gives people trust in us, right, by revealing these things. So yeah, I just had to push back on that that's somehow a weakness. I think it's messy in the moment. It's always messy on the left, always. But in the end, I think we turn out better.
Yeah, I mean, I think two things could be true at once. I think that, like, ethically, that is our strength, but I think strategically it hinders us all day long. So, like, yeah, sure, transparency is a beautiful thing. Is that a winning strategy when the laws don't force it in the first place, and they have taken every loophole available to them to win and like wipe us clean? Also, that sucks. You know what I mean? So
hold on, but what's being asked? It's at least. For me, I guess I can't speak for Dispel and QT, right? It's very little. Just say what, like, do the organization, right? For me, right? Again, I'm fine with the organization as it stands. I keep saying I want more infrastructure for the left, and I think a lot of what this stands for is great.
Yeah, no, and I think
it's
the overarching idea. It's the overarching idea that we're okay with this point here, and then we're not okay with this point here. So, like, for example, with the UFA, we say yes, we want an organization, but you aggressive against a Black woman. Yes, we want organization, but you guys are teaching each other how to make content, and I just have an inkling. Like, I don't have proof, but I have an inkling that it might be influencing your content. Like, at what point is it always going to be something? And that's my issue. Is it gets to a point where it's always something, always something, always something. And we're like, well, it is okay to be upset about this thing and this thing until it's a snowball of things that have completely stunted the movement.
Commentary, like, as we stand, this industry is brand new. Like, brand new in history, right? Like this Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, like conglomerate thing that we're creating has never been created before. This is not like journalism, which has like 100 years of content behind it, right? Of experiences, of news and practice and ethics, right? This is the time we have to figure that out right now, right? It might be the case that what it looks like for commentators is different from journalists, right? Maybe we decide that like the disclosure doesn't have to be as transparent or as vigorous, right? There's all kinds of ways it might end up, but now is the time to figure that out because we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think they use the lack of transparency to their advantage. It's like when we talk about like journalism, their journalism and their creators are so in sync. Their whole ecosphere is so in sync that they all know what each other's doing at all times. They all know what they should report on, what they shouldn't report on. It's so tight knit that even Fox News didn't even say anything about the Epstein, meeting outside the White House yesterday. And I think like on the left, we're always over analyzing and picking every single thing apart and trying to separate everything and not becoming one unified force against Republicans. That it's just like hindering us.
One thing I think
we're not wanting to
not be true is that like the dark money, billionaire or whatever funding Chorus through the 1630 fund, you assume he's on your side. And it's not just left versus right, but there are all sorts of super rich people who have their own interests and maybe funding content creators for purposes that, are not aligned with you. So you can't just assume that because it's a left-wing thing, it's on your side, or like that everyone.
Are you saying that the 1630 fund like also funds some Republicans?
I don't know if they do or not.
If they did, I don't give a fuck. Like as long as if a portion of their money happens to the right and then happens to the left.
What I'm saying is the person, I don't know all of the 1630 funders. One of them I think is Omidyar, an eBay billionaire. And if he has some goal that doesn't align with you, and he is funding content creators to pursue that goal, it's not the case that you and Omidyar or you and, insert billionaire here are necessarily on the same side. And so like it goes back to what I was saying earlier.
I'll take that money and go work on my own side. Like that's what, like I don't like, okay, for example, if someone offered me $1 million to fund me and my whole entire goal was to like build a ecosphere against the right, okay, and then on the same day they went and funded something that I don't stand against, I'd still take that money and be like, okay, thanks, bye. I'm going to build something that hopefully shuts down the other side of what you're funding.
You might, and that's, good for you, but other people might take the money and continue to work in the interest of the secret billionaire paying them. And that might not be in the interest of the public. And like, going back to disclosing, when you're not disclosing what you're secretly doing, that gets to be a problem. Money is going to influence what you talk about. If you're getting paid $8,000 a month as like a relatively small content creator or something, that's going to influence you a lot. And
Mercedes, if your value regarding transparency is just the absolute bare legal minimum, that speaks volumes to us, to independents, to the people of America about where your priorities are. Now, I got a hypothetical for you.
Like,
okay, I mean, you can answer it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, because I've been approached by different groups, and I've been approached by, what are they called? Those damn talent agencies and shit. And I never join them because I'm like, no, I say a lot of problematic shit. Like I already know, like I have to be able to say whatever the fuck I want. And I know that there's these groups that might, like, for example, I would never fit in Chorus. I would never fit in, I think there was another one like Trending Up or whatever. Like these are hyper polished people and I'm over here dropping, whatever the fuck I want to say. And as a result, like I won't take their money because I just don't, like, I guess it doesn't, I get what you guys are saying, but I'm in like desperate times calls for desperate measures moment. So if a bunch of like, what are they called? Like these bureaucratic democratic content creators that are hyper polished and I don't know, like establishment coded or whatever, if they want to start their own organization and if they all agree with one another and they are pushing values that agree with my side to the degree that they do, and I think that the people in Chorus generally do, then I don't give a damn. But like, okay, for example, if they built up like this liberal org and then dark money started funding it and all of a sudden they started chilling with conservatives, then yeah, like release whatever article you want against it and I'd be for the article. I'm just generally not for the article because I think it's just causing division.
I mean, there's a real condescending and snobbish core in the liberal establishment. And I think a lot of the derision of the left and independents for questioning this and going, hey, that's interesting, why don't we talk about this a little bit, was one, an opportunity for liberals to talk about information disclosure, Citizens United, and the flows of money through our system and whether or not it's good, bad, and where your sort of values lie. Now, Mercedes, if I was to make a black box, you cannot see in, you cannot see out, and inside is the creepiest uncle you've ever met, 50 years old, warts all over him, you don't want his kids near him, and then I say, all right, we're going to put a whole bunch of kids, 50 kids, 12 to 15-year-olds in there. Do you feel comfortable with that?
With them in that box with the creepy uncle?
Yeah, I mean, nothing might happen. They might come out just fine, but you don't know.
I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be fine with kids around creepy uncles, but I'm just not seeing how that relates to taking money and then like spreading liberal ideology.
Because you might not necessarily have evidence of wrongdoing against "quote unquote" victims, right?
I mean, you just gave me some evidence. You said he's creepy and he's like, I'd take that creep in and be like, okay, that's probably some evidence that he's got nefarious intentions.
I mean, that sort of aligns with when I was asking you.
Yeah, like
about
I know what's in the
incentive structures
box. You know what I
between-
mean? Like you're telling me what is in the box, so I'm not like I'm aware of what's in the box. That it's a creepy
Yeah, but he's been
man.
on his good behavior recently.
See, you just
15
said
minutes in the box?
he's on his good behavior recently. That there's pretense there that his previous behavior probably wasn't so good. I don't know. You got to give me a different analogy.
I mean,
Robert.
but you agree. You used to be a conservative. You completely agree that the Democrats' behavior wasn't that great. It was condescending. It's snobbish, and I'm actually glad that you're here in the party to change it for the better. But you just need to defend your ideas.
I don't think Democrats are mean enough. Like I think that's I guess that's a loaded question for me, but I think that Democrats, I just don't think they're playing dirty enough. Like I think they sit there and watch conservatives like stomp all over them all day long in every way, when it comes like legislatively, when it comes to how they react to the things that Donald Trump does. I don't know. I think in every single aspect we let ourselves get stomped on, and then when we let like things like this happen, like the Taylor Lorenz shit come out, and all of a sudden you have a bunch of people who are choosing to unfollow or choosing to step away from supporting liberal media when we're like this comparatively to conservatives who are like this in the media sphere. So I just think it's counterproductive.
I think
I was wondering what you
Yeah, go
said earlier when you were saying that you would have preferred to see transparency and people can say that they were getting paid by Chorus and that would be fine for you. Now, Taylor, when she was presented with the fact that some people had disclosed before the article, she went on to say, well, that's still not good enough because no one disclosed that they were paid by dark money from 1630. So she wasn't satisfied with them saying they worked with Chorus. She was wanting them to say, we're funded by Chorus, who gets money from 1630, which is dark money. Do you agree with that or no?
I hadn't heard that, but I'm just going to go on what you just said. I guess I disagree with that, right? Like, I don't know if you have to like paint out the whole like funding structure. That like, hey, I'm working with this organization, Chorus, you know, they're paying me, right? And then
You should be able to identify where the
fine.
conflict
Like, if the money is coming from, yeah, there could be an argument, right? Like, if it turned out like a Chorus is like a front group, right? And it's like a it's a shell corporation or something, meaning to hide that, oh, actually, you know, you're working for like the Nazi Party of America or something. I don't know. I could see maybe some sort of argument there, but at least for now, I think just disclosing Chorus will be fine.
Wait, but if it turned out that the Nazi Party of America was funding 1630, which was funding Chorus, why would that affect Chorus?
We've been talking about incentive structure this entire time.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I'm wanting you to elaborate on you just saying, like, we don't know if the conflict of interest is. I want you to illustrate where it might be. If those guys don't say it to people that got funding from 1630 through Chorus were actually getting funded by a bunch of nefarious actors, why would it matter when you can clearly see what these organizations are doing and what they're promoting? Like Planned Parenthood is funded, is a 501c4, right? It's dark money. Yeah?
Sorry,
We agree?
I don't. No,
I'll simplify.
I have no
I'll just
idea.
simplify.
I have no idea
We know
about
that, okay,
what
Planned Parenthood is dark money because it's a 501c4. They don't have to disclose who funds them. Okay. If we found out tomorrow that 60% of Planned Parenthood's funding comes from pro-lifers, like, okay, they're wasting their money, right?
I guess. But hold on. Let's go back to Chorus. So like I'm still a little confused as to what your objection is here. So I said, I mean, as far as I know, I think it's fine. Because I haven't heard this comment. It's fine if they just say Chorus. Like I'm powered by Chorus, by that organization. And then you disagree with that? You think there should be more? Okay.
No, I'm going.
Then
That's why I'm asking, because it seems like between you, so you seem like you're okay with them just saying Chorus, although QT earlier you were saying there's still a further issue with the dark money of 1630. So I'm trying to figure out, like.
Yeah, I mean, I said before that I was okay with them saying Chorus. I don't think people necessarily know, you know, what the 1630 fund is unless some event like this comes up. I assume there's some record where you could figure out that the 1630 fund funds Chorus. Like that must
Planned
be online
Parenthood
somewhere.
fund influencers? Is that a thing? Does Planned Parenthood fund influencers?
No, that wasn't.
Prime, are you
That
funded
wasn't
by...
the point.
I don't
No.
think
That was not the point. No.
But yeah, I guess like I think it's fine if you disclose that you're connected to Chorus, or basically like that you're being paid. I think yeah, Prime made a good.
You should.
Like it's not just enough to say I'm connected to Chorus, but you have to signal that you're actually being paid. I think.
Okay, so just to be clear,
And
do we
let me
agree
do-
that that's a bad faith objection from Taylor Lorenz for saying
Just to
they
be
should actually
clear,
disclose?
you're fine with the
I mean,
case.
No, I
I
don't
don't-
think it's a bad faith. No,
Yeah,
not at
I don't
all.
speak to
It's not
Taylor
bad faith.
Lorenz.
For saying
As for-
she's saying they should have disclosed they were connected to 1630 as well.
To ask for more transparency is not bad faith, right? Like I think that might be a bit overboard, but it's like fine to say, oh, actually, because it's at least the creators know where the money is coming from, right? Maybe they should say, yes, it's coming from this organization, right? Because we know it's coming from that organization, right? Like Chorus is a subsection. There's a word for that. Subsection of this large organization, right? And so asking for that greater step of transparency, there's no way I would say that's bad faith. I just thought like, oh no, it's fine. Just saying Chorus. If there's a clear connection between the two.
Yeah, I don't think you can ask us to defend, the good or bad faithness of something Taylor Lorenz said. She would have to defend or explain her own statements. I think it's sufficient to say, we're funded by Chorus or Chorus pays us money.
Well, I mean, he's not
That's
asking
part
you
of
to
this is you guys
defend it, but he
defending,
is
the
asking you to take a
article,
stance
right?
on it. Like part of it is he's just saying, like,
That's
if
all
you're
I'm
not,
saying,
if
is
you're
just to
saying
make
you don't,
sure.
Yeah,
Right.
so I have taken a stance on it. I can't say whether Taylor Lorenz's comments, which weren't in the article, whether those comments are made in good or bad faith.
What do we think
This
about her
discussion
comparing?
is about
what do we think
the
about her
bare
comparing
minimum
this
of
to Tenet
disclosure?
Media?
Whether or not you're just going to go what meets the law, or you're going to go above and beyond and be an exemplar for the people of America to show that, hey, we do value transparency, we do value honesty, we want to do right by you. And unfortunately, it seems like Brian Tyler Cohen dropped the bag, and what we're doing in response is criticizing everybody who is looking at Taylor Lorenz's article.
I think you keep
And
saying
none of the
value
liberal
transparency.
commentators are
I
pushing
think
back.
everybody here would say
What
that
do we
they
think
value
of Taylor comparing this
transparency.
to Tenet Media? What do we think about
I'm sorry,
Taylor
Tom, can
Lorenz
you repeat that?
comparing this, comparing Chorus to Tenet Media in her article and in her video?
Crazy.
Yeah, I think Tenet Media is like a way more extreme form of this kind of thing. So like if Tenet Media is a 10, maybe this is a 1. It's Tenet Media is much worse. It's foreign money.
It doesn't matter what it is,
much
though.
more
No, it doesn't matter if it's
Foreign
worse or
influence
not, right?
operation
Like,
on American politics.
but it
Well, that's
doesn't
the point
matter.
I'm trying to
Matters
get
a
at.
lot
The point I'm trying to
more.
get at is that this is a
I agree.
story
I
that-
think it matters a ton.
That's the point I'm trying to get at. The point I'm trying to get at is that compared to Tenet being a 10, this is like probably less than like 0.1 or
No,
something, or
that's
compared to
that.
Tenet
No,
Media.
it doesn't matter what it is. We can make that assessment afterwards. We can make
it
that
does
assessment
matter,
The
afterwards.
difference
That's
is that
about-
Mercedes is actually helping us pay for the B2 fleet. You think those things pay for themselves?
What?
So like it doesn't matter if Tenet is like quote unquote nefarious and acting against the wishes of the American government or the fuck, right? None of that matters. From the creator's perspective and the creator's relationship to the audience, you should disclose it. So Tim Pool should have disclosed. Lauren Southern, another one in Tenet, should have disclosed. And once you disclose, then we can make that assessment, right? We can have people, rather than having to dig up these shadowy links, right, and try to figure out from there, people can just like make an assessment. Oh, what is this Tenet thing, right? Let me go look it up, right? Let me dig into this. Does this make sense for me? Then we can have a discussion about that. All that happens first with disclosure.
Yeah, that's such a good point.
So if we've moved on from people defending the article, because it seems that if all your position is that they should have disclosed,
You're the
working
only
with
one
Chorus,
attacking
getting
the
money from
article.
Chorus.
We're all ambivalent
Well,
to it.
Well, no,
We
the
all know
topic
it
was
for
pretty
what it
clear
is.
that it
We
was
all
on the
agree that
Wired.
the response is
No,
overflowing.
the topic was pretty clear that it was on the Wired
article.
article.
Taylor Lorenz with the article. You
I'm
kept
sorry,
on talking
Tom,
about liberals attacking Taylor Lorenz for the article, but now you're indifferent to it. What are you talking about? Yes, the article is
you're
going
talking over
way beyond. It's going way beyond just saying, yeah, we like this that's happening, but they should just do better and disclose big fucking deal. That's like a 2-second story argument done. That's not what's being claimed though. And that's why it's not a surprise that the people who have been taking this article, the people on the left who you think are being unfairly attacked, are people who took this article and took all the connotations and did exactly what Taylor was trying to do and did all the inferring and saying that it was DNC telling them what to say, telling them to toe the line, making sure they don't say things about Gaza, comparing it to tenant media. Like, they're all reading it in the way that it's fairly intended. It's intended to be a hit piece that goes way beyond just saying it would be better if you disclose.
Do their audiences not have critical capacity of their own? Because Prime and I agree, disclosure means that you believe people have the ability to search up information for themselves and discern their own opinions, rather than just what is getting delivered to them. Because I don't think every single MAGA person believes everything Donald Trump says. I think they full abashedly say, hey, this guy's kind of full of it, but he's my president.
I think creators generally influence their audiences, and it's journalists. It would behoove journalists to have some kind of like control over people in the sense of shaping a narrative or conveying what they're trying to say, especially with people who are in prime to agree with them. The worst disinformation about this article is coming from people who support Taylor's article, not people who oppose it. So,
maybe. Do you think there's anything in the article that's wrong?
Not necessarily, no. Like,
okay, and do you think it would be better if? Okay, do you think it would be better if the course creators had disclosed?
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you why these two questions are not really summing up the whole story for me, or?
Yeah, but you don't really disclose. You don't really disclose.
Go ahead. I think like that roughly.
Yeah. So the first question you asked is, go ahead. Yeah.
I guess the third point I have to disclose my own point of view is like, do you have a problem with the creators who are saying basically that it's the Wired article was a lie or inaccurate or something?
Yeah, they're fine to say that. Yeah, because
okay.
For example,
so if it,
I'll give you a simple example. If I could watch a Ben Shapiro video of him telling you the entire history of like Israel, and he can tell you like a million different things that are all 100% factually true. But obviously, it's all going to be instances of Palestinians doing bad things to Israelis. It's not giving you an accurate framing of the story, even if every single individual fact in that story is true. And that's possible. You can do that on both sides of the conflict very easily. You can do that with any conflict or any issue on Earth. You can use a whole collection of facts to present a lie. With Taylor Lorenz, for example, when I hear, even at the beginning, paid to push the party line, I mean, like, that is kind of untrue, isn't it? Because the creators had a diversity of opinion towards the Democratic Party. And when you look at the rest of it, she can accurately describe the contract. She can say, yes, the contract did say everything about this agreement is confidential, like my PV contract says, but that's not necessarily telling you the full story to a reader who's not familiar with the way these NDAs and contracts work.
So I think like one, on your point about Ben Shapiro telling you an incomplete history of Israel and Palestine, I would say the way to respond to that is not by saying, this is fake news, it's riddled with inaccuracies, whatever, or maybe you could include that too, but you should also make the substantive corrections. You should say, here's what he's missing, here's why what he's missing matters. And I haven't seen that from the chorus content creators. They've just been saying it's a lie. And
well, so again, what can they do though? So say when the creators,
the true followers of Brian Taylor Cohen are sticking around. The true followers of Brian Taylor Cohen are bringing these sorts of critiques up.
Let me finish. The other thing you said is that in the subtitle it says they're being paid to push the party line. I think that's probably roughly accurate. Like I mentioned before, at the DNC chorus town hall or panel or whatever it was, DNC chorus chair meeting, Brian Taylor Cohen describes what chorus is, and he says it's building the infrastructure to create the next generation of democratic content creators. So,
but that's not
like,
pushing the party line. Again,
well,
that's not pushing the party line. There isn't even a party line.
Splitting hairs about what pushing the party line is. Like, I think you're being paid generally to produce pro-democratic content. I assume.
I just okay, yeah, but you understand that if you riddle the article with the strongest connotations like that, again, if you keep saying, if you open with to push the party line, and then you constantly refer to dark money, and you keep on literally taking things out of the contract, even if none of them are being practiced in that way, and no one's even said they're being practiced in that way, and you keep on going that way, then yes, you are building up. You're constantly using the right choice of words to build up a story that's not true. And that's why it's no surprise that the people who support Taylor's article in the online left space have been the ones who are most inaccurately representing it. Yeah, that's why it's very clever, but yeah, it's ultimately dishonest. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think you can say it's dishonest if the underlying facts are right and nobody presents an alternate view.
Well, they did present alternate views.
They
For
didn't present
example,
it with any evidence. People claimed it was inaccurate, but nobody's saying here's more language from the contract that explains why Taylor is taking it out of context.
I told you there might not be alternate language in the contract that changes it. That's what I said, because it's not just about literally interpreting the contract in some kind of vacuum. It's about the way that standard NDAs work. So
however you want. So yeah, you haven't
you're
seen the contract, so you don't know if it's standard or not. So you're just assuming there's some possibility where maybe it's okay. I agree that, okay, it's possible what you're saying is true. It's possible it's not true. But we haven't identified any factual error in the article. People are claiming there are factual errors in the article. And what I'm saying is you shouldn't claim there are factual errors in the article unless you can present one and explain what it is.
Well, I would say pushing the party line is a clear factual error, but I guess you're okay to interpret those terms and whatever. If you think that just means get Democrats to win, that's a very different claim to push the party line.
Like you're saying pro-democratic messaging. That's literally how it's described by Brian Taylor Cohen.
What do you think? If you want the Democrats to win by changing their message, that's pro-Democrat, but it's not pushing the party line. I don't know why you're being so obtuse. How can you think these are the same thing?
You get a daily 15-minute messaging briefing, twice monthly, news event, whatever, help connecting you to lawmakers. They want you to publish pro-democratic content to a wider audience and so on. Like, obviously, they're trying to promote the party. And you're saying, like, well, I don't know if it's pushing a line. Like, I don't know what the point is in like trying to split hairs over that. I don't know how we would resolve that. I think it's basically trying to say.
So when you're in common parlance, or even in common, again, if you do an interview with like Zohran Mamdani, would you use that as pushing the party line?
Well, just to be clear, she did say
nominee.
She did a video on this on
you're
YouTube.
Being intentionally retarded. Okay, I get it.
Okay. Hold on. She did.
Fine.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. She did a video on this as well, where she talked about her article. She went over it in a lot of detail and even read straight from it. And a lot of what she was talking about was like gatekeeping people who are farther left out of like pro-Democrat movements. And so it seems as though she is like talking about like hardcore DNC establishment sort of things when she says towing the party line from the videos that she's put out on this as well. I don't remember if that was mentioned in the article, the gatekeeping part or not. I don't
think she did talk about gatekeeping the article.
You don't think she did?
Yeah.
Right.
She had a follow-up piece where I think she talked about more about what you're referring to, like a video, a video piece on her YouTube page. But in the article, she doesn't really talk about gatekeeping.
So would we infer what her video to be like adding to this, or is the video like a separate thing?
It's a companion piece. It goes over aspects of the article and adds more of her commentary, and I think a bit more of like her perspective as to what happened immediately after the article. Like it was published very soon after, so it doesn't have like a huge like gap in between where she can discuss too much. But like the immediate reaction, I think she discusses within that. It's worth taking a look. I think.
I feel like this was such an easy layup for critical thinking liberals to say, hey, yeah, there's a real problem with money in our elections. We should get rid of it, but these are dire times. I completely agree with Mercedes. We should be using these same instruments to achieve better outcomes for the American people.
So I think from what I took away from it is that she is saying that there's that like towing the party line is a way of like gatekeeping leftists somewhat out of the movement, and that it is a pro-establishment.
I would agree with that point, but I also think that that I think they're allowed to police their own borders for this organization, right? As to who can be involved, who can't. I mean, and providing the funding, it makes sense to decide from there, right? And others, I would not be acceptable for this, right? I spend a lot of time shitting on the DNC, shitting on corporate Democrats, shitting on the leadership. So they would not accept me. That being said, I like the program as it stands, except for what seems to be a lack of transparency. Other than that, yeah, we should have that level of infrastructure. I've literally been calling for programs like
we should
this,
take the media space
to be created.
Well, I think
Yeah,
that's what
like, we
Wonderbox
should,
is
do
disagreeing
that.
with, though. I think Wonderbox, you were disagreeing
Okay.
that they were
He doesn't think we should take
actually
the media space?
no, that they were actually like towing the party line, and that they actually were like a pro-establishment group, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they match
no,
journalistic values, right?
Sorry, I'm asking
would say
Wonderbox.
Were.
I'm
That's not
asking.
what they were being paid to do. But again, so it seems, and now I don't know if this is like the same thing when Taylor had her conversation with Destiny yesterday, and the way everything was just so softened compared to the tone of the article. But yeah, obviously, I think it's better. Yeah, they should disclose. Yeah, I think that's a clear rule. There should be they should change the law for it as well. It should be right wingers and left wingers. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. But if that were the argument, we like what they're doing, but they should be more transparent. This would not be a Wired news story. It wouldn't be kicking obviously the article was sexed up because that initial problem is not like that's not
wasn't.
story.
Like you keep implying there's some sort of awful tone to this article. The article was pretty straight shooting. It had like quotes
productive and
from
lying and lure to it.
Not just like from people who were rejected or who didn't sign the contract, but also quotes from like professors who were studying this space, right? Studying the online influencer space and saying, hey, yeah, I have questions about this. And we should be careful of using the exact same tactics that the conservatives are using, right? Yeah, there wasn't even like widespread combination. We said like, well, we should proceed with caution here. Not that we shouldn't be doing.
We should be worried.
At all. It should be worried.
There one okay, that's good.
I also think
positive thing that you said about Chorus in the
interesting-
article.
It's interesting how say creators are getting $8,000 a month. That's probably to influence what they talk about. You say, well, we can't know for sure. We can't prove that. But when it's like you decide how you want to interpret the language of the Wired article, now suddenly you know definitely why they wrote it which way.
Well, all I have to do is look at how the people who come. Well, one, as I know how to read, and the second thing is
look at the text and you know why it was.
I'm literally talking to someone who thinks that Bamdani pushes the party line because he's in the Democratic Party. Fuck off, man. Come on.
He is the Democratic nominee, is what I said. But like when I say $8,000,
I asked you if he's supporting the party line. Why are you doing that? Why are you trying to abuse me? Why are you trying to change the subject? When I said when you receive $8,000 a month, that probably influences your content. It's, well, we can't know that for sure. You can't prove it. But now you know why the article was written or why certain language has changed or why certain language is changed.
The liberals are really sensitive to critique. They hear this stuff and they just hear that, oh, I'm a bad person. Instead of, hey, this is actually a problem in the United States. This is a good opportunity to talk about these problems in the United States. Instead, you're busy railing and trying to gatekeep leftists out. You guys still have 2.5 years to shoo independence away. Now is the time to gain our trust.
You've said numerous times, like you've used that people aren't disclosing numerous times as an accusation. And now you're saying, oh, you hear that you didn't disclose and you're acting like this makes you a bad person. But that has been your implication this entire panel.
I think it shows a different virtue. I think it shows where your values are, right? If your value is, I'm just going to do what the bare minimum the law says, instead of having a value of radical transparency and being proud to wear the badge, I am proud to be associated with an organization that is pro-abortion and pro-gay marriage, then I don't know. What are we doing here? Oh, Mercedes, you're muted.
I said we're winning. And then I said, I'm sorry, continue.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so like something positive talked about. Well, Taylor like pointed out how the 1630 fund has a track record of supporting liberal lefty causes, right? She goes through its history of fundraising, but also where it's spending that, like on the abortion rights proposals that were making their way through legislators, right? On helping to fight back against the Republican state of candidates. It seems like 1630 has been in this space. It's not like brand new, like something that was just created this year, right? And then created Chorus and then started doing any other stuff. No, it's actually been in this space for a while. It's establishing itself. And yeah, I mean,
So her positive claim was about 1630 rather than Chorus, right? Yeah. So we're talking about positive claims for
the thing that's funding.
Yeah. Because
where the
I'm just
money's coming
clarifying.
from.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying. Okay, I'm just clarifying. You're saying 1630, and she just described the fact that they fund like climate issues or abortion or everything else. Okay. This is the same group that she constantly refers to as a powerful dark money group, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Is that not true?
That's not. We're asking if she is giving them positive connotations or not.
Yeah.
If that's your only example, that's okay. So
neutral
in other words, she's saying powerful dark money is neutral. Are you fucking serious, dude?
A liberal dark. It says okay. So I'm like literally just going through the Control F, right? Now, Democrats hope that the Secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales. The program kicked off last month, and blah blah blah. Right. So it says what this says, a powerful liberal dark money group. Now, is it a dark money group? It is, right? So it's perfectly reasonable to say that. Is it a powerful?
Has anyone ever done like close reading or
raising?
comprehension
Absolutely.
in English class in school? Like, what the fuck's going on here, man?
Sorry, hon.
I'm being
does it count as a dark money group or not?
Well, can we have somebody define dark money? Because the dark money, I've heard like 5 different people give 5 different definitions of it.
Taylor Lorenz yesterday described it as just like you don't know where the money it comes from in totality, so it's in the dark. But like
all
to me,
501c4s.
Yes, and that's what Destiny was essentially. That's what Destiny was essentially making the point of yesterday. But it's like at the end of the day, like it's just so wild to me that like we can just say we're like, yeah, it's a dark money, and this is what the definition is. But like, there's a difference between okay, we understand what it is definitionally, and like the impact it has on the readers and how they're going to take it and run with it. And for me, it's just like when people are like, ooh, dark money.
It's not her job to like run a PR program for this. Great. It says she was actually described this. It's a dark money group. It is a dark money group. And she described what it did. Right. So the reader can look
factional reporting. Sorry, factional.
Okay. So if I do a piece,
and the problem with dark money is not that it's evil. The problem is this incentive structures behind it, and the connotation that you're walking against is not dark money, and the dark, carries opaque, evil, dark sort of connotations. The connotation doesn't change just because it's Democrat dark money. It's still dark money, and there's a conversation to be had about dark money. Everyone here on this panel is fine with the Democrats using the dark money to establish a media presence. We just want you to value transparency.
Okay, let's say I do 2 articles.
And at least Mercedes is honest about her.
Let's say I do 2 pieces on 1630, and they're worded exactly the same, except in one, every time I refer to them, I call them dark money, and the second one, I call them a social welfare organization, because that's actually like what a 501c4 is, right? Social welfare. Do these 2 articles have the exact same impression?
Do you think the big beautiful bill was big, beautiful, or a bill?
Well, exactly.
Yes, because someone describing themselves versus someone describing someone they're writing an article about, you fucking retard. Sorry, any serious people want to answer that question?
Well, that's the entire point, is calling it the big beautiful bill is supposed to give it a positive connotation. They're trying to build it up and make it sound a lot better, just as calling it dark money is supposed to have a negative connotation.
Republicans are going to make it sound bad when they call it that, right? No, he thinks
they do have different connotations, and the dark money article that you described there would be more accurate because it gives a better understanding of like the structure of this organization.
Something that's flawed.
Social welfare fund.
Yeah, but do you think
I don't know.
Purposely use the term dark money?
I was asking you.
Yeah,
I was asking you
purposely. She definitely used the term dark money on purpose, and it does create a different connotation. But as a journalist, she's trying to tell some story, and she has a point of view.
This is your win, Box?
Well, one second. She's trying to tell a story, and she has a point of view. She's trying to communicate her point of view to the audience. You may disagree with her point of view, and you may think like she's representing things poorly or she's leaving things out. It would be completely appropriate for you to explain what she's leaving out and how she's representing things poorly, and why it's actually better to refer to this as a social activist, whatever you're saying was the other name for it. Like, that's totally fine. But what I've said before is like, it's fine to criticize the article on the merits. What I hear people doing is just saying it's filled with errors and lies and it's wrong and so
I
on.
think these people are done. I feel like these creators are so done, like constantly being attacked by leftists, that at this point, the more strategic narrative is to position yourself in a place where, oh, anything that a leftist says about me is a lie at this point, because I could actually do something that wasn't wrong and they're going to lie about me anyway. So let's just put myself in a position where everything that they say is a lie as my ultimate defense, because the attacks are nonstop regardless. It's like, I would, if I were in their position, and I think, I mean, I've been on their, I've kind of watched their position. I've been witch hunted by these people. I've been doxxed by these people. I think, I'm pretty sure maybe all of us have. I don't know, but like, it gets to a point where, yeah, like and I know this is not, maybe it wasn't Taylor Lorenz's intent. I think it 100% was their intent, but you're activating like this mob of people who have the worst intentions on the planet. So I think formulating your article in a way that does not cause these people to raise their pitchforks is important, and I think she didn't do that, and I think she knew that how she worded this would cause these people to mob up.
Can we
And
stop pretending that this is a liberal versus leftist like a battle that's happening? That's absolutely not the case, right? So again, my first exposure to this was the David Pakman response video, and I looked through that, right? And it wasn't just a bunch of lefties crowing. Well, actually, to be fair, I can't like know the exact political orientation of commentators, right? But it seemed people from his audience, right, who had been there a while and who were disappointed in him, and maybe they were wrong to be disappointed in him, again, because I'm actually more okay with the funding of this group. But it seemed like, from my observations, there are people from all sides of the political spectrum. A liberal can also have a problem with this funding structure. A liberal can also have a problem with the lack of disclosure, right? Liberals have those thoughts in their
I
heads
just
too.
haven't met
It's not a
any that do.
leftist. Sorry, what?
Aren't you a country girl? Didn't you do cattle ranching? I don't know. You look
Yeah,
like
I mean,
somebody who
I just haven't met any liberals that have a problem with this. Most of them just think that the leftists need to shut up about it and stop like witch hunting or
Okay, well, your friends don't have a problem, but that's great. But like, whatever.
We're trying to build up here.
I think the thing you were saying earlier, Mercedes, is basically right, that people have adopted the position of just like, if you're criticizing me, you're lying, it's a fake news thing. I think that's like a Donald Trump style defense. When the media criticizes him, it's fake news, the journalist is bad. I think that's what people are doing in response to Taylor Lorenz. You may disagree with her point of view, and you may think, like, I agree, she is trying to make it seem bad because she thinks it is bad. And you may disagree with that, but the facts are what they are. And unless you have other facts or another way to like counter what she's saying, explain why she's saying is misrepresenting it, that's what you should do. You shouldn't just say it's a lie, it's a troll.
Not also
Half
what
the
she
facts are being
misrepresented.
the things that we're calling facts, like even earlier, like no one has confirmation as to whether these people's messaging has been purposely skewed or that their content has significantly changed as a result of joining chorus. Yet we're saying the facts are that the messaging could be being changed. Like it's just like we're saying things are facts when we don't have any evidence that they are facts in the first place. So I think it's fair for them to just.
The things I'm saying that are facts are the factual claims in the article. So like the claims about what is or isn't. Yeah, the claims about what is or isn't in the contract. That's a fact. If you have the contract, you could look at it and see if it says what Taylor Lorenz says it says.
But earlier you were saying that their messaging.
When we talk about the contract, are you just ignoring me every time I point out to you that just because something has a boilerplate statement about disclosure on a contract, that does not necessarily mean it's going to be used in that way? And when you have every chorus creator
why
saying,
don't you make your points without personal insults? Go ahead.
What did I say that there was a personal insult?
You called me retarded earlier. You're saying, are you ignoring me every time? Like, spare me the dramatics. Make your point without resorting to personal insults.
It's not a personal insult to say, are you ignoring me? To just point out that you're ignoring me. But in any case, I'm just pointing out that every time you mention this, with the contract might not necessarily, if you're saying that the contract says you can't disclose anything about chorus, well, it might actually say that. So if they show it, but then they're like, well, the contract said that, even though in practice it seems like people were allowed to say things about chorus. When you have creators who are not just saying fake news lies, some of these creators are saying that their experience in chorus is not the same experience as what is denoted in the article. There might not be physical proof of that, though, apart from like Ali showing proof of her emailing Democrat politicians. But
it may be the case that the factual claims are true, is what you're saying. It may be the case that the factual claims are true. I think they probably are true, like I said at the beginning of this discussion. So,
okay, do you acknowledge that just because a contract says and has a standard boilerplate NDA that sounds like you can't say anything about the company, do you think that necessarily means they can't say anything about the company?
I've never disputed that. What I said earlier on this similar point was that the company is going to enforce the provisions of the contract to their interests. And the fact that they don't always enforce the provisions of the contract doesn't mean that they won't in the future if it's ever in their interest to do so.
Then that's a critique that you can lay at almost every organization on earth that hires people in this way, right? You could do this to PV, you could do this to like anything I've seen in the entertainment industry, you could do this for, right?
Obviously don't have a problem with contracts in general. What I'm saying is the facts are accurate in the article. They were taking money. The money, I think, was intended to influence their political content, and they didn't disclose it. And their criticism, instead of explaining why what they did is okay or how the article is inaccurate, their criticism is just to say the article is fake news, Taylor Lorenz is an internet troll, and so on. And I think that's bad. I think that's wrong.
That's not what they said.
You could probably win in a shit-talking competition, but I think the rest of us, we do have hearts that burn true with a fire, and we believe in something and we want to get it done. That's why I appreciate Mercedes quite a bit. You personify exactly the liberal that I think she was disgusted by. Feckless, condescending, and snobbish.
And it is what they're Brian Taylor
I just-
Cohen said Taylor Lorenz was an internet troll. David Pakman said it was riddled with errors. Ali O'Brien said like the claims were categorically false. So they are saying the things I said they were saying. I think
but
factual claims are true.
They are correct in saying that they
disputing
weren't pushing the party line. They are correct in that. But obviously you think party line just means you want the Democrats to win. That's how party line is used in common parlance or in literature or anything else. Okay. Yeah.
In the position of the party, that is what party line means. But like I think it's fine. It's not a fact to say whether party line is the right word to use or not. That's not a factual claim. That's like a stylistic or a word choice claim. What I'm saying is the factual claims of the article are true. And you may think like, oh, she should have used a different word rather than party line. Okay, you can have that debate. You can make that argument. Maybe a different wording.
Potentially misleading word choice is what it is.
Well, they are being paid. They're associated with the Democratic Party. They're trying to promote Democratic influence.
I can't do this. You think you're surprised that I'm insulting you when you're pretending to be confused about the difference between supporting a party, wanting them to win, and
the difference is all of us understand what the attention economy is. Mercedes is a short-form content creator. We all understand what the attention economy is.
Hold on, Dispel. I don't need you to keep talking about Mercedes, bro. I like, and you keep mentioning over and over that like you value letting people know who you get paid by. Literally everybody here has all said they think that's good. They think people should do it more. Everybody has agreed on this. You do just keep repeating points that nobody disagrees on.
Is against disclosure.
No,
and I think that's honest. I think that's cool, and I want to be in discourse with a liberal
Mercedes
like that,
did not say she was against disclosure. No, Mercedes did not say she was against disclosure.
I'm not against it, but I don't think if it's so like I'm not against it, but if it's not happening, like in the situation of course, I don't give a fuck. So like Parrot is kind of like, yeah, to say like I don't give a fuck. I mean that's low key the truth.
Okay, but I do want to go back to the. I do want to go. I want to go back to because you keep saying QT that like he could make those points or you could have those arguments, but that is the point that like Lonerbox is trying to make, is that while this might state a bunch of things factually, it's stating in a way that is misleading, that it is giving connotations and is giving ideas that aren't necessary.
What is misleading about it? So like if someone creates a video or says like I think it's misleading because X, Y, and Z, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I wouldn't, reply to them. I wouldn't say, no, you're wrong. I'd just say, okay, that's what they think about the article. Like to the extent that Lonerbox thinks party line is misleading, he's free to think that. It's a subjective word choice. Maybe it is misleading from how he understands the word party line. I think of party line as meaning like what the party has like officially adopted or the party itself. So like if you're saying, I support Democrats, I want Democrats to win, I support Democratic policies, to me, it's fair to say like, oh, you're pushing the party line. If you're being paid to do that, I think that's a fair description. If it's just this subjective difference between is party line a good description or not, like I don't really care about that. I think the facts of the article are true. The creators that I've seen that I'm complaining about, are just attacking the article, saying it's fake news, saying Taylor Lorenz is an internet troll, and so on. I think it's wrong to do that. They should have disclosed they were being paid. The payments were to influence their content. They should respond substantively. To the extent that Loner Box's responses are substantive, maybe I'm just in an agitated frame of mind. I haven't recognized any substance to his claims, but to the extent that they are substantive, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, I'll try one question. So no one here disputes that I disclosed and spoke about my relationship with PV like all the time, right? When I was there, Prime.
It seems like it was certainly much less than Prime.
I have no idea whether you did or not, but I don't dispute it.
Yeah,
I have no idea, but I don't think you're dishonest, so I don't think you would. So,
so do you realize that but tomorrow I could write an article with proof and screenshots saying that I was told by Progressive Victory that everything about my agreement with them was confidential. I wasn't allowed to talk about anything. I could say that, and it would be factually true. It would be factually true. I can send one of you DMs if you want to see it right now.
Okay,
but
so if I,
obviously,
now
my question is, if I said that, if I just said Progressive Victory told me that I couldn't say anything about working with that organization, that's a factually true article. Do you think it's misleading? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm saying about Taylor's article. I'm saying she's doing the same thing.
Yep. Suppose I write an article that says Progressive Victory says creators can't disclose, and I show like a screenshot from your contract. And then you say that was a line that was never enforced, or whatever it is that makes it okay for you to have disclosed it. And you point out, here are all the times I disclosed it. I had a Progressive Victory logo on my stream, or whatever you did. Then I would say you have effectively rebutted the article. You've explained what was misleading about it. They were taking a quote out of context, or some quote from the contract that didn't apply. And in practice, you did disclose. I'd say you've effectively rebutted the article. I haven't seen anything like that. I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay.
Of course.
So when creators like Ali have said that they didn't have to funnel every single interview through Chorus, do we just not take her word for it? Like we took the word of the people?
No, I believe she didn't do that. I believe she didn't do that. She said, I forgot to, send every interview through Chorus Newsroom or something. I believe her.
And also why the clause is there. Do we disagree with that? That it was there so that they didn't have like double bookings, or so that candidates wouldn't get like, say like they got Bernie Sanders looking swamped by like creators.
I don't know why. I don't know why the clause was there.
Yeah, we don't know why.
No, but we're saying
have different clauses for different contracts.
We're saying she gave an explanation. Does it not make sense though?
I think that's a very charitable. Yeah, I think it's a very charitable explanation. Just like, if I made you sign a contract that said I get to control your bank account, you could give a charitable explanation. You could be like, well, QuickThoughts has my best financial interests in mind. He's going to do a good job, whatever. That would be a charitable explanation. Or you could give a sinister explanation, like I'm going to steal all your money. And likewise, we can give a charitable explanation.
Sinister, an ad homing, a critique, and honestly just abusive responses.
Nothing I said there was sinister or abusive, but in any case, you could go to
the abusing QT.
You could give a literal interpretation of what they say here, which is booking engagements disclose to Chorus Newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that the contractor arranges through other means. That sounds like the contractor.
Yeah, I think you're doing that thing. I think you're doing that thing you accused the Wired article of. You're reading provision number 2 out of 3. So the first provision says you have to organize interviews with lawmakers through the Chorus Newsroom. Second provision says any interviews that you organize independently you have to loop Chorus in. The third provision says you have to fully cooperate with Chorus on the interview.
That's what I wish you would stop listening, my friend.
Yeah, so that is within
you don't love me enough to finish my sentences. Please stop doing it. You don't love me enough to finish my sentences.
That is within a
This is purity checking. This is where the purity checking is coming from. It's coming from the establishment.
This is an abusive relationship, okay? This is an abusive relationship, and you stop.
I've got one more sentence.
I'm not interrupting. I wasn't finished. You're interrupting me. I'm not interrupting your interruption.
Okay, I've got one more sentence.
Fuck me.
That is within a contract that says Chorus can demand the correction or revocation of any content at a Chorus organized event. That you also have to organize interviews through Chorus. Go ahead.
You were interrupting my interruption to go in a completely different. You have no
Okay,
idea
good.
what I was about to say.
Go ahead and finish.
I
what
was
you were
reading
saying.
point 2 to say an example of a literalist reading would be to say that if you were saying disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to the policy agenda, if you read that literally, it sounds like they're saying everyone you ever talk to, government officials or others, about anything to do with the Chorus policy agenda, which could be quite broad if it's Democrat stuff, that would mean you have to disclose to Chorus if I was working for Chorus, I'd have to disclose to them that I'm talking to you guys now about something that relates to their policy agenda. That would be insane. But obviously, you can interpret a contract in a very literalist way and
like daily
paint
check-ins.
it in bad faith to make it look really fucking dark. Like how?
Yeah, I think I explained that previously. Of course,
right,
there
you've
could be a
already said it.
charitable explanation or a sinister explanation.
But
Or a
isn't the
normal
idea
explanation,
that, like,
or
when
a human
Taylor puts
explanation
out
of anyone who
her,
understands how these contracts work?
well, isn't the idea that when Taylor puts out her article that, like, it hasn't been refuted and it hasn't been disproven, that, but these people are saying, hey, this is what the contract says and this is what it means, and unless somebody refutes this or contradicts it, proves it wrong, that, like, we would accept this interpretation of it?
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, what probably happened, and I've got this from, like, just a few conversations with people who know people in this program. Like, I know some people at Chorus. It seems like what they did was the contract probably was written in a fairly, like, draconian sounding way. Not because it seems like, again, no one in Chorus has ever come forward and said it was actually used in this way, but because, same reason in Progressive Victory, you're working with content creators as a nonprofit working with people related to politics. And that can open you to a lot of very murky areas where a content creator, again, content creators are kind of erratic. They're kind of mental, okay? They live stream, they put their foot in their mouth, etc. So if someone booked something with a politician and they maybe discussed their relation with that politician in a way that made it sound like there was some kind of like PAC funding going on or some kind of like money being used, that was also why they said, like, you can't use your money in a way that would go towards a candidate through Chorus, because that would be violating FEC. That's why it probably is true that there are all these interpretations of this contract that are very, very draconian sounding, because they're just wanting to be, it's better to be safe
even
than sorry.
that wasn't
And
my
that's
interpretation, because
this
when
is a standard thing in boilerplate contracts.
when
It's
I'm reading
not
it,
that
it's
unusual.
under the section on booking. Like, it's literally under booking, and it's talking about using Chorus and the Chorus newsroom for booking and having them book things for you. And so it seems to be saying that if you use them, if you use Chorus to book things, that you have to communicate everything through them. You cannot use them to book something and then do everything else off to the side by yourself. That, like, once you use them and their newsroom, you have to go through them for literally everything. That's what it seems like, because it's literally all under booking. That entire section is only under booking through them.
Yeah, but again, we all agreed earlier that no one who has been through this organization, who has been through this program, has come forward and said, yes, it actually was applied in this way to me. Yes, it actually did. This what if that comes from Taylor's article actually happened. Every creator just seems to be saying, nah, it wasn't quite like that. It's not.
Or that they asked about the contract, because that's the thing that I would think, is that they would ask about the contract. If people had trouble with the contract ahead of time, I would think that they would ask about the contract and say, hey, what does this exactly mean? And that we would have somebody come out and say, yes, I asked about this part, and they said that I cannot do X, Y, and Z without going through them first. We just lost Prime?
Oh, Prime dropped. Yep.
Okay.
But that's why the just falling back on the everything they said was factual to me is not good enough, because everything they're saying about the contract could be factual. But when we have no evidence of anyone in Chorus actually having the contract applied to them in that way, that's where the problem is, right? Like, it's the difference
So
between
you would need a
boilerplate contract.
whistleblower to believe that there's something going wrong inside the black box.
Well, in a way that it sounds like the article is presenting, yes, you actually
We're in
need
an
the thing to happen
administration
for
that is
it
clamping
to
down
happen.
on whistleblowers and prosecuting them.
You
Do you
think
remember
Trump
what
is
happened
going
to
to
the Boeing
prosecute?
whistleblower?
You think Trump is going to whistle? Do you think Trump is going to? Okay, you're trolling.
He has certainly set up the FEC and FCC in a way that is amicable and lenient towards the regulation of these entities over social
Yeah,
media
you're trolling.
platforms.
I understand. Yeah, you think Trump is going to?
I'm sorry, when somebody makes a substantial critique, you cannot just start swearing at them and say, you're trolling.
It's not a substantial critique.
The liberals
You're
have missed an
trolling.
opportunity to
Fucking hell.
distinguish themselves and their values in light of this situation. Yeah, it's a hit piece. Yeah, it's a little ambivalent. Yeah, it's a little passionate. But this was the liberals opportunity to say what they believe. I appreciate Mercedes because she's honest. No, absolutely none. You are essentially just, yeah, you know, I do appreciate transparency, but just boilerplate stuff, just bottom of what's legal. That's fine. Transparency is assent, and assent is legitimacy. If the Democrats want to be legitimate in the coming elections, they need to, you know, be on this.
And I guess this whistleblower should come forward, because if the contract is being applied in the way that Taylor's article makes it sound like, then it sounds like people are getting pretty fucking abused in that organization. Yeah, it'd be a shame.
I mean, her article
does
not claim that the contract is being applied like that. The factual claim is that those provisions are in the article, and those provisions may motivate behavior. So,
and what do you think the average reader is going to make of that?
We know what you make of it.
Yeah, I think
chagrin and denounce the left for bringing up these critiques.
Yeah, I need to get going. I'm just.
Will I ask the question again? Okay.
What do I think the average reader is going to? I don't know what the average reader. I don't know what the average reader thinks. I can only.
The average reader would think this is a predatory organization.
Okay, I'm glad you know what the average reader thinks. I'll consult you next time. I wonder what an average reader would.
The average American reader. What from a foreign influence agent?
What? Yeah, I need to get going. What I'm just going to leave it with is I think the factual claims were basically true. If it's not representative, I haven't seen anyone explain how or why it's not representative. And I think it's wrong to, you know, play the fake news card if you can't actually explain why it's fake news. So,
well, before you go, I didn't know you had to head out. If you want to shout out your channel real quick and let everybody know where to find you.
Oh yeah, I apologize for leaving early. I thought it was 2 hours. I see you said 2 to 3, so sorry about that. I mismanaged my own schedule. I apologize. But thank you for having me. I'm on TikTok. My channel is Quick Thoughts. So thank you. Have a nice day.
Appreciate it, man.
It was nice meeting you.
You.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Have a blessed day.
Okay. Well, if we have a little bit more to go, if anybody wanted to ask any questions, you guys can send those through super chats or tips. There's a link pinned at the top of my chat to where you guys can send any questions that you had for the panel before we wrap up. So I guess we did get to the dark money thing, because that was going to be my next question. I know that a lot of people made a big deal about Taylor Lorenz having what they called dark money ties as well, and feeling as though, because as I said earlier, from my perspective, this was never the standard, is that you had to disclose these sorts of things. I think it's good too. I've always talked about, like, anytime I got money from people or had any sort of investments in my channel, I've always made sure to talk about those things. But I also never felt like that was a standard. And when you find out that Taylor seems to be holding these people to a standard, a pretty high standard, that they shouldn't even be taking dark money, not just that they should disclose, but that this is already some sort of nefarious group that's putting money in there that they don't know where it comes from. Sorry?
No, they can definitely take it. I think we all agree. They can definitely take it.
Well, I'm saying it doesn't seem as though Taylor feels that way. Like, when she's talking about dark money influences, that definitely, again, seems to say that, like, this is some sort of nefarious purpose. You don't think that's the case?
Didn't they come to the conclusion yesterday that she, I think her, like, divider on that was that she can, well, okay, well, I guess her first claim was that Omidyar is not funded, or her, whatever she's part of is funded by not the Omidyar network, but the Omidyar family wealth.
Yeah, technically she's somewhat correct on that, but it's so the 1630 project did not fund them, which is what the original claim was from Good Trouble. He was totally incorrect on that. So Good Trouble L, but
yeah, he's always wrong.
Yes, he was totally wrong on that. But she didn't get money from 1630, but Omidyar has Omidyar Network, Omidyar Group, Omidyar LLC. And Omidyar Group is a 501c3, or sorry, 501c4. And so that is funding the rest of these things. And she keeps saying that they are a hybrid to where one funds the other. And she says, oh no, I know all of the money is coming from him, but you don't know that because it's coming from a 501c4. And the distinction that she made is that it has to have like some sort of political influence.
Yep.
And so I don't know if the Omidyar funds a bunch of like liberals and conservative journalists or not. I I have no idea who all they
They
fund.
funded like what was it? They funded The Intercept as well. Like it's a very left-wing source.
Well, that was
I don't
the
know
idea
how
that
they
I
funded
got,
it
is that it
or
was
anything.
all farther left groups that they were funding, farther left.
Yeah, but when
journalists.
she says non-partisan, she's being very intentional, because partisan in the legal sense that she's using would also make Chorus non-partisan because
Correct.
they're a non-profit.
50
Non-partisan
yes.
just means you're not like giving money to politicians, and yeah.
Right, the 501c4 would make them non-profit, or sorry, not it would make them non-partisan. So yeah, that's that it does seem as though they have like some sort of partisan goals, just they are a 501c4. But yeah,
You
just
can look at their website as well. They're talking about how they want to promote like DEI and shit. Like, yeah, they're obviously left-leaning. It's just, but yeah, it's just not partisan and legally. Yeah.
yeah, so it did seem as though she was kind of holding a standard that like this was some sort of bad influence on the political space, when she seems to also have a similar
So-
influence.
Yeah, I think it was a
okay,
high key rules
I-
for the enough for me moment, to be honest.
So I didn't like I heard a little bit about this, but like I don't you know more than I do, Tom. So you'll have to help me out here. So could you so this funding source, is she saying that like, oh, I don't have to disclose this when you have to disclose that, or is she saying that like in terms of how you should view these two organizations, they're completely different? Yeah, which one?
Yeah, the way that you would view the types of funding is different. That one group, because you don't know where the
Okay.
money is coming from 1630, that this could be some sort of like nefarious funding that is influencing your ideas and the directives for Chorus. Whereas for her, she believes that she knows Omidyar is like he's a billionaire and that he's paying for all of it him personally, when it's a 501c4, so you don't know that.
Correct.
And then
So it's
also,
not a,
So to be clear,
it's not a
did she
five.
not-
Just a one factual correct. It's not a 501c4 that funds the reporters and residents. It says it's their foundation, which I believe is a 501c3, but then it's also the LLC.
But that's
the
Omidyar
LLC is
Network.
obviously that's dark money,
Yes,
right?
that's
Yeah.
Omidyar Network, but Omidyar Group is part of the what is that? But they like it's part of the hybrid, which is a 501c4.
So could
But did
you
she not-
so-
The hybrid is a 501c3 and an LLC. That's the hybrid.
Is it? I thought Omidyar Group was also part
Yeah,
of that.
it's-
I thought it was
This is
all
on.
three.
This is their response, because they put out a response to people claiming that because of Taylor saying because of people claiming that Taylor was
I saw
funded
the
by
response.
1630, right? Yeah, but their response in their website says Omidyar receives no funding for reporters and residents through the 1630 fund. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via the foundation and LLC. So
Correct.
obviously the foundation is C3, and the LLC is just an LLC. It's you
Wait,
don't have to
I thought
disclose funding
Omidyar
if you're
Group
LLC,
was the
right?
foundation, and I thought that was the C4.
No, that's. I don't think so. No.
Okay.
so did she or did she not like disclose this Omidyar
Yeah, she
thing?
did. She did disclose it again. It was
Okay.
more about the influence that she was talking about. That
It's the
But
dark
did-
money
did-
thing that
I mean,
she's
did she
going
disclose it?
against. Yeah.
Did she disclose it before? Like, when did she did she disclose it before this article, or was
don't
it
know.
after this
sorry.
article?
Substack
Okay,
or
it's
anything, so,
Omidyar Family that is the 501c4, and that yes, this
No,
is.
Because
wait,
you
is
just
it?
didn't
Hang on.
disclose it
Is
until people
Omidyar-
started probing into her. Then that's a
So-
lack of transparency.
So
in
this
itself.
My
is the
understand-
just
I
the,
heard
I'll
that-
read just what
right.
this says. This says that Omidyar entity is or sorry, it says the Omidyar network operates both a limited liability company LLC and a 501c3 foundation, while Omidyar Family 501c4 disclosures documents Omidyar's own separate but related contributions to 501c4 organizations. Therefore, Omidyar Network itself is not a 501c4, but the Omidyar family does support 501c4 organizations through their family funds. Okay, so maybe it's just saying that they fund
so
them. Okay.
Yeah, but the reporters and residents that funds Taylor, that's supported by the 501c3 and the LLC. The C3 is transparent, the LLC is not. So that's why people say she's taking dark money, because she knows it's coming from the LLC, but she doesn't know where the LLC gets the money from. That's why it's dark money.
Right.
By her definition.
So my
We should
understanding was
care,
that like and I could
Yeah,
be
we should
wrong.
care. We should talk about it.
And I could be wrong. Is that like Taylor disclosed this beforehand? People like knew this already.
Yeah, again, we
but they
weren't
were
talking about the
criticizing her
disclosure. Yeah.
about taking the money.
Yeah, again, we weren't just talking about the disclosure because a lot of
yeah,
her
just for,
issues in the article seem to be with the fact that dark money is involved at all and the influence that it can have on content creators.
Yeah, that was just for Mercedes because she asked the question. And
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know if she disclosed beforehand or she just started disclosing it after this article backlash came out.
Well, as far as she says, she hasn't even
I don't
gotten
know where she
paid from
disclosed it, but
them either. So, yeah.
Oh, sorry. She's saying she didn't get paid from them.
She says she hasn't gotten money
She's
yet.
going to.
She has.
She hasn't got a check yet.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
because it's like an
Okay.
annual thing. I
Maybe
think
this
the
story will
journalist
do
in
it.
residence
Yeah,
is
she's
it
still
lasts like 6
on-
months. So yeah.
Yeah, she's still
She's still on
on.
it.
She's still on par to be paid from them.
Okay, so I got a super chat
is an
from.
LLC.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, no, you go to your super chat first.
Bear Claw says
all
for
right,
$9.99. He
Dark money
said.
coming in.
So yes, exactly. Yeah. So what is more likely? This org is paying creators to influence their opinion, or they are paying them because the opinions the creators already have. It's not hard unless you're being bad faith. So I guess we'll start with Prime. Do you think that they're asking influencers to kind of move, if they're like grabbing far left people or anybody who would normally be critical of the DNC or of Israel, that they are going to limit those people? Or do you think they're finding people who already agree with them?
So I already answered this question, earlier, but I'll do it again for this chatter supporting Tom. Good work on that. Yeah, I think that from my limited observations into all of this, it seems like they're just finding people they already agree with them. And rather than necessarily like going and censoring them specifically. I haven't seen any evidence of that yet. It might exist, but I just haven't seen it. And that's just the easier way of doing things, right? Rather than taking someone in, like establishing like some sort of financial relationship with them that in itself can be scrutinized by the law, right? And this individual doesn't align with you, is going to fight you, and going to be a troublemaker. It's much easier to find someone who more or less agrees with your opinion, and then build up their platform, and so they can reach more people. Right? That's the far easier way of doing this. So as far as I know, that's how they're doing it, and I think it's okay to gatekeep. I mean, like, you can decide who you pay your money to. It doesn't have to, just because you're opening a shop like this doesn't mean all political all sides of the political spectrum or all sides left have to be involved, right? So they're allowed to do that. And even again, I myself would not be included. They wouldn't want me in something like this, which is unfortunate for me, but still I think they're completely right.
I think from some of what I heard, I believe they do have leftists as part of this, like people who are much farther left, people who are most of what they do is criticize like the establishment Democrats and like talk about Israel,
Well,
Gaza.
maybe I should join up. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe I should put an application.
Dispel.
Then I would disclose, right?
Sure. Dispel. Right. Did you want to answer the question?
Would you mind reminding me on the question?
Yeah, they're asking, do you think that people go ahead and pay people who already have the same beliefs that align with the goals of the organization, or do you think that they're limiting people after starting to pay them?
I definitely try. I think Course is doing a good job. They've got a couple of variety of voices, so they're trying to see what works, what resonates with the people in like a testing environment, and that makes sense to me. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. But if the goal is to incentivize virality, if the goal is to take up space in the digital sphere to get people's attention, I think the incentive structure that Course has got right now incentivizes not virality, not competition and creativity, but nepotism. And I think, Mercedes and I agree that this program would do great with some sort of incentive reward structure, right? Taylor Lawrence is on her, half a year, 1 year sort of sabbatical to enter into the program. I think that's great. And then once you're in the program, like a scoreboard every month for whoever, gets the most engagement, I think is a great way to turn it.
All right. And then let's see. I just lost my entire page. I guess somebody had a question earlier that I thought was for Loner Box, but I'm not exactly sure what they mean by it. But they said that, do you think that money is fungible? I don't know.
That'd be for me.
Sorry?
I yeah, I think maybe it might be. I think it might be for you, or maybe actually might be more for Tom here. But in any case, the reason why I think they mean is that like we talked about how they're getting the money, right? But then we were questioning, was it used for the content or not? But if they were getting $8,000, right? Like how would you know like where that check went through? I mean, $8,000 came in, and then it helped like them presumably, have a better setup, have something, right? Like we wouldn't know like what we couldn't like, follow $1 versus another. So it being fungible. So yeah, you guys, if anyone wants to speak to that.
Okay. Yeah, that was from Lord of the Nerds. He also that was for $2. He also sent another $5. Imagine arguing this hard not to disclose political financial support. Imagine being such a tribalist that you argue hiding political financing is okay. I don't think anybody's saying that like that anybody should hide it. I don't think like anybody was saying hide it. I just
you should just stick to the law.
Oh, I think
you
my
shouldn't do anything more.
Yeah, well, even I don't think there's any laws that said that you have to disclose this sort of thing again, unless they are actually sponsoring your
that's
content.
where the opportunity to show your personal values comes in.
Right, but you just said that you need to stick to the law.
Go above and beyond.
You did just say stick to the law.
No, that's the bare minimum, right? That's the bare minimum position of our guest Libs on this show. And what Prime and I are saying is that there's a good creative opportunity for you to show and demonstrate your values by releasing information. By being transparent.
I think the part in the contract they were saying they're not allowed to use funds or resources that they receive to make content that supports or opposes a candidate or campaign without authorization. Is that the bit you're talking about?
From the article it said I could have sworn in the article it specifically said that they couldn't use it for content. But they might have been quoting somebody when they said that.
Content that supports.
But
I think they're saying content that supports or opposes a candidate or campaign.
That might be what the contract is saying, but I correct me if I'm wrong. I could have sworn the article specified that they couldn't use the money for content because then they would be a sponsor. And if they're sponsoring their content, now they have to disclose it. And so that would be a pretty big difference, right?
How would that make any sense? Because obviously, if is it $8,000, obviously, you just have to show that you made more money that month to put towards content.
I don't know, but that's
sure. I'm looking at all dimensions.
It would likely have to go into a separate account that shows that like you're not using the money for the content.
Yeah, it looks like they're saying content. Well, unless this paragraph is just doubled without the candidate bit, but it's saying content that supports or opposes a political candidate or campaign without authorization.
That's what the article says?
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, that's just another example of like, it sounds like they're doing something restrictive, but that's just FEC. Obviously, if they're a 501c4, they can't have their money from their, you can't have like them paying to support a candidate or a campaign, because that would make it a PAC thing, wouldn't it? That would be like an FEC violation.
Yes.
That's just them staying within the law.
Exactly.
Wait a minute, hold on. Would it actually, I can't pretend like I know the legalities of this, but like, I don't think that would be the case, but I could be completely wrong.
I don't think it's regulated by the FEC. It's regulated by the FCC. And because there's like an insane amount of chaos in the current Donald Trump FCC, like we can get away with a ton of stuff, and then when it's come time to hold people accountable to it, to examine values, we get shit on.
Well, the point of that paragraph is that you couldn't have a situation where someone has like, or maybe it's again to avoid one of those situations where someone says like, oh, thanks for Chorus for funding this, like for helping me make this video that is me doing a political ad for a candidate. Obviously that would be illegal, right? Because they're not supposed, again, one of the rules of being a 501c4 is you cannot directly support a candidate. No? Why is everyone so quiet?
I'm not sure if that's the case.
Well, What bit am I saying that you're not sure about?
So yeah, the 501c4 part, right? You're saying not directly fund a candidate. Like, I don't know. I mean, 501c4s do like take political action. They send out political messages, like in the form of advertisements. So like that seems wrong to me. But again, I might be speaking on my ass. I don't maybe understand the legalities of it all. You might have a better idea.
So what I've got here, my understanding for 501c4 is that, again, I think some of it has to do with whether or not it's the main thing that they do. But here, for making campaign contributions, that's one where it says that you can't do that for federal candidates. You can in some states. So that's one for a 501c4. The other one is if you are like sponsoring a debate, they can't support or endorse a candidate, say if they're like sponsoring a debate. So yeah, that's probably why they would do that. They're probably just saying, again, but it sounds like they could do it with authorization from Chorus. But again, this would just be Chorus making sure that if a creator is going to do this with their money, then they're doing it in a way that's not illegal.
Does content that supports like count as a contribution? Like an ad?
Content that supports an ad, I think it would, wouldn't it? Because ads are, you always have to say, don't you? Like,
yeah, it'd be like a sponsorship.
For advertising.
Well, no. Not that is actually an ad, but like, so like, I'm gonna do a video, right, about a friend Tom here, right? Tom's running for office, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I looked at Tom's platform, and it seems great. You know, like these are the things I like about him, and I'm very hopeful for his candidacy, right? That video is supportive of Tom, right? But it's not necessarily an ad for Tom. It's just me like giving my opinion, saying it's support. Does that count as a contribution? I don't know. Like I'm not expecting you to know.
I think it does, but with 501c4s, the way that, because it seems like they can do some of it, and they do some of it. The issue is whether or not it's their primary activity. So that's probably why you would have to disclose it to them before doing it.
Right. It's not as if like anybody who super chats
federal and state candidates.
Yeah, it's not as if like any super chatter like is now like supporting your content. Now you have to like have some big disclosure over this because it's very different when it's a 501c4. Because they have restrictions.
I think these are interesting questions. It may be.
Yeah, I think we're
on a box. Sorry.
I think we're losing the forest through the legal trees. I think trying to mince apart the exact sort of semantic barriers for each legal classification it's just exposing the same sort of values. You know, we're just going to stick to the law-based things just like that. We're not going to go above and beyond. I think this is just a dark money tactic to divert from the analysis here, which is actually analyzing liberal values. And when we try and analyze liberal values, we get berated for it.
Yeah,
you can make it about the one thing you've only wanted to talk about the entire time, but like this is just an example of there being a
the
paragraph
course article
in the article
is what we're talking about.
It's just a paragraph. Yeah, it's a paragraph in the article that is just again presenting something to sound restrictive, even though it just seems like legal compliance, like not bare minimum, but legal compliance, like avoiding doing criminal shit with the money.
This is what I'm saying. This is the forest through the trees.
It's not forest for the trees. It's the article presenting something that is that them actually doing something good, but in the context of trying to make it look like it's restrictive.
Yeah, not breaking the law is good. I completely agree. I also think that going above and beyond to demonstrate your personal values of transparency is also good.
And piling it into, so the thing they said prior to that is to say that they're being restrictive with interviews, and then after they say, oh, they're not allowed to use their funds to support or
unfairly
a candidate or a campaign. Yeah, they're making it sound unfair. But yeah,
because obviously all parts of a contract
get out.
Well, no, all parts of a contract are restrictive to some extent. Like it probably even says that if you get banned from the platform that you're on, like on TikTok, and violate the TLS, that you'll likely lose your contract as well, but that nobody would consider that to be unfair. And so she's mentioning specific parts of the contract as though these parts are unfairly restrictive. And that's the point, is that she, like, just the fact that she mentions it and says this is like restricting their content makes it sound as though this is unfair. But then if everybody afterwards is like, no, she's just stating facts. It's just what the contract says. Nobody's disputed this.
Life is unfair.
Sorry?
Life is unfair. I feel like this isn't 2016 anymore. I feel like everyone, as a community, as the left, we should understand that life is unfair, and we're going to have to take
people to shit on you if you're going to be
tasting bullets to See, this is just legitimizing the abusive attitude that these people have.
Sorry.
There's no critique within the
Well, there
liberal.
was a critique.
core.
You just said there was a critique. You just skirted past it and just started talking about people doing bare minimum legal stuff.
Yeah, you adhere to the law. Congrats.
You were just complying.
Congrats. Congratulations. You adhere to the law.
Yeah, you adhere to the law, and we're going to frame it in our article as something bad.
Is this not a topic worth discussing? That is a system that is bad.
Oh, do you see how you just
because
completely
dark
dodged
is
the
in
thing I
front
said
of
there?
money,
You're being
and
very
then
abusive
goes
now.
in
What
front
is
of
this
dark
goalpost shift?
doesn't mean that means
What is this?
it's
This
negative
bird
or
brain
bad.
fuck.
It's
Well,
just a
you're just
reality
parroting.
of the
You're just
system.
parroting. You just completely dodged what I said. I don't know why you're dodging the critique. I don't know why the critique upsets you.
Well, you believe Dispel that the article is putting the onus on Chorus and 1630, not on like the FCC or FEC, right?
No, yeah, I 100% agree. Like, unfortunately, the FCC is, kind of compromised right now, and I think it is up to creators to demonstrate what they think should be the case, and not just meet the bare minimum of this corrupt FCC.
Okay, but you understand
Yeah,
that
they should disclose. And I think that critique should just come from a better place than Taylor Lorenz. Yeah.
All right, we got a couple others. So, $4.99 from Bear Claws. He said, "So why make a story like this unless to disrupt the party? That's my problem with Taylor's story: is putting light on something, putting light on nothing and calling foul." So that is, I think, what we were just talking about a second ago, is that like it seems as though she's calling a bunch of things that are unfair, but then when we go over them, everybody seems to be like, yeah, that makes sense, that would be in the contract. So now that is the disparity here, is a lot of us are thinking.
I don't know if we all agreed on all that. No, I don't think we agreed on all that. I don't like this idea of disrupting the party. The party should be examined. We should be taking a look at these things. Now, it might be as a as a wing of the political spectrum that we decide that this is okay, right? Like that, we go through this process of discussion and we decide, oh, actually, this is not so bad. Okay, that's fine, right? But like examining examining this organization, examining this new structure here on the left, which again I think is welcome. We should actually do that. We should be critical, right? We shouldn't just because it's like nominally aligned with the Democrats doesn't mean that we should just like support it blindly. This is a part of that examination, and I welcome it.
Okay.
I think I actually agree with that. I just think the problem again is, since the topic of the debate or whatever, is that earlier I asked if there was one thing in that article that was positive about Chorus, and I think the answer I got was positive things that 1630 does, even though she spends the whole article calling them dark money. So that's probably not a good example of a positive thing about them.
I mean, she talks about how Chorus is going to do the trainings and it's going to do.
This is her describing their mission, though. That's not her.
I don't know, like, but you're saying positive, so like that sounds like PR to me. Like, she didn't have to like necessarily put something like
that's what I'm trying to say.
Could you just
because your position, which I think is much more reasonable, is that yes, this is a good thing and we should support it, but there's just these problems that can be ironed out for them to do better, versus Taylor's article, which is not coming from a place of like, we want you to do better. It's coming from a place of, maybe you can tell me, are there any recommendations that are posed in that article towards Chorus?
I mean, the purpose of the article is to stoke discourse, right? And liberals have lost the opportunity to talk about the role of money in incentivizing behavior in our system and what their stance on that is.
I'll just ask the question again. Are there any recommendations in the article, or no? Any kind of
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if there'd be necessarily a recommendation. I mean, the thing that she does do is she talks to like outside, like third party. Examine the contract, and then they like give their opinion.
Did we just get hit by a cyber
on
attack?
it, but sorry.
Yeah, the Discord dropped off. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So she sent it to these third party professors, and they gave their opinions on it, and some of them felt this was very restrictive, and were unsure about this, and like ask for caution while stepping into this world. But in terms of a specific recommendation as to what to do, no. But like, I don't know that it has to have a recommendation. Like I don't know why that would be necessary.
You're right, it's not necessary, but as far as I could see, there was only one semblance of a recommendation, and it came from Spehar, I think their name's pronounced, where they were just saying that like we shouldn't be using these middlemen groups, which
Well, I mean, it seems to be the prescription.
But the way that they're saying it is,
Limerence_8
it seems to be don't do any of it. It seems to be, so I was, where's Spehar? Where are they saying? They're saying what we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media. But again, they're all middlemen if they're not just donating directly. So this just sounds like the only recommendation, or the only semblance of a recommendation here, is that creators should just rely on benefactors, like donors, patrons.
And I disagreed with this particular I'm glad you point out this comment, because I disagreed with it, right? Like, I think that, yeah, you can have a group that is, if it's providing like a benefit, right, within this transaction, then that I wouldn't call it necessarily just a middleman, right? Like it, again, from the reporting, it sounds like they're giving them a whole bunch of other trainings and access to like connecting them with candidates that they might not always be connect to, right? Expanding their ability to do content. I wouldn't call that person a middleman. However, I can see why they would think that if you have to run your interviews through them, right? Like, hey, like I can't, because there was that whole Zoran line, right? Like if I get Zoran, I have to go through Chorus, and I don't want to do that. Like that sounds like a middleman to me. Like, why would I have to do that? I got this thing on my own. They're not involved. So,
well, that comment about Zoran was specifically from someone who didn't start working with Chorus. And as far as we know, more than one creator has said that they actually can just go independently by themselves, or at least if they're cluing people in, it's just for contact reasons or whatever. But again, you're getting paid. I don't know how you can show a receipt for that. I think the receipts that she did show were her emailing politicians like through her own personal email, and it seemed like it just looked like she was just setting stuff up by herself. But
again, the contract seems to be saying that like if you use their booking system through the Chorus newsroom, that once you go through that, you have to do everything through them or loop them in on all of the details. But that if you go do stuff by yourself on your own, that it's not necessarily going to be involved.
There's definitely a cohort that is taking these. There's definitely a cohort that's taking these daily meetings, right? I think it's entirely possible that Chorus did something very smart, which is breaking up the creators into cohorts, into groups based on what they think they can cultivate the creators into being. And one of those cohorts might have been one with a more heavy hand, a more sterner look, just to see like what works. Right? Liberalism is all about taking these incremental changes that you can reverse and to see like what works, what doesn't work.
So the article says, creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. So it doesn't sound like it was saying that what you implied.
That contract was published, though. That part of the contract was published. And in the published part of the contract, it's all under booking through the Chorus newsroom.
If you can show me that, then that'd be great. No, I'm not.
I can read you the whole thing if you want, or I can give you a screenshot.
Please, go ahead.
I managed to navigate around her bobbing head, fucking TikTok.
Yes, that was
she was saying, so this is under book engagements section. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements, 2, disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that the contractor arranges through other means, and 3, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. So it seems to be for separately arranged. Yeah. Like it seems for separately and newsroom engagements, Chorus wants to get looped in. Although again, looping in, I don't know if that means like, she used the word funnel as well as looping in. I think even though they seem to have different meanings, but looping in seems like.
Are you familiar with the phrase like circling back?
Yeah.
So I
That's
think
sort of like
that,
go ahead, sorry.
Well, my interpretation was
well,
that if they booked it through the newsroom, but they didn't actually use their production setup, that even if they still had the newsroom book it, but they were doing it somewhere else on some other setup or somebody else's stream or something like that, that was the separate part, and that was what you would still have to disclose, because the fact that people said that they've never had to disclose these sorts of things makes it seem like, yeah, that's because it's only due to whether or not you do it through the Chorus newsroom.
I think that might be too generous. It could be that what it's saying is, because it says, again, people who are arranged through other means, and then you collaborate with Chorus regarding those other means fully as well. But again, that is probably because people are interacting with politicians and they don't want to risk someone interacting with a politician in a way that might end up with the creator doing kind of like a fuck up that looks like they're doing what they're not supposed to legally, because obviously interactions between money and politicians is always a big problem with FEC regulations or FCC. So but again, that might just be another thing where it's like a very draconian sounding contract, but we don't have any evidence that it's actually been applied in such a strict way. Because again, even common sense, how would that look in practice if we were saying any engagements outside of the newsroom with government officials or others on the policy agenda? That would mean that you have to tell Chorus like about everyone you're talking to, everyone. But are they really doing that?
no, specifically, it would be government officials and
Others.
government officials.
Well, no,
Well,
because
more
if you
others.
talk to
Oh,
Hassan
others. No,
about
you're right, you're right.
politics,
Say
it's
more others.
political. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
others on topics related to the policy agenda. So that could, yeah, that's
you're
broad.
correct.
That could be anyone, yeah.
Yeah, you're correct. So this seems quite broad. I think okay, first of all, I think your criticism here Lunar Box might be valid. That, like, yes, it sounds more restrictive than it actually is. But to be fair to Taylor as well, she reached out to these creators, right? Like, she reached out to like a whole list of them. And in the article, unless she's lying, of course, in the article it states that they didn't actually get back to her. So if they wanted to make the case that, oh, well, yes, this is in the contract, but in actuality, we actually have a lot more freedom, then they could have done that. But it didn't seem like they did do that within the context of the article.
Well, and for whatever reason, again, like maybe they should have. Yeah, they should have been more responsive. They have responded in their videos, though. I don't know why people keep saying it's all just them accusing them of fake news. Like, that Ali girl literally explained what it's like in practice. So she could have done that to Taylor, or she could have done that in a TikTok. It's not really any different.
But the way you were judging this article, at least the criticisms that's coming from the other side here, when you're judging this article, you're saying, well, it's written in this way where it's making these causes look bad, but in actuality, maybe they're not so bad. Well, and the only people, the people they have to support this viewing are people who didn't actually join in, right? People who like either were rejected or rejected by Chorus or rejected Chorus. And in that space, like, well, actually, she tried. Taylor did try, and people didn't reach out, and so that's what she had to print, right? If that's how we're judging the article, that's what she had to print.
Although I don't think she would be, again, I don't think she was forced to just start listing all of these things, even though she has no idea actually if that's how it's being applied, because
well, the same with the quote from the person about Mondani.
Long enough. Yeah, I mean, she's been in this industry long enough to know that contracts with NDAs, they always, even if this one's especially draconian, they always look draconian.
It's on the subjects and to reply, right? Like, if this is the what their understanding of the story is, and that's what they should be putting out. They shouldn't necessarily hide this because oh, hey, I guess I can't be quite sure. This is what the contract says, right? This is a not necessarily a bad faith interpretation of it. This is what it actually says. But they can respond within the article, but they chose not to. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe we had a better impression if they did.
So again, it's like, it's one of those things where if it was me, I would respond, but that's just because that's what I'm like. But I don't like using the unwillingness to respond to Taylor Lorenz, especially because I feel like anyone working for Chorus would know that an article from Taylor Lorenz, knowing what she's like, right, with her politics and her leanings, you would know that this is a hit piece, and you might just not be interested. You might just feel like jaded. So I don't think you should use their lack of a reply to her specifically for an article as like any indication for or against them. That's, to me, that's neutral. Like,
Well, okay, no, I agree. I agree that like sorry, to be clear, I'm saying that their lack of response can be neutral in itself, right? But like you're judging the article on the fact that it puts out this clause, and then you're saying, well, now that makes it a hit piece. Well, no, I think putting out that clause is like neutral. This is what's in the contract. As long as she's not misrepresenting the contract, then she's not misrepresenting the contract. Like it seems like the judgment comes from, well, somehow Taylor should intuit that actually this isn't so bad, right? Without anyone actually talking to her, without anyone actually responding. See, she simply printed what she knew of the article. Like if the article.
Do you think it's a coincidence that the Majority Report, the Hassan Piker, the Vanguard, that these like not like negligible outlets for left-wing alt media all read this in like the most absurd way possible? Like they inferred DNC money, they inferred choking them on their positions on Gaza, they inferred like establishment billionaires shill Democrat, like AstroTurf. They inferred so much. Do you think it's just a coincidence or like an accident, or do you think it might be the tone of the article was designed in that way?
The article, my reading of the article, doesn't imply that. However, it could. Sorry, I'll like build a picture. It could be the case that yes, the tone of the article leaves room for people to interpret it in that way. Like so, when I was looking into again David Pakman's response to those comments, people were saying, "Oh yeah, this is why." David Pakman hasn't commented on Gaza. Like we finally figured out. And like I was extremely skeptical of that. Like not having read the article at that point, I was extremely skeptical of that. You know, I think the reason David Pakman has a comment on Gaza is because he's a dog shit Zionist, right? And he understands that his point of view is unpopular within the party. So he's doing the smart thing and not commenting at all, right? But I think it's quite mundane in the dog shitness of his policy agenda. But like, yes, but to assume that that wasn't necessarily his opinion, especially since he's been like the Gaza situation has been going on for so long, right? And to now like transplant that back, right? Oh, it must have been this shallow organization. I thought it was completely unfair. And it could be the case the article leaves room for that.
Okay.
Yeah, some people don't even need money to be
I need to
Zionists.
pee. I'm really sorry.
Me.
1 second.
Okay.
All right, we have a $5 from Cowboy Marks. He said it seems like people are not clear on the timeline. The Alley Girls TikTok didn't debunk anything. The info she shared, creators' disclosures, and her email to politician was from prior to these contracts being shared. They were only shared in June. Wait, the info she shared, creators' disclosures, and her email to politician was from prior to these contracts being shared. I'm not understanding what that has to do with anything.
Did this person make a previous disclosure? They're saying, like in June?
Maybe they missed a disclosure.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I
Like-
feel like our problem
okay.
isn't that these people aren't missing disclosures or they're not following the law. It's entirely possible that there's multiple cohorts within Chorus that have slightly different plans for themselves and how they're going to be motivated by the Chorus infrastructure. And so, one group might have disclosed really early, right?
Yeah. No,
problem here
no.
is
Yes, Allie.
the
We understand
discussion-
that Allie did disclose these things ahead of time, and that Allie did. Yeah, and that the emails and all, like the contract, all of that was prior. Yeah, of course. That would have to be the case.
Yeah.
Let's see. Then we have Limerence. He said, and while we sit for $5 tip, he said, and while we sit and examine and critique conservatives, win elections and ruin the country. Yeah, I think that was a big part of what people were saying, is that like to hold people to these standards is fine. These are standards that most people believe in, but it's a little bit it's not great to like hold Democrats to standards that Republicans aren't held to, because this is just a way for Democrats to continue losing. And so they would rather just advocate for the laws to be changed to where everybody has to disclose these things, instead of saying, hey, Democrats, we're going to like make sure that you're held to a much higher standard continuously, to where obviously we want Democrats to be held to a higher standard in some ways, because otherwise we wouldn't vote for them. But I think that that's like a big part of it, is that a lot of people feel like this is just disadvantaging Democrats. All right, Arian for $2.50. He said, yo, boner box. Prime, what happened to you, man? I'm very disappointed in your conversation with Pisco. For you to think Harris is going to be the same as Trump or make no difference for Gazans is wild. No compromise is the only progressive white woman. Does anybody know who?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah. Who?
Oh, sorry. Does anyone who what?
Was he talking to you?
Does anyone know who what? Yeah, he was talking to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't say that there was no difference between Harris and Trump. In fact, I think it was very clear, extremely clear. I didn't think there was, I did think there was a difference between them. That wasn't like the reason behind my vote, though. Like, correct? Like, if not, just like please review the VOD, because it was extremely clear. We looped so many times on exactly why I voted the way I voted. So, like, that's a okay. I will
say in my debates with Pisco as
Tom.
well, he tends to argue against the position that I don't have and repeat it over and over, and I end up correcting him over and over, and he repeats it over and over.
Oh my
and
God!
I correct him over and over.
That's what just happened.
That's every
that's
debate
exactly
with
what
Pisco.
happened last night.
Yep, that's every debate I have
Pisco is a
with
lawyer.
Pisco.
He's used to. Pisco's a lawyer. He's used to charging by the hour.
Fair enough. And we went for a long time, but yeah, that wasn't my point at all.
Yep.
It's a bold claim.
Let's see.
Pisco
Lord of the
is my boy,
Nerds also for $5 super chat said Walmart is just trying to quietly pay Walmart fans to make better stream to talk about Walmart. What's the problem? I mean, does anybody want to explain the difference between Walmart paying people to talk about Walmart products versus this? No.
It's a very similar problem. I mean, the only difference is that Chorus and PV are nonprofit and Walmart is for profit. And in fact, they actually don't pay their workers enough, and their workers need to take like SNAP to afford food.
I mean,
that's probably
the difference is that with politics and money is that the principle of living in a democracy is that it's one person, one vote. But politics is about empowering the individual to shape the future of like the society that they live in. So obviously you want to avoid as much as possible, or when it is happening, be as transparent as possible when people who have much more money than other people are able to make their voice much louder and more powerful than the person down the road from them. That's probably why.
Yeah, but Lonerbox, you don't believe in radical transparency. You just believe about adhering to the boilerplate, which is fine.
No, it's actually
not
if you
values
were
that I'm
listening.
or I share. And I think the majority of
It's not my fault that
individuals
you're
who
not
are
listening to a
independent
fucking
in
word I'm
America
saying,
actually
but I
value.
literally did say that I think it'd be better if these people had disclosed. I think generally people should disclose. You should actually change the law so that people have to disclose this.
Yeah, but that's not what I said.
So I don't know where the fuck you got that from. You're just a liar, just parroting.
I'm a liar.
Fucking bird brain.
He's
Yes, you're a
parroting.
liar.
It's literally
Yes.
classic.
Nice work there, Lonerbox.
They're lying. They're a shill. Yeah, awesome.
And then Van Dread for
You and Taylor,
$2
right?
said,
Birds of a feather. You and Taylor Lorenz. Sorry.
I see what you did there.
No, she
go ahead.
disrupts. I dispel.
Just trying to pigeonhole me. Fucked.
That's so good.
Whoa, I don't want to do anything with your pigeonhole. In fact, we should
Prime.
keep those sort of people out of our politics. Those people should not be welcome in the Democratic Party. These people who want to pigeonhole.
you got any more puns for us, Prime?
You mean Lonerbox?
No,
Lonerbox had
you
fun.
said
Not me.
you said that
Unfortunately,
you
I
sounded
don't.
like you were about to say something. So
Oh, sorry. No, I'm not as clever. Lonerbox has got me beat on the puns.
okay, not necessarily puns. I thought you had something to say about the Walmart thing.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Walmart. Yeah, so Walmart, my understanding of the question, hopefully I didn't get it incorrect, is that Walmart, enters into some relationship with a influencer and has them like promote a product I think that's different than like getting involved in a company, like if you're a political influencer, getting involved with an organization that is political in and of itself. And I think this company is political. But for both, you should disclose, right? Like, so they're different. You're being paid, but like in the end result, you should be told, right? Like if I'm like if I'm presenting this product, right, that happens from Walmart.com, and I'm getting a check from them, I should let you know that this is the case. This section of the video sponsored by our good friends at Walmart. Ugh, that makes me feel disgusting just saying it, but like, I should let you know.
It's Walmart
right?
family.
Oh my God, please no. But yeah, hopefully that helps.
Okay. And then the last one was from Van Dread asking, says, why are you bald, Tom? So thank you. Okay, one more from Arian for 250. He said,
You're
Boner
not shiny
Box,
as ever.
you should educate Tim Foolery on IP. Sometimes he has pretty bad takes on history. Wait, what is that? Okay, never mind. I don't care. All right, we got
I got it. So I gotta go. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we
Not
gotta
bad. Pizza
finish up.
that.
So let me
Swoop in.
do you guys want to give some outros real quick? Prime, do you want to tell everybody where to find you?
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me, Tom. Tom, hung out a lot on my channel. And a good guy, honestly. I've always had a fun time interacting with him. Always been kind to me. And so I was happy that he reached out. It was nice talking with you all. I met just meeting most of you. So it was nice talking to you. And Lorna Box, yes. And Lorna Box, is nice to see you again. I think Lorna Box is always a challenging person to have as an opponent. And so it's always quite fun to spar with them. So shout out to you, Lorna Box. I hope you are doing well. Yes,
Love you.
come find me. Thank you. On twitch.tv and youtube.com/PrimeKai, PrimeCayes. We do debates. We yell at each other in a big group. It's a whole bunch of fun. I think you'll enjoy it as well. Come follow me there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Have
Prime's
to
also linked in the description as well, so you guys can check him out over there. He hosts lots of panels and debates there. Mercedes, go ahead.
Howdy, y'all. Thanks for watching. Tom is awesome. I'm just glad to be here and listen. I take like a very, I don't know, conservative, coded, liberal approach to everything. So my answer is to just shut up, put your head down, and work, and hopefully it all pans out. It's panned out for the conservatives, so I'm just hoping to attempt and replicate the same kind of shit, but the leftists are these speed bumps in the road. But I love you guys regardless, because I'd rather sit at a table with a bunch of leftists than a bunch of fucking Republicans. So
yeah,
that's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Mercedes.
Preach.
And appreciate you coming. I was glad you were able to make it. Loner Box.
I think it's good to want Democrats and left-leaning people to do better. I think it's also good to distinguish people who want Dems and left-leaning people to do better from people who just are parasites and want to use the Democratic Party as long as it can be a vehicle to further their agenda that most people don't identify with. I think there is a real problem now of people who are only there to destroy, who are only there to watch, to try and get the party and to get people who support the party to fail. Revolutionaries, commies, people who are obsessed with the free Gaza or free Palestine shit, even though, again, at the end of the day, it seems like most of them would just be happy watching half of the world's Jews get thrown into the sea. You spot the good critics from the bad ones, just like you do in your everyday life, you know? There are some people who want you to grow and they'll give you critique. There are other people who are just trying to bring you down. And I think it's quite clear what Taylor was doing with that article. Thanks for having me, Tom. Glad we got to make new friends.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming. And just a reminder for chat, we are not ending. We've got a bunch more debates coming up. We're doing a 24-hour subathon. Destiny versus Robnor coming up next. And then we have another panel after that. So don't go anywhere. And then Dispel, where can people find you?
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Tom, for hosting this. This was my first live debate. I really enjoyed it. The people can find me at twitch.tv/dispel_marketable streams. That's twitch.tv/dispel marketable streams. We do great content. I fundamentally believe that getting true information takes a little bit of hard work. and I try not to spoon feed things in my content. We're going to be going over a lot of interesting stuff, Jevons paradox, complexity, these sorts of paradoxes, while playing some awesome games. This weekend, we're going to be playing a Dream Barbecue, this, weeb sort of game.
Awesome. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on, man. Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Tom. Have a good evening. Good
Later.
luck to
Okay. Oh my goodness. That turned out to be some fucking shit. We did so yeah. So not so erudite. A bunch of people were asking. She's sick right now, and so wasn't able to make it. We do have our last debate. So Counterpoint's also is sick and isn't able to make it. So for the last debate, which is going to be on Trump collectivizing power, centralizing power, and is that good or bad? That one is going to be Andrew Wilson and Jake the Rattlesnake, which the guy, Jake the Rattlesnake, most of you may not know who that is, but he's got a huge channel, almost at 900,000 subscribers. He's on a bunch of, other channels like Whatever Podcast and crap like that, but yeah, he's doing really well. So it's going to be Andrew Wilson and Jake the Rattlesnake versus Vince Wilson, who's another TikToker, and then I think we're going to have Corbin as his debate partner. So that's going to be the last panel tonight around 9:30, and then we might even do some open panels and let people hop on and discuss shit after everything. Because, yeah, after 3 long panels and going into a 24-hour stream, it's possible that I'm going to be kind of tired at that point. But we'll maybe let some people come on and argue with each other so that I can continue to just sit back and sleep and do nothing. But I don't know if you guys saw it, dude. I just saw this a little while ago, right before I went live. There's apparently, I'm assuming other people have probably already covered this today, but I literally saw it right before I went live. Lauren Chen is speaking out. She posted this earlier, 1 year ago today. My family was awoken by the FBI about to break down our door. Holy moly. I didn't expect her to come back at all. I expected her to be gone. Done. So this is statement 7/4/2025. This past year has brought trials I never imagined possible. There is so much I have to say, but for now, I will do my best to answer a question I know many of you have been wondering: what happened? So this is obviously about the Tenet stuff. Yeah, the Russians. Like this seems to be about that crap. So it's gonna be interesting to see what's in this real quick. So let's check it out. On September 4th, 2024, 2 months before the general election, my husband, 2-year-old, and I were awoken early in the morning by 30 armed FBI agents about to break down our door at the time I was entering my 4th month of pregnancy. The FBI spent the next 4 hours searching our house and interrogating us about our company Tenet, which licensed mostly right-leaning conservative content. They took all our electronics and seized our assets. This included our life savings and revenue that had nothing to do with Tenet, such as payments from contracts with The Blaze and TPUSA. That same day, then Attorney General Merrick Garland published a press release which essentially labeled Tenet a Russian propaganda operation intent on subverting American elections. The Department of Justice also unsealed an indictment on 2 Russian individuals that worked in conjunction with our company, but were not in U.S. custody or even in the country. This lengthy indictment of these individuals was largely focused on Tenet, though most of the information provided was false, inaccurate, or out of context. There were also claims made concerning issues outside of our knowledge, and we regard those allegations with extreme skepticism. Garland painted Tenet as a covert Russian propaganda mouthpiece, and our conservative-leaning talent as unwitting propagandists. The implication was that the Russian government was astroturfing support for President Donald Trump in the upcoming election, and that his conservative and right-wing supporters online and in independent media were merely behind him because they were paid to be. I don't think that was part of the article. I don't think that was part of the indictment. I don't think that, like, whether or not they were supporting Trump, I'm pretty sure everybody knew that all of those people supported Trump ahead of time. I don't think that was ever part of the implication in the indictment. Did anybody else get that? I know there's a lot of, like, bad faith people who've been running around saying that they all knew that they were being paid by Russia. It didn't seem as though that was the case. So, I mean, there's definitely bad faith people saying this stuff, but that wasn't part of the indictment whatsoever. To be clear, my own commentary has never been shaped by any outside parties, despite working with several different companies during my time on social media. Furthermore, as a company, Tenet offered total editorial freedom to our creators. We never forced or advised our creators to push certain agendas, nor were we ever told to do so by any third party. So that's not true. Again, we have part of the indictment showing that they were told to cover a concert where there was, I believe it was ISIS that attacked a concert and killed a bunch of people in Russia, and the Russian Tenet people told them to blame it on Ukraine and the United States and say that it was the United States CIA and Ukraine. And you know who did the fucking story? It was Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson, they said, we want somebody to cover the story. We want somebody to kind of blame them and kind of make eyes look at them. And Benny Johnson did the story and did this whole, like, who knows who could it be? Who knows? I don't know. When it was already, like, out and about, like, everybody knew ISIS had already taken responsibility for it. I don't even think he mentions that ISIS had taken responsibility for it. But yeah, he definitely played this game of who knows. It could be anybody, and I don't remember if he actually made it sound like it was Ukraine or the United States, but in the indictment, it says that they were asking them to get a content creator to cover the story as though it could be the United States CIA or Ukraine. And then Lauren Chen replied and said, okay, I got somebody. He's going to do it. And then all of a sudden we find this video from Benny Johnson later. So I don't know. I don't know why she's saying they had full editorial freedom and that they weren't influencing their content. In fact, we often did not see the content our creators published directly to our platform until it went live. We encourage these creators to do what they do best, speak their minds boldly. To suggest that their earnest opinions are tantamount to Russian propaganda is not only dishonest, but a besmearing of views commonly shared by a huge swath of Americans. In any case, due to the political nature of Garland's press release, our story quickly made international headlines, and we were falsely labeled spies, propagandists, and even traitors. We wanted to set the record straight, but it immediately became apparent that any attempt to challenge the Biden DOJ results in threats of arrest, charges, and potentially prison. And so, out of fear of being separated from our children and under the advice of counsel, we chose to remain silent until we could be sure that speaking out would not result in further judicial or extrajudicial punishment. Okay, so the Trump administration said, hey guys, don't worry about it. We got you. We got you. We're going to drop all these charges. Y'all go ahead. Do your thing. That makes sense. Okay. Though there were never any criminal charges, much less convictions, due to this widely publicized investigation, all of our professional contracts were promptly dropped. We were deplatformed from YouTube, TikTok, Discord, and Google. We and even some of our family members were debanked by several financial institutions. We were forced to move due to death threats. Our work-based immigration visa, which was torpedoed by the actions against our company, was not renewed. The Canadian government also deemed to have opened their own investigation into us following the highly publicized American case. And of course, we quickly amassed legal fees well into the six figures. In March of this year, due to high blood pressure caused by chronic stress, I was induced and delivered our daughter. Despite the circumstances surrounding the pregnancy, she is a happy and healthy baby and has been a light in our lives during these difficulties. Thanks be to God. In April, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York informed our lawyer that the investigation into us and our company had finally been closed. This news provided us with some relief, but it soon became clear that although we weren't criminals, the SDNY had no interest in restoring us to where we were before the investigation began, though they could easily do so. Well, that's because they actually know that you guys are criminals. They know that you guys did do this shit, and they know that Trump is just telling them that they have to drop the fucking case. So they're not gonna treat you like you're innocent, because you're not. No fucking duh. There would be no similar press release absolving us of the very public and very serious allegations that have been made against us. There would be no help clearing our names with the Canadian government. They would not restore our visa status, and predictably, despite the lack of charges or convictions, our financial assets, all of our savings, would not be returned. We have lived humbly in the past year, both due to financial woes and public vilification. We have had very little certainty about what our future as a family will look like. Because my American visa was contingent upon our company, we had no choice but to leave our home and children's place of birth. We are doing everything in our power to get a new visa and return home. Sadly, we also lost some people who we believed were our friends, but more notably, we were blessed to have quite a number of our colleagues reach out with words of support. Some even published videos or posted in our defense. I am humbled to say that there are too many to thank individually. We have also received many kind messages from our audience during this time, and I cannot thank you all enough. Your messages of support, which have continued to come even though I've gone from the public life for a year now, never fail to bring tears to my eyes. No criminal charges were ever actually brought against myself, my husband, or our company. The legal investigation has been quietly closed. Despite this, the road ahead of us is fraught with difficulty and uncertainty. I wish this ordeal was over, but our struggles continue as we fight to correct the many ways that our lives were upended. To that end, as some of you have kindly suggested and offered, we are now seeking help to cover our still growing legal fees and our effort to return home. Any support is greatly appreciated, and we look forward to getting back to content creation and our lives soon. Thank you. And so yeah, they have a like GoFundMe or something here. She said, "Oh, and as you can imagine, in light of all this, we have become big advocates for crypto. If anyone is so inclined, here are our wallet addresses." Yeah, of course. Okay. All right. Let me. What the fuck? Why does it do this? Okay, hold on. I got like a pretty big thing I gotta fix real quick.
Okay, we're going to continue to monitor this very lengthy hearing as it seems to be winding down. Welcome to Inside Politics. You have been watching a highly contentious hearing with major implications for nothing short of public health in the United States of America. For nearly 3 hours, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. didn't just field questions from senators, he lobbed insults, which many of them gave right back. Now, there are going to be lots of clips that you're going to see online, lots of viral moments, but here's what's important to keep in mind. This was not just a run-of-the-mill political food fight. This is senators from both parties, Democrats and many Republicans, trying to get basic answers from the Secretary of Health and Human Services about significant changes to the CDC, radical changes to vaccine policy. Here's just a bit.
Most Americans will be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
The question is everyone who wants it. That was your promise.
No, I didn't. I never promised that I was going to recommend products with which there is no indication.
When you said...
And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator. You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the questions here.
You're
Mr.
evading
Kennedy.
that question.
I'm asking the questions.
I
Mr.
asked you a
Kennedy.
question.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve so much better than your leadership.
You did it behind closed doors.
No, the data is all public.
Now parents who decide that they do want their children to have
You're just making stuff up, Senator.
I'm not
You're
making
just
stuff
making stuff up.
You know, sometimes when you make an accusation, it's kind of a confession, Mr. Kennedy.
You choose to know answers to questions with some colleagues.
I'm willing to give you the answer. I'm willing to give you the answer.
Okay, so mods, if you guys are around, somebody changed the server settings to where anytime somebody is invited to the server, it invites them to quarantine. It puts them in quarantine automatically. That makes it to where they can't engage in other like they can't engage in like other chats and shit like that. So if I'm gonna try to fix this, but I don't know how to right now. And we got people that are about to join the server. I think Destiny's about to join right now. So if you guys just keep an eye out for him, whenever he joins, make sure that he does not have the off-topic badge on his name, and that he does have the streamer and VIP badge. I don't know who changed this. I don't know what happened, but I'm trying to fix it, and I don't know how. So I'm a little stuck, but I can't tell I'm not on a PC. You can hold down somebody's name. If you click on their profile, it'll let you click on their profile and change their roles. No, you just have to add roles. But I'll be right back.
Secretary, someone should have asked you, maybe President Trump should have asked you, are you a trustworthy person? And we should have waited for an answer then. Let's move on.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking gibberish.
Well, let's bring in the one and only CNN chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Sanjay, I don't even know where to start. You and I were texting. I will just say, thank goodness you were here.
I think if you were an American watching these last 3 hours, you would be completely confused. You would have been assaulted by misinformation and disinformation. You wouldn't know if COVID vaccines cause more deaths versus COVID itself. You might think antidepressants lead to increased suicides and mass shootings. People called each other liar over and over again. I mean, a term that we would hear very sporadically. It was used so many times today. It was just very hard to piece together. I think one thing I think is important is that there's constantly been this tension, Dana, between the Make America Healthy Again movement, which I think a lot of people agree with fundamentally because we're not a very healthy country, but it is so entangled with this discussion around vaccines. And I think anytime, Secretary Kennedy was sort of asked about vaccines, he would sort of rely on this idea that we're not a very healthy country. Those are two distinct things. I was very confused by many of these things, and I think one thing I agree with Secretary Kennedy on. I don't think a lot of times they were looking for answers for him on specific questions. One of the big ones was, what was the real value of Operation Warp Speed? What did that really do? President Trump, others have said this was one of the greatest scientific achievements. Senator Cassidy said President Trump should be nominated for a Nobel Prize. Let me just show you something really quick, because I think when it comes to data, people say, look, we don't trust the corporations to give us data. We don't trust the government to give us data. And we run into this as reporters all the time. I don't know if we have this data from the Commonwealth Fund. A lot of times we search for data from other organizations that are not taking funding from private or governmental organizations. If we don't have it, I can sort of tell you the numbers here. But basically, so between December 2020 and November 2022, what did the vaccinations do in the United States? Prevented 18.5 million hospitalizations and avoided 3.2 million deaths. I put this up, Dana, because again, trying to cut through some of the clutter here, everyone's going to keep saying, well, Pfizer's presenting that data. I don't trust that. CDC's presenting that data. I don't trust it. So who are you going to trust? Who are you going to trust? And I think that's fundamentally what this is going to be about over the next, who knows how long, Dana.
Yeah, and even again, if you had to really listen for it, even at one point, Secretary Kennedy admitted to Bernie Sanders, I have no idea how many lives were saved.
What do B12 vitamins actually do? I keep taking B12 vitamins. Everybody kept telling me that I need to take them. So I just went and got some and just started taking them. Because I know so many people who take B12. They always say, oh, I take them every day. Why do I need to take them? They make you bald? I should have been taking these a long time ago. Let's see. Vitamin B12, also known as cobalamin, plays a crucial role in various bodily functions. Here are the key benefits of B12 vitamins. Red blood cell formation. B12 is essential for the production of healthy red blood cells, which carry oxygen through the body. Deficiency can lead to anemia, characterized by fatigue, weakness, and pale skin. Oh, well then I definitely need B12. Well, shit. I'm gonna eat the whole fucking bottle. I'll be good today. You don't need them if you eat meat. Oh. I'm kind of a meatitarian. Although I'm starting to think I can't eat steak. I'm starting to feel like I have some problems with steak. So it's bullshit. Aren't you one of the people who told me that I need to take supplements and like B12 and shit like that? Before jumping on a vitamin fad, get a blood test done. Yeah, I can't remember. I think I did recently get a blood test done, or I had orders to get a blood test done, and maybe I didn't do it. I can't remember. All right. Let's see.
By the COVID vaccine, but quite a few. I just quickly we played a lot of Democrats. There are Republicans who are doctors and even some who are not doctors who were trying to get answers from Secretary Kennedy, particularly Bill Cassidy, who is not just a doctor, he is the doctor who voted yes, and he allowed RFK Jr. effectively with his vote to become HHS Secretary. Listen to this.
Do you agree with me that the president that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That
So
was
let me ask you, but you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccine.
Senator Cantwell. You're wrong.
So I want you to weigh in quickly, but that last point, him saying, Senator Cassidy saying, you're effectively denying people vaccines, that was a theme throughout this, which he denied. But you say it, Sanjay. I mean, my impression, I have some people here on the set who say they can't get vaccines for their little kids because of the confusion of what HHS is saying.
There are many states, including DC, where it is very hard, if not impossible, to get a COVID vaccine right now. And that is because pharmacists are relying on the advisory committee.
That's something else that Taylor Lorenz has been going off about on Twitter. Like, she's been making a huge deal about the fact that the Biden administration said that COVID was over. She's been making a huge deal about this all over the place. She has videos on it on her YouTube channel. She has articles on this, that Biden administration lied and said that COVID was over. But it's about the COVID pandemic. The pandemic was over. We were no longer in a state of emergency. We no longer had to like have the government supply all this extra stuff because of it. That it wasn't a national emergency anymore.
To make these recommendations. The advisory committee, as you know, is dismantled, and then we're going to see if there's even a meeting sometime later this month.
Why is
right now,
CNN always
are
so
sort of
quiet?
bound in many states to what those ACIP recommendations are. Could you go to a doctor? Could you pay for it yourself? Could you get it off label? Perhaps. But as was pointed out several times today, it is far harder today than it was even a month ago or certainly a year ago to get the.
Hey, Rob.
What's up, Tom?
How's it going, man?
Not bad. You live streaming?
Yes, I am.
I
live.
assume, right?
Yes, I am live. Yeah, we just finished a panel on the Taylor Lorenz topic.
What was the verdict? Is she an idiot or?
I don't. It was honestly quite odd because there were numerous points where the people who were there supposed to like defend Taylor Lorenz were like, "Look, I'm not here to defend Taylor Lorenz," and we're like, "Wait, hold on, like this." That is like what the topic was. Like the topic is the Wired article. One side is defending the Wired article, the other side's criticizing the Wired article. Like, but you're all of a sudden like, oh, I'm not here to do that. It's like, wait, no, you are. That's exactly what you're here for. What the fuck? So yeah, it was.
That'll happen.
It was a little odd. So yeah, it seemed like both sides didn't necessarily agree with Taylor. Which you guys, Destiny, you were part of a panel just the other day with RGR about the Taylor Lorenz article as well. And did you guys have any ops on that panel?
Any ops on that panel? Oh, no lefties ever want to argue about anything.
Huh. Okay. Are you able, I don't know if
you know how it goes.
It's not a huge deal, but I'm assuming you're using virtual cam. Are you able to fill in the top and bottom on your Discord cam?
No, why do you need it? What does it matter?
Why? I put everything in a different format on here, so I just have to zoom in a little bit more. Like I said, it's not a big deal, but if
no, just keep it how it is. I want to be cinematic. Okay, fuck you.
Well, you won't be on my
Don't
stream.
cut my
I'm
aspect
changing
ratio.
it. So, all right. So I meant to message you guys last night, but I forgot to. Our 2-minute intros good?
You mean intro to the entire topic?
Yeah, like each one of you get
intro to our
intros.
channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think people at least know most of our channel, so yeah, that's fine by me.
Yeah, you're from the Crucible, as your shirt says. So everybody.
That's true. I am.
It'll be easy to find you. Okay, cool. We are doing a subathon over here today. We're 24-hour stream, so we're gonna have a bunch of different debates. We just finished the debate on the Taylor Lorenz Wired article. And now we got Destiny versus Robnor on the Obamagate controversy. Let me make sure I pull this up so I get the wording right. I don't want to mess this up. Okay, so it says, is Obama guilty of lawfare, and is the Trump admin lying about the details? So recently they said that they were going to look for a grand jury indictment on Obama and maybe Lynch as well, I believe. And there's been a lot of details that people have been arguing about, so we brought Destiny and Rob on to debate this. And then after this, we have another debate with Andrew Wilson and Jake the Rattlesnake. So, did you...
Real quick, can I test my audio on my end? Can you guys hear me on my end? And can you hear them?
Hello, testing. 1, 2. Test. Am I heard, hearable?
Destiny is a little bit louder than you. Rob, let me turn you up just a little bit.
I can shout.
Okay.
What was the exact wording of the topic? That's all I need.
It was...
Is it what you sent me?
Yes. Yeah. Is Obama guilty of lawfare, and is the Trump administration lying about the details?
Got you.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, all right, we'll start with openings, and Rob, if you want to kick us off, then we'll go to Destiny.
All right. So the topic's about lawfare, primarily from Russiagate. Even if small claims could be disputed, the prompt applies. Either there was lawfare or there's not. So to be sufficient to prove that there was lawfare, that I win the prompt. For the purposes of lawfare, we'll use the definition of legal action to cause problems for an opponent, spying on, investigating, etc. Your opponents would consider lawfare. Lawfare was certainly used against Trump and his team, both during the lead up of the 2016 election and during his first term, also afterwards, but that's a debate for another day. All of these examples would be Carter Page, the FISA warrants, Papadopoulos, Flynn, the mistreatment of them compared to Hillary's team, who at one point paid a suspected Russian spy named Igor Dashchenko. There was no investigation into her compared to the investigation into Trump, which shows the two-tiered system in lawfare. Hillary's team concocted the Russia collusion story, and Obama and his CIA and FBI all knew it. The ICA never found that Russia interfered to help Trump until after Obama ordered a new report personally. Leaks to the press started almost immediately that the ICA had found that Russia interfered to help Trump. In fact, that was, I believe, the same day the Washington Post broke a story that said the ICA concluded that Russia interfered to help Trump, although previously that had never been found by any ICA, and it was only the day after Obama ordered a new review. There's shoddy evidence that was previously left out to make this assertion. And there's strong evidence to the contrary left out of the ICA that shows that actually they were not interfering to help Trump. And in fact, they could have did more if they were. And they had more evidence about Hillary they could have released if they were trying to hurt her and to help Trump. The claim that Russia interfered to help Trump is keystone in allowing the media and the intel agencies to show America that there was a necessity for a constant investigation into Trump-Russia throughout his first term. There was never any crime shown between Trump or his team illegally taking action with Russia to affect the 2016 election. Now, although we don't have smoking gun evidence that Obama is directly involved, the circumstantial evidence is very convincing. And lastly, the prompt should not mean that Obama is just one man. If we could prove that his administration and the people working under him to benefit his party used lawfare against Trump, that should be sufficient to win. The buck stops with Obama. There was clear lawfare. Should be an easy debate to win.
Awesome. Thank you, Rob. And Destiny.
I think that, unfortunately, the intelligence community in the United States is not perfect. I think there probably are strong arguments that the IC probably did help a candidate to win the 2016 election. I think that if anybody is an honest actor and they do a simple survey of what happened, then the answer would be that the FBI lent way too much support to Donald Trump to win, despite the fact that we're going to spend the majority of this debate talking about the Steele dossier, Crossfire Hurricane, Carter Page, all of these investigations. I think it is noteworthy that none of these investigations were announced publicly until after the election happened, because Comey stated that he didn't want to violate the Hatch Act, although Comey multiple times said that he wanted to talk about the Hillary Clinton email investigation, which he did at 3 separate occasions conclusions, when he talked about opening it, when he gave, outside of what would be the ordinary process, his recommendations to not file charges while also excoriating Hillary Clinton and her State Department for their use of an email server, in a move that shocked Loretta Lynch, that he probably never should have done, and then for him announcing that they were opening the investigation again. Hillary Clinton's email topic dominated for 6 months the news cycle in the United States regarding the election. And it's important to know the only reason why we even have this investigation, the only reason why it's dominating the news cycle, is because the Russian GRU team that adopted the moniker Guccifer 2.0 hacked into the DNC DCCC email servers and then started timely leaks of it in order to do optimal damage to Hillary Clinton's campaign. We can go back and forth between all of these smaller points. There's going to be a lot of things that Rob says. They just rely on a misreading or lacking the context of, or lacking any evidence to support the statements underneath them. For instance, I'm sure we'll go through these ICA statements. The fact that Obama ordered any of these is not true. The fact that the second ICA statement issued in January as having significantly different findings than the one in September is not true. All of these things just rely on you going by what Tulsi Gabbard says is in the leaks that she makes and not actually reading the leaks themselves. But thankfully, I had nothing to do last night except for read 200 or 300 pages of original source material. So we're ready to go over all these leaks. Yeah.
All right. Rob, I will let you start where you want. I would assume you guys would want to start with like 2016 and Carter Page and things like that, but you're free to start where you want.
Can I give my let me give my impression of the ICA stuff, because there's a huge disagreement here. So Tulsi Gabbard's leaks on the whole Russia gate thing is that somehow these leaks on this second ICA, this intelligence community assessment, somehow proved that Obama ordered some new ICA thing that was in stark contrast to the prior ICA findings. This is simply not true. The ICA findings on the second report more or less echo things that were in the first report. Some stuff is now at a higher confidence because there's been more time to research. And what's more important, all the ICA findings ended up being true. They are true. Nothing's been discredited from that. It is obvious that there was one party, there was one person that was targeted by the Russian hackers, and it was the DNC, it was the DCCC. We know that. We saw the leaks, we saw the hacks. So I have no idea how we can even accuse those things of being false. What evidence is there that Obama caused a significant divergence in what the intelligence community assessment already was on all these things?
First off, the ICA disclosures that we see, particularly from Tulsi with the Durham Annex and everything, could be totally irrelevant to this debate as to whether or not the question that the Obama team used lawfare against Trump. They clearly did. I could concede the entirety of Tulsi Gabbard's claims being untrue, and it wouldn't change that fact. But to speak on the ICA reports, if you want right now, the problem isn't that the majority of it wasn't found to be accurate. The problem was the specific claim that the ICA found that Russia was interfering to help Trump. Now, that claim is going to be important because that was necessary to get the public on board and to give the FBI and later the Mueller team the excuse for why they had to investigate Trump despite the very flimsy evidence for the opening of the investigation and the continuing of the tools they used, which we would later see would be corrupt, as in to corrupt Carter Page FISA warrants. They needed that claim that Russia didn't just interfere to mess with our system like they always do, but they actually interfered to help Donald Trump. Those are the claims that the Tulsi Gabbard files from the Durham Annex are releasing, and we can see that there was incredible discrepancies from how this ICA was put together compared to how normally the best standards and practices of the FBI are, up to including at least 2 of the 5 people working under Brennan, who was instrumental in putting together this ICA on this specific claim, saying that they disagreed with a lot of the additions that were made in there, particularly the things that were directly referencing the evidence that Russia interfered to help Trump. But since you read it and you're going to accuse me of not reading it, can you tell me the 4 pieces of evidence that were used that the Durham Annex showed that the ICA used to say that Russia interfered to help Trump?
I don't believe that those pieces of evidence were declassified.
No, it's not true. We now see through the Durham Annex that they were.
What is your impression of what those 4 things were?
So there were only 4 pieces of evidence that the Durham Annex says that were actually used to claim that Russia interfered to help Trump. And let me be clear so that we're not 2 ships crossing. You're absolutely right that the rest of the ICA report, pretty much everyone agrees, is pretty legit. Russia did interfere. They want to meddle in our systems, etc. It was that key claim that is the keystone to going after Trump with these investigations, that they interfered to help Trump, that there's a discrepancy.
Well, before we go into this, do you agree that Russia intervened aggressively, far more against Hillary Clinton than against Donald Trump?
Yes.
So you agree that they did more to help, you agree that they did more to help Trump win than Hillary Clinton, correct?
Well, it's not that. That wasn't the intent. What happened was that there was just more information out there because of the carelessness of Hillary Clinton and the fact that she's been in office so long. And they just assumed that Hillary Clinton was going to win, just like James Comey, just like everyone else, the New York Times, almost everyone in this country and around the world assumed because of the great institutional advantages that Hillary's going to win. So they thought it was insurmountable, basically, and that Hillary is going to win. So the entire intent was to cause distrust with the way that our elections are proffered. So it was never about picking or choosing. The evidence is overwhelming that they didn't like Trump either. They thought there would be a horse apiece, that both the presidents would be bad for Russia and wouldn't help relations. There was some evidence that suggested that actually they preferred Hillary Clinton because they found her to be predictable and would carry on the legacy of Barack Obama, whereas Trump was seen as sort of a wild card and they weren't sure
Wasn't
how
the
to
legacy
regulate.
of Barack Obama the murdering of Gaddafi in Libya, the Syrian refugee crisis that threw Russia into disarray, the intrusions against Russia's plans in the Middle East, as opposed to Bush, who was more cooperative in the war on terror? How could you possibly say they would prefer the Obama the red line
legacy
statements like?
Right, the red line that he gave up on, right? You're right. And the fact that they were able to
Do you think that
invade-
Obama's foreign policy was seen as nice by Putin? Do you think that
it was seen as predictable, right? They knew exactly how far they could push the line. And that's why they were able to invade Ukraine and Crimea in 2014 under Obama. That's why they didn't do it in 4 years under Trump. That's why they were able to call the bluff on Obama's Syria red line statement. They basically had
there's no evidence that they've continued to strike into Ukraine under Trump. They've escalated attacks under Trump. There's zero evidence to imply that they wouldn't have invaded under Trump. There's no reason to think that they wouldn't have done that. They continued to escalate attacks when Trump was president.
But they didn't escalate under Trump's first term.
Sure, they did. They were still funding the civil war in the southeast. It continued to rage on. For the first time, Russian troops were present in Ukraine and confirmed, I think, under Trump's first term. So there's no evidence whatsoever. There's no reason to believe why they wouldn't have invaded under Trump. They probably would have.
The entire argument and what the report suggests is that actually they found Hillary to be predictable. It's not even so much. It's sort of like the idea.
What do they say that? Wait. What is the evidence that they found Hillary predictable and therefore could have preferred her?
I will find it for you. I will find it for you in a minute. First, I want to go back to this idea of the 4 pieces of evidence that were suggested in both the classified annex and then in the formal part of the ICA. The fourth part is, it was said in the annex, was the Steele dossier. You agree with that?
No. The Steele dossier was not used for the ICA assessments in January. That's not true.
That's not true. It was actually included in the annex. You disagree?
It was included in the annex, but that was the only part that it was included in. Comey pushed for the include, but it wasn't referenced. It wasn't used. The CIA and nobody else used or built upon that for their findings for the ICA statements relating to whether or not Russia had a preference for a particular leader or whether or not any of the findings of that ICA would have changed. It was simply sectioned off. It was quarantined off in the annex because Comey fought hard because he wanted to include it and nobody else in the IC wanted it there.
If it wasn't used by anyone, why would Comey put it there?
Comey wanted it because Comey said that Obama had demanded that they turn over every single thing that they had in relationship to the Russia campaign interference stuff and everything else. And because they were also going to be briefing the incoming President Trump on these things, and they weren't sure if Trump knew anything about the Steele dossier. So Comey fought really hard to include it. Initially, he wanted to weave the text through the report of the ICA, but everybody else pushed back on him because the rest of the intelligence community didn't like it. They didn't think it was good material. So they basically quarantined it off with a huge warning, this is unverified, unvetted in the January ICA that was published.
Okay, so just to be clear, your one reason that Comey insisted on including this is he was just following orders that everything had to do with Russia involving the 2016 election should be included.
Those are Comey's statements himself, and they are reiterated in the Senate Judiciary report on this. So yes, do you believe something different?
Yes, I think if that would be the case, then there would be strong evidence if there was evidence exonerating, or I don't want to say exonerating, evidence that went the other way, that were potential other conclusions, such as evidence that they had of things that Hillary Clinton may have been doing, emails, or evidence they had of actual aggression that Russia used against Trump, then that would have been included in the ICA, correct? If they were mandated to include everything, right? They wouldn't have selectively let stuff out then.
Wait, what do you think they selectively left out?
For example, they didn't include that there were releases about Colin Powell, email releases they got from Colin Powell saying that basically Colin Powell thought that Trump was a piece of shit. Then there were a bunch of emails that Russia had.
Wait, what is that? What do statements from Colin Powell have to do with foreign election interference? That's what this ICA was.
It has to do. The ICA was tasked with determining what Russia did to meddle and what their motivations were. Correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding, basically. Yeah.
Okay, so then all evidence to come to not just one preferred conclusion, that is they did it to help Trump. They should include, Obama gave them a mandate to include everything that could possibly be what their motivation was and evidence that they interfered, correct? That's
No,
your
not,
argument.
well, not everything that could possibly be, but what the ultimate assessment was of the intelligence community for what they were ruling on. This is why that all the other IC people didn't want the Steele dossier included, because none of them used it. Even the FBI didn't in their overall assessment. But Comey thought it was important to include it in some section or in some way because he thought that it was a huge thing that was being spoken about behind the scenes, and he wasn't sure if Trump had been briefed on it at all. But this is why you acknowledge then that the dossier was not relied upon for any factual determining anything in the ICA. It was just sectioned off. It was just quarantined off in the annex. It wasn't sourced anywhere, cited anywhere. It wasn't used to build upon any of the findings in the ICA.
But the problem is that there were certain people that had access to that annex and could see that information to help include what their judgment would be. In fact, when Brennan was
wait, what do you mean certain people?
There were, I think, the people at the CIA. I think there were people at the FBI and a couple other agencies.
No, that's not true.
So no one. Okay, so then who had access to the annex? Just Comey.
The annex was
the only one who saw it.
No, the annex was part of the final ICA that was put together and presented to Obama, and then I think in the future to Trump if he got the same ICA presentation.
Yeah, but the argument
that ICA was put together to present to as part of the presidential, the PBD or whatever, the presidential briefing.
You tell me.
PDB.
Let's make sure we're on the same track here, right? My understanding is that all of the intel groups that worked on the ICA got to see the body of the ICA, correct? But only a select few got to see the sort of annex, which is where the Steele dossier was included.
I mean, the top line cabinet people would have had to have signed off on the dossier, yes. But I don't understand what. Yeah, they would have seen that included in the annex. Yeah.
Okay, so the point is, right?
But that doesn't mean that the ICA was built. Anything in the ICA wasn't built off of stuff from the dossier.
Well, there was
the
stuff.
ICA
Look, I'm actually like the Steele dossier, believe it or not, would be the strongest evidence that Russia interfered to help Trump, right? So I don't think it's helping your case to say like what.
Wait, wouldn't the strongest evidence be the fact that they hacked the DNC and they hacked the DCC email servers and then
no, that
did
doesn't
timely
speak
leaks
to
of that?
That doesn't speak to their motivation as to whether or not they were trying to help Trump or not. It speaks to their motivation that they were getting access to everything they could to interfere in our system. But the motivation of specifically helping Trump was nothing that was ever determined prior to December 8th. We'll get to this.
So wait, what didn't Putin expressing a preference for Donald Trump as a leader, leaking explicitly things that are anti-Hillary Clinton, and the fact that all the Mueller indictments, investigations, and the Internet Research Agency, all of them were on attacks against Clinton. That's just all coincidence. They were trying to under.
Okay, if that's all true, why was none of that included in the ICA? Why didn't they include anything about the Internet Research Agency or any of that nature?
I believe
they included three pieces.
Hold on. Not only I believe they did, because I think that Prigozhin, is mentioned in the ICA as being a potential funder for. I don't know if they say Internet Research Agency by name, but I think that they say that there were. I don't know if the investigation, because it was just the ICA for what they currently had. I think that deep into the investigation didn't happen until Mueller got his hands on things. But I think they named Prigozhin as being one of the oligarchical funders of some of the foreign propaganda that came out of that ICA, which ended up being the Internet Research Agency.
I'm not
There's
sure.
another reason why they get silly to attack the ICA, because everything that was in the ICA was true. So attacking this as some like Obama propaganda piece, every single thing in there is true, and we now know is even more true than we knew before.
It's not true, right? What we're talking about is when the ICA was. So again, we're getting off track from the 3 points that were any evidence that was given in the ICA that said that the motivation of Russia was to help Trump. All you're saying is, yeah, but they hacked Hillary, right? But that doesn't speak to their motivation, right? And so we'll go back to this. The timeline real quick was, you acknowledge this, that December 8th, it wasn't officially an intelligence community assessment, but there was an intelligence assessment that was given to Barack Obama that basically said, and this is the first Tulsi file that was released, Russia didn't have effects in cyber hacking of our election infrastructure. You're aware of this, like 100-something page document that Tulsi releases?
Yeah, it's like a smorgasbord of random things. It includes both of the ICAs and a bunch of random emails. Yeah, what about it?
Okay, so that said, that was being presented to Obama in December 8th, 2016. And basically nowhere in that report does it say that the motivation of Russia was to help Trump win. There is nowhere that I could find anywhere prior to December 8th that there was any intelligence assessment ever in the United States that said that Russia's motivation was anything other than them monkeying with our election systems to sow distrust. None of it ever said that they were interfering to help Donald Trump. Can you provide me any evidence to the contrary?
I don't think they had reached that assessment yet, but it was that ICA that you're talking about came out on September 9th, right? So there was months of more intelligence gathering before the future one that would be released in January came out. So we wouldn't expect the one in January to be the exact same.
Gotcha.
No?
So just so we're clear, so we're both on the same page. Prior to December 8th, Then this report comes out December 8th. Obama immediately the next day calls a meeting, and it has like, you know, all the characters, Comey, Clapper, all these people. And Clapper ends up releasing an email after that meeting saying, hey, Obama's ordered us to do a new ICA. You agree with this?
No.
Okay.
I don't think
go
there
ahead.
was ever. I think that there was. I believe that the first ICA that we talk about comes out on September in September of 2016. And then I think eventually there is a big meeting because Obama wants to be able to release something relating to all of the attacks that Russia had done on our election, because it was probably the worst year where we've ever had foreign intrusion. And Obama wants the ICA or wants the intelligence community to put out some kind of statement, just like detailing like what had happened. And then all of the intelligence community cabinet heads and everybody else meets, and they, you know, and then they are tasked to put
Okay,
together this
so
ICA.
I think I think you're functionally wrong. According to a DNI files, I could send you this on page 7. It says, quote, after the meeting, according to the Office of Director of National Intelligence, Clapper's executive assistant emailed intelligence community leaders, tasking them to create a new intelligence community assessment per the president's request that detailed the tools Moscow used and the actions it took to influence the 2016 election. Quote, ODNI will lead this effort with participation of CIA, FBI, NSA, and DHS. That was December 9th. So you're
correct.
factually
But what you're
incorrect.
saying, no. When do you think, when they say put together a new thing, what do you think new thing? Do you think that they just saw one and they want a new one put together right now? They're just saying we want to put together one. We want to put together one. Not that like they showed him one and he didn't like it and now they want to do a new one.
That's not true. The December 8th briefing that was given to him was delayed to be released to public, and Obama called a meeting the next day and said, I want you all to put together a new thing. Now, it strongly suggests what happened was...
If you read, you mentioned a 112-page thing, 170-page thing linked by Tulsi Gabbard. There is no December 8th ICA. That's not true. I've never seen that.
That's
Or can you show me that?
Yes, I'll see if I can find the link to that. So, let's see. The December 8th report. Let's see if I Control F it here. Maybe if I type December.
The only two I see are the September 12th, 2016 ICA, and then there is the January 6th ICA from 2017.
Let's see.
And for chat, we will try to take questions towards the end if we have time. So if you guys put them in super chats or through the tips link and pinned at the top of chat, we'll try to get to those towards the end of stream if as long as we have time.
I believe that the reason why Obama wanted to test that as well is because I think during that meeting or the day before, because on December 7th, after the election, the talking points that had been prepared for Clapper were saying that the U.S., because now the U.S. Intelligence Committee had high confidence in its attribution of the intrusions into the Democratic National Committee, the DNC, and the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, DCCC networks, based on the forensic evidence identified by a private cyber firm and the IC's review and understanding of cyber activities by the Russian government. I don't believe in the September ICA. I don't think they had high confidence that Guccifer 2.0 was the GRU. They didn't know that, they didn't have high confidence that that was Russian yet. But by the time December had rolled around, they did have high confidence. That was presented to Obama. Once Obama heard that, he was like, okay, well, you guys should put together a new ICA, but you're presenting this, and I know that some headlines have presented this as though he was given some information on the 8th, and he was like, no, I want something different on the 9th. But that new ICA was not in response to getting one he didn't like. It was just he wanted a new ICA put together now with the updated intelligence.
No, so he did receive a report December 8th. Give me 1 second. I'll bring it up here. Let's see. So this is approved for release by the DNI on July 17, 2025. Let's see. This was sent
July 17, 2025?
Let me finish. This was approved. It was approved for release, so it was classified until that point on July 2025. This is pulled from the December PPD draft for the president, December 8, 2016. Cyber manipulation of U.S. election infrastructure to remain a challenge. In this, it says, quote, on page 1, let me see, bring it up. We have low to moderate confidence in Russia government's involvement because of our uncertainty about its utility for a state actor, a lack of observed effects from low-profile operation, and the actor's use of lack of obfuscation techniques, which included substantial overlap with criminal actors using similar targeting patterns and tactics. The activities did coincide with high-profile Russia cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. In other words, the conclusion, again, you're factually incorrect. This was sent to Obama on December 8th. And in this, they assessed that the motivation was, and I quote, the undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. So Obama
So
immediately—
what you're reading is not, so number one, what you're reading is not an ICA. Number one, that's just a briefing.
I
That's
said that
a
at the beginning of it.
Sure, but we were talking about ICAs. So now you've gone down to the president's daily briefing. So one, that's not an ICA. Two, you're just reading the second bullet point from a bunch of random things that are brought up, or not random, but a bunch of things that are brought up. You read the low to moderate confidence in the Russian government's involvement because of our uncertainty about the utility for state actor. Above that, they bring up the idea that there is a possible Russian government-affiliated cyber actors extracting voter data from Illinois Board of Elections. I think there's several other points in here about this, but none of this has to do, the goal of this was not assessing whether or not Russia wanted to attack or what the motivations of Putin were. The title of this briefing was Cyber Manipulation of U.S. Election Infrastructure to Remain a Challenge. That's what this briefing was about. And then after Obama got this briefing, he wanted a more comprehensive intelligence community assessment done rather than just a president daily briefing. He wanted all of the intelligence communities to come together and do their research and put together what they thought was the strongest version of what actually happened.
So again, up until this point, there was no confirmation that Russia or any claim whatsoever made by an intelligence community that said that Russia interfered to help Trump as part of their motivation. Second, I admitted
they hadn't been tasked with exploring that yet.
Come on, please. I let you talk. Secondly, I didn't say this.
Well, do you acknowledge that just on the first point? They weren't tasked with exploring that yet, right?
No, of
That's
course
what Obama tasked them to explore, right? He didn't tell them, I need you to make this up. He just said, can you put together what we have on this?
So your argument is the intelligence community that was putting ICAs together in September was never trying to look into the motivation. They were never tasked with that. That our intelligence—
No, I'm sure they were looking for it, but they didn't have it at that point.
Okay, so then you're factually, again, incorrect when you say they weren't tasked with that prior. Of course they were tasked with trying to find the motivations of the actors they think are interfering in our country. So that's nonsense.
During the president's daily briefing, that's not what they were tasked with.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter if the president directly tells them. They understand implicitly that's their job. Now, I never said this was an ICA. I said it was sort of an intelligence briefing that was given that the president got. He gets this on the 8th. He says that it shouldn't be released publicly. And instead, he calls this meeting and immediately says, hey, we want an assessment, this overarching assessment, and doesn't release this. Again, it doesn't matter if the primary intent of this was to look at whether or not, and it's basically saying the intent, what they find out is Russia didn't affect the election results through cyber effects in hacking election infrastructure, but it does speak to the motivation. Right, but it does speak to the motivation. It says that the motivation that this intelligence assessment's concluding, or this intelligence briefing's concluding, is that they were trying to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process. So then
no,
the
that's
next
not
day,
true. There's nothing in here that says that. You're incorrect.
Okay.
That's not what they're assessing this.
I'm quoting, the activities did coincide with high-profile Russia cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. Not
correct.
To help
so
Donald
if you
Trump
actually,
win.
Yeah, I understand. So if you actually read any of the earlier ICAs, I read both of them. The reason why they have that included in there is because the article, the PBD that you're reading, or the president's daily briefing that you're reading, is about cyber manipulation and whether or not they were trying to literally flip the vote tallies to pick one winner or another. One of the things that the ICA, the prior ICA, had been tasked with is figuring out, do we think that Russia has the capability to do this? And they said, no, we don't. But we do think that what they can do is they can engage in, even if they're successful in a small scale, at changing one county or something, that in and of itself would be enough to undermine public confidence. That's the psychological warfare that they're talking about. They're not talking about the motivations here. They're just talking about what the goal might be for any type of individual election-related system hack. If you want, I can source that directly from one of the earlier ICAs. If you give me 2 seconds, I can find that for you if you want.
You can find it. I don't disagree with. I don't disagree. What I'm saying is the motivations through Russia election hacking activities from 2012, 2008. If you read any of the ICAs back then, they're always talking about how the entire goal of Russia is just.
We're not talking about 2012 to 28. They also say that 2016 was the most extreme and the most outlandish that Russia has ever attacked our system.
Okay.
So 2012 to 28.
Nonetheless,
yeah,
without you interfering all the time, so what I'm saying is they never came to the conclusion that the motivation was to help one candidate over the other. They never said
they did.
Obama
in January 6th, they did.
Is this just going to be that you have to spurg out and interrupt?
Well, I just need you to not lie. We can ask for a judge ruling on this if you want. But when they say psychological tactics, that's not talking about whether or not they wanted to broadly attack our system or favor one candidate or another. It's talking about the nature of the election attack that they were engaged in. And the nature of that attack wasn't to try to flip all the votes. It was to try to undermine the faith in the particular voting system. That would be the type of election attack that they would launch. This doesn't say whether or not they prefer one candidate or another candidate.
Okay, I disagree with you. Let's read what it says specifically right before it says that, okay? It says, I'm going to pause. This is a time for you to interrupt, like on cue. You ready? And I'll pause when I want your answer. You ready? The activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election. Pause. What do you think they mean by that?
Wait, I'm sorry, read that again for me.
The activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election. What do you think they're referencing there?
The DCCC, DNC leaks?
Okay, and it says, and then comma, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. In other words, it's saying that both of these things, the leaking of the WikiLeaks shit and stuff like that, and this, weren't done to affect one candidate or the other. It was to undermine the process and both candidates. Would you like to admit that you're wrong about this?
No, you're not understanding it. I can read you from a prior PBD, or we can go through as many of these as you want. So in the one on, for the one for September 14th,
have to do? What does that have
because
to do with
the subject matter here is not whether they prefer one or another. It's what is the goal of the hacks, right? So on the one for September 14th, cyber threats to U.S. elections unlikely to alter voting outcomes. We assess that foreign adversaries do not have the capability to covertly overturn the vote outcome of the coming U.S. presidential election by executing cyber attacks on election infrastructure. These adversaries, most notably Russia, can conduct cyber operations against election infrastructure to undermine the credibility of the process and weaken the perceived legitimacy of the winning candidate. Okay, so what they're tasked with finding here is, if they were to attack our voting systems, what would the goal of the attack be? Would it be to change the winner from one to another, or would it just be to undermine the process? And when they're looking at their types of attacks that they can do against the voting infrastructure, they're saying that they can do small attacks, but it's not going to be ones to like hack or rig the whole election. It would be to undermine the process itself. But they're not tasked with figuring out, why is he trying to favor Trump? Is he trying to favor Hillary? Or is he trying to just favor chaos in general? This is just tasked with what is the capability of their attacks on the election infrastructure.
That's not true. So it's, although you might be reading something from September that says that, you're ignoring the context and the specific wording that's being used in this December 8th briefing. Now, I'll remind you that it is talking specifically about the leaks. And yes, they are tasked with finding the motivations. It's not just saying, well, when it comes to hacking voter rolls, it's just to mess with the system. The mess with the system part is the motivation. And the motivation it says here, let me finish, the motivation that it says here when it comes to getting into voting rolls and shit like that, and I'm quoting, high-profile Russia cyber-enabled data leaks were to, quote, intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. Nowhere did it ever say that it was to prefer Donald Trump. Will you concede that?
I will concede this entire point to you if every single intelligence agency was tasked with this. If you can give me one example from a credible person saying that Obama changed their conclusion that Putin favored one candidate over the other. Has any evidence whatsoever been released of that? Because what you're saying is that the entire intelligence community saw one thing, and this singular meeting with every cabinet level official related to the intelligence community on December 8th, December 9th, that Obama changed their direction there. Is there a single shred of evidence relating to that?
First off, will you concede that in order for some sort of conspiracy or something like that to occur, you wouldn't need someone admitting it to be able to say that?
I just need give me a single shred of evidence. What's the strong, give me the one. Give me the strongest piece of evidence you have. The one. Don't say a bunch of random things and then say, "Oh, here's wrong." Give me the strongest piece of evidence you have for that.
Okay. There were only 3 things that the ICA used to say that Russia preferred Trump, and all 3 of them were so low confidence that they'd been known about prior and weren't included in prior ICAs. And all of a sudden, Brennan directly gets involved, and now they are included.
How is that evidence of Obama telling Brennan to do anything? Do we have any evidence whatsoever of that?
What it shows is it's clear that prior to December 9th, that the ICA or that the intelligence community was like, yeah, we're not ruling the motivation was this. Obama calls this meeting. Within that day, there were leaks to the Washington Post that said that the intelligence community assessment would say that Russia wanted Trump to win. And in addition to that, we then see all this shady shit being included.
Wait, hold on. Is that what those leaks said? Is that what the leaks to the, according to who?
What leaks? The Washington Post leak?
Yeah, what was that Washington Post article? Yeah.
Sure. So December 9th, Obama reorders this, as we already read, which you said didn't occur. We proved that that was the case. Just like you said,
you said reorders it. I'm sorry, we'll relitigate as much as you want. Your claim is that there was an ICA that was given. Now you've backtracked to saying, oh, well, there was a President Daily briefing that was given, and now he ordered a new thing. I agree with that. That was my original thing. So if you've come to my position, that's fine. There was no new ICA issue. There are only 2 that we're talking about. So we agree that there's 2. That's fine. Okay, so now read me this Washington Post article.
That's bullshit. You relitigating. I never said it was an ICA. specifically said it wasn't an
That's
ICA.
what we were
on
arguing over
December 8th.
initially.
That's not
so
true.
you were saying that the claim
And
was that Obama ordered an ICA after getting a presidential daily briefing? What's the big deal about that then? There's nothing noteworthy. Okay, well then fine. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing noteworthy about that.
What
So
I was
it's not
saying
worth
was
even
that
mentioning,
the evidence that was going to be released public, whether or not it was an ICA or just an intelligence briefing that was going to be released public, that showed that the motivations weren't for Russia to help Trump, was something that was then stymied. Then the next day, Trump said, Obama said, I want a new ICA. And within that day, leaks to the Washington Post started. Yes, Washington Post story. Quote, this is from December 9th, the same day. By the way, you originally said that Obama didn't order this on December 9th. That was proven not to be true.
I never said that. I said that he didn't scrub a prior ICA in favor of this one, but go ahead.
So it says, quote, Washington Post, the CIA has concluded in a secret assessment that Russia intervened in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win the presidency rather than just to undermine confidence in the U.S. electoral system, according to officials briefed on the matter. Literally the day that Obama orders a new ICA, you've already conceded that prior to this, there was no assessment from the CIA, FBI, or any
They hadn't ordered an assessment.
Okay,
there was that ICA hadn't been ordered. A president's daily briefing is not the intelligence community's assessment of an entire thing. The last assessment had been done in September.
So you acknowledge there was a prior ICA?
Yes. In September, yes.
Okay, so would you also acknowledge that that ICA did not say that Russia interfered to help Trump?
Correct.
So then my statement is correct that says prior to December 9th, there was no ICA, there was no intelligence community assessment that said, whether it be from the CIA, FBI, or anywhere else, that said that Russia was interfering to help Trump. You concede that's true.
I'm not conceding. Yeah, I agree. That's the factual record. Correct.
Okay.
So you're acting like this, like President daily briefings are not like published. You keep saying that like Obama stymied something. These aren't published to the public or anything.
Okay. Nonetheless, here's what the Washington Post argument says, right? It says the CIA has concluded, this is December 9th, the same day, immediately following Obama saying, I want a new ICA. Now we're getting leaks to the Washington Post that says the CIA has concluded in a secret assessment that Russia intervened in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win the presidency rather than to just undermine confidence in the U.S. electoral system, according to officials briefed on the matter. We would then see stories within days from the New York Times, other news outlets that would pick up this story almost immediately. So what happened was the narrative prior to December 8th was Russia's just meddling in the system, even with these data leaks. It's just
on that Washington Post story, why did they say that? What was the sentence right after? Not just to undermine the U.S. political process more generally. The Post report cites officials who say they have identified individuals connected to the Russian government who gave WikiLeaks emails hacked from the Democratic National Committee and top Hillary Clinton aide John Podesta. One official described the conclusion that this was intended to help Trump as the consensus view. That was a change. In September, they didn't have a high confidence that that hack was Russian. At this point, they had that confidence.
That's first off, no, that's not true. You don't have any evidence that they did more research. If that was the case, then why was President getting presidential daily briefing meetings the day before that said that the conclusion wasn't that they were trying to help Trump?
That's not, they weren't tasked with that. They were tasked with what kind of attacks were being done on the election infrastructure. They were being tasked with exploring what Russia's motivations were.
And yet you've already conceded that they spoke to the motivation when they said that the motivation was to undermine confidence in both candidates.
It wasn't about picking one candidate or another. It was the motivation to change the outcome of the election or to just cause mayhem in general. It wasn't do they prefer one candidate or another. It was what was the goal of what kinds of attacks were they doing? That's what it was.
Well, we do keep looping on this, and we do have to have like a statement. Like, Rob, do you think that they actually were trying to? Do you think that they actually had evidence one way or the other, and that they had cleared this? That they knew that they were not trying to help one candidate over the other at the September report?
I think it has nothing to do with clearing. I think that they came to the conclusion that there was no evidence that they could show that suggested that with any confidence whatsoever that Russia was trying to interfere to help Trump. In fact, to the contrary, as the December 8th daily briefing shows, it was just like they always do to meddle in the system.
So you have no evidence of this, right? I just want to be clear. There's no evidence of what you're inserting. You have no evidence of what you're inserting.
That's not true. That's not true. I have evidence. The first piece of evidence that I'm suggesting here is literally that day we see leaks from the intel community saying there's already an intelligence consensus that Russia did this to interfere to help Trump. That's what the
Why couldn't it be that at that point they'd figured out with a high degree of confidence that the Podesta and the DNC email hacks were done by Russia, that they knew that with a high degree of confidence? That was significantly change the assessment, wouldn't it?
Destiny, was there new evidence? Was there more information from September to December that would have changed their minds?
Yes, of course. Yes, they had been doing more. They had there was a private company that came in, I think, did stuff with the DNC, I think, and either the FBI and the CIA had been doing its own whatever their fucking intelligence gathering bullshit is. But by that point, the confidence level changed. I believe in that first assessment, I think they say low to medium or something, that they don't have high confidence, but by January they have high confidence that those hacks were done by Russia. And we know now that they were done by Russia.
Do you think that the evidence that they gathered between September and December, do you think that this was enough evidence for them to actually change their minds, or that it could have even?
No, it can't be, because we could see exactly what they included in the ICA to suggest that they now were saying that Russia was doing this to help Trump. Now, I want to be clear. Destiny's full of shit. What he's arguing here is that Barack Obama says, okay, everyone, I want you to come together with all these agencies and come up with motivation and everything. And before they even get started, before they start, we're already seeing leaks that night that says there's a consensus. We know that Russia did this to help Trump. And Destiny's like, yep, they had it figured out by then. It took them like 2 hours from when they were tasked with doing this by saying, yep, there's a consensus. Despite the fact that we see people in the Durham Annex from like actual people in the CIA. There were 5 people at the CIA working on this. 2 of them were constantly pushing back against Brennan like, look, dude, we don't see it. We don't see this evidence. And yet, Destiny's like, no, it was all figured out within 2 hours.
Okay, so
the
what was
done.
So while
It's
that's
laughable.
mentioned in the first report, what do you believe the intent or the goal of the first report was? Because Destiny's saying that that was not what they were tasked with for the first report. So what do you think that the first report, like, do you believe that
No, wait, to be clear, the first, and let me be clear. The first report was tasked, I think, with asking all sorts of questions about this. An ICA is an intelligence community assessment altogether on the whole thing, right?
Correct.
But the President daily briefings were, what they were concerned about was literally like election security. Like,
so you're saying this would be
all of
more
our voting
specific?
machines going to get hacked? Yeah, the President daily briefings just had to do with like, is Russia trying to attack our systems? Like, what's going on there? But it's not like a whole intelligence community assessment on like, what are the motivations of Putin? What's he trying to do in terms of, does he prefer one leader or another? That's a broader assessment that requires a deeper level of intelligence analysis.
The difference is an ICA is sort of an official document that's put together. The presidential daily briefing could be on anything. It's not necessarily from the intelligence community. This PBD was the evidence that the intelligence community had at the time to speak to what Russia did, what they were capable of, and what their motivations were. And that assessment in December 8th.
Wait, the President
said,
daily briefing included every single thing the intelligence community knew about Russia's motivations for the election intrusion stuff? That 2-page document? The 2-page PDP was all the intelligence? Then what was that statement?
Well, what I'm saying is that the presidential daily briefings could be a bunch of things, right? It doesn't have to be intelligence, right? It could be a PBD on here's what the CPI is.
Yeah, whatever he wants to.
Right?
Yeah.
Sure, that's president. So it's not the same as an official ICA. However, this particular PBD was seeking to inform about what Russia did in the election. It was giving a brief summary. An ICA is going to be more intensive. This is just sort of like what you would expect to see in a summary of an ICA. And what this summary said was, look, they tried to hack like election infrastructure. We don't think they were successful. There's no evidence that they were able to change any votes or anything like that. And just like when they leaked all this stuff, like with WikiLeaks and shit like that, we think that their motivation was that they're just trying to mess with the system and disparage both candidates. That's what it said. And your argument.
Wait, it didn't say disparage. It never said disparage both candidates. You're adding that word, but okay.
The word, the specific word
right?
was, let me see the specific. This is hilarious.
It says
Undermining
says probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates.
Oh, so okay, it didn't say disparage. It said undermine credibility of. I mean, it's a fucking joke, Destiny. Come on. You do this shit all the time, the semantic game. So, okay, my bad. It didn't say disparage the candidate. It said undermine the credibilities of the candidates. Like, so, and Destiny, he knows he's fucking wrong about this. He knows that he's just like, well, just because they said what the motivation was, Obama didn't specifically ask them and tax them with saying what the motivation was, so we shouldn't count that. Now, again, on December 9th, what we see is immediately when Obama's like, no, that's not going to work for me, brother.
Just before we move on from this, because like, I guess, so for Tom, I don't know if you have to make a ruling or what, because obviously we disagree massively here. So my statement is that this presidential daily briefing, this was not an in-depth exploration of what Putin was doing or what his motivations were for disrupting the election. This was basically an assessment of what types of attacks can we expect, or what types of attacks do we think occurred in this election, right? And the sourcing on this is literally just the first paragraph of this daily briefing is, we assess that Russian and criminal actors did not impact recent U.S. election results by conducting malicious cyber activities against election infrastructure. They talk about the compromise of an Illinois voter registration database and an unsuccessful attempt in other states. Okay, and then they say election monitoring and the type of systems targeted, infrastructure not used to cast or count votes, make it highly unlikely that it would have resulted in altering any state's official vote result. Criminal activity also failed to reach the scale and sophistication necessary to change election outcomes. New election technology in the future that decreases diversity in systems and expands computer-enabled functions provides additional avenues to manipulate votes, but it will remain a significant challenge to sway elections through cyber means. This daily briefing was asking, were they able to change the outcome of the election? And one of these, the one that Rob is reading off, that he's saying, oh, this is about the motivations. It was them saying, we have low to moderate confidence in the Russian government's involvement because of our uncertainty about its utility for a state actor, a lack of observed effects from the low-profile operation, and the actors' use of obfuscation techniques, which included substantial overlap with criminal actors using similar targeting patterns and tactics. The activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. So that statement there is saying that they weren't trying to change the outcome of the election for one candidate or another. They were just trying to, the hacks targeting things were more related to psychological effects, such as, they're not saying they tried to do both. They were saying, such as, here's examples of psychological effects. One psychological effect would be undermining the credibility. Another psychological effect might be undermining the candidates. Now, in a later assessment, we find out they were trying to undermine one candidate. But this assessment is not about Putin's motivations. And you can see that throughout this entire President Daily Briefing. No other part of this is going to address Putin's motivations. And the idea that they would include such an important tidbit of information in one sentence, in one bullet point about a PDB that's not really related to that at all is actually kind of funny. I guess unless you haven't read the context of any of the ICAs that have come out since this.
Okay, so interesting strategy here. Destiny's hoping if he reads a bunch of words really fast, he'll be able to employ some smoke and mirrors so that you don't read the actual language that this says. This is a 3-page summary of what the intelligence community has found. They were talking about the things that they were able to do, such as hacking the DNC and those sort of cyber hacks that they had, hacking sort of voter registration rolls, attempts to do that. And they said that the motivation with this, just like the motivation with the DNC leaks and all of that stuff, was to undermine the candidates' credibility and to sow psychological warfare and distrust in our system. That's what they said. Destiny could read as fast as he wants a bunch of other shit saying, no, actually, you shouldn't trust that because what they're talking about specifically is the fact that they're trying to undermine the election system through election infrastructure and things like that. So yeah, even though it says that they're undermining the credibility here, it doesn't really matter. None of that fucking matters. Destiny's trying to employ spoken beards. I will read it again to you slowly because I don't have to rush through it like some fucking asshole so that you don't understand the language. It says, and I quote, the activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess were probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process and the candidates. When all else fails, just read a bunch of irrelevant shit really fast and say that this line doesn't matter. He'll have you believe that this was just an accident. They accidentally included this. It clearly wasn't what they intended to say. Or he'll say, oh, it didn't say that they disparaged the candidates. That's wrong, Rob. It said it undermined the credibility of the candidates. It's a fucking joke. The point is, this was what Obama was looking at. The next day, he calls a meeting and says, I need a new ICA. And within that evening, there are leaks to the Washington Post, which would then go out to the New York Times and other places saying, it's it. We've reached a consensus. The intelligence community's reached a consensus hours after Obama tasked us with this. Yep, it turns out, unlike everything we've said previously, the motivation was to help Trump Russia. Or to help Trump from Russia. Now, we could get into the 3 pieces of evidence that we've been stalling for the past hour if you want that shows how weak and flimsy this argument was. Would you like to move there, Destiny?
Well, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, we've got both of our interpretations out.
Is it possible that it is both? Because I like, it sounds like when I listen to both of you read these, it sounds like to me that at one point it's talking about the fact that they do want like both sides to be fighting with each other so that it causes like a bunch of internal strife within our, partisan sides. But then the other thing could be that is also like step 1 or part of the plan to eventually help somebody win. But
oh my God, this guy's a fucking genius.
But hold on. But Rob, you're saying that because they came to the conclusion like very quickly that that means, like, you would say that looks like they didn't actually do a whole lot of investigating into this, right? Or no?
Tom, what I'm saying is I think your bias is clouding your judgment here. What I'm saying is quite simply, they spoke on the motivations of Russia. They said that the motivation was to cause distrust. They didn't say, and maybe we'll later find out it was to help Donald Trump. They didn't say it. Is it hypothetically true that they wanted to sow distrust and help Donald Trump? Sure, but they never said it. It's also hypothetically true that they wanted to sow distrust and they were trying to get on The Apprentice. And that's the reason they were doing this. Just because two things aren't mutually exclusive doesn't mean that we should assume that that's something that could have happened. There is zero evidence. In fact, to the contrary, they're speaking, the intelligence community is saying, we've assessed the motivation. The motivation is to have distrust in our system and to undermine the credibility of both candidates. Obama orders an intelligence community assessment to be redrawn. The day after that, within that night, they're saying, we've reached a consensus. Russia interfered to help Russia. And when you look at the ICA, there's only 4 pieces of evidence that they use. One is the Steele dossier, which even if I want, I could concede Destiny's argument that no one saw it. It's laughable that they included it just because funsies like James Comey said.
They didn't include it. Do you want me to? I give you the quotes from them fighting over it.
It was in the annex, right? Or
Correct.
in the.
But that's it. It was quarantined off in the annex. That's it.
Yeah, certain people got to see that. Brennan, for example,
but none of that. Nothing was used. Nothing was built on the ICA from the Steele dossier. Do you acknowledge that?
Brennan specifically had said, right? One of the things he had said was when he was approached by his own intelligence officials, we don't like this. We don't think it should be included. He says, yes, but does it ring true? That's what he said. Does it ring true?
Wait. What are you quoting from, Rob?
Let me see.
Yeah, go ahead and link us in the chat and we'll read the whole thing. Tom, another thing to chew on for that. So remember what I said, that the title of that PDB of the President's Daily Briefing was Cyber Manipulation of U.S. Election Infrastructure to Remain a Challenge. So the sentence that Rob is reading, the activities, that's the cyber manipulation, did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election. And then the next part of the sentence is, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates, right? So the activities that they're talking about here, my guess is these are like the particular vote manipulation things. If you're looking for a broader ICA assessment on do they favor one candidate or another, this PDB is not talking about what were the motivations behind the high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks. They're just talking about like the targeting of electoral systems.
So at the time that Obama is asking
that's not like a summary of like all the.
At the time that Obama is asking for another analysis, do you have a reason for why he would ask for another analysis at that point?
You're buying into So you're buying into Rob's. He's not asking for another analysis. He's asking for a formal ICA assessment. Presidential daily briefings are not like, oh God, I don't like this. I need something new. This is just, he wants to build off of that. Now it's essential to Rob's framing that he's saying he rejects that. These aren't published. These aren't public. And none of this is rejected. There's nothing in the PDB that's contradicted by the later ICA. Like that's not true at all, right? The ICA is just a more formal, like a PDB is Rob is kind of right, is like intelligence officials basically say like, what are we briefing the president on today? Here you go. And an intelligence community assessment, now that's where the intelligence community, the individuals are like, this is why you have emails back and forth from people. I think for the first one, like the FBI was like, hey, we don't sign off on this. Like we're not going to be put on this. Like we don't like the way that this is phrased. We don't have this assessment here. People, the intelligence community will fight over whether or not they're included in an ICA and what degree of confidence is there. I don't even know. The ICA stuff is a way more formal assessment. So asking for an ICA doesn't mean that you're rejecting your PDBs. It's just like, oh, this sounds really interesting. Can we put together something formal on this?
So you think they already have all this information at the time, and then they're
There's
no reason to think they don't. Correct.
Okay,
yeah, there's no reason, and that's why Rob has no evidence of it.
Yeah, you guys just have a discussion about it. Cool. I mean, I would do that too if I was getting blown the fuck out. No, what he conveniently Tom, just to clarify what he's doing here. No, it's not just speaking on. Oh, they're just looking at whether or not they manipulated votes and got voter registration rolls, and they're just seeking to speak on that. And the PPD is not this important thing. No, the PPD is updating the president on what the intel community is working on. The intel community at that point is working on Russia interfering in our election. So at this point, what they're specifically talking about in this PBD is we're looking at claims that they tried to hack election infrastructure, and they're saying, yeah, we don't think they were successful. Just like when they released the WikiLeaks shit, we came to the conclusion that the reason for this was just to meddle in the system, to cause psychological damage, and to undermine the credibility of the candidates. Both of them. So Destiny's saying, "Oh,
You
but
can't source
PBDs
that,
don't
Rob.
really
Just to be clear,
matter."
Rob can't source that from anywhere. I can source everything I just told you. I can find a prior ICA.
What?
I think I already read it.
I can't source
When they
it. Would you
targeting
like
the
me to
election,
do it again?
that they
You want
that
me to
they
read it
rele-
again?
Wait, that they released the DCCC and the DNC hacks to undermine both candidates? How does that even make sense? It was just attacking the Democrats. That doesn't make sense, Rob.
Let me read it again. Ready? You want to know what they said about it? I asked you. You
Wait,
conceded this.
hold
I
on.
said,
You think
let me
that?
finish.
No,
Let me
I just want. No, you don't have to read the quote. We've seen it. But I'm curious. You think that the intelligence community said, "Wow, they leaked stuff from the DNC and from the DCCC that is all about Hillary Clinton and the Democrats." They did that though just to attack the whole system. You think the intelligence community assessment said that?
Yes.
And then why did they change? Yeah, I know you're going to read the same thing. Wait, so but then why did they change their entire? Why did they? So then Rob's story, my story is they changed their assessment by the time the January.
Let Rob respond to why they
Let him read his
released
quote.
it.
Let him reread his same quote. He wants to reread the exact same quote again. He lives in quotes. This guy lives and dies in single sentences.
I think I've been very generous, like of leaving you speak when you want, and you constantly interrupt me. So if Tom's not going to do anything about it, and you keep insisting, then
I
I'll
just
interrupt
told
you.
him
I don't
to
give a
stop
fuck.
so that you could
Nonetheless-
talk. Why do you keep doing this?
Nonetheless,
He's accusing me of making your arguments. You're accusing me of making his arguments. Go ahead, Rob.
The reason I believe that's what the intelligence community was saying was because that's their words. Again, the activities that coincide with high-profile Russian-enabled data leaks during the election. I said, Destiny, what do you think they're talking about there? You said, yeah, the DCC leaks, the things that went to WikiLeaks. Right. So they're saying these activities go with the WikiLeaks and the hacks of the Podesta and DCC leaks, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the electric process and the candidates. What happened is
Those things are not part of this PDB, Rob. That's what they're discussing.
There you go. But they're talking. Yes, you're right, Destiny. This PBD was talking about something. Will you acknowledge this could happen? That the intelligence community could be looking at various things that Russia did at the same time. Will you acknowledge it?
That's not what this was about. They were only talking about election. Rob, they were not talking about the DCCC hacks. They weren't talking about the email leaks here.
That's not
Rob, if you go down to 47, you can read. Why are they writing this article now? Why are they writing? This piece will build upon our previous 14th of September PDB by providing assessments on observed cyber activity against U.S. elections up until November 8th. While there were notably more high-profile cyber operations surrounding this election cycle, this piece discusses election infrastructure specifically and what we observed. This was not tasked with finding out the motivations of Vladimir Putin in his intrusion in the election. It was just, why were they going after election systems? To cause psychological warfare, not to change the outcome of the election. That's it. That's all this was tasked with. That's it.
Okay, since you're incapable of answering a yes-no question, I'll answer as if a good faith person was. Destiny, do you think it's possible that the intelligence community could be looking at multiple things that Russia interfered? Yes, Rob, yes. I do think that's possible.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for finally answering, Destiny. Okay, so previously they could have been releasing assessments that said there were the WikiLeaks hacks, right? They could have done that, like maybe in September?
They weren't tasked with that. That's why the ICA was requested. That's what Obama asked them for. They said, hey, put together an assessment of all of us. That's what the point of the request, Rob.
So, I just want to be clear. Your argument is the intelligence community never sought to figure out what was going on with the hacks. They were never tasked with that,
but when are they presenting this to the president? That was the goal of the requesting of the intelligence community assessment. Do you think they just email him every day? Do you think Comey's like, hey, Barack, what's up, dog? Just let you know, we found this fucking thing. No, dude, this is why Obama asks them. Give me an ICA. Tell me what's up with everything. That's the whole point. This is why Comey fought to include the dossier, because he's saying, I don't even know if the president's been briefed on this. I don't even know if Trump knows about this. This was his words to McCabe when he was arguing to include it in the fucking ICA. Yes,
you're spurging out has nothing to do with the facts of the matter. So I want to ask you this. In September, they put forth in what you're calling an ICA, correct?
September was the first one of the two we're talking about. Yes.
Did they mention WikiLeaks hacks or anything there?
I believe they did. Yes, I think.
But wait a minute, they weren't tasked with that. They weren't tasked with that. How could they possibly do it? They weren't tasked. They weren't tasked.
Rob, they were tasked with it. It was an ICA. You just said it. That's why he's asking for a second ICA. You're trying to compare that ICA to the presidential daily briefings. You dipshit. You just tried to trap me and you walked into your own fucking rake.
No, you fucking idiot. My point is it doesn't matter if it's an ICA or not. The intel community was immediately tasked with figuring out what went on with the hacks of the DNC. That's one of the reasons that they started Crossfire Hurricane in the first place. So your argument, well, they never really sought to figure out the motivation or what was going on with those hacks, is a fucking joke. And they were constantly giving reports to President Obama. Now, regardless of all that, you've already conceded. You conceded that September ICA, which you're now saying, one, including information about WikiLeaks hacks, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Second,
Well, I've always said that. Yeah.
Second, it did not say that the motivation was to help Donald Trump, correct?
Yes, because they didn't have a high degree of confidence that those came from Russia when they made that first ICA.
Thank you so much. So there's
You're welcome.
So the September ICA didn't say that it was Russia that hacked?
They didn't have a high degree of confidence that the hacks were from Russia. They did by January.
Okay, what was the degree of confidence they used?
Was it low to middle or whatever?
Did they seek to say what the motivation for Russia could have been?
I think it was just general at the time is what they thought.
But what did it say?
I don't know. I have to scroll up and find it.
You've read it really fast several times.
I did. I don't know. I mean, like, so on page, 6 of this? So one thing they say is, if the disclosures of the DNC and DCCC documents were indeed orchestrated by the Russian intelligence services, those services would very likely have sought Putin's approval for the operation. We make this assessment because of the expected high-profile nature of the resulting controversy and the high likelihood that the disclosures would be linked to Russia because of open-source reports about Russian involvement in the DNC and DCCC hacks. So, like, they didn't have a high degree of confidence at that time, although if they did get a high degree of it, then it would probably change their assessment of Putin's involvement and Russia's motivations, which it did.
It did. So my understanding, if I remember, it's been a while since I read the September ICA, was that it said that the monkeying of Russia, it didn't just say those hacks, it was talking about other Russian interference, that it was done in the same reason that it's always done, in general, to sow distrust in our system. Correct? If I remember correctly, you're clearly expressing your mind.
Yes, that was the initial assessment in September, but until they had more
you.
information, you gather more information as time goes on, Rob.
Notice what happens is now you're moving the goalpost. So the goalpost originally,
Rob,
when I
said, hold on, no, I'm sorry. Now I'm going to restate my entire thing from start to finish. You keep saying I'm moving the goalpost. I moved the goalpost. In the IC, in September, they are tasked with, here's what the intelligence community thinks about things. Okay, now the DNC and the DCCC hacks happened. They didn't have a high degree of confidence that these were done by Putin. They have had prior attacks and election interference that Russia's done, as well as other actors. They're trying to determine what are the likelihood that they can hack the whole election or change crazy things like that. They think that's probably not the case. If they are going to do any hacks, it's probably just going to be a fuck with our election system. We don't know at this point if they have any clear, preference for one candidate or another. Maybe they just want to throw discord into everything. But by the time January rolls around and they find out, GRU operatives were personally involved with that DC Leaks website. They were personally involved in disseminating information about the Democratic Party to attack them. And Trump was, in statements to the media and through Russia Today, showing a clear preference for one candidate over another. And over time, come January, the assessment changed.
Your repeating does nothing. So what happened is we could see then that they were tasked with looking at the motivations, right? So
for the ICAs, yeah.
It was absurd. I had to prove that because it was absurd that you.
You don't have to. I said that the entire time. For the ICA 1 and 2, they were. For the PDBs, they weren't. Do you agree with that? For the PDBs, they weren't. Oh, what evidence do you have? Do any of the PDBs speak to the general motivations? Not just like this is with the electioneering hacking. Do any of them say we think that Trump did not prefer one candidate over another?
This one.
No, okay, so you're going to reread the same sentence about
right. This
the goal
one.
of,
and so now that we know that they were tasked with finding the motivation about the WikiLeaks hacks, and we know that they were updating, that's what a PBD is, updating, this is what we're working on. The reason I asked you of could
that's
there
not
be
what a PDD is. PDD is about a particular thing. It's not everything they're working on. You're wrong there.
Well, it's the intelligence community is talking about this specific thing they're working on, but the PBD is about, in general, anything possible that want to update the president on. So here's what happened. They looked at the WikiLeaks things. Here's another area that they're looking at. Possible infrastructure hacks of voter registrations, etc. At this point, it's after the election, right? So now we're in December. The September ICA that was looking at the hacks, right? They came to their best conclusion of what was going on there. And they're still, would you acknowledge this? Most likely, they're still researching after September. They didn't just throw up their hands and say, we're no longer looking at the DNC hacks. You acknowledge that?
Yeah, they say the FBI and the NSA have low confidence in the attribution of the data leaks to Russia. Yes.
Okay, great. So now here's what we got in totality. They're continuing to look at that. They sought to speak on the motivations of September. It was like pulling teeth to get you to admit that they were at one point tasked with that. So they're at one point tasked
I've
with
said that. I'm going to repeat this again because you keep lying about this. That is what the ICAs are for. You keep mixing up PDBs with ICAs. I've always said that's what the ICAs are for.
The PBD this time, what they're saying is, okay, Here's what's going on, Obama. We're looking at this sort of potential hacking voter registration and shit. And ultimately, we think the conclusion, and they're still working on the DNC hacks. They're still working. And they say, we think the conclusion of why they did this, and I'm quoting now, they coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as the undermining of the credibility of the election process and candidates. In other words, what you just admitted was the entire time they would have been working on this, they were tasked with finding the motivations. They, at the time of December 8th, the best evidence they had on the motivations was they're just fucking with both candidates, both credibility and fucking with our system. That's the conclusion that they drew on December 8th. Your argument is laughably. One day later, they reached a consensus that was totally opposite of that. That they're talking to the Washington Post saying, actually, we have a consensus that the motivations completely changed. It was to help Trump. That's fucking laughable.
Okay, you just don't understand the.
Do you guys want to go
I don't know how
to?
to help you with that.
Did you guys want to go to the other?
Yes, I want to
pieces
move
of
on.
evidence? Okay.
I want to move on. The three pieces of evidence, right? Number one.
Also, wait, where are you pulling from? Link what we're reading from? What are we pulling this from?
It is from the Durham Annex. So, I don't know if, oh shit. Is this, shit. I screwed up the URL on this. But,
the 29-page, the declassified Durham Annex produced by Chairman Breath?
No, it's not that one. Let me see. It was the one released by Tulsi Gabbard. Let me bring it up. I'll bring it up.
Newly declassified appendix to the Durham report.
Approved for release DNI July 22nd, 2025. The Oversight Investigation and Referral. The Intelligence Community Assessment. April 18th, 2020. Let me see. I screwed up the URL, but I think it's saved on my bookmarks, so I can find it for you real quick.
Fuck. Can you DM me this, Tom? Or I don't see where it's posted at.
I don't see it either.
Where can I put this for you guys to see?
There's a chat on the side here. I can create a group real quick if you want.
Or just once you linked it, just send it to me in a DM because I can't open it. It'll fuck my shit up.
Yeah,
Okay, where do you want me in the chat?
I just created a group DM. So if you just put it in there, that'll make it easier for everybody.
Okay.
Okay, you got that? Okay.
What page are we on?
Let's go to page 6.
Of the file?
Correct.
Like 6 out of 46. Okay.
Well, actually, on the left there. So click page 6. It'll actually be page 4, but it's page 6. Right? Now you see the light blue.
Wait, so it says like 6 on the bottom?
No, page 4 on the bottom, page 6 on the left side.
Okay.
You see what I mean? All right, here's the 3 pieces of evidence. Number one scant, unclear, and unverifiable
Hold on,
fragment
wait.
of a
I just want to be, wait. I need to be very clear for a second. Okay. I think Durham did a good job at his report. I think that's a real ass ninja. I have respect for him. To be clear, this comes from the dogshit House Intelligence Report, which was 46 pages, included no new information, and was an absolute fucking joke when it came out, and was contradictory to the 996-page report that came out of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and it contradicts findings from the Durham report. But go ahead, we can read.
No, I believe this is from the annex of the Durham report. Let's scroll up to the top and see what that says.
Well, so the URL you gave me says declassified HPSCI.
Maybe you're right. Maybe this isn't. I'm mixing up. Nonetheless, like the idea that you just want to attack.
I can tell it's not Durham because the writing is dog shit. It looks like a House Republican who's barely functional.
So then you'll be able to
being able to
provide
breathe and talk at the same time. Yeah.
So then before I do this, show me all the evidence in the ICA that they used to say that Russia favored Trump. Go ahead.
I mean, we can go back to the ICA you want.
Sure,
I don't know how
go
much that is available in the ICA versus what's classified.
This was looking at the classified information, including in the Durham annex, and this was the 3 pieces of evidence they had. Now you have access to other information. I'd love to see.
You're asking me to take the. Why would I take the word of a House Intelligence Committee versus the entire Intelligence Committee signing on to an ICA? Why would I ever trust just a single House committee over that, especially one that released a 46-page report on this?
Also, I don't know that I don't know where you're getting that this is particular. Let me see. Let's scroll down to the bottom and make sure that you're correct in your assessment that this wasn't from Durham or it wasn't a compilation. Nonetheless, like the House assessment also doesn't speak as to what their direct evidence was. It just says, yeah, we agree. We saw evidence. We think that Trump was connected, that Russia was trying to help Trump win. That's it. I welcome you. You're so confident in this. We're at least looking at people that were looking at this and looking at the available evidence saying, okay, we looked, here's the available evidence. Here's what intel people were saying, right? They were saying like, what the fuck? This is really bad. And yet this was the evidence that was included. And you're like,
wait,
well,
I can tell you what the ICA, I can tell you what the ICA assessment is. And you want to counter that with what the House committee's assessment was, which stands in contrast to Durham, which stands in contrast to the ICA, and it stands in contrast to the Senate intelligence report, which is almost 1,000 pages long. If you want to throw your lot in with these guys, then that's fine.
It does not stand in conjunction or against Durham. It doesn't.
Does Durham ever agree with any of this? Does Durham come out and say, oh, yeah, I think that they were incorrect in their assessment that Putin developed a favor for one candidate over the other?
I believe I'm not quite sure that he uses those words specifically. I could look into it, right?
Okay.
But nonetheless, like it's like, so just to be clear, you have no evidence whatsoever. You're just completely taking it face value without seeing any evidence that this is incorrect and that actually there's evidence that we're not looking at that Russia was in fact interfering to help Trump. That's your claim.
I don't have a GFSCI clearance, and I'm not on a need to know. I don't have top secret clearance, so I don't know what you want me to say. So the, I mean, like the statement in the ICA, and again, I don't have TSSCI. If anyone in my chat does, or is part of the CIA, or is a fucking cabinet member, feel free to email me. Is we also assess that Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances when possible by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorability to him. The CIA and FBI now have a high confidence in this judgment based on sensitive information not included in this version of the assessment. The NSA has moderate confidence in this judgment based on the same sensitive information. NSA's confidence would be elevated to high with additional corroborating sources. In trying to influence the U.S. election, we assess the Kremlin sought to advance its longstanding desire to undermine the U.S.-led liberal democratic order, the promotion of which Putin and other senior Russian leaders view as a threat to Russia and Putin's regime. And then a bunch of this is censored, but
okay, that's fair. One scan.
Wait, and then one more thing. Putin most likely wanted his intelligence services to discredit Secretary Clinton because he blamed her since 2011 for inciting mass protests against his regime in late 2011 and early 2012, and holds a grudge for comments that he almost certainly saw as disparaging him. Judging from press reporting, given this, we assess with high confidence that the GRU was directed to pass material it collected to WikiLeaks and other intermediaries. We assess that Putin, his advisors, and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President-elect Trump over Secretary Clinton. We based this assessment on its redacted and Russian state media, indicating that Russian officials saw President-elect Trump as more favorable to key Russian interests and more in line with Putin's preference for leaders he views as deal makers. Throughout the election, Russian government officials characterized Secretary Clinton and Democratic politicians as particularly unfriendly to Russian interests.
Okay.
There's more here. I can keep reading. You want to ask me for the evidence? So do you want?
No. Read as much as you want, and then I'll.
Sure. Beginning in June, Putin's public comments about the U.S. presidential race avoided directly praising President-elect Trump, probably because Kremlin officials thought that any praise from Putin personally would backfire in the United States. Nonetheless, Putin publicly indicated a preference for the president-elect's stated policy to work with Russia, and pro-Kremlin figures spoke highly about what they saw as his Russia-friendly positions on Syria and Ukraine. Two positions that Trump seemed to be pretty Russia-friendly on, by the way. Putin contrasted President-elect Trump's approach to Russia with Secretary Clinton's aggressive rhetoric, according to Russian press reporting. Moscow also saw the election of President-elect Trump as a way to achieve an international counterterrorism coalition against the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant. According to diplomatic reporting, the Kremlin has historically preferred Republican over Democratic candidates, judging that Republicans had been less focused on democracy and human rights and were therefore easier to deal with. Putin has had many positive experiences working with Western political leaders whose business interests. Moscow assessed it made them more disposed to deal with Russia, such as former Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi and former German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder. Putin, Russian officials, and other pro-Kremlin pundits stopped publicly criticizing the U.S. election process as unfair almost immediately after the election because Moscow probably assessed it would be counterproductive to building positive relations. We assessed the influence campaign aspired to help President-elect Trump's chances to victory when possible by discrediting Clinton and publicly contrasting late in the summer. Senior Russian diplomats and intelligence officers assessed Secretary Clinton was likely to win the presidency, judging from blank and Russian press reporting. As a result, we assessed the Russian government began to focus more on undercutting Secretary Clinton's legitimacy and crippling her presidency from its start, including by impugning the fairness of the election. Moscow, therefore, held back some pre-election influence efforts for later use. Yeah, okay.
You good?
Sure. Go for
Okay.
it.
All right. Finding number 3. The ICA failed to acknowledge the key judgments on Putin intentions were based on raw intelligence that did not meet tradecraft standards. The ICD 203 instructs that intelligence tradecraft properly describe the quality and credibility of underlying sources to include factors affecting the reliability of their information, such as source access, motivation, possible bias, deceptions, and accuracy, completeness. Accurate citation of raw intelligence reporting is critical in explaining the reader's reliability evidence used to drive judgment. Yet the ICA disregarded these fundamental sections that claim Putin intended on Trump to win. Key classified reports cited in the ICA in support of judgments of Putin developed a clear preference for candidate Trump and aspired to help his chances of victory contain flaws in terms of clarity and reliability. The ICA omitted or obscured such information from context statements that the CIA's Directorate of Operate had raw human intelligence reports, thus failing to warn the reader the significant failings of the credibility, the quality, and the foundational sources. First, Brennan, the DCIA, ordered the formation of the reports, which failed to meet CIA credibility standards. In response to direction from President to make all information available, CIA officers said the DCIA, who is Brennan, ordered the publication in early December 2016 of 15 new or revised CIA human reports containing information on Russia activities collected prior to the election that CIA professionals had decided not to publish for various reasons having to do with tradecraft standards. Most of the 15 were unremarkable but contained 3 flawed information, and these 3 became foundational sources the ICA claimed that Putin inspired to have Trump win. Senior CIA officers said some of the information in these reports had been judged to have not met various long-standing intelligence community standards for publication, and that's why they'd not been published in the first 2 acquired. 2 sensitive reports were not published on Brennan's orders. The 3 reports were published after the election on Brennan's orders, despite veteran CIA officers' judgment that they contained substandard information that was unclear, of uncertain origin, potentially biased, implausible, or in the words of a senior operations officer, odd. The 3 reports became foundational sources for the ICA judgments on Putin preferring Trump. The first, one scant, unclear, and unverifiable fragment of a sentence from a single human report published under Brennan's orders in 2016 constitutes the only classified information cited by the ICA for judgment that Putin ascertained to help Trump's chances of victory when possible. The ICA did not cite any report where Putin directly indicated helping Trump win was the objective. That judgment rested on questionable interpretation of this one clear fragment of a sentence. The unclear fragment shown in bold is part of the sentence, one that reads, quote, Putin had made the decision to leak the DNC emails after he had come to believe the Democratic nominee had better odds of winning the U.S. presidential election, and that candidate Trump, whose victory Putin was counting on, would most likely not be able to pull off a convincing victory. A senior CIA operations officer said of the fragment, we don't know what was meant by that, and 5 people read it 5 different ways. The significance of this fragment to the ICA case that Putin aspired for candidate Trump to win cannot be overstated. The major high-confidence judgment of the ICA rests on one opinion about a text fragment with uncertain meaning that may garble for which it's not clear how it obtained. This text, which would have not been published without Brennan's orders to do so, is cited using only one interpretation of this meaning without considering alternative meanings. The report containing the fragment did not directly say or imply that Putin developed a preference for Trump, nor did it say that Putin ordered his intelligence service to assist Trump's stances. The ICA presented only one interpretation of the unclear fragment and does so without following their directives to distinguish between underlying intelligence, information, and analysis, assumptions, and judgment without incorporating analysis of alternative explanations. Brennan overruled CIA professionals and published the site of the ambiguous fragment. CIA officers and the component running the Russian operations described how 2 versions of the report, one without the fragment and one with, were published as the ICA was being written. Experienced CIA officers responsible for Russia reporting, evaluating raw and human intelligence, initially omitted the fragment for the version of the report which was published December 2016. DCIA, that's Brennan, countermanded their decision, however, and ordered that.
Are we going to read the entire House report, or?
That's what I'm going to do. That's what you're doing, so that's what I decided I would
Well,
do.
but yeah. So the difference is that, like, yeah, the difference is that. So my thing was an intelligence community assessment. This is just like a House report that nobody else agrees with. There's no corroborating evidence
There's
for.
about 40 pages to get through. Please let me finish. Right, this means I'm winning when I just read things. In fact, I could read it faster if you want, like you do. That's how we do it,
acknowledge,
right?
What do you think is a more credible reporting? Do you think the intelligence community and every single cabinet level official coming together for their intelligence, underlying intelligence agencies to agree on a particular thing? Or you think the House committee that came out and published this 46-page document where they agree with basically everything that they said, except for the one part where they said that Russia preferred Daddy Trump?
I think that what's more preferred is what's looking at the actual evidence, being able to.
You don't know any of the actual evidence. I'm sorry. Wait. What name one piece of actual evidence that you just cited?
That the only classified piece of information to say that Trump or that Putin affected Trump was this one sentence fragment. There's one piece of evidence.
That's it. Where did it come from?
It came from the classified. It came
what?
from the classified. of the ICA.
Where? Where did they get it from? You have no idea, Rob. I don't know what any of this shit is because it's a dog shit report. This is 46 pages of trash that the Republican House put out because they were ass-paying, all right? And you can see the difference because if you want, you could read the 1,000-page Senate report, which is a real committee that actually tried to interview people together.
Give me the evidence they cite.
We're not classified, Rob. I can never win that debate with you. I can't show you the classified intelligence. Here's the question: if all of this wasn't true, why didn't Trump just get a new ICA to say that this was not true? Why rely on House Republicans to do it?
What did it matter?
What?
What did it matter? Why would Trump need a new ICA?
What Because why would you rebuke an ICA with a House Judiciary Committee report or a House Intelligence report? Why would you do it? You understand these two things are not the same, right?
No, what he's doing is he's showing, and now we see that the ICA is coming through in the form of Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, et cetera, that are looking into this, and they're actually interviewing people that are whistleblowers, et cetera, talking about the problems that were within. The House,
really? What is the one? So what is the one biggest new piece of evidence they found? One new piece of evidence.
Well,
anything?
I'm just reading to you. Yeah, I just read you. There's only, your entire argument is, well, we don't know what the ICA said. It's all classified. That's bullshit. It's not. You just read shit that wasn't classified. That's what they used to rely on. If it's true that this is
Rob,
bullshit,
you
then
understand, Rob, when did this, Rob? Yeah.
If this is true, that this is all made up bullshit, then why hasn't anyone, John Brennan, anyone from the intel agencies, anyone from the Democrats that were on this sort of Senate Select Committee that looked at all this, why didn't they say that's not true whatsoever? There were a ton of information.
First of all, I'm pretty sure people like Obama have come out and said this bullshit. Here, you know what? Let's play a game here. Hold on. Are you watching this, Tom? Tom, what was my argument? That there was significantly different stuff that came out from September to January, right? That maybe that would have changed the intelligence community's assessment on things
after the September one.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
This House report was authored and released, or I don't know if they released it publicly. When did this even come out? I think that's like 4 or 5 years old.
2020.
The report was done in 2020.
When was the second ICA? When was the second ICA, Rob?
The second ICA
was in January of 2021.
2016.
Oh shit! Fuck.
You're a little off.
Oh, I don't. Okay, never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah, 4 years
Wrong
before
election.
this. Right.
I still stand by what I said though. There's nothing new. Nothing new has come out in this. You don't have access to any of the underlying intelligence.
That's not true. That's not true. It's specifically, and this
I
was
just asked you.
classified.
You have nothing. There's nothing. There's no underlying intelligence that you're citing. They're just saying that that we agree with every single thing basically the ICC said, except we disagree with their assessment that they preferred Trump because it made them ass-pained.
No, what it's saying is that was the key assessment that was used as the launching pad to go after Trump with all these investigations, and that conclusion is bullshit.
I understand that's what they're saying, but why would I trust them over an ICA?
Because they're literally telling you what the intelligence officers that were working on it were saying. They're literally
that's what the ICA is literally telling you. It's supposed to give you the assessment.
That's not what it's doing. What the ICA did was it just gave you, at the end of the day, a bunch of shit that Brennan put out there that people that were working on it were like, we have significant problems with this. We think this is wrong.
They did. By the end, they all signed up on it. You're doing what you're accusing Obama of doing. Rather than looking at the entire intelligence community assessment of a particular thing, you want to take one or two pieces of data and say that you don't think these are credible, and therefore you can make some broad assessment on the entire situation. This is how we got into Iraq. This is literally the Office of Special Plans right here. Why would I believe the House Intelligence Committee's 46-page bullshit report where they say we don't think we lived up to their standards, as opposed to the Intelligence Committee's assessment where all of them are signing on to and agreeing with and affirming each other's work? Why would I ever take just that? And why did the whole Senate Intelligence Committee, why didn't they come out and reinforce the House's findings?
What's happening is that there were huge abnormalities that went with this. There was a time frame crunch that they said, unlike any time that we do this, you have to have it done within like a month or two before Trump comes into office. There was the direct involvement of people like Clapper and Brennan and Comey, which is almost never done in these ICAs. And there was a tremendous amount of influence and pressure being put on people, including whistleblowers that have came out afterwards and said, look, and unnamed people that are saying in here, like, we weren't comfortable with this. Senior CIA analysis saying, no,
who cares? You don't need every single individual to be on board with a thing. That's why it's called a consensus. It's not a unanimous approval. Of course, there are going to be some people that are uncomfortable with things. You're never going to have a unanimous approval of every single thing that comes out of intelligence. I'm sure there are some people that disagree with certain assessments. At the end of the day, it's up. You task the entire agency with doing an assessment, and then the entire intelligence committee doing their assessment. I'm sure that you acknowledge that there are probably individuals that disagree with tons of random things that have gone out with a high level of confidence or assessment. No?
I'm saying what we're seeing here is that
Can
the
you even
direct
admit
evidence
that, or
was
you
used-
really can't even admit that? Can
No,
you
sure,
admit that
there's
there are
people that
things?
could
Okay, all
Sure,
right.
what I'm saying here is this is giving a definitive list of the evidence that was used to come to this conclusion, and it's all horseshit. And you refuse to look at it because you're like, whatever, I don't like the House, so they must be full of shit. I'll prefer the
It's not that I
ICA.
refuse to look at it. It's I can't evaluate it. We can't evaluate it. I don't know what the entirety of the ICA usage was. I don't have access to that information, and the House is making it sound like they're only relied on one or two things. If that's the case, why didn't Durham pick up on this in his report? Why didn't the Senate, 900, 1,000 pages, why didn't they pick up on it?
There was shit in the Durham annex that was about this, and the fact that you don't want to trust it, and instead you're going to trust
Wait,
people
what did
that
Durham
clearly
say? Wait,
hated
okay,
Trump.
what did Durham say about it? What did Durham say about this?
I don't know. I'll have to go to it
Oh,
later.
okay.
So I have a bunch of documents out there, right? But the fact that you'll trust people like Brennan and Comey and Peter Strzok and these people in the intelligence community that clearly hated Trump and were talking things about an insurance
Why will
policy.
I trust the intelligence community about intelligence assessments over the House intelligence committee? Yes, of course. Yeah, no shit, I will by default. Yeah,
my entire argument is that the intel community had a double standard that was blatant the entire time. Your entire argument is, yeah, but I trust them.
And that double standard was investigated, right? By Durham. Yes.
And now we're seeing. Now we're seeing. Yeah. You want me to read what Durham said? You want to hear his ultimate conclusion?
No,
We've done
because
this
we already
before.
know what Durham said.
No,
Durham said
what
that the foundation, right, for some of the FISA warrants initially, when the FBI was not good, that the FBI suffered from a degraded practice, that they were engaged in some political bias. Durham did say that. What did he say about any of this shit? Fucking nothing, because there's nothing to say about it, because this is all bullshit, right? Durham had nothing. Durham said that there was no evidence that there was a preference for Donald Trump from Russia. He said that in his report somewhere. Can you guide me to that, or show me that?
I will look at the specific language. What Durham did say in his conclusion was there was rot, basically, in that changing individual policies weren't something that was necessary, because the problem was that people in the FBI were basically acting without fidelity. That they
First of
were
all, he literally suggested policy changes. Okay, but he said that
But he said that
he said that they acted with political bias, yeah, and that they definitely, there were things that they should have done a better job on, but not that anything.
But not here, not with the ICA. The same intel people that did the bias with the FISA warrants and all that shit, they were on the up and up with the ICA.
I'm sorry, what was Durham tasked with?
Durham was tasked with looking at the review of Crossfire Hurricane.
Wasn't that just the FBI?
I think it would also have been Mueller. I could be wrong, but it wasn't the ICA. The ICA predates.
Yeah, exactly. The ICA includes a whole bunch of other intelligence agencies. So just because the FBI had issues, especially related to the FISA warrant stuff, right, doesn't mean that the entire ICA assessment now could be tossed, because we think every single intelligence apparatus was completely flawed, especially when it doesn't seem like anything that they said was wrong. I don't even think anything wrong came out of the FBI investigation. The only thing that sucked was the initial justification for the FISA warrants probably wasn't good, but it's not like all of their assessments are incorrect.
It's amazing, like during your spurging, how you don't understand that you actually subvert your own message. So if you're right that Durham was only looking at the FBI and he wouldn't have looked at the ICA because it was other agencies, then how the fuck can you say, but Durham would have said something that was corrupt?
Because I don't see anybody else who touched on this idea. Well, no, because wasn't the FBI part of the assessment of the ICA? The FBI is included in the ICA, and they agreed to sign off on all the claims that were made in it.
So now you
I literally read in the ICA that the FBI had a high degree of competence. Did you not hear me say FBI and CIA? And NSA, like these are all part of these intelligence community assessments. Yes, but Durham didn't, and neither did the Senate report that went over this entire fucking bullshit either. Nobody found any of these wrongdoings that somehow Tulsi, who was elected, by the way, in order to say that the whole system is rigged and corrupt and hacked, has now magically come out with a report saying the whole system is rigged and corrupt and hacked by re-releasing old documents that everybody already had. Like that, and there is no strong evidence of literally anything that you're alleging at all, except for this 2020 report saying, well, we don't like some of the underlying evidence that they used, even though I don't know why the fuck I would trust the House intelligence over the entire intelligence community's assessment here.
All right. So again, the idea that everything was right is bullshit. The evidence is stark. It's here. It shows that there was scant evidence to suggest that Russia was doing anything. The fact that we could see that there was bias, that they were already leaking that this was conclusion. December 8th, they said, we don't think that that's the motivation. December 9th, they said, yes, this is a consensus. This is a motivation. After they talked to Obama, we see people that were working on this that said that they were pressured by Brennan. We have whistleblowers that came out. When you look at the evidence, it's
let's go. No, wait. Let's go one at a time. Well, one at a time through all these. So one, we have zero evidence of Obama directing anybody to change anything. Correct, right? We have no evidence of that. That's
circumstantial evidence strongly suggests that it was after he got involved that this changed that day.
Okay, so number one, we have no evidence of that. Okay, so then for the second thing, what was the second thing you said? The whistleblowers?
Yeah, we had people like these whistleblowers, or people like that are listed here that were interviewed.
Which whistleblower? Who are we talking about?
So I just read that talked about the intelligence community officers that were talking about all of these sentence fragments. The other three things that they were saying, we didn't trust this. We thought that people were reading it different ways.
Wait. Are
We were
these
uncomfortable with it.
whistleblowers, or are these just people who were interviewed by the House Intelligence Committee?
But fair enough. Let's say people that were blowing the whistle but aren't really whistleblowers, that were just talking about problems they had with the ICA.
Okay, and that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Like, it's expected
course
in
it
an
does.
intelligence organization with thousands of people. There are going to be some people that might disagree with assessments, right? That doesn't mean that the assessment was bad, especially when
But
they
we
can't
can
point
see
to any actual.
But we can. They're pointing to the actual saying, this is what we were told to do, and this is why it's bullshit. You're just like, I refuse to hear it because it was a Republican House that looked into it. That's your only
Sure,
argument.
I mean, like, it sucks that we don't have, like, as opposed to the January 6th Select Committee, where we had hundreds or thousands of pages of deposition released, where we had video interviews, where we had a 1,000-page report released at the end. Getting a 46-page poorly formatted report where some of the things that were cited in the report like didn't even make sense is just kind of silly to rely on. In contrast to why didn't the Senate Intelligence Committee report, which was 1,000 pages, way more information, why didn't they stumble into these same problems? Are you saying that the ICA, all the intelligence community, and the Senate in their massive 1,000-page report, those were all biased, and Durham didn't find anything, and he was biased, and Mueller didn't find any of this, and he was biased, but that 46-page House report, that was where the truth was?
I'm saying that where the 46-page House
You're not gonna
report
answer
talks
that
about the
question.
actual, I'm saying that when they talk about the actual evidence was used,
So
and
yes.
you can see the evidence is lacking, we should refer to it.
Yep.
Here's other
So
things
Mueller,
that
the
it said.
lifelong
Here's it.
Republican, Durham, the lifelong
Hold on,
Republican, the Senate
we got-
Intelligence Committee,
hold on.
all
We
these
gotta let
people, they all
Rob-
missed it, but the House 46-page thing, they found it. Okay.
You're right. The House.
Go ahead, bro.
So you're right. The House that released this in 2020 that was covered up by the Biden administration, right? And then saying, "Oh, it's Tulsi that's releasing it. She's corrupt. She's doing this."
How were they
you're right.
covered by the
We should
Biden
ignore-
admin?
What's that?
Couldn't Trump have just?
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Who? No, wait. No, you just you made the mistake. Now this came out in September 2020, September 18, 2020. Wasn't Trump still in office?
Yes.
Fuck you. So then it wouldn't have been covered by the Obama admin at that point. Then again, that was Trump, motherfucker.
No, I know that Trump was there in 2020. What's that have anything to do with what I said? Right?
He couldn't have covered it up. This would have come out under Trump. How could he have covered it up?
Why would theoretically he could have? I would guess that maybe it's possible for the president to unilaterally declassify things that are being done by House committees, but that would be very
Careful,
unusual.
because Donald Trump literally said he could psychically declassify material that he took to fucking Mar-a-Lago. You're going to tell me that he's going to argue that he
Right.
did but you made the stronger claim that he covered this up. Why would this not have been released if it was? They probably didn't release it because it was bullshit, and they knew it even back then. It was bullshit.
Well, if it was bullshit, then why wouldn't they just say it? No one said this is. But here's other things that it said. I assume this is bullshit too. Do you think it's bullshit when this report specifically talking about evidence that they had of more wrongdoing of Hillary Clinton that Russia had hacked and they chose not to release, or is that all bullshit too? They just made all of this up out of wholesale cloth, right?
What do you mean that was bull? They didn't have any evidence that Hillary Clinton did anything wrong.
That's not true.
Of course it is.
What our intelligence community found was Russia withheld tons of more indicted evidence of Hillary Clinton than they actually released. In fact, they
Well, we knew. No, we don't know if they could have released any of that. We just knew that Russia had plans to do propaganda in the United States.
Okay, here we go with some of this. Here's some of the things that our intelligence found that Russia had that they chose not to leak about Hillary Clinton. In September 2016, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service had Democratic National Committee information that President Obama and party leaders found the state of Secretary Clinton's health to be extraordinarily alarming and felt it could have been a serious negative impact on her election house prospects. Her health information was being kept in the strictest secrecy, and even close advisors were not fully informed. Why wouldn't they release that information if they were really trying to help Donald Trump?
What? Well, it's funny because this is part of the statement that I said makes this less credible. It's because they didn't even read the initial ICA statement. What did the ICA say? The ICA said that by the end of the election cycle, all of the polling was favoring Hillary Clinton so much that it was likely that the Kremlin was withholding some information with the goal of attacking Hillary after she won the election. And that's why they withheld some of their propaganda things.
That's not true at all. In fact, this report
Wait. What's not true? What I just said was not true? That wasn't literally something that I just read to you earlier in the ICA? Do you want me to go back and find it?
No, you could go back and find it, but if they said that, they're inaccurate. In fact, the polls were getting remarkably closer as the election day came close. You deny that? So if the ICA spoke to the opposite of that, they're lying.
Hold on. Robnor, who I guarantee you my life savings, I could go back and find a billion videos of you saying, oh, the pollsters were so wrong. 99% up. Oh, the pollsters. You're telling me that the poll said it was remarkably close?
All right, real clear politics average. Ready? October
I know,
17th.
I'm seeing the same. Yeah, what was like? Oh my God, the rewriting of history in real time, right here, ladies and gentlemen.
My claim was that the polls were really wide, saying Hillary was fucking crushing, and as the election was getting closer, that shrank. They still said Hillary is going to win. Your argument is the ICA said the reason that Russia wouldn't release any of this shit was the polls as the election got closer were so wide margin of Hillary Clinton that they said, there's no reason to even try. That's your argument, right?
That was what the ICA assessment of Russia was. Hillary win the election by 3 million votes in terms of popular vote, just you know. But yes, that was Russia's assessment according to our ICA.
You look up where the ICA report says that as the election was getting closer, that the polls were widening and that Hillary was winning. Here's what the real clear politics average was. October 17th, Clinton by 7. 18th, Clinton 7-1. 19th, Clinton 6-5. Then it's like in the 6s all the way down to the 23rd, 5-9. Then it's in the 5s all the way down to October 28th. Then it's 4.6. Then we get down to October 31st, 3.1. November 1st, 2.2. November 2nd, 1.7. November 4th, 1.6. November 5th, 1.5. November 6th, 1.8. November 7th, 3.2. So as you can see, we started in October 17th. Right? We saw that the gap was incredibly huge. And then all of a sudden, and that's what this report's saying. If Moscow wanted to interfere, they would have been like, holy fuck, the polls are tightening. They're within like 1 or 2 points. If we release some of this damaging information that's way worse than anything we've released so far, I just read you one thing. I could read way more. It would really help turn the tide. You're saying, no, the ICA says they would have never done that. I'd like you to show me that information.
Okay.
In addition, while you're looking that up, you can interrupt me anytime you find it. Here's other things that our intel agencies found that Russia had. They had hacked material so they had hacked material from the DNC saying that Obama's team was scared shitless about Hillary's health, which was one of the biggest stories in the news cycle, that everyone was being gaslit wasn't happening. But they had information from Obama's team.
No, there's no evidence that any of those things are true, by the way.
It doesn't matter if they're true. What we have is it's true that Russia had material from
Russia had propaganda plans. That's it. There was no evidence it even had material from the team. That was just the propaganda. It is true. That's what Brennan literally said. Yes.
That's not true. What this says is this says that the SVR, that our intelligence communities found that the Russian intelligence community had DNC information. They had hacked DNC information that said that President Obama and party leaders found the state of Secretary Clinton's health to be extraordinarily alarming and felt that it would seriously negatively control her impact. Here's other emails that they had through various hacks. They had possessed DNC communications that Clinton was suffering from intensified psycho-emotional problems, including uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness.
Yes, none of this is, there's no verification on any of this. Also, real quick, if you want to go to the ICA number 2, there it is true. Page 89. We assess the influence campaign aspired to help President-elect Trump's chances of victory when possible by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorably to the president-elect. Later in the summer, senior Russian diplomats and intelligence officers assessed that Secretary Clinton was likely to win the presidency, judging from blank, and Russian press reporting. As a result, we assessed that the Russian government began to focus more on undercutting Secretary Clinton's legitimacy and crippling her presidency from its start, including by impugning influence efforts for potential later use. That's what the intelligence community assessed. I understand that your House Intel bullshit for their 46-page release, that they disagree, but they don't even cite this to the ICA, which leads me to wonder if they even read it. But
no,
that's that quote there.
Even your own
all
information. Keep going.
Well, yeah.
Even
So our ICA, the
the
ICA assessed that Russia thought that Hillary was going to win the election. Okay, and that's why they likely held some stuff back. At least that was the assessment of the ICA. You're reading off stories right now that Russia said that they could leak, but there was no information that any of these were true. At some point, I think Brennan communicates this to somebody saying, like, here are some things. I think Ratcliffe publishes a memo or whatever. But if you read the memo that Ratcliffe publishes, he literally says, like, the intelligence community hasn't confirmed that any of this information is true. It could be part of like a Russian disinformation, basically.
Nope, that's not true. This clearly says that they had hacked these things. They got it from an exposed DC Leaks and Guccifer is where they got a lot of this information, these emails they had. In addition,
that's Russian propaganda. You cited the 2 Russian propaganda websites. Yes.
Okay, was the information that was leaked then all Russian propaganda? So everything they leaked from the DNC hacks and Podesta was all made up. So there was
Some of
no
it was,
hullabaloo
yeah.
in the
Some of
first
the emails were literally cobbled together. And to quote from the Ratcliffe thing, because I know that you like to quote in debates one of these things, you like to quote that, according to his handwritten notes, former Central Intelligence Agency Director Brennan subsequently briefed President Obama and other senior national security officials on the intelligence, including the, quote, alleged approval by Hillary Clinton on July 26, 2016, of a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services, end quote. This is one of the pieces of information that supposedly came out, but the sentence right before says, the IC does not know the accuracy of this allegation or the extent to which the Russian intelligence analysis may reflect exaggeration or fabrication. All of this stuff was just stuff that the Russian intelligence agencies were going to try to leak into the United States. And we already know that some of the emails were faked because some of the emails that came out trying to claim that, like, for instance, like that this whole crossfire hurricane started in the Hillary campaign, some of those emails were assessed to be fake, that our intelligence believed, yes, Russia did create these emails. Yeah, that did happen.
So the ICA says that they had this material that they had hacked, even if some of it, you could say that some of the stuff they hacked wasn't true. This is stuff they're saying that they confirmed that they had communications from inside the DNC, etc. We know that they had access, or at least they're alleged to have access in this. This is what we get from the DC leaks in the first place. Now, before you spurred out and wanted to interrupt, the own ICA report there, notice it said by the end of summer. Yeah, by the end of summer, you're right. It did look like that Hillary was going to win. However, the House report here, or the review of the ICA, says the following. The ICA judged that Putin wanted to help Trump's chance of victory when possible by discrediting Clinton, and that he never abandoned this objective. Yet when the race evolved to the point that it became possible for Putin to help Trump win, the polls narrowed dramatically. So after the summer, as I just showed you, polls were dramatically narrowing. And yet the GRU warned Putin in early September that Trump would lose unless they had the intervention of remarkable derogatory information on Clinton, which, even if you're right that the information they had was fake, why wouldn't they release it? So they're saying...
Because, well, if it was fake, well, remember, if we agree with the ICA, if we agree that they had already assessed that showing, like, having Putin come out and go, Trump would be my best friend, probably wouldn't be very helpful. The stuff that had been released relating to Hillary Clinton's email server and the DCC hacks and all of that, these were real emails. If Russia starts dumping shit that's fake, I know this because I've been maligned personally, the best thing that can ever happen to me is somebody mounting a bunch of fake bullshit attacks against me on top of some credible ones, because I get to ignore all the credible attacks and just talk about the bullshit. If Russia would have released some bullshit on Hillary that was clearly not fucking true, like, for instance, I don't know if you read this or not, I don't have it in front of me, but whatever you're reading from also says that Russia had determined, for instance, that, like, Hillary Clinton had type 2 diabetes. What is it? Do you think that's true as well? And she's hid that the whole time? And some other, like, rare diseases or whatever, some other forms of disease? Like, no, these are just bullshit propaganda things. Why would they release fake shit when they were already getting so much traction on the real stuff, and when Comey was being so helpful to Putin already by announcing the email investigation so many times?
You've been scolded by me several times on the Comey reopening the investigation. I don't know if you want to go back to that again. I'm more than happy to school you once more. It's remarkable how many times we interact on some of these things, and then after you admit, yeah, I was wrong, you go back to the same old fucking talking points as soon as we're done. So I'd be happy to go back to the Comey reopening investigation. Really means he was trying to help Trump thing, if you
Doesn't
like.
matter. Well, no, I'm not trying to say what the goal was. I don't think I've ever said he was trying to help Trump. But I'm saying if you look at the intelligence community's posture relating to the 2016 election, the intelligence community did way more to help Trump with the way the FBI made public statements than anybody else did to help Hillary Clinton.
So anyways, I'm going to keep, that's not true, right? We could see that the investigations that they were going after Trump, we could see the leaks to the press. You had the Michael Isikoff report that talked about these things. They
were all after the election.
Yeah, the
after the election.
That's not true.
After the election.
That's not true. The Isikoff report was in September. The Mother Jones story came out at the end of October that talked about
Isikoff. What is the Isikoff report? The leaks that you're talking about, the what?
Yahoo News. Yahoo News
about
report
what?
talking about Carter Page.
Okay, that wasn't.
That was then cited
that wasn't announcements made by the intelligence. That wasn't Comey going in front of a thing, or Brennan or whatever, or McCabe going in front of like a fucking microphone, making huge announcements to the press.
It doesn't matter.
Nobody knew about Crossfire Hurricane. Nobody knew about the huge. Okay.
That these were leaks that were coming out from the intel community about. Okay, right. So the idea that nothing came out until after the election is not true. The reason that
what do you think was more negative attention to?
Stop interrupting. Like again,
well, you're lying so much. Like what was more negative information coming out about Trump or Hillary? It was Hillary, the email shit, obviously.
I'm not going to lead the constant interruptions. I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is the reason that there was investigation to Hillary that was announced was because it had to be announced because the House actually called for the investigation. That's not true. It had to be. The House actually petitioned. That it absolutely was not abnormal for the House that was actually subpoenaing records for the FBI to say, okay, we're going to look into this, because the House was literally subpoenaing Hillary Clinton's records. So everybody,
why would that force the FBI to announce anything?
I guess it wouldn't, but everybody knew that they were investigating.
Oh, sounds like there was some political malfeasance there from the House then. Crazy. The same House that you're citing for your House intelligence report, huh? Isn't that insane? Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
It's not
Anyway,
the same House. So yeah, there is something called the House of Representatives. So if they've ever done one thing you don't like, we could say that every House of Representatives is corrupt. That's your argument? Whether it be 2016, 2020, just Republicans ones, right? We got it, right? Other evidence that they had here, right, includes that they had these emails, right, that was suggesting that in August, there were details of a secret meeting with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which the U.S. State Department representatives offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton, significant increases in financing from department funds and the patronage of the state in dealing with post-Soviet countries. It had evidence that FBI director
There's no evidence that that claim is true, right?
It doesn't matter if the specific claim is true, if that actually happened. What matters is that they had evidence, they had emails that they had hacked that said this, and they could have released it. That's
Hold
what
on,
matters.
Rob, I just want to be clear that I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you do not trust that our intelligence communities, as part of an ICA, could come together and make a statement about Putin's motivations correctly, but you trust our intelligence agencies to know what the Russian intelligence agencies know?
Excuse me.
Yes, is that what you're saying? Can you, without talking around that? That's what you're saying. Because all this information is coming from our intelligence agencies. So our intelligence agencies are good enough to know what the foreign intelligence agencies know, which is already insane, but they're not good enough to make an assessment on Putin's motivations?
Yes, an assessment has to do with your opinion on why something happened when raw data of what you're looking at is completely different. So if they're saying, here is the evidence we have, and other investigating bodies are looking, saying, yep, here's the evidence they had. We can see the evidence. We're looking at the emails they have. We're looking at it. We see it right here. Here it is. We see it. That's different than saying the intelligence community's theory is this was the motivation. We know, for example, let me ask you this question. Later on in this ICA report, it's going to talk about someone, or in the Durham annex, it's going to talk about someone named Bernardo or Bernardillo. This was a guy from the Soros Foundation, right? And he was emailing people connected to like the Hillary team. And he says at one point, this is where Hillary Clinton concocted, the Soros Foundation knows that Hillary Clinton was concocting this. You know this story, correct?
Concocting what?
The allegations that Trump colluded with Russia.
Oh, yeah, that's completely and totally fake.
Okay, what's fake about that?
There's zero evidence that the Clinton campaign was the one that began concocting that in August or whatever. There's no evidence whatsoever.
Okay, but was the email fake?
Which email?
The email that the intelligence community says they had.
Can you link me the one? It might be, because at least one of them was a fake email. Is this the one where they interviewed like every single person involved and nobody knew where the email came from?
Correct. Right?
Oh, then yes, that email was fake, and the intelligence community assessed it as being fake, yes.
Okay, no, what it did, just to be clear, what it did said it was probably an amalgamation of true emails. So the information when it was true, but the actual email itself was put together.
Hold on.
Nonetheless.
Wait. Do you actually believe the statement that you just said?
Yes, I do.
You think that you can cobble together random statements from other emails and that the email you put together from that is true afterward? Are you actually that fucking stupid? You're really saying that? That's the argument you're... Hold on. Wait. Link me the thing and we'll read the IC assessment. And then if you want to roll with that argument, you can. That is probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say in my entire life. But link me it's like a 22-page report that Tulsi released and also hope that nobody would read the entire thing. But apparently you didn't either. But we can go through that.
No, I read the entire thing. I read the entire thing. Oh, shit, that's the wrong one. Oh, shit. Nonetheless, we'll get to this, I promise.
No, find it. Wait, we'll find it.
Wait. I was on a line of questioning, and then we can get to this. I don't mind doing that.
You're going to build a line of questioning off of a fake email, off a fabricated email.
Let's say
it does matter. It's fake. The whole point is to make you think the theory that you're about to say, Rob. How are you so stupid? You're that easy to control? What the fuck?
If you would stop spurging out, I would tell you. The only point that I'm trying to make here, let's assume it's 100% fake, that Russia invented this whole thing. And yet, did our intelligence agents get access to what Russia was claiming to have?
No, I don't think they did.
Yes! Then how would they know that this fake email existed?
The reason why they know that this fake email existed is because when they did a search of the entire database of all the emails sent, one, they interviewed every single person as part of this organization. Nobody had an awareness of this email being sent. Two, they couldn't find the original email sent or received on any inbox. And three, they were able to match whole sentences from the email to other emails that were in the Outlook system or whatever. So they assessed, oh, this email is probably a fabricated email. There were other fabricated emails as well.
Here's the fake email, right? There you see it? Fake email, right? It's fake. I made it up. It's fake. The intelligence community gets this. They say, oh, we got this thing. Look, it's a fake email. We think it's fake. But they got it from me. I had this. This is something they got from me, correct? It might be fake. I may have manufactured it, but they got it from me, correct?
Wait. No, I thought, weren't these part of a leak?
Yes, this was a leak of information that a foreign intel service found, that they found that it was evidence that Russia had accumulated. Now, the argument is, for the sake of this argument, I could concede that this particular email is fake. That's not why I'm bringing it up. What I'm bringing up is our intelligence agencies were getting information from themselves and from other foreign intelligence saying, we've basically hacked Russia. And here's what they have. Here's one of these emails they have, right? Now, your argument when I'm talking about all these other emails that they had, like they had emails about Hillary having health problems that was being talked about at the DNC. They had emails that was talked about religious organizations. You're like, no, I don't believe they had any of those. But my question is, you're conceding—
I never said I don't believe they have them. I'm saying that the validity of those wasn't assessed. They could have had a whole treasure trove of propaganda ready to go. We don't know if any of it was true or not. That's just what they were claiming on their propaganda side. That's how they were going to launch it.
So the point that I'm trying to make is it doesn't matter if the validity was true or not. Once they see that the election's getting within 1 or 2 points, and we have reporting that says that they were like, we think Hillary's going to win unless we release some bombshell shit. And they have this bombshell shit.
But if the bombshell shit, it does matter if it's true, because if it's fake and it gets, okay. If it's fake and it comes out and it's obviously fake, then it would probably hurt. It would probably hurt Trump. It would look bad. Oh, look, Russia is trying to attack Hillary Clinton. Wow, it looks like Putin does have a clear preference. You don't understand how releasing a fake hit piece could actually help an opponent? Wasn't that the Republican talking point for the past 5 fucking years? That all of the investigations into Donald Trump were fake, and that all the criminal charges and convictions were fake, and that actually helped Trump? Why wouldn't this do the exact same thing?
Okay, did they release fake stuff with the WikiLeaks?
I believe everything that came from the WikiLeaks and DC leaks stuff was true. I don't think anything was fabricated there. My understanding.
You just said previously, we know they did release fake shit. That's what you said
email
earlier.
Things that you're talking about were not part of the DC leaks or WikiLeaks. The WikiLeaks and the DC leaks, I think, it was a different trove of emails or whatever.
Yes or no? Earlier in this debate, did you say, we know that Russia released fake emails and shit? We know they did that. You said that earlier.
In regards to this email that you're talking about, I'm asking you to link it. I can go source it if you can't find it. But the thing that Tulsi declassified, these particular emails that came from something in Clinton's campaign or whatever, I don't think these were part of the DC leaks or WikiLeaks. I don't think that they were released as part of that probe. That's why we just saw them.
Earlier you were talking about Guccifer. Is Guccifer not part of the WikiLeaks?
No, so WikiLeaks was an organization that Guccifer handed all the leaks off over to because the DC leak site wasn't getting enough traction. But this particular email we hadn't seen before until Tulsi declassified it. I don't believe this was ever leaked or part of the WikiLeaks. That's why we're just seeing it now with Tulsi declassifying it. We've never seen this before.
So again, the point that I'm getting to is you previously, and this is the problem, you spurg out so much you don't remember the things you say. You're not interested in sort of getting to a true statement. So you said
you have
previously
no interest in the truth. I
that
haven't moved on anything.
It's bullshit. You said previously that the leaks that they had issued, that there were leaks that were inaccurate, emails that were inaccurate. That's what you said. Now you're saying that never happened.
Is that what I said, Rob?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
That's what I said, Rob. That's what I said. Okay. So for the rest of the audience, that's not what I said. I said everything that leaked through WikiLeaks, everything that's posted on DC leaks. My understanding is all of those emails were real emails. Those were all real emails that came from the, I think, from Hillary Clinton's campaign and the DNC and the DCCC. But these other emails that Tulsi declassified, I don't know 100% where those came from, but those weren't posted by WikiLeaks. And these emails that Tulsi declassified were fake. These were not real emails. Our intelligence communities assessed that these were cobbled together from other emails and that they were fake and maybe part of some other plan for something they wanted to do, but they ended up not going through it.
Okay. So what I'm saying is these were things that aren't the same as what we're talking about in the ICA review that I'm talking about. Those ICA review are intel that our government had, just like they found out about the WikiLeaks. This was stuff that they got from the DNC hacks and from the Podesta hacks that they ruled that they had. They were able to see the stuff that was hacked. That's how they know what Russia had. They knew that the Podesta was hacked and the DNC was hacked. And so they knew the evidence that was available to be shared, and yet Russia was holding back this shit. That's different than the Bernardo thing, right? But I'll read page 11. Let's read what they said, what the intelligence community assessed. You were making fun of me. Let's read. Give me a chance to read here. Page 11. You ready? The office interviewed numerous FBI personnel who were involved in Crossfire Hurricane or related to intelligence efforts to determine whether they could shed light on the potential reliability or unreliability of the information about the possible Clinton campaign plan. Certain analysts and officers whom the office interviewed and who were well versed in the sensitive intelligence collection stated that their best assessment was that the Bernardo emails were likely authentic. Multiple analysts noted that the Russians had, in fact, hacked Bernardo's emails. Some analysts also noted it was possible, however, that the Russians might have fabricated or altered purported U.S. emails. But some of these analysts also noted, and then it's redacted. In addition, the office obtained records from a number of nonprofit organizations and think tanks linked above to determine the accuracy of the sensitive intelligence as to whether, in fact, it reflected an actual plan by the Clinton campaign. These included Open Society, Atlantic Council, etc. Notably, the office was unable to locate in the records from the think tanks any exact version of the Bernardo emails obtained through T1, who was the intelligence service we got it from. The office did, however, identify certain emails, attachments, and documents that contain language and references with the exact same or similar verbiage with the materials referenced above. For instance, July 25th, 2016, the same date, Tim Maurer, a Carnegie Endowment cyber expert, replied to an email, blah, 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 on the same date. Then it says, in addition to this email from Maurer, think tank also, during the same week, Clinton campaign manager Robbie Mook stated in media interviews the campaign believed the Russian government and carried out the DNC hacks. As noted above, the office conducted multiple interviews related to the intelligence, Bernardo, Marr, etc. When Bernardo was shown redacted versions, let's see. There is a conclusion they get. 1 second. Let me check my notes. But you can see they're saying we think it was true.
For which emails? Which
for
date?
The Bernardo email that said that there was a Hillary plan.
Yeah, and for the was that the July 25th? Was that the July 25th one? Careful, don't read that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my thunder that you're about to steal.
Number 17. Right?
Okay.
The office's best assessment is that the July 25th and 27 emails that purported to be from Bernardo were ultimately a composite of several emails that were obtained through Russian intelligence hacking of U.S.-based think tanks, including the Open Society Foundation, blah, blah, blah. Indeed, as discussed above, language from Maurer's email on 25th is identical to Bernardo's email the same date. Furthermore, given Smith's extensive contact to think tank community, her public role as an advisor, her communication to think tank regarding Trump, it's a logical deduction that Smith was at a minimum playing a role in the Clinton campaign's effort to tie Trump to Russia. Indeed, Smith's July 27th email to our think tank colleagues regarding Trump, Russia, and NATO the day after the candidate allegedly approved a plan lends credibility to such a plan.
Yes. So the office ultimately assessed that those emails were fake. Those were fake emails. There was no evidence that there was a Clinton. Do you not understand what you just read?
I do understand what I just read. What it said, if you listen to all of it, it said that its senior intel analysts said that they think that the information was true, that it was a composite of emails.
I can't. Hold on. A composite
of
emails, the fake. No, if you honestly, I can't. You can't possibly believe this. If Rob, I could quote you as saying, "I am gay." If that's a composite of several statements that you've made, Rob, is that an accurate statement?
No, what they're saying is that there were emails, multiple people that were hacked, and that this information that's coming through is true information. The problem is that there's sort of
no, the information is not true. That's why they have to cobble together from different sources to make it sound like it's saying something that's not actually there. Otherwise, they would have to cobble together a fake email.
Let me repeat. Certain analysts and officers whom the office interviewed well-versed in the collection stated their best assessment that the Bernardo emails were authentic. Multiple analysts noted that Russia hacked his emails. Some analysts noted it was possible that the Russians fabricated or altered it. In addition, the office obtained records from nonprofit, blah, blah, blah. Notably, the office was able to locate these, right? They identified emails and stuff. What they're saying is, and you can see as we get down later, where was it? Page 15. Their best assessment was that this was true information, right? And that they were like sort of mixing up the names and things like that.
Not mixing up the names. They were putting together whole new emails.
The office's best assessment that the July 25th and 27th emails that purport to be from Bernardo were a composite of several emails that were obtained through Russian intelligence.
What do you think that means? Composite of several emails. They were mixing, they were cutting and pasting sentences together. They're trying to make it look like some guy was part of Hillary's campaign that was trying to put together some devious plan to go after Trump and connect to Russia.
Wait, hold on.
That's what that means.
So hold on, wait, Rob, because he's explained this numerous times, and I would like you to explain, because he said over and over that he thinks they're putting it all together in like a different order so that it totally changes the information. I haven't heard you say, like, what is it that you think they're actually doing to where you would trust the information?
They're not doing that. What they're doing is, I'll read it to you again. The office's assessment that the 25th and 27 emails purport to be Bernardo were ultimately a composite of several emails that were obtained through Russian intelligence. So these were real emails, and that they kind of shoved all the information together, right? Then it says, including the Open Society Foundation, etc. The email from the 25th is identical language.
Explain what that means. No, wait. Explain that to Tom. Shoved
Yeah,
all
that's
the
what I was about to
information
ask.
together
What is
from
that?
different senders to different receivers from different emails. Explain what that might look like, Rob.
There's this lady named Sarah, and she's emailing 4 people saying, I'm working with Hillary's team to concoct a plan to spread Trump to Russia. Russia takes these, and they're all jumbled together because they got 4 emails from her. They all say, I'm working with Hillary to concoct this plan, but they changed the verbiage because they're compiling these emails into one.
Why wouldn't you just release those 4 emails? Why would you need to make a composite? Why wouldn't you just release those 4 emails? That's what they say. What?
Because what they're getting is, they're again, we've seen that the intelligence community says that these assessments are accurate, that they believe this information is true. The idea that Russia is doing like...
They didn't say they believe... No, they didn't say they believe the information is true. They said that they reflect statements from other emails. You don't put together a composite of emails in order to say a true thing. You just release those emails, Rob. This is the dumbest argument you've ever made in your life. Why would you put together a composite email if you've got her saying that in 4 different emails?
The office interviewed...
Rob does not believe this. This is a bait.
That's not true at all. The office interviewed multiple personnel that were involved in Crossfire Hurricane to determine whether they could shed light on the reliability of the information. They had people that were well-versed in this. They stated their best assessment that this was authentic, that the information in it was authentic. Then they go on to say, in the section that you're cutting me off there, they specifically talk about this. The best assessment was that Tim Morrow's emails, all these other emails that are being sent saying the same thing. Those are accurate. Furthermore, given Smith's
You're adding so much there, all saying the same thing. They said that the email hacks, that there were authentic emails in the hacks, but some of the emails were fabricated. They were just a compilation of, they were shoving together and cutting together sentences to create new emails in order to put them among the real emails to make these ones look real, to pretend there was a Clinton plan. That Clinton plan, by the way, which was fully investigated by Durham, of which they said there was no evidence of, ever, anywhere.
Okay, you trust Durham?
He did a whole specialized investigation, and he released like a 350-page report on it. So it seemed pretty credible. I've never seen anybody contradict it.
Is this the appendix from the Durham report?
You don't have an appendix from the Durham report, but you keep calling the appendix from the Durham report is the shitty House Intelligence Committee fucking thing. That's what you keep calling this.
Click on this. You were just reading it. Is this the House thing, or is this the annex from the Durham report?
This is from what you're reading from now? What you were reading from before, this now is part of the Durham report. Yes.
Okay, so let's listen to what the Durham report says. You say it never said that Hillary
you're reading part of an annex, Rob. This is not the report. This is part of what they relied on. And he used this because it says in here, this would be, as Rob would say, wouldn't this be a good thing to investigate? Durham did investigate it. He found nothing.
There we go. That's not true. Here's what he said. I'll conclude. Destiny has a clever way of ignoring the actual language it said because he secretly knows what they're really trying to say. This is what he says. It's let's see. Bernardo's purported email. Furthermore, given Smith's extensive contacts with the think tank community, her public role as a foreign policy advisor for the Clinton campaign, and her communication with think tank colleagues regarding Trump, it is a logical deduction that Smith was, at a minimum, playing a role in Clinton campaign's efforts to tie Trump to Russia. Indeed, Smith's July 27th email to her think tank colleagues regarding Russia and NATO, the day after candidate Clinton allegedly approved the plan to tie Trump to Russia, certainly lends at least credence to such a plan existed. Moreover, Smith's text message exchange foreign policy advisor, the notion the campaign may have wanted or expected the FBI or other agencies to aid that effort to put more oil on the fire by commencing a formal investigation of the DNC hack. So this is saying we believe it. That's what Durham's saying. He's saying, yeah, ultimately we believe that Smith was right, that she was connected into Hillary's team. Is that not what that says? Is this not
No, that's not what it says because you haven't read the Durham report. I'll explain
I have read
it,
the
sure.
Durham report.
So you have, oh, really? Then why was the Clinton plan so important in the Durham report?
Why was it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Why was the Clinton plan so important in the Durham report? Why is it brought up?
He brings it up because they're talking about the predicate for opening the investigation in Crossfire Hurricane.
I don't know if you just ChatGPT that, but if you didn't, good job. Okay, correct. The point was to show that there seemed to be a political bias at the FBI. A lot of people didn't like the underlying stuff related to the Steele dossier. And one of the biggest claims that Durham came away with was that the Steele dossier was definitely leaned into way too much. And then one of the things that came out, now ultimately it was Russia propaganda, but they didn't know it at the time, which is why the office at that time thought that it was credible, was this Clinton plan. Well, hold on, FBI. If you've got this whole Steele dossier that you're looking into, why aren't you giving as much credence to this Clinton plan, of which there seems to be at least some credible start to an investigation that you could do, but you didn't take that Clinton plan as seriously as you did the Steele dossier, and I think that that shows some level of political partisanship. That's why the Clinton plan is brought up. Not to say that it was actually true or real, because if you go through the Durham report, and I'll ask you to right now, you will not be able to find me any part of the Durham report where he says, we assessed that this likely was true. They went through and they interviewed every single person involved with this, all the people who were part of these email chains. Nobody knew anything about this. There was no evidence that they interviewed Donna Brazil, they interviewed Hillary Clinton herself, they interviewed everybody. Nobody knew anything about this. It was fake. It was Russian propaganda. But the reason why it's brought up, the reason why it's in this annex, is to show that why didn't the FBI take this as seriously as the Steele dossier? That's why it was brought up.
You moron. The Steele dossier is the Clinton plan. You fucking idiot. That is the Clinton plan. Clinton concocted a plan to tie Trump to Russia. Here's more evidence of it.
Oh my
Ready?
God.
And what perhaps was the biggest
You know that Durham doesn't even have any evidence that Hillary Clinton even knew that the Steele dossier was existing, right? That the DNC, Hillary Clinton and the DNC didn't even work directly with Christopher Steele, right?
No, they worked directly with people like Fusion GPS that concocted this plan.
No, they didn't even work directly with Fusion GPS. They worked with the law firm. No, then cite me something. Cite me something that proves you said. I don't read random annexes and random. Cite me something that proves what you said.
I'm trying, but you keep fucking spurging out and interrupt because you can't help yourself. This is what you constantly do because you're incapable of debating the facts. Now,
wait. We'll go to this part. Can you concede the Clinton plan had nothing? What you just said that proved those emails. The emails were fake. They were Russian propaganda. Nothing in the Durham report says that the Clinton plan was a real thing. None of this was validated or verified.
It didn't say that it was Russian propaganda. It said that they believed that the information contained within those emails were an amalgamation that were true.
This is fucking retarded. I can't. That's the most retarded thing. I can't trust you to read. You're either illiterate or retarded. The fact that you would think that that's not a propaganda thing, that you think you can just hack together emails and make that's insane to me. I can't trust your summary of literally any other thing. I can't try. I have no idea. I don't even know if you speak English.
Yes or no? Yes or no? The Durham annex that I just read to you say that they likely think that it was true that Smith was working for the Hillary campaign and was working to smear Trump connected to Russia. Yes,
they said that was plausible. It was a plausible thing to start an investigation.
True. Right.
Most likely true. Sorry, which page is this again?
Let me see the specific. Let's see.
The Office of Review of Certain Communications involving Smith and provided possible additional. Okay, page 17. Wait, of the document or the bottom, page 17?
Bottom of page. Furthermore, given Smith's extensive contacts with the think tank community, her public role as a foreign policy advisor for the Clinton campaign, and her communications with think tank.
Where is this? Wait, where is it? What page?
Page 17, bottom paragraph.
On the page. It actually says it on the page.
It says page 17, both on the side and on the page. Last paragraph.
Declassified Durham. That's the one that says the office's best assessment is that on the July 25th, that one?
Yes. Now, furthermore, you see halfway through the paragraph. Furthermore, given Smith's extensive contacts with the think tank community, her public role as a foreign policy advisor for the Clinton campaign, and her communications with think tank colleagues regarding Trump, it is a logical deduction that Smith was at a minimum playing a role in the Clinton campaign's efforts to tie Trump to Russia.
Yes. It was logically deducible from the Russian propaganda. Not that it was true, but that they should have investigated it. That's why the next sentence says, indeed, Smith's July 27th email to her think tank, right? The email that was fake, right? July 27th email to her think tank colleagues regarding Trump, Russia, and NATO, the day after candidate Clinton allegedly approved a plan to tie Trump to Russia, certainly lends at least some credence that such a plan existed, right? This is just saying that it should have been investigated more. That's it.
That's not what it's saying. It's clearly saying that we conclude that we think that it is plausible that this is true. That's what they're concluding. Furthermore, above that, I said they talked to FBI analysts that also thought it was true on page 11. Now, I'm going to continue with what I was saying before we got to this. We were talking about specific evidence that further shows that Hillary concocted this plan. One, we all know that they were concocting this plan, that they paid Fusion GPS to come up with this plan. Second,
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. That's not true.
Okay, so
show me that. Show me that in the Durham report.
Show you what? They paid Fusion GPS. One, they didn't pay them directly. They paid them through a law firm. They paid them to come up with a Russia collusion plan. They paid them to get dirt on Trump that went through Christopher Steele, a foreigner, to try. They didn't know. Okay, we're getting a little bit more honest. They paid for Oppo research from a law firm. That's what they paid for. Okay, they knew that. I'm going to read my evidence. You can keep. National Review, and what was perhaps the biggest bombshell? No, wait. Read from the Durham report. Why would you read National Review? Excuse me. What? Read from the Durham report. Which part are we quoting here? Give me a sentence and we read from it. I'm gonna read the evidence I'm looking at, right? And what was perhaps
You're reading
the
an
biggest
article. Why would I? Why the
Yes,
National Review?
I'm gonna because
Okay,
it's
go ahead.
more evidence. And what was perhaps the biggest bombshell of the trial at this point? Mook also admitted that Hillary Clinton herself agreed to the decision to leak the Alphabet allegations to the press. Admitted it in court that it was Hillary herself that leaked the Russia-connected Alpha Bank story to the press. Okay, now let's go.
Well, hold on, wait. I need to look and see where this is coming from, right? I don't know what the fuck the National Review. I need to see where it's sourced from. I'm familiar with like the source material, not the Republican propaganda. So I have to figure out where it's sourced from.
I'm sorry that you were unfamiliar with the trial of Robbie Mook. I'm sorry that you were unfamiliar with that. But here you go. I'll put it in the link so that you can.
Wait. What was your claim about? What was your claim about Mook?
That he testified that Hillary Clinton herself gave the go-ahead to leak the Alpha Bank story to the media. It is beyond dispute that Hillary's team was intimately involved with the Russia collusion story. The fact that you're even trying to argue this just proves. There it is, though. Now, I could continue with more evidence if you like. Let's see.
No, wait. Can we just, why not one thing at a time?
Sure, go for it.
Well, it is in other articles as well, like in Political. It says testimony during the 2022 trial of the Michael Sussman revealed that Hillary Clinton approved a plan for her campaign to leak the discredited Alpha Bank story to the media in 2016.
What is is this like a thing that's like proved, or what is is this just an allegation made in court about a non-party, or?
It says that
No, it was someone connected to Hillary's. It was a person that worked for Hillary's team who was under trial saying, yeah, Hillary personally said to leak this. Whoopsie daisy.
What? Hillary's not even a party to this case, is she?
The guy that's
Rob, you understand that right now, I could right now log into my federal court system and file a statement saying that Robnor is super gay and that would be under oath in a court transcript somewhere. Like this, you're talking about a statement of a person who's about another person who's not even a party to the case, and I'm supposed to take this as like some huge indictment on the Hillary Clinton campaign? What the fuck?
Yes,
I don't even know what this is from. Give me like what court? Like, is there like a transcript? Is there I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to read right now.
It is in the case of Michael Sussman. It was direct quotes of what Robbie Mook testified to. You want me to read you more evidence? This one's from.
Do you have a no? Why are you jumping off the one thing? Where's the?
I mean, you look it up. You want to just sit here? Michael Sussman.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you have a strong piece of evidence, yeah, I think that's good.
I'm going to get a drink. You go for it. You keep looking. I provided the context. Go for it.
Again, we are doing.
Did he say whose court?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Did he say whose court case this is?
Sussman.
In Sussman trial. Okay.
Yes.
This is Michael Sussman.
Yes.
Right? Yes.
Yeah, again, we are doing this subathon today, guys. We had a bunch of debates. This is the second one we got today. We have another one after this with Andrew Wilson and Jake the Rattlesnake. That'll be at 9:30. I don't know how much longer you guys want to go. We're a little over the 2-hour mark. I had it scheduled for 2 to 3 hours.
I still have plenty to say.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't even got to like the meat of what I wanted to say. He's going to look this up the whole time. I'll talk to the audience while you keep looking that up.
Well, no, because half the shit you've said, basically everything you've said so far has been wrong. So no, why would I just let you ramble?
True. Everything I've said's been true. Every single time we go to it, you're like, well, okay, don't say that, but.
Well, Rob, I had
context
a question. This came out in 2022, so this was after the report, right? That's why it wasn't included in the Durham report?
Well, yes, that's true, right? Well, no, actually, the Durham report wasn't released till after that. I believe maybe 2023, 2024.
Right, but they would have written. Did they write it before this, or was
I don't
this...
know. I don't know. The point is, it may be included in the Durham report. The Durham report's hundreds of pages. I can't remember every single thing that it said. The point is, there is overwhelming evidence that people in Hillary Clinton's team concocted this Russia collusion plan. Overwhelming evidence. The Steele dossier, right? A bunch of other shit that we could see that I'm getting to. And I believe what I'm about to read here is from the 316 page IG report, right?
IG report or the Durham report?
I believe the IG report. And what it says is, and I quote, this is on page 97, quote, this stands in sharp contrast to reliance to the uncorroborated Steele reports, which at least some FBI personnel appeared to know was likely being funded or promoted by the Clinton campaign. For example, During a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to Handling Agent 1. Handling Agent 1's notes from the meeting reflect that HC was aware of Steele's Brit firm seeking info. While Handling Agent 1 did not have an independent recollection of Steele explicitly stating that HC referred to Hillary Clinton, he could think of no other individual from his notes that HC would have stood for. So here we have agents, FBI agents in July 5th, 2016, before the Crossfire Hurricane investigation started, talking to Christopher Steele, who was paid for by Hillary's team. And
Christopher Steele wasn't paid for by Hillary's team. It was Fusion GPS, number one. Number two, Christopher Steele had already been doing opposition research for the Republicans. That had already been a thing that had started. Number three,
Christopher Steele was not being paid. He was not working for them while the Republicans were paying. That's not true.
I don't know if he was working while the Republicans were paying, but I know that he was doing, there were people who were requesting oppo research from the Republican Party on Trump. I don't know, maybe it was Christopher Steele, but Fusion GPS was already working on this stuff. Are you claiming that Hillary Clinton had a direct contact with Steele?
I'm saying that this is saying Christopher Steele said that not direct contact, but she was aware of what he was doing. That's what it said. You want me to read it again? During a meeting, and
don't stop reading random. This Durham make this assessment.
The IG does.
The 316-page thing that you're reading.
Yes. Page
97. Are you sure this isn't the Durham report? The Durham report is 316 pages. It's probably the Durham report.
Maybe it is. I'm sorry. I may have it. Let me see.
Okay, read me what is the exact sentence you're saying?
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Now I got to find the page I was at again. Sorry. Page 97.
Which is what? Okay. 97 on the document, or like I type in 97 on top?
97 on the left. Yeah. You type in 97. Fucking hell. My computer's shit. I need to become rich like you. I can afford better equipment here. Give me a second. All right. So it'll be 87 on the bottom, but 97. The office located no evidence that in the conducting Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the FBI considered whether or how the Clinton plan intelligence might impact the investigation. So Durham's acknowledging here that there's this whole section's Durham acknowledging that there was a Clinton plan. No FBI
This is intelligence related to the idea that there was a Clinton plan.
No, that's not true. He's acknowledging and given reasons why there was a Clinton plan. We can read the whole section if you want. But he continues, no FBI personnel were interviewed. The office recalled Crossfire Hurricane personnel taking any action to vet the Clinton plan intelligence. For example, Brian Otten stated he could not recall anything the FBI did to analyze or otherwise consider the Clinton plan intelligence, stating it was just one data point. This stands in sharp contrast to its substantial reliance on the uncorroborated Steele reports, which at least some FBI personnel appeared to say was likely funded or promoted by a Clinton campaign. For example, during a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to the FBI agent. The agent's notes from the meeting reflect that HC, capital H, capital C, was aware of Steele, a Brit firm seeking info.
Sure.
While handling
so
Agent
if you go up to
1
page 94, going back to this, the intelligence community received the Clinton plan intelligence in late July of 2016. This was them receiving intelligence that Hillary Clinton supposedly was trying to start this, to tie Russia and Trump together in some illegitimate manner. When they say Clinton plan intelligence, they don't mean that they've gotten intelligence from Hillary Clinton and now they're going to build off of that to do Crossfire Hurricane. They mean that they have intelligence related to this idea of a Clinton plan. In this Durham report, my understanding is that none of that is ever verified. Durham never comes out and says they were trying to illegitimately tie these two things together. And I think in the intro to literally what you just said, the FBI wasn't even considering that quote unquote Clinton plan intelligence when they were doing their investigation. I think that was the opening to what you read.
It was asked what that's talking about specifically, whether or not they used the fact this was paid for by Hillary to influence their decision. But it specifically said, how do you contend with the fact that Christopher Steele is personally saying to the first FBI contact he has, yeah, Hillary Clinton's aware of this. How do you contend with that?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck Steele said. Steele said a lot of shit. Careful, because you're the one that's going to tell me that 95% of what Steele said is fake. So the fact that you want to rest on this as being the most true statement ever, okay, is kind of fucking ironic coming from you.
So just to be clear, here's what we know. We know that Hillary's team was paying Christopher Steele. We know that Robbie Mook, who worked for Hillary's team, says it was Hillary herself that gave us the okay to leak shit to the press about the Alpha Bank Russia story. We know that Christopher Steele was saying Hillary Clinton personally knows.
Hold on, it's hard to run down. It's hard to run down. Hold on, it's hard to run down because you lie about so many things, and I've caught you so many lies. Where did he say? Because somebody's like, make what saying during cross-examination, Mook said that the Hillary campaign was not fully confident in the Alpha Bank's allegations and wanted to give them to a reporter so the reporter could run it down further and verify it. I want to know where is this testimony at that he said that Hillary Clinton said to run a fake story? Because the CBS News article here that I'm reading says that during cross-examination, Mook said the campaign. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's basically what I was reading. Go ahead.
Mook said the campaign was not fully confident in the Alpha Bank allegations and wanted to give them to a reporter so that the reporter could run it down further and verify it.
It says, what I'm reading is, in perhaps what's the biggest bombshell that tried to this point, Mook also admitted that Hillary Clinton herself agreed to the decision to leak the Alpha Bank allegations to the press. Mook was adamant that he'd authorized campaign staff rather than Perkins Coie to carry out this task.
Okay, so the characterization of those two things is quite different, yes?
No, what it's saying is that Hillary herself said, yes, take this to the press. How could you
one is leak it and publish it, even though I know it's wrong, and the other is let's see if somebody can find more information about this, right? Those are two different things, no?
No, well, they're two different things that have nothing to do with the point I was making, which was that Hillary was aware of this and was leaking it, personally aware of it and saying to leak it to the press.
Is there a difference between giving something to the press and saying it's true versus saying this might be true, look into this? Are those the exact same thing?
Okay, I'll answer this, but then I want you to answer my question, right? No, those aren't the exact same thing. Now, if you were to say, Rob, did you leak to the press? And I say, well, one thing is I leaked to the press because I wasn't sure if it was true and wanted to see if they could help me. And the other is I knew it was a lie. Would either of those challenge the initial assertion of whether or not I leaked to the press? Can you answer that yes or no?
Yes, they would significantly change the way I would view that. Yes,
that's not true. It might change how you would view it, but it doesn't change the underlying the underlying fact that it was me that leaked it or that gave the go ahead to leak it.
If I said that a man stabbed my sister yesterday and she died, would it change your opinion if it was a guy who stabbed her in the street during a mugging, or if it was a surgeon that tried to do an appendectomy or whatever the fuck and she died during surgery, even though she's getting stabbed by a knife in both circumstances? Would that change the fact that she got stabbed and died, Rob?
No, it wouldn't change the fact she got stabbed and died. You phrased that question the opposite of what you wanted, you idiot. That would change the motivation.
I didn't.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I did. It's exactly my point.
I just want to be clear. So your argument is, yeah, okay, Hillary Clinton team did have this plan, but it was good-natured. They were leaking to the press for help. Not that they wanted it to affect the election.
Sure, yeah, there's nothing. What's wrong with leaking? Wait, are you saying that it's bad to leak to the press for help?
I'm saying that this is part and parcel to that it was Hillary Clinton herself that was aware of these plans to connect Trump to Russia.
I don't. Is this about was the Alpha Bank? Hold on, wait. Is this the same thing, or is it a lot different than Giuliani leaking the images of the hard drive from the laptop from hell to the press?
I don't understand what your whataboutism has anything to do with the topic in hand.
Wait,
would you consider that the same type of thing?
No.
When we say leak to the press, are we saying that they're making it public, or are we saying that they're giving it to the reporter?
He wants to obfuscate between the both because he wants to borrow the moral condemnation from the worst thing while retreating to the factual analysis of the.
I'm just clarifying. Are we saying that leaking it to the press means that they're going to publish it?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you think they're going to do when they leak it to the press?
Well, I thought that
that's interesting.
I thought the idea was that if she was giving it to them for
just because.
Yeah, I thought the claim was that they were giving it to the press for them to help verify it. But if you think it also that they're going to publish it, I think there's a difference in the way that you guys are interpreting that claim.
This is fucking insane. So now the argument is, okay, Hillary's team was aware of this plan to connect Trump to Russia. However, it was good-natured. They were just asking the press in a story that ended up being total fabrication and bullshit. They included people in Hillary's team. They were just asking the press, is this true? And then, if you read further down the article I linked, the Flip has then presented Mook with a statement issued by Clinton campaign staffer Jake Sullivan and later tweeted out by Hillary herself after the first Alpha Bank allegations were published. So, on October 31st, 2016, after Mook says that Hillary herself said to leak this, Hillary then, it appears she wasn't just looking for confirmation because that confirmation never came. And yet here she is tweeting out, computer scientists have apparently uncovered a covert server linking the Trump organization to a Russian-based bank. Geez, that's weird. They never confirmed that story. In fact, we now know that that story was bullshit. And yet Hillary, who's so innocent.
If that's true, then the fault would be on the people who published it.
Let me finish. Yet Hillary, who just innocently, she didn't want this to affect the election. She was just like, oh, this is interesting. I wonder if they could confirm it. She immediately retweets out their story. She feeds them the story, then retweets it out. And you're like, yeah, but it wasn't about publishing. It wasn't about affecting the election. This is fucking laughable, even from you, Destiny.
Says the guy who says that an email that is compiled from a bunch of different emails is basically just a true email with a lot of different truths in the same one. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Yeah.
No,
there's a reason why at the end of this, and you don't have a good answer for this. Why, if this obviously illegal behavior happened, where are the indictments?
We had some.
For Hillary Clinton, for ordering intentionally false material to be leaked and to be intentionally misleading the entire public on things like this. None of this was illegal. None of this was broke any laws.
Is that illegal? What's the crime?
I don't know. You tell me. Nothing about this was illegal. Nothing was a crime. Nothing was wrong. Then why do you even care about this?
Can you leak dirt on your opponent, even if it ends up not being true? Is that a crime?
If none of this is a crime or none of this matters, then what do you even care? What's the problem? What are you even alleging here? What's the issue?
Well, okay, two things. One, there probably are crimes when it talks about the intel agents that are purposely taking this information because they hate Trump and using it to spy on him and commit lawfare. And secondly, even if it didn't rise to the level of the crime, the fact that our intel agencies, under the auspices of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama's administration, right, were actively putting their thumb on the scale using lawfare to go after Trump's a big deal, even if no one's ever charged. Now, just to be clear,
if they were using lawfare, hold on, no, it just doesn't make sense. If they were using lawfare to go after it, why didn't they do it before the election?
They did.
Crossfire Hurricane.
When did Crossfire Hurricane start?
When was it announced to the public?
It doesn't matter. Destiny, your argument is
always this. How is it supposed to affect the election if it doesn't matter? They're willing to fake a whole investigation, but they won't make an announcement about it?
Do you think that you can affect an election? Do you think an investigation leaking to the press can affect an election without coming out and publicly saying there's an investigation?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
You literally said earlier that Russia could have leaked information to change the whole fucking outcome of the election if they would have just leaked something. But you're saying that the FBI, who's actually doing an investigation, couldn't leak that to influence the outcome of the investigation? How does that even make sense in your world?
They did leak. Like I said, Harry Reid was talking about before the election that there was an FBI investigation into Trump. And everyone, including, we've gone over this many times, you acknowledged that Comey and the FBI all thought that Hillary was going to win. What this did was it allowed them to...
You said you can't live in both worlds. You said the polls were getting close. You said that nobody knew what was going to happen. You said it was really hard to tell. So why would Comey come out over and over again and destroy Hillary Clinton's chances of winning and then not say about Trump's investigation? It doesn't make any sense. There's a reason why there are no credible indictments. Nothing came out of this. It'll never be as good as Mueller. Your super ass back is none. Even the two people that were charged in connection with this were acquitted, unlike fucking Flynn, unlike fucking Manafort, unlike fucking Stone, all these other people who were charged with credible investigations, who were actually convicted and who needed Daddy Trump to bail them out with a fucking pardon after they got convicted in front of a jury for all of this. Durham doesn't agree with any of the assessments you're making. That's why you have to snipe quotes and quote to me news articles. You can't find me quotes in the actual Durham report, but you're for some reason content to cite news articles about it. It's unbelievable to me. Or you're okay to cite an annex from the Durham report, but you won't give me Durham's conclusion. Why? You trust the ICA when it comes to knowing what Russia has on their servers, but you don't trust the ICA's assessment about what Putin might want for an election? Rob, you literally live in 17 different worlds at every point in time when you're making a claim. All you can do is have these singular sentences and then rest your entire case on these insane conclusions like, well, just because an email is cobbled together from several different emails, but as long as those underlying emails are true, that means that the main email is basically true. It's an insane world to live in.
What you do is every time you're getting blown the fuck out on the specific facts, you go in this big interruption tirade and you spurk out and you're like, oh, you can't control yourself because you know that you're incapable of winning a debate on even platform. That's why you have your audience right now feeding you shit. That's what you do. I get it. Like, I totally understand. You're an army of 6,000 that are all dog shit. I'm an army of 1 that crushes you constantly. I assume you're going to rage quit and fucking blacklist me again at the end of this, as is your want. But what you can see is I'm pointing to specific things and you just spurg out and talk about all of this, blah, 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 blah. I'm citing you specific things from the Durham report. You always default to this every time we debate. If something's corrupt, well, it could have been more corrupt. They could have done even more. They could have announced the investigation early. And see, why didn't they? There's no possibility it could be corrupt. It's bullshit. It would imply that nothing could ever be corrupt because there could have always been more corruption. What we see is that they thought that Hillary's team was going to win the election. They had access through FISA warrants and all this other shit, all of Trump's internal communications. They effectively did what Hillary Clinton wanted to do, which was to take the conversation away from her server and put it on Trump-Russia collusion, which was the bulk of the mainstream media narrative went this way.
It wasn't.
So
It was
all
the
of that-
Hillary email stuff, and
That's
Trump
not
won the
true.
election.
That
And then
is
Trump
not
had
true.
4
That's
years to
not
uncover
true.
this stuff.
I know you need to interrupt again, but it's
Why
not
is-
true.
why didn't any of this
bulk
come out in the first 4 years of
mainstream media-
Trump?
The bulk of the mainstream media's narrative going into this was Trump-Russia collusion. After we saw the DNC hacks, that was the bulk of what was being talked about. Instead of focusing specifically on the hacks and the damaging things it said about Hillary that was true, instead the narrative became from most of these mainstream outlets, oh my God, Trump may have been connected. They're trying to help Trump, et cetera, which is exactly what the evidence says that Hillary Clinton's team wanted to do. Now, I read to you specifically, you said you're not reading from the Durham report. Again, what you do is you hope that your audience isn't paying attention and you spurg out and just say a bunch of nonsensical shit, implying that I'm doing something that I'm not. I read you directly from the fucking Durham report twice now that said that the first agent that Steele talked to specifically said Hillary Clinton is aware of what I'm doing. And your answer is, I don't trust him. That's it. That's your answer to it.
Just real quick, we do have just real quick. Hold on,
just to be clear, my statement
wait.
was that my statement said the majority of the Steele dossier is not true. You agree with that. Your statement is you don't believe any of it, except for the one thing that Steele said, that the first person he contacted, he knew about Hillary Clinton. So you're the one that's picking and choosing here.
That's not. We know that Hillary's team was paying for it, right? And here's the other thing. I can concede all this argument, which I don't. I think I'm quite clearly winning it. I'm giving various data points from the Durham report. I'm giving data points from trials of people connecting to Hillary. We know that Hillary's team was paying through an intermediary to get this evidence, and this was part of their plan. But
all of these things are half truths. You weren't claiming that they were paying to get intelligence. You're claiming that they were paying, telling them that they wanted a certain type of intelligence. Do you acknowledge that those are two completely separate claims?
Yeah, it would be a separate claim. Sure. Do you think that Hillary's team was being kept abreast of what Steele was doing?
Them paying for a company to do Oppo research and then finding out that there might be Russian connections, you acknowledge that's significantly different than them saying, we want you to fabricate Russia connections.
Sure, that would be different. Do you think at some point they knew that there were Russia connections from Steele's reporting?
Yeah, well, they probably, yeah, of course, yeah. I believe that, well, not just from Steele's reporting, from other things as well, yeah. But what's wrong with that? Trump himself literally went on TV and said Russia will be rewarded if they release 30,000 emails. Yeah.
We know Trump's joke that you guys don't get careful now. Now, the Durham report, right, that I just read to you, if I'm not mistaken, said specifically during July 5th, 2016, Steele's talking to an FBI agent, correct? That's not disputed.
I don't think so.
During a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to Handling Agent 1. Okay? That's the FBI agent, I believe. Okay, so we acknowledge that. There's no reason for us to dispute that. So at this point, the allegation is that Hillary came up with it in July 28th was when Hillary's team said, okay, let's go all in on Trump connected to Russia, correct?
There's no evidence of that. That was the Russian propaganda that you're repeating happily because it backs Trump. Yes.
That's the allegation, right?
From Russia. Yes, that's the Russian propaganda.
That's
Yes.
the allegation from Russia. But that
yes.
is the allegation.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
That is the Russian. That is the confirmed fake Russian email. Yes, correct.
It's not confirmed fake, right? So given that
it is confirmed fake by your own admission, it's not a real email.
That's not true, right?
By your own admission, it's not a real email, right? It's not a real email, correct?
They were unable. They said that their best evidence that the information contained within were true, but that specific email was an amalgamation.
That email was not true, correct? That email was a fake email, correct?
Was that the only email that they used to determine that Hillary Clinton had a plan?
Yes. That was the one that linked. I think they say it in the thing. They say it links NATO and Russia and Trump in that one email. Yes, that's why it's an amalgamation of different emails.
It doesn't. Here's the point that I'm getting at, right? Like, if
so that was a
Hillary's
fake email. So we're starting the allegation is a fake email. Yes.
I don't know if it was fake. It seems that they think that this was true information.
Then let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. You think that email existed? Did that email exist?
The evidence seems to suggest no, it was true information that didn't exist in that email.
True information?
Yes.
So the email didn't exist?
That it was an amalgamation of other emails.
Okay, so if I have one statement from Rob saying, I am, and then another statement from Rob saying, a gay man, and I put those two things together, can I say that this email contains true information? And the email says, I am a gay man.
if there was another email that said I am a gay man, and they're like, well, this one email is compiled.
No, you don't have evidence of that. I'm sorry. Do you have any evidence of that? That email
Yes,
exists?
we
That
have-
has the whole. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Let's go through that again. And let's revisit.
Okay. Do you want me to reread the part where it says from the Durham Annex that they believe that Julie Smith probably was? It's plausible to think that she was part of the Hillary Clinton plan and was doing this shit. You want me to reread that?
It was plausible to think that based on the Russian propaganda.
Again,
that was the point of the Russian propaganda. Do you acknowledge that that's what they mean when they say that? It was a logical deduction from the Russia propaganda.
No, they're saying that we believe that's most likely the case, given all the other evidence we see as well.
They wouldn't have to believe that's the case. They're investigators. They can just look and check. They were saying that the FBI should have thought that, and they weren't treating the investigation the same way they were treating the Steele dossier.
They do believe that Hillary's team was concocting a Russian plan. All of us do, you fucking idiot.
No, they don't. That's not in the... Where is that in the Durham report? Why isn't that there?
Did Hillary Clinton's team pay for, through an intermediary, the dirt that ended up becoming the Russia collusion story? Yes or no?
If I answer yes to that and you agree, then I win. Yes, it ended up becoming that. They didn't go there operating on the assumption that they were going to get a Russian plan. They were paying a law firm to retain somebody else to do oppo research that ended up being the Russian plan. That's different than requesting it or saying it in advance.
Before you spurg out and keep taking it back to one area that you think you're doing well. So again, on July 5th, we have Steele talking to the FBI, talking about his actions, what he's up to, saying Hillary Clinton's aware of it. Correct?
We can go. Look, what do we have for here?
During a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to Handling Agent 1. Right? He says, Handling Agent 1's notes reflect that HC was aware of Steele's Brit firm seeking info. While Handling Agent 1 didn't have an independent recollection of it referring specifically to Hillary Clinton, he could think of no other individual in that context who HC would mean. In other words, he's looking back at his notes going, yeah, that had to be Hillary Clinton. Okay? Now, do you think that FBI agent's lying? Do you think that meeting never occurred?
Wait, hold on, wait. I'm sorry, real quick. What page is this on?
That is on page 97.
Okay, hold on.
Now, I'll continue with my point while you're looking it up. I've read it like 7 times. You've read it yourself. The point is, if you conceded that Steele would have been keeping abreast the people that were paying him of what was going on, and we know as early as July 5th, he was actually talking to the FBI and saying, I have connections to Hillary Clinton, and the alleged plan that we're told was concocted on July 28th, that gives almost 23 days, or actually exactly 23 days from Hillary. So even if they didn't seek initially to say, let's smear Trump as colluding with Russia, they certainly got the information and said, fuck it, yes, let's run with this. That's where the story came from.
Who said, fuck it, yes, let's run with this?
Hillary's team. They ran with the Russia collusion story.
At what point, at what date are you alleging this?
So the allegation, which you spurred out and wouldn't listen, was July 28th is when they finally finalized, yes, this is the plan we're going for. I'm saying that if your argument is true, they never intentionally sought to smear Trump as connected to Russia. They just bought opposition research. But then on July 5th, the dude that they were paying through intermediaries is already talking to the FBI saying Hillary's aware of what I'm doing, and that dude's investigating Trump-Russia collusion, then it is entirely reasonable to suspect that Hillary's team was running with the Trump-Russia collusion story.
Did he mention the Trump-Russia collusion on July 5th?
I don't know. It doesn't specifically say. Nonetheless,
during a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to Handling Agent 1. Handling Agent 1's notes from the meeting reflect that HC was aware of Steele's Brit firm seeking info, while Handling Agent 1 did not have an independent recollection, so explicitly saying HC referred to Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton was aware that there was a firm that was looking for information on Trump. Isn't that what this statement is saying?
Right. And we know that what Steele was doing was Steele saying, Hillary knows what I'm doing. You conceded that Steele would have been keeping Fusion GPS, Glenn Simpson. He would have been keeping them abreast.
Wait. This says his firm. Wasn't Steele just one person at this firm?
He was the person that was spearheading the opposition research against Trump, that got to the dossier that was used by the FBI, that was the central linchpin in being able to spy on
eventually, yes.
team.
But this says the notes reflect me he was aware of the firm seeking info. That doesn't sound like
Yes.
the firm was saying there was Russia collusion, give it to us, or go fabricate evidence. It sounds like they were looking for people to hire for Oppo
Holy
research,
fuck.
no?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what's happening is, let's assume your narrative's true. Hillary's team never sought to smear Trump as connected to Russia. They just said, we're going to pay for opposition research. So they pay
Sure.
for opposition research. They find out the guy that's doing the research for them goes, Trump-Russia collusion. A bullshit story, but that's what he decides to go with, right? He gives that information back. He has 23
Wait, how do they know?
days
Wait. How do they even know it's bullshit? What are you talking about?
But it was bullshit. It ended up being bullshit.
Do you understand there's a huge difference between it ended up being bullshit versus knowing it was? But why do you keep mixing these things up?
You keep implying that I'm saying things that I'm not, right?
Wait, if what you're saying is just they paid for Oppo research, a lot of it ended up being this Russia collusion stuff, a lot of the Steele stuff ended up being uncorroborated or untrue, that's significantly different than they went to Steele saying, we need you to fabricate a Russia narrative. We've already decided we've got this Russia narrative. These are two totally different stories, right?
That's because I'm not saying the former. What I'm saying is this. I'm making a claim. I'm not talking about their motivation. I'm not talking about whether or not they believe the veracity of the information. I'm making a claim. The FBI and the CIA was aware, in the form of John Brennan, they were aware of allegations that Hillary's team was pushing the Trump-Russia collusion story. I provided evidence that's the case. You're like, no, that can't be. They weren't.
No, I've never said it can be. If they're pushing this,
let me finish. Right? Then when I have to jump through all these hoops, I'm like, okay, we know on July 5th that Steele was saying. In fact, my reading of it is Steele's first dossier was crafted on June 20th, 2016. So there is no doubt by that point that they knew that Steele's arguments were Trump connected to Russia. Now, let's assume for the sake of argument, they totally believed it. They were like, Steele's the man, and Steele totally believed it. And Igor Dushenko, the alleged Russian spy that Hillary's team was working with, they believed it too. All of them believed this. Nonetheless, it would be fair to say that the people that started the Trump-Russia collusion story that were pushing it was Hillary's team, that they had a plan to push the Trump-Russia collusion story. And you're like, yeah, but they didn't know it was false. Who gives a shit? That's not my argument.
okay, let's walk through these one at a time.
Just real quick,
So
I
the
do have
first thing
I have a hard out in like 15 minutes. So
Okay, that's fine.
wanted
This will
to-
be the last thing that we go through then. Okay.
Oh, I got one
So
more thing after this, but that's fine.
number one, do you think that Hillary Clinton's team approached the law firm, correct? Saying we want Oppo research.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
No.
Okay. That law firm then retained Fusion GPS, of which one of the people who worked for them was the Steele guy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 2, yes. What is the wrong that you're alleging?
About this story, nothing. We didn't get. You want to know why it's important? We didn't get to it because you spurred down and refused to admit the obvious truth. So we had to go down this rabbit hole for an hour.
So to be clear, the reason why we're talking about this is
Here we
because
go.
your claim and the strong claim that you made initially was that the Clinton plan, that's what this whole thing hinges on, was that the Clinton campaign well, maybe we do agree. Then you agree then that there's no evidence that Hillary Clinton sought to tie Trump and Russia together before Steele presented them with that information. You agree that there's no evidence to show that?
There are claims, but I don't see specific evidence that I'm looking at right now. I'm not saying it doesn't.
Then what
exist,
do we?
but
I don't even. Why? Okay, then we agree. Why are we even arguing this?
Let me tell you why you're so confused. Because you are unwilling to admit simple truths, and you have to go down these rabbit holes that I have to fucking dog walk you to get to the obvious truth. Because you're always planning ahead. What's the next argument? Instead of just going, yeah, okay, Hillary's team got this information, and they were pushing the Trump-Russia. That's it. We could have saved 45 minutes.
Rob,
here's why.
what do you think that? Wait. Okay, I was trying to understand this one point. I'm trying to understand. Rob, no, wait. Just help me understand this one thing, and then you can do it. One thing, Rob, and then you do it. Rob, why did we go over that email? What was the point of the fake email? What was that fake email supposed to establish?
Fuck you. I'm not letting you do this. I'm not. You fucking idiot. In fact, I will answer. The reason was I literally brought up that email to say, even if you think it's fake, it's clear that the FBI and other intel agencies had documents that Russia had hacked. And it's because we had to go through that because when we were going through the ICA report,
the whole point of that email was to prove that the Hillary Clinton campaign was already trying to fabricate the story before they had any evidence for it. That's the whole reason why you bring that up. That's why you were saying, even if it's an amalgamation, there's true things of all the other emails. Why would you fight so hard on that point to say that this email is true, even if it's a fabricated email? It's still true. The truth was that it was establishing that the Hillary Clinton campaign sought to tie. That's what the whole Clinton plan is. Wait, what do you think the Clinton plan is?
Holy fuck. Holy
Didn't you just say the Clinton plan was the whole start of the Steele dossier?
Holy fuck.
Oh my God.
So let me tell you what happened here, right?
Go ahead.
Here's what happened. We're looking at this ICA report, right? We're looking at the report of it. It's saying Russia had these emails. Russia had these emails. Russia had these emails. You're like, all fake, no evidence they had those emails, fake, fake, fake. Now, I'm saying there's a different thing between they have the email, but the email's fake, and they don't have the email. They never had it. And I'm saying they had the email, whether or not it was fake or not, it's not really relevant to the point I'm making right now. And you're arguing that. You're like, no, we don't know that they had the emails. We don't know. It could be fake that they didn't have the emails. And I'm like, okay, let's take a step back. Now, there's this other email you're aware of, right? That says that there was a Hillary plan. You're like, yeah, I know that. And then you spurg out, oh, the one that was fake, the one that was fake. And I'm like, yes, it doesn't matter if it was a fake email. Even if it's fake, they had it. Right? That's the point. And so if it's true that our intel agency got this, even if they think it's fake, if it's true they got this, then it's reasonable to believe they had all this other shit, regardless if it was true or not, that they actually had the documents, that them and foreign intel services, that's why we got on this.
Wait, that
Now,
they
why
actually had
was
what
I- let me
documents?
finish.
Wait, just
Let me
clarify that they
finish.
had the documents. That they had what documents?
They had the documents from the Hillary, or from the Obama team saying that Hillary was sick. They had the documents from sources that said that the Obama team was reaching out to religious organizations. We didn't even
Wait,
get to the other
yes.
ones.
We
They
know
had-
that they have that. They literally wrote that down.
You seemed to be arguing that wasn't the case. You were like, no.
No,
we
what
don't have
I'm
evidence.
arguing is that in past debates, you've brought it up like that intelligence is true. And what I'm saying is that that intelligence is just stuff that our intel thought that Russia claimed they were
I'm
going to
gonna
leak.
I'm gonna get through my point. So
Oh,
then the
man.
point I was trying, when you're like, why'd you fight so hard in this point? Because you were arguing against it, and I was arguing what I actually believe was true. The reason, now that you've conceded that there was a Clinton
I haven't
plan,
conceded anything.
the
You've
reason
moved to
that-
so many different positions.
The reason that matters is because when the FBI started these investigations, they briefed Obama, and they knew that this was part of Clinton's plan. So everything we see as a result after that, all the shady doings, the illegal FISA warrants, the December 8th, the presidential daily briefing saying we've came to the conclusion that the reason that they did this, their motivation, just like with the hacks, was just to mess with the system and undermine the credibility of the candidates. And then Obama says, no, new ICA. And then the very next day, your argument is the very next day they'd already reached a consensus.
You're misquoting a whole bunch of. So in the same world where Obama allows the FBI to investigate Hillary Clinton's emails for 12 decades, he also somehow sneaks into the FBI the belief that all of them should rely on the Steele dossier for bullshit FISA warrants after the election is already over.
Who said that?
This is just, it's ridiculous.
First off,
so like, hold on. When you, I just want to clearly understand this. So when you're tweeting this here, are you not literally explicitly saying, because this is what I believe your position has been in the debate, that you thought that these things were all real things? You said that
I can't
these
see,
files released by. I linked it in our group chat.
Well, just tell me what it says. Is it the top tweet that I have?
Yeah. Wow. These files released by DNI Gabbard today are unbelievable. Not only do they show that there was substantial proof that Russia wasn't trying to help Trump, there are even more troubling things that I don't even see people mentioning, like this. Obama's State Department offered U.S. religious organizations money if they supported Hillary. That is an unbelievable scandal in its own right. All of these things that are quoted here are just things that Russia said they wanted to release or leak or do propaganda. None of these things are verified as being true or real. These are just propaganda campaigns that Russia wanted to go on.
Two things. So if you look at my further commentary on this, especially when I was talking about it on channel, there's two things to this. One, they had this information regardless if it's true or not. And when the election was tightening, they chose not to release things, which undermines the argument that they were in this to help Trump win. They would have released that.
I know when you present this to some, I watched you debate someone, you presented this information as though this was all true stuff that the intelligence agency was keeping under wraps, because you quote Brennan claiming that they had intelligence on all of this, but you misphrase it. It's not that we had intelligence on this, it's that we had intelligence that Russia claimed they had intelligence on this. Not that we knew these things to be true.
I don't remember exactly what you say I'm quoting. Second, what it shows is that this was stuff that was at least worthy of investigation, because we investigated Trump's team on far we investigated Trump's team on far flimsier evidence. You know, the whole Russiagate shit.
I agree. Yeah, that's what the Durham report is about. Right. It's not. No. But the Durham report is not saying that all of that should have been investigated. It was saying that the Carter page one was probably bullshit. It shouldn't have been. That Steele dossier was being too helpful. Not that there should be a million bullshit investigations, Rob.
No, what I'm advocating for is an equal standard. What I'm saying is the FBI clearly showed a double standard, because we know that they were sitting on all of these alleged wrongdoings of the Obama Clinton thing.
These aren't alleged wrongdoing. Why do you think alleged? It's foreign propaganda. That's not an allegation.
So what was Christopher Steele and Igor Dushenko? Was that foreign propaganda?
Possibly. Why do you keep thinking of defending that?
But did the FBI say it was so important that they had to start in getting illegal FISA warrants against Trump's team to look into it?
Yeah, and they didn't even say that it came from Oppo Research.
Okay, last thing. So
Wait,
the
hold
last
on,
thing I have
Rob.
on this.
You understand that I'm saying that it shouldn't have been used for the Carter Page thing. You're saying no, that should have been used, and everything should be investigated. You're the one saying. Are you saying that? You're saying that all of it should have been treated equally. I agree. The equal treatment is nothing. That's what Durham is saying. You're apparently saying the equal treatment is every single thing should be investigated, no matter who's alleging it, or no matter what the credibility of it is.
No, I'm saying there was unequal treatment, and you're agreeing.
Yes, that's what the Durham report literally says. I've never said anything different.
Right. So let's go.
Thank you for conceding that. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yes, that's been my argument the entire time.
Thank
You're
you,
right.
Rob. Yes, I know you like to retroactively hijack. Yes, the time traveler
FBI
argument. Thank
that
you.
has bias that we can see from all these agents, as you just
Correct.
admitted, engaged in a two-tier
Yes,
system.
as you've
that they were-
conceded, that is what the Durham report says, as I've now explained to you.
Correct.
Yes.
That's lawfare. I win the debate.
How is that lawfare? None of you can't prove that any of this happened at the direction of Obama.
It doesn't. So if you would go back to my opening statement, we said the following: lawfare would include things that were investigations and shit like that, that with the purpose of eventually having possible legal cases. Secondly, we could show that it was. We shouldn't have to concede that it was just Obama. He should be held accountable for members of his cabinet and members of his administration.
Hold on. What was the prompt? What was the prompt?
Go ahead.
It was.
The thing I've written down is Obama guilty of a Russian conspiracy hoax?
Yeah, so Rob said in
anything
his opening
is
statement.
lawfare, that would mean that if a single person was bullied by a single federal officer, that counts as lawfare?
Rob said in his opening statement that if anybody within the administration was engaging in lawfare or some sort of illegal behavior, then then Obama was responsible for it. But the problem is that
before Destiny spurts out, Tom, before Destiny spurts out, can you read the wording of the topic that I asked you to read twice before this? Go ahead.
Let me pull it up one more time. Okay. It says, is Obama guilty of lawfare, and is the Trump admin lying about the details?
So, is he guilty of lawfare? Here's what I said. We define lawfare. You didn't deny it. Yes, it would be lawfare to legally spy. You didn't say. Then
Obama didn't do it. Obama didn't order it.
Now, let me finish. Wait, we're getting to it, right? I said there's no smoking evidence of Obama directly being involved, but the circumstantial evidence is very convincing. The fact that we know he was briefed this was part of Hillary's plan. The fact that we have this December 9th reopen the ICA. But then the last thing I said was the prompt should not mean Obama just the man. The prompt should also mean his administration, high-level people in his administration, which clearly used lawfare against Trump. The buck should stop with Obama. So when Obama's top of the FBI, James Comey, and top of the CIA, John Brennan, and top of the NSA, Jake Clapper, are engaged in this shit that ends up being lawfare against Trump.
The only person who is engaged in a bad activity here, though, is Comey, would be the FBI. Number one. And number two, if that was the whole point of the debate, then why didn't we just start by saying, hey, do you agree with the conclusion of the Durham report? And I would say, yeah, of course I do. Then we would just stop it there in 2 seconds. Why would we waste our time with you getting fucking blown the fuck out on every other report that you've never fucking read before, just for you to end up at this point of like, well, wasn't the Durham report right? Obviously, yeah, it seems to be the case. Now, if you want to say lawfare, there weren't any criminal charges related to the Durham report. There were no convictions related to the two underlying people. I think they got charged or whatever for the two people that you cited earlier. So is lawfare here just somebody acts in a politically partisan manner? Is that what we're considering lawfare here, with no direct connection to Obama whatsoever, in the Obama's in the prompt?
Okay. So if you remember, I started to speak at the beginning of this, and this is what I was literally going to say. Do you concede that there was lawfare done to Trump, that there was illegal spying and shit? But instead, you were like, no, I want to talk about this Tulsi stuff. Let's talk about this Tulsi stuff real fast. And I literally say at the beginning, I'm like, that's fine, but I want to get back to something else real quick. But fine.
So you agree then that Obama's not connected to any of this lawfare, right? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take that concession. Obama's not involved with any of the lawfare. If you want to say that the Durham report was correct, that's fine. But no connection with Obama, I got it. That's cool. I take that. I think it's a W. Obama was a great president. I'm glad you like him. I like him too. I like he's our second black president. Bill Clinton's first black president.
We gotta let Rob go.
He's a great guy.
We gotta let Rob go. Thank you.
I like that this works out for Destiny's audience. So what he does is, it's the constant talking over, spurging out, like belittling and all that shit. No, what he's done is conceded that the FBI was corrupt and went after Trump, right? And there was a two-tier justice system, which is by far the most important thing. It wouldn't matter if Obama ordered it or not. Second, the reason that we got so distracted is because Destiny does this shit the entire time. He constantly goes down these little rabbit holes. He's constantly wrong. You have to fucking go step by step to get him to conclusions where he ultimately admits that I'm right. And he constantly interrupts. He constantly wants to just go off on tangents and shout things really fast and spurg out. That's how we get so far afoul that 3 hours in, I couldn't even make the central fucking claim that I was going the concession I was making in the first place. Lastly, I didn't concede that Obama didn't have anything to do with it. The circumstantial evidence is overwhelming. One, we can see the circumstantial evidence that he was aware, he was briefed personally that this was part of the plan right around the time that Crossfire Hurricane was starting. It was part of the plan of Hillary Clinton. Second, we went over Obama on December 8th getting a presidential daily briefing that told him what the motivation was. It wasn't what he wanted, and so he ordered a new ICA. After that new ICA, literally that day, there were leaks from the intel agency saying they'd already formed a consensus. Destiny laughably claims that on December 8th, they hadn't done enough research to reach a consensus, so that's why they didn't say that the motivation was to help Trump win. But on December 9th, magically, within hours, they had reached a total consensus and knew that that was now the case. That's what I'm saying that Obama is connecting. And the last argument I made was, even if Obama didn't directly order this, the fact that it occurred under his administration, and these were top people in his administration, and he was aware of the things that were going on in this administration, of all the investigative tools that were being gone after, that we should blame Obama. But even if we don't blame Obama, I don't even give a fuck. Like, the fact that I just got you to admit that our FBI was corrupt and engaged in a two-tier system, that's been my fucking claim since 2017. And you're conceding it all right now.
That was literally my claim at the start of the debate is that the FBI probably did heavily engage in a form of influence in our election season. And it was against Hillary Clinton, correct? Because for whatever weird, like insane rambling this was, Comey destroyed Hillary's campaign at like 3 different points. Okay, the Hillary Clinton email shit, which only came out as a result of a Russian hack, by the way, that apparently wasn't favoring anybody. A Russian hack led to a months and months long investigation that was improperly publicly announced twice, and then improperly publicly concluded in front of the American public, with the FBI lead announcing this, who also is somehow simultaneously under control by Barack Obama to attack Donald Trump, although his attacks don't become really public by their announcements until after the election, even though all of Hillary Clinton's stuff was announced beforehand. Doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Your entire debate is relied on a misunderstanding of what an ICA is versus what a presidential daily briefing is, why you keep saying PBD instead of PDB. And I'm actually honored that Robnor, of all people, is frustrated that I want to get into the weeds of things. I guess that's the frustrating part, when people are actually familiar with the underlying material that you're citing and aren't willing to just take your word for it, because you miscite basically every single thing that you bring up. Whether you're talking about somebody saying that presidential daily briefing was supposed to assess Putin's motivations for interfering with our election, when all of them were just about the security of our election systems, or whether it's you talking about how Hillary Clinton was intentionally leaking things to the press and knowingly published false stories, versus the Hillary campaign handed stuff off to journalists because they weren't sure 100% what the validity of was, and they wanted to run it down, versus you claiming that Hillary Clinton intentionally was part of the Clinton plan was to start a fake investigation based on emails that you're saying are true because they're an amalgamation of other emails that we know that Russia fabricated, saying that Hillary Clinton themselves fabricated the entire Russia hoax and then gave that to the FBI to investigate. And now you're saying, well, no, they probably were just doing legit Oppo research. I just wanted to talk about the whole chain of things because you brought it up. And now the claim at the end is that, well, because the FBI engaged in some political partisanship in their investigations, which they did, that means that there was lawfare directed by Barack Obama, who you have zero credible ties to any of this whatsoever, besides weird circumstantial evidence because you don't understand the circumstances.
Okay. Do you want to, just real quick, do you want to consider, like, Rob respond, and then if you guys will do some closing statements afterwards. Go ahead.
Okay. I can make this my closing statement. If you want Destiny, I'll need to give the last one anyways, I'm assuming. You need that advantage, right? Yeah, what this is constantly Destiny implies that I'm saying things that I'm not, because he's constantly thinking where I'm going with an argument instead of listening to the words I'm saying. He's been factually wrong in almost every single thing that he's talked about today. For example, we started off saying, like, you acknowledge that on December 9th, Obama issued a proclamation for a new ICA. Destiny says no. He ends up conceding within 5 minutes that, yes, actually, that was true. I say, do you acknowledge that he got this report? It wasn't an ICA, but he got this report from the intelligence agency on December 8th that spoke to the motivation. He says that didn't occur. He's then forced to admit that it's true, but falsely claims that I said that it was an ICA. I didn't. This is the sort of shit that's going the whole time through this. When we talked about Hillary Clinton's plan and things like that, he's saying, oh, Rob's saying that she had this nefarious plan and she knew it was bullshit and they could cuck it. It wasn't part of the argument that I was making. It may entirely be true that that was the case, but the point that I was trying to make in talking about this wasn't that Hillary Clinton was doing something wrong. It was the claim that the ICA was making, or the IC review that I was making was doing, which was showing that the intelligence community led by John Brennan was intentionally ham-fisted, putting things in that were bullshit to change what the previous assessments had been, that the actual motivation behind Russia wasn't to help Trump win, but was instead to undermine both candidates and to cause confusion, et cetera, et cetera. And he concedes that the reason that was so important was because they needed to justify to the public their bullshit investigation that would for 4 years stymie Donald Trump. Then he says, yeah, I concede the FBI did this. And then even in that concession, he goes, but the real lawfare that I conceded at the beginning was that they hurt Hillary Clinton more. He does this a lot. He makes these arguments at the end of the debate when you don't have time to respond. I blew Destiny the fuck out on this, where he was forced to concede the last time we talked about the Comey thing. Yes, because the FBI under James Comey was actually trying to hide evidence that showed that the email server of Clinton thing was still needed to be investigated. And a whistleblower was speaking up. James Comey decided he needed to immediately reopen it and then go through 500,000 emails in 3 days and then close it back down because he was like, I assumed Hillary was going to win. And I didn't want the FBI credibility to be hurt. And I didn't want Hillary Clinton's credibility to be hurt when she's president. Destiny knows this. He's hoping that none of you know this because he knows that he got blown the fuck out in this. And so he's just, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It actually hurt her. Yeah, I agree that Comey actively trying to sabotage Trump and actively trying to help Hillary Clinton may have backfired in that one instance. But it's clear that there was lawfare from Comey directed against Donald Trump. It's clear that there was a double standard that continues and continued for 4 years of this lawfare to go after Trump and the intel agencies being corrupt. He admits it all, but then says, but I just trust the ICA that was put together by Comey, Brennan, and all of these people anyways. I trust it implicitly, and I won't look at the evidence that you're presenting that looked at the actual evidence in the ICA to make their declaration. I refuse to look at it. There was lawfare. There was a two-tier system. There was illegal spying of Trump in one of the most heinous things, political scandals in the history of this country. Barack Obama was there. He was briefed that this was part of Hillary's plan to tie Trump to this. He ordered a new intelligence community assessment, and then his intelligence community started leaking immediately that there was a consensus, which is bullshit. Hillary Clinton's team knew what concocted this scandal. They intentionally worked with someone that was a formerly suspected Russian spy. Durham's team even claims that the predicate of the whole Papadopoulos thing was bullshit, the predicate for opening this investigation in the first place. Hillary's team got the FBI that was corrupt against Trump to investigate Trump for colluding with Russians when the FBI used as evidence for that Hillary's team actually colluding with a Russian named Igor Dushenko. There was Russia collusion. It was done by Hillary's team. There was lawfare. Circumstantial evidence shows more likely than not that Obama was involved with it and knew about it. But even if he didn't, it was the top people in his administration, and the buck should stop with him. And the fact that Destiny, after years of arguing against this shit, that it wasn't a big deal, that the FBI engaged in this corruption, that there wasn't a two-tier system. He didn't give a fuck. You've never heard this dude say, oh my God, this is so corrupt, we need to do something about it. He don't give a fuck. The truth is, Destiny, like all these other rabid lefties, by the way, a guy who said that the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet not killing Trump. Of course he wants a corrupt FBI to try to stop Trump because he thinks Orange Man bad, and that's his entire thing. Now, I'm sure Destiny will go and talk to his audience about how great he is and about how I must use ChatGPT. Spoiler alert, Destiny was using it last night to prepare for this debate. But the truth is, he got blown the fuck out again, and he's probably going to blacklist me again because, once more, he understands that he has to get fucking wrecked, and he has to just gaslight his audience by talking fast and spurting out that somehow he's doing something good.
All right, and Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you can go watch my whole VOD for me preparing for stuff like this. There's a reason why I can read like original source material. I can go through all the leaked material. There's a reason why at the end of the day, when it comes to things like Mueller investigations, you're turning out massive, credible indictments. You are getting convictions in front of federal juries. You are seizing tens of millions of dollars of assets from people like Manafort, so much so that your entire special counsel investigations are like turning a profit. There's a reason why when investigations into Trump happen, you're turning out credible convictions in the state of New York. You have credible indictments, federal for the Mar-a-Lago stuff, for the Gen 6 stuff, of which Trump will never face justice. There's a reason why when you like read the full material and you see like where the trail leads, I mean, it's not even like really the trail, like everything for the Republican shit is just out in the fucking open. Every single motherfucker on the planet, even Rob knows, is the only reason that we're talking about this shit right now is because they don't want to talk about the fucking Epstein shit. That's the only reason why all of this shit is coming out right now. Trump was in office for 4 fucking years. He had all the time in the world to expose some corrupt fucking plot here if he wanted to. In fact, remember, the whole reason why Mueller exists is because Donald Trump wanted to obstruct this own investigation, and he fired
Comey. Now, if he thought at the time that Comey had acted improperly with regards to the investigation himself, why did he say that he fired Comey for the emails? It's because he fucking lied. And the only truth that you'll ever get, or the only evidence you'll ever get from people like Rob, are these stupid little leaks that people like Tulsi make just for people like Rob, so they can go and find 1 or 2 sentences so that they can try to lie to your face and say that a cobbled together email is the same thing as a whole email, so that they can misunderstand the difference between a presidential daily briefing and an actual intelligence community assessment, and so that they can pretend a 46-page report from some bullshit House committee is as credible as a 1,000-page Senate Intelligence Committee report, as a 330-page Durham investigation, and as the entire assessment of the entire intelligence community. I hope that one day we'll finally get some credible charges or credible indictments to show anything of what Rob is saying. Don't hold your breath. We're probably going to go through the rest of this administration without any real charges against any of the people that Rob say are so obviously doing horrible, wrong things. Like, surprise, surprise, all of this is a distraction. All of it's bullshit. It's the same read between the lines, circumstantial evidence, whatever else. That's why he has no smoking gun evidence for literally any of the fucking things that he's claiming. And that's how it's going to be until the end of time, because it's how Republicans operate.
Real quick, like, because you brought up the Epstein thing, you don't really believe that Trump wouldn't be talking about this stuff if the Epstein didn't come up. Where's your evidence of that?
That Trump didn't talk about what if the Epstein didn't come up? What?
That Trump wouldn't be talking about the corrupt, Russiagate shit if Epstein. You don't believe that, right? You still believe.
Oh, I know that's true. No, they wouldn't talk about this. Probably not. Not like this. No.
Okay, but
because it's
what's your
obviously bullshit.
evidence?
Nothing new has been nothing new has been leaked, and Tulsi Gabbard is misquoting the same things that she's leaking. So obviously they haven't found anything new. It is
That's
true.
not true,
Like,
but
for instance, that same, I know why you quoted that email as being credible, and you stumbled into the answer when you were starting to read further. You thought it was credible initially, and I know because I read your tweets, Rob. I even showed you your last tweet, but you thought that Russian intelligence was actually something our intelligence thought. I know you're denying it now, and that's good, and that's fine. But I can go back and watch you use these same things in debates. You did. You thought it was real. It's okay.
Out, but the point I'm
yeah,
trying to
I know,
make
and
is
you can say no context. Yeah,
Destiny, you have as much evidence that Trump's talking about this to avoid Epstein as I have that you're talking to me about topics we've talked about before to avoid the allegations about you. Both of them are bullshit claims, right?
If I wanted to avoid allegations related to anything like that, Rob, I wouldn't be raping you in a conversation right now, okay? If we want to be honest right now, okay? The reality is the only thing you can do is quote 1 or 2 lines at a time, okay? And pretend that you're making some argument and you see the eyes go fucking wide and blank, okay? Like a confused fucking child, all right? If that's where the allegation is coming from, right? Like a confused child, where you're like, oh, fuck, he knows what I'm quoting from? Oh, shit. The fact that you could spend half this debate thinking you're reading from a Durham annex when you're actually just reading from the House committee report goes to show that the fact that you thought you were reading an Inspector General report. What does that even mean, Inspector General? When you were reading from the fucking Durham report, shows that you don't even know the underlying source material. You're gonna get it all from ChatGPT or from fucking articles, which is what you linked me. We all watched you think that you were reading from the wrong thing for like half the debate on half the shit you were quoting.
No, I didn't. I had like 12 tabs up, and I didn't know if the one I was looking was the IG report, which I have up, or the Durham report. That's it. And yeah, I did go when I talked about Robbie Mook. I admitted it was from an article that was citing what happened in the trial, right? Like, again, like I look forward to seeing you after you lift the next blacklist, because I know you don't like this. I know you know that you're not doing so hot and you're just spurging out to try to cover up for it. But good luck to you.
Okay. I appreciate you guys coming on. We got another debate coming up. So thanks, guys, for coming on. And
good luck, have fun.
Have a good night. Later, guys.
See you guys.
Oh, man. Okay. I got to pee so badly. Hello.
What's going on, Tom?
Nothing.
Oh my God, what's up, Tom?
Corbin, you need to get a profile picture, homie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Are we not doing face cam?
Well, yes, you guys are doing face cams, but normally I have the.
Oh, okay.
Normally I have the what do you call it? The little Discord logos up on top as well. So I was for the last debate to like wrap that up with the audience. It like I was surprised that Destiny didn't at the beginning like say anything about Rob's like definition and the way that he said he was going to come to the conclusion on whether or not Obama engaged in lawfare. And I was surprised that if Rob admits that there's no real evidence that Obama engaged in lawfare, but that he does have evidence that somebody in the administration engaged in lawfare, then there were 2 prompts. Did Obama engage in lawfare, and is Trump lying about it? So to Destiny, I would have said, okay, if you're going to take the W on this one, then I'll take the W on the fact that like Trump's lying about everything attached to Obama, and that because obviously when it comes to like the legality of it, Obama wouldn't be attached to this. But that is the claim that they're making with a grand jury indictment, is trying to get Obama and Lynch attached to this. So, all right, give me just a second. I just finished a 3-hour debate, and I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. So you guys will get your cam set up. You are on my stream real quick. Please do not talk about the topic, okay? I'll be right back.
I'll try not to. What's up, Andrew and Rattlesnake? Nope.
Trying to butter us up for the debate, boy? Is that what's going on here?
Yep. Absolutely.
I knew it.
Actually, I'm a big fan, man. I watched all of your whatever debates. Those were a lot of fun.
I like them. See, I knew there was going to be some buttering up. I knew it.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, man. I gotta glaze, so you go a little bit easy on me, okay? I'm still new to debates. All right.
Sounds like that sounds like something an evil villain says who wants me to take it less seriously than I should.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm setting a trap for you. No, I am a fan of you in debates. I like your style of debate. Are we doing face cams now? So I know Andrew. What happened to Rattlesnake? Do we lose him? I guess so.
I don't know where he went.
Okay, there we go. All right. Andrew, can you give me a sound check real quick?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, you're a little low. All right, go again.
Turn me up, Tom.
There you go.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Perfect. All right, Corbin.
What's up? Am I good?
Go again.
Oh, there we go. Am I good?
Yes. Okay.
right.
Jake, how's it going, man? Can you give me a sound check real quick, please?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, you're
Yeah,
on the wrong mic.
talking.
You are definitely on like a webcam mic.
That should be better.
Oh, yes. That's much
Is that-
better. Yes. Okay, perfect. And then Vince.
Cool. Never used this Discord before.
Vince, I don't hear you at all. Does anybody else hear him? Because he's turning.
Right here, sorry,
green.
I had my mute. I have a soundboard and I'm going back and forth.
That was really weird. Yeah, every time you moved your mouth. Okay. All right. Everybody sounds good on my end. All right. Do me a favor. Try not to turn off your cams or anything. I have everybody's cams set up on like separate blocks on my side. So if you do have to like get up or go anywhere, just try to leave the cam on because it'll shift everything on my end. Let's see. And then everybody good for like 2-minute opening statements. We'll do every other. Okay. And yeah, I don't have anything after this. So I said 2 to 3 hours. The last one, apparently they wanted to do another fucking 5-hour debate. That was Destiny versus Rob. That was
Rob and Destiny.
You got 2 hours from me, Tom.
okay. 2 hours. All right. So I will plan that out. Okay. And then so the topic or let me make sure I have the exact wording up again. It is is Trump taking power that would normally is Trump centralizing power, and is that good or bad? So we're asking, is Trump taking power from other parts of the government that would generally be for other parts and not the executive? And if so, sometimes they might agree that the executive should have more power, and so then you can have a conversation about whether or not that should be the case. So we'll go ahead and start opening statements, and we'll do every other. So we'll just go across the screen and start with Andrew. 2 minutes, sir. You're on mute.
You're muted.
You're muted, Andrew.
Already. All right, so I'll make it short and sweet. A thing I hear often is that Trump's a dictator, he's a Nazi, he's a fascist, he's evil, he's mean, he's blah, 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 blah. He's a threat to our very democracy. When pushed on these claims, though, progressive scumbags usually talk about tariffs. That's usually what they do. Like, I don't like tariffs and stupid shit like that. They never actually tell us how he's a Nazi, fascist, dictator, evil, centralized power, wants to have a fourth term, third, and sixth term. I never actually hear any of the reasons. Instead of telling us all how Trump is an evil authoritarian dictator, they bring up everything except how he is one. And I doubt the debate tonight will be any different. Our opponents actually want to say he's so bad they can taste it. They want to say he's a fascist so bad they could taste it. They want to say he's an evil authoritarian dictator so bad they can taste it. But they're not going to, because they can't, because they're full of shit. And even though they probably said this, by the way, 1 million times on their channels, I bet you we go to both their channels, we'll hear the word fascist, dictator, Nazi, I bet you we'll hear all that shit. And the one place we're not going to hear it is here tonight, though. That's I bet you we won't hear it tonight, because when the rubber meets the road, they fall flat every single time. So tonight's debate is on if Trump is centralizing power, if that's a good thing or not a good thing. I don't see how he's centralizing power. He basically has what's afforded to him by Article 2 of the Constitution and some legislation after that, like the Patriot Act, both of which he had nothing to do with. Many of the other legislative powers that he would have, he doesn't actually have anything to do with. They were there before he ever came into office. He complies with the Supreme Court of the United States. He often fights with the lower courts, which presidents tend to do, and he has every right to do so. So I've never really heard a compelling case for this supposed accumulation of power beyond his office. Checks and balances are still in place. There isn't a constitutional crisis last time I looked. So what these guys are talking about, I have no idea. But what they're not actually going to be talking about is how he's centralizing power. They're going to key in on points which are completely irrelevant. But not to worry, guys. I'm going to bring it right back to this. I promise you.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Corbin.
Well, there's a lot of different aspects, I guess, of Trump's authoritarianism that you could talk about. I kind of want to key in on specifically, I think, the erosion of federal and state powers under his administration, whether it be through things like the federalization of the National Guard in LA or quid pro quos with Eric Adams to enact his agenda on immigration. That's kind of the area I wanted to focus on today. I'm not as keened in on tariffs or whether or not Trump has the ability to enact those. That's kind of a separate question. But yeah, I guess that's kind of the main points I want to hit on, is how he's trying to enact federal law on a state level.
All right. Awesome. Jake, 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much for having me today, Tom Foolery. It's good to see you. It's even good to be here with the Libs today. It's good to see you guys too, Libs.
Thank you. Good to see you.
So I am not American. I'm Australian. I don't exactly live in Britain.
Sorry, I didn't catch you.
I don't exactly live and breathe the politics, but from an outside point looking in, I think that Trump is doing actually a really good job. The idea that he's some sort of authoritarian is nonsense, and I'm looking forward to getting into some definitions of what exactly you guys mean by authoritarian. What I see is a leader doing what he was elected to do, essentially. I mean, taking back the power from entrenched elites, NGOs, and bureaucrats who are never chosen by the people. Few quick points. I mean, Trump doesn't necessarily look to me as though he's consolidating power anywhere near the levels that his critics claim, especially with claims like fascist and authoritarian and the likes. He's cutting down on bureaucracies that run the country without accountability. Under Biden, elected officials were making the big decisions. That's the real deep state. So Trump is just following through on campaign promises to dismantle it. To the extent that he's consolidating power, I don't think there's anything unusual. Every president does this, and I feel as though the leftists do this just as much, and they're just grumpy because they're not really used to seeing Republicans do this. And the third one, I'd say, to the extent if you guys can bring up some examples, and if you guys can convince us that he is consolidating power in various different areas, then I would like to see why that's wrong and why that's actually a bad thing, particularly in terms of the border. I mean, I think that the gentleman before me brought up that one, so that'll be an interesting one to go into. And as somebody from the great land of Australia down under, and who's traveled the world a lot, I will say this. Countries like mine, the UK, and much of Europe have been wrecked by weak borders and liberal globalist policies. And America is somewhat of the last frontier, as I see it. If Trump succeeds, he actually sets an example that the Western world desperately needs. So I don't think he's a dictator in the making. I think he's doing what the left has been doing and has done for themselves. And the only difference is this time it's not on their terms. So with that, I'll get on to the next one.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. And then also, Corbin, double check your mic. I'm not positive that you're on the wrong mic, but you might be. And then Vince, go ahead. 2 minutes, sir.
Be on the right one.
Yes, sir. All right. So has Donald Trump consolidated power? Let's keep focus on this. This is at the core of the debate right now, not whether or not necessarily Donald Trump is in fact an authoritarian, whether or not he is a fascist. That is the topic of the debate. So has Donald Trump consolidated power? The answer is absolutely yes, through emergency powers, lawsuits, and even threats of military force. Trump has pushed the boundaries of executive authority. His intentions were clear when he stated, I have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. Each time power shifts away from Congress and the courts, we inch closer to authoritarian rule. Notice what I said, inch closer to authoritarian rule. A system where one man makes the laws and is accountable to no one but himself. That's it.
All right.
Sorry, is my mic okay now? Or
yeah, it sounds good. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yeah, sorry, I'm on my mobile mic. It's kind of crappy. I don't have my regular one with me right now.
No problem. So yeah, for the most part, I'll let you guys lead the conversation. If there's parts that I want to clarify, please allow me to jump in for a minute and just clarify things. Sometimes for you guys, sometimes for the audience, sometimes just for myself because I'm not all that right. But with you guys having the claim, I will let Vince go ahead and jump us off.
Sure. Andrew, you said that Trump did not defy the Supreme Court. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what higher court rulings have been issued by the Supreme Court, which he's defying?
Well, I'm asking you. You said he did not defy the Supreme Court. So what do you mean by he has not defied the Supreme Court? What are you saying by that?
To my knowledge, the Supreme Court has not issued any rulings in which he is not complying with.
Great. So what about Abrego Garcia? When I believe on April 10th, the Supreme Court ruled they needed to facilitate the return of the administration, and then the administration then dragged their feet, ignoring Judge Paul Zinnes, to return them. And it was not until June 6th, months later, that they ended up returning Abrego Garcia, after they said that they had tried and dragged their feet saying they would. It took Judge Zinnes multiple times telling them they needed to facilitate the return, and they did not facilitate the return. So would you agree then on that case that he defied the Supreme Court?
I'm really confused. Hang on, I'm really confused. It sounded like you just said the guy was returned.
Oh, wait. But the original claim is that he did not defy the Supreme Court, right?
I'm confused how he defied the Supreme Court when he returned the guy.
Gotcha. So then he did not defy the Supreme Court initially, then, is what you're saying, then, right? So you would acknowledge that he.
All branches of government have various processes in which they go down, right? And there was a process which was involved with this. They went through the process and then they complied with the Supreme Court and returned him.
What was the process here? Judge Zinnes said to return him, and they did not. Did they not?
Yeah, it seems like it was after the fact.
They did, didn't they? Didn't they return him?
It was after the
Didn't they in fact return him? Didn't they in fact return him?
Didn't they defy the Supreme Court? Did they not defy the Supreme Court?
Did they
answer my question? Did they defy the? Did they? As soon as you answer mine, I'll answer yours. Did you defy? You can't answer my question. You said after I called you out on it. You said no. They didn't defy it. Okay. So Andrew Wilson is redefining how we're talking about defying the Supreme Court. It was clearly defined.
Can you answer my question? Did they return him?
Them returning it does not change or negate the fact
yes or no. Remember how I said no? Yes or no, fucker.
Oh, it's not a yes or no. Hey, it's not a yes or no answer.
My God,
I can go ahead and say
you stupid loser fuck. Answer my fucking question. Yes or no? Did they return him?
Well, he is trying to start with a yes or no and then give the explanation after.
I don't want it. Here's what I don't want in this debate. I don't want mealy mouth bullshit. Just answer the fucking questions and I'll answer yours. That's how a debate should work. Now answer my fucking question. Did they return the guy or not?
Yes, but that doesn't change the fact that they defied the Supreme Court. Yes, exactly. That's the problem here. And that Andrew, when he realized, because he sat here and said initially that we're not going to bring any examples. Once I brought an example, he got scared and realized, oh, I have to pivot to say, well, they eventually brought him back, but it doesn't change the fact that they defied the Supreme Court. They initially defied it, and you were proven wrong immensely when I said that. You weren't prepared for a spring facts, were you, Andrew?
So they went through the process and then they went.
You
with the
got
Supreme
me.
Court's
They went
ruling.
through the process and then returned him. Oh my God! Constitutional crisis. Holy shit! What an authoritarian dictator! You got me, bro.
Andrew.
It was
Shit.
after.
Shit.
It was after the Supreme Court.
I quit this debate. Oh my God! I'm just fucking destroyed. Fucking idiot. They returned him. They went through a process. Yes, that's how it works.
This is hilarious. He's trying to redefine how define works. Do we need to pull up the definition of define, Andrew?
Well, I think
pull up
at
the
this
definition
point
of define.
we would have to say that
define.
because it
Give me a
sounds like
definition for definition.
Vince, you're saying that they defied the courts for a time and then eventually abided by the court order. Correct, Vince?
Sure. But
Okay.
the question was, Andrew asked,
Sure, exactly. So you're
ultimately,
saying that
they initially defied the
courts.
Supreme
so
Court.
You're saying for that period of time, what was it,
Yes.
2-3 months that you're saying they defied the courts for that period of time. And Andrew's saying, okay, they
Sure.
eventually got it. So Andrew, do you agree that they defied the
Doesn't
courts
change
for
the
a
fact they
period of
defied the
time?
Supreme Court.
Yeah, I think that when you have court rulings, especially, and new court rulings, especially, there's usually a process for compliance. So this will happen on every level of government, whether or not this is executive branch or not. There's going to be a process in which to comply. And I think they went through a process for compliance with that ruling. They wanted to exhaust all of their avenues on it. I would do the same exact thing if I was an executive. When they couldn't exhaust anymore, they followed through with what the order was. This is how branches of government work. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. That's how they work.
Yeah, the way it works is that when someone sits there and a judge says to bring them back and they drag their feet after numerous times of being told to bring them back. And by the way that they were arguing this was they were arguing on the case of saying that this is facilitate. And so they argued on that merit alone. But the problem is they continued to drag their feet. So again, you want to pivot off with it, that's fine. We could talk about the judicial injunctions if you like, about how they're defying those injunctions, namely the Harvard Research Grant funding, federal grant and loans frozen, tariffs under the International Emergency Economics Power Act. We can talk about that, which is a big theme of this administration.
You're just reading your talking points. Let me bring up the next point then. I'll bring up the next point since we gave you guys the first.
You're not going to engage on that, are you? Okay, let's go on to the next point. Go
hang on. We'll get back to it. But don't you think it's fair that if you get a point to bring up, that we can bring up a point as well? And it was something which was mentioned in the.
I'd like you to address my point, but if you want to go.
Okay, so anyway, you brought up what happened in the LA riots as part of your point for authoritarianism. This is over to Corbin.
I did, or Corbin? Okay.
Corbin, whose name is not yours. So anyway, Corbin, you brought this up as though this was some authoritarian act by the Trump administration. Are you aware, like, we watched those riots every single night on sometimes as many as 15, 20 cameras at a time, watching what was going on. Watching the am I even allowed to finish? I'm not
no,
allowed
because
to
again,
finish.
I think this is hysterical. Andrew, I just called Andrew out
You
on
gotta-
3 other particular
let him
issues.
ask his question
and
real
Andrew just
quick.
totally pivoted over to the LA riot.
Let him ask
This
his
is
question
hysterical.
first. Let him ask his question
brought up
first.
in the
Let
opening
him
statement.
ask his question.
Real quick. Just let me. Yeah, let Andrew.
I mean, are you sure? It seems that the Vince is very upset that we're allowed to have points and he's allowed to have points. I'm sorry about that, Vince. But
I
anyway,
asked you to
back
address
it.
my points that you are running
I
away
not-
from.
did I
You're running
not
away
tell
from
you-
them. Why are you running away from them?
Did I not tell you that we would come? Did I not tell you that we could come right back to this? You get a point, we get a point. Isn't that fair?
But it works where you address my point. You're okay. That's fine. Run away, Andrew. Go ahead. Run away, Andrew. Go ahead.
Great.
Go ahead.
So, yeah. Okay. Run away from this point, Vince. You're just running away. You're just filibustering, making sure that your partner can't ever respond because you're a fucking coward. Anyway,
you're running
Corbin,
away from addressing the
where I
point because you're afraid of actually engaging with the facts of the case. Because you don't like engaging with the facts.
Rudely interrupted by your dork.
Oh,
debate
Fifis.
partner.
Go ahead.
I would like to have you actually address this. So we were watching these on the cams each night. And we saw that the police were clearly standing down. They were not enforcing the order of law. We come to find out later that there was many NGOs which were funding these riots, many NGOs. In fact, the whole thing was funded by NGOs, especially their famous Day of Rage. Why is it that you think that Trump shouldn't have sent in the Marines in order to bring law and order back to Los Angeles when this was going on? Why?
Well, I think
Doesn't that seem like it's well within the purview? Hang on, let me finish the question. I'm almost done. Don't you think that's well within the purview of the executive under Article 2?
No, so specifically the reason that I said it was an example of an erosion between state and federal power is Trump was federalizing the National Guard at behest of the head of the state, that being Governor Newsom, when he didn't have the authority to. It violated that.
He does have the authority to federalize.
Well, Section 12406 that he cited in his executive order to try and federalize the National Guard states explicitly that those powers shall be granted through the governor of the state, that being Newsom. And Newsom felt like the National Guard wasn't needed in that instance.
The National Guard is, they are GIs. They are government issue. It is true that the state can deploy them, but ultimately they serve the behest of the president of the United States.
No, they're state police. They belong to the state. They're under the purview of the governor.
Oh, okay. So the federal government can't mobilize the National Guard for the purpose of war, and neither can the president. Is that correct?
Well, they can, but there has to be a process for it. There has those
I
powers.
see. What
under
process?
Section
What
12406, under Section 12406 that Trump cited in his executive order as to why he had the ability to federalize the National Guard and deploy them to LA, states explicitly that those powers shall be granted through the governor of the state. And Gavin Newsom did not give Trump consent to federalize the National Guard.
He doesn't need consent. He's the commander in chief. He can send in the Marines if he wants.
Okay, but under that
well,
statute,
so what you're saying
under
is
that
that
exact statute,
I'm going to grant. I'm actually
cited-
going to grant this. So I'm actually going to grant that there was a process error here. Let's just grant it for the sake of it and say that you're right, that there's a process error. Trump is the commander. Trump is the commander. Hang on. Calm down, bro. Calm down. I'll grant the argument. Okay, you're gonna break out. All right, go ahead.
I've let you speak a lot.
Go ahead.
The reason. Wait. Fuck, I lost my train. Never mind. Do your thing. I lost my train of thought.
Are you sure? Okay, see, you should just let me finish, bro. I would have let you have all the time in the world to talk. So anyway, the point here is that yes, Trump is a commander in chief. So when I look at Article 2, I mean, he can broadly do what he wants with the military. I mean, he can pretty broadly do that. Him sending in the National Guard, him sending in the Marine Corps, I think he did have executive authority to do. Not only that, I'm not even sure that if I were to grant to you that there was some process error here, how that would necessarily be an him accumulating power to himself. Even if there was a process error, that doesn't seem like an accumulation of centralizing authority. The president already is the commander in chief. Already.
I don't know if I would categorize it as a processing error. I would say it's a direct violation of the statute that he himself cited as to having power to deploy the National Guard.
Do you think that Trump himself sat down in an office and read through all of this? Or do you think that he was reliant on people around him to tell him what authorities he has and doesn't have?
Trump's administration, it's the same thing.
Okay, so you think that there was people around him who sat down with him and explained that he has the said authorities, right?
Okay.
Can you answer my question? Yeah, sure. So that doesn't sound to me like the process of a person who's trying to accumulate maximum amounts of power to himself, but rather a person who's utilizing. Hang on, man. Let me make the point, and then you can respond. Okay.
So Trump isn't trying to accumulate power, but his administration is. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, that wouldn't logically follow. So let's walk it through logically. You're president of the United States and you want to send the military in order to enforce law and order. And you and your administration broadly think that you have that authority and that you're complying with the Constitution when you do that. That would be the opposite of you trying to accumulate power. That would be you instead just enforcing your role as the commander in chief. Yeah. No. Oh, okay.
No, yeah.
If
it's directly violating a statute that you yourself cited, or at least someone else in your administration cited, it means there are legal professionals who are either incompetent or directly maliciously forgetting or leaving out or being negligible towards that part of the statute.
So are you saying
that doesn't follow either? It could easily just be that they were wrong. Couldn't it just be they were wrong? Like, it doesn't logically follow that either means that they were a bunch of
hold on,
incompetent boobs, or they were malicious.
It's a one-page statute.
They were wrong.
It's a
right?
one-page statute. If you're not legally competent enough to read and interpret a one-page statute, you don't deserve to have a spot in office. No.
Well, hang on. Maybe I can even grant that if you're too incompetent to be able to interpret this law correctly, that still doesn't make your case that it's an accumulation of power, does it? Still doesn't make your case.
I just want to ask
I could do this all day, man. I'm having a good time.
I just want to ask such a simple question. Do you think it's incompetence to read like a 5-letter sentence? The powers shall be granted through the governor of the state.
Yeah. So do you understand
do you think that's incompetence, or do you think that's malice?
When it comes to legalese, legal terms have a different definition than normative terms and a different definition than philosophical terms.
Here we go down the definition round.
Those in turn have different definitions.
Oh, no, not definitions.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm not going to allow for equivocation.
You don't even know what the statute is. What is 12406? Tell us what 12406 is, buddy.
You tell us what it is.
Yeah, it's the National Guard and Federal. It's the National Guard and Federal Service call, and it only allows for rebellion or danger of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States.
Gotcha.
So again,
there's let's just other things, but those
so let us.
They have to be granted.
That's not all. That's not at all. It is though.
No,
it's other things.
That's not
breaking the law.
Sure about that.
If the governors of the states won't enforce the law, then the president can use
that's
the
not at all
Guard.
what the statute says. That's not at all what the statute says.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
So
yeah, he's reading something totally different.
So what?
Well, hang on. Before we get totally derailed, I would like to finish the exchange. We were almost done with the exchange. Let's just finish it. So anyway,
let's finish my point because you're so scared of it. But go ahead.
Back to your point. Calm down.
Let Andrew speak, please.
Yeah, we're just trying. I don't know why. Like, if you were having an exchange with my debate partner, I wouldn't be jumping in and derailing every 5 seconds. Just calm down. We'll get to whatever your points are, dude. We have a lot of debate here to cover.
You're gonna run away from. Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh man, we'll pull it up one at a time. I promise. We'll do it one at a time, whatever your points are. So anyway, back to this. If that's the case, that legal definitions have different definitions than medical definitions, philosophical definitions, when you have lawyers who are involved in these things telling you what you can or can't do in the exercise of your authority, and you defer to them, even if you can make the case that this is complete incompetence or even in some way misleading, even, it doesn't actually demonstrate that this is an attempt to accumulate centralized power. And that's what you're here to prove, not whether or not you don't fucking like it very much because you think they're incompetent. You're here to prove that he's trying to centralize his authority. And that's what you need to demonstrate.
I rejected your incompetence premise. I think it's malicious.
Prove it.
It's incredibly simple legalese. Like, it's plain and simple. There was a whole case. Governor Newsom sued the Trump admin. I think Judge Charles Breyer was the district attorney that just ruled in Newsom's favor, saying that yes, this is illegal. This violated that statute as well as the.
And which court was that? Which court?
What do you mean? Which court? It was.
Which court was this ruled against Trump? Which court?
It was. I don't know, like, the name of like. Do you
it's
mean,
okay.
like,
I don't expect you to remember everything off the top of your head. You can pull up the court. That's fine.
Like the specific court.
Are you asking if it's a district court or an appellate court or a Supreme Court? Is that
yes?
Okay.
Yes, and which district?
Appellate court.
Because remember that many of these courts they often fail when it comes to appeal. Many of them are appealed very quickly on various decisions. And just because you have a decision desk right away doesn't mean that through an appeals process, these things won't be overturned. You just making the declaration that, oh, well, right now, as they're going through the process, it seems to have favored Newsom doesn't mean that ultimately it will.
Well, so
ultimately they have what?
Initially, Newsom initially filed back in June when Trump initially deployed the National Guard. And then it went to Judge Breyer. He ruled in favor of a TRO, and then that went to a different court.
Was this by chance the Ninth Circuit? Was this the Ninth Circuit, maybe?
And
which
then,
circuit? Which circuit? Which circuit? Which court was this, bro? I want to pull up the case. We'll go through it.
I think it was the San Francisco. I think he was the district attorney of San Francisco.
And the district attorney. The court of the district attorney of San Francisco, bro? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I'm trying to.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you asking? Like for an exact court? What do you?
Yes, I'm asking you which court and what the case was, homie. So we can pull it up. We'll go through it.
Yeah, just look up Judge Charles Breyer. Judge Charles Breyer. It was literally decided on like literally yesterday or today. All you have to do is look up Judge Charles Breyer.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you sit there for a while, and then we'll get back to your look. We'll get back to your. We'll get back to your
filed by Judge Charles Breyer.
Okay.
Like that. That's what. Like, just look that up.
Yeah, so I believe that rests on the idea that this was having to do with posse comitatus, which is one of the biggest issues because they cannot conduct lawfare activities. That's one of the reasons why they came up with that, and that was a direct violation of that. That's what I think Judge Breyer kind of ruled on.
Yeah, that was the Marines. That one was the Marines, though. That's also another good point, though, is the Marines conducting civil law or law enforcement.
That would be more like
posse comitatus. Yeah, that was the posse comitatus one.
Yeah,
but
posse comitatus is just saying that the United States of America really isn't supposed to act as a police force generally.
It also had to do with the National Guard, I believe.
And then he
shortly after the
yeah, the National Guard was as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, it says,
I don't see how any of this is giving me a demonstration that the administration is trying to centralize authority by sending in the troops in order to quell riots inside of California. That seems like
you don't think
that seems like if I were the executive, I would think that would be my duty. And under Article 2, that I had the authority to do that, especially if the administration around me was expressing that I did.
So you don't think that turning a state power into a federal power, specifically governed by the executive, is the executive gaining more power?
I think that the executive is very clearly outlined in Article 2 as being the commander in chief.
Just answer the question.
States. I am answering the question.
No, you're not answering the question.
Well, I don't think that's
pivoting.
Okay, well, here, that's not a yes or no answer. Let me ask you this.
No, it's just no. Hold on. Just answer the question.
Okay.
Stop pivoting.
Have you been gay for 6 months or 7 months?
I've been gay ever since I saw your dad.
Yeah, so have you been gay for 6 months or 7 months?
Ever since I saw your dad, so about 4 months.
Yeah, is that 6 months or 7 months? So you've been gay for 4 months? If you ask a loaded question, what you did was you asked a question which is loaded. You gave me a false binary, right? A yes or no question can't be loaded. If you give me the binary, hang on, calm down, dude. Calm down. If you give me a question where you say something like this, what do you say? Do you think that Trump usurping state power is not yes or no? It's like, well, that has a presupposition that he's doing that, and I haven't granted that he is yet. I'm willing to answer yes or no to your questions, but don't load them. Be good faith.
There's more pivoting off here, like in a basketball game.
Yeah. Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay. So Andrew, just hold on. Sorry, just one thing. Just fuck the context of everything else happening. Just my question on its own, yes or no.
And your question on your own, repeat it.
The question on its own. So, the federal government taking a state entity, federalizing it specifically under the purview of the executive order, would that be the executive branch accumulating more power?
Not necessarily, one, but two, there could be good context and reason for it, and they could have the authority to do it. So the answer is no, it wouldn't entail that would be an accumulation of centralized power authority. No.
You said not necessarily. Can you elaborate why not necessarily? So is there an instance in which
because there could be context here which would show that he has the authority to do so. If he has the authority to do so, that's not an accumulation of additional powers, is it?
So what if
that legal authority?
Yeah, but hang on. Can you answer my question now? If it's shown that he has the authority to do so, that would not actually in context show that he's accumulating more power to himself, would it?
Not necessarily.
Yes or
no.
Yeah,
not necessarily.
Yeah, and that's a fair answer. Not necessarily. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, but Andrew.
No, and I wasn't saying it was a wrong answer. What I was saying, though, is because, again, I think the biggest hang up right here is whether or not he has the legal authority to do so. And I think that's one big marker of this administration is that they go after these weird little legalese loopholes that have been used, but not in this context. And so when we get down to it, this is kind of the issue here, right? Is that right now on its face, it certainly seems as though he has defied the governor's wishes, at least on its face. When Governor Newsom says, hey, I don't want these people down here, on that face alone, you could say he has the authority, but it's not denying the fact that he has subverted the will of Gavin Newsom.
I'll concede the point that Newsom definitely did not want Trump to federalize his National Guard or send in the Marines. That's not in question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then Trump subverted the will of the governor then.
Well, I think that they had contrary agendas there. Sure, if you say subvert the will, that's I don't know if I'd use the language subvert the will. He disagreed that he didn't have the authority to nationalize the troops if Gavin Newsom wasn't executing his job as the governor. I don't know if that's
so. Did Governor wait? It's very simple. This is very simple. Do you think that Governor Newsom did or did not want the National Guard on LA streets?
He definitely didn't want him there. Yeah, definitely did.
And then what did Trump do?
So Trump sent in the troops and he federalized the Guard.
So he defied Governor Newsom's orders. Thank you.
Yeah, but that was not. So remember how just 5 seconds ago I just told you that thing you're saying thank you to was not even in fucking question. So what are you saying thank you about?
So okay, because what you're trying to say is that it's some you're
additional power to himself.
I'm glad you asked, because even though what your argument is that it's a justified defiance and it's a justified consolidation of power to the executive branch because of some legalese loophole. What you don't realize is you just admitted in and of yourself that he defied the will of a governor, and it looks like he's going to define the will of the governor in Chicago or Illinois as well. Sure. So it's wild to me that you're like, well, because there's a legalese loophole that it's not consolidation of power. I still think it's consolidation of power when he openly defies what the governor's wishes are.
Yeah, but you're actually contradicting yourself here. I'll show you I'll literally show you the line of logic, how you just went to A and then not A. You've already admitted that it's not necessarily the case that if you defy the will of a governor or subvert the will of a governor, that means you're accumulating power to yourself. You've already conceded that point. Both of you just did. And then you go on to say that because he did, that means he is. That's absurd, man. And not only that, let me give you the second. Hang on, calm down, bro. I just let this guy talk. Didn't interrupt him once.
We were just saying that we shouldn't load,
bro,
like our language.
I'm not. How do you know what I'm saying? You won't let me even get it out. Calm the fuck down. So anyway, we have a
spiel. What do you mean? I'm not letting you get shit out.
He just gave the spiel I'm responding to. I didn't interrupt him at all. So anyway, the point is that not only did you just concede that doesn't necessarily mean you're trying to accumulate more power to yourself, but let's just look at this in broader context. If he has the authority and thinks he has the authority, he's not broadening his authority, he's just exercising it. Like, why won't you guys contend with that?
Okay, what if
he's just exercising his authority for what? Wait. He's exercising his authority to do what? To guess what? Defy the governor's wishes. I know you're trying to run away from that point.
If he has the authority to do that, so then he.
Do you think it's wait? No, stop.
That's the point.
I want to ask something here real quick, Andrew. Do you think consolidation of power? Because I think this is where we're getting lost here. Do you think consolidation of power only has to be done in the legal sense? Do you think consolidation of power could take place in a legal sense? I think consolidation of power can absolutely take place in a legal sense. Can it not? Okay, thank you. So you just admitted then, if you're saying then that it can happen in a legal sense, Donald Trump defying Governor Newsom's wishes to send in the National Guard, you just admitted that that's a form of consolidation of power. It can be done in a legal sense. Well, you just ruined your entire argument.
Let's test this logically, because again, what you're saying just makes zero sense, and I'll demonstrate it to you. There's a famous case in which the governor did not want the National Guard to be mobilized because they were going to enforce the laws that blacks could not attend white schools. Okay, very famous case. And the president went ahead and, he federalized the National Guard there anyway against the governor's wish. Would you say that he was accumulating more power to himself by doing that?
No, because he was because he was directly fighting governor that was engaged in insurrection.
Now let your partner answer too. Yes or no?
Yeah, I think you could argue he was accumulating more power, But again, the idea,
okay. So by him letting black kids go to school, he was trying to accumulate more power for himself.
Because here's what's Andrew. No, because this is what's. No, let me explain. Because Andrew Wilson likes it. No, Andrew Wilson likes to try to emotionally load this, and I get what he did, and that's perfectly fine. And I'll go ahead and explain myself with what I'm saying.
Ahead,
he just tried to emotionally load that word consolidation of power. I'm not emotionally loading that word. Let's be very clear, because in Andrew's context, he views us as if we're trying to use the connotation of consolidation of power as being an inherently negative thing. It doesn't inherently have to be a negative thing or a positive thing. I think the president going in, and even though it's a consolidation of power and stopping these, bringing the National Guard to prevent, you were saying bringing the National Guard to prevent black students from entering in. Yeah, it could be consolidation of power, and it's probably a negative thing to do that. Wait, that was a negative thing to do that.
It
was a negative.
Is
negative thing
accumulating power, and that's not a good thing or a bad thing.
Mobilize the guards.
It's loaded that it would be a bad.
Okay,
thing,
right? I'm sorry. I'm mixing up. I'm short wiring.
Well, no. Wait, hold on. Wait. Well, hold on. The prompt of the debate is like, is he accumulating power, and is that good or bad? And so obviously there are like two parts to it. So sometimes he may be, but they'll still have to argue that. So they are.
I think we're untangling it. But hang on, I think we're untangling it fine.
My wires are crossing.
Yeah, then that's fine.
Yeah,
Look, that's fine. Listen, if you guys would calm down, and you would actually,
don't even do that.
I wouldn't tie you up.
You're the one smoking a cigarette, buddy.
Then I'm going to keep tying you up, bro. I'll just keep tying you up because you're not going to be good faith. You're just going to get trapped by your own words time and time again.
I'm being good. Wait, how am I not being good faith? How am I not being good? You're the one smoking. How am I being bad faith?
It's bad faith to smoke.
I said, how am I being bad faith?
Yeah, but you just said you're the one smoking. How am I being bad faith? That infers it's bad faith to smoke.
No, you said, why are you freaking out? You're smoking. Anyways, I don't need to smoke.
Yeah, I smoke every day. That's because I freak out, or
smoky man?
Okay.
Andrew does have
okay. I know you're so hung up and you're pivoting. I'm allowing you to pivot, and that's okay. Let's get back to the argument.
So allow. Let Andrew finish.
So the thing is like. I'm trying to untangle these two concepts as well. We want to untangle whether or not, good, bad, from whether or not we can even agree that you're accumulating or consolidating more power unto your branch. I would make the point, and I think that you guys would agree with this if you were at least good faith. Like, we were ready to make concessions on whether or not there's certain accumulations to the executive branch under Trump, and then argue whether or not those things were good. Here, I'm just not willing to make the concession because it sounds like you guys are just saying, even if he's exercising authority he already has, that's accumulating power to himself. That doesn't, I don't know how you square that circle or circle that square or whatever you want to call it. How exactly do you reconcile this for me?
Well,
yeah, I'm glad.
The point that I think the point that we're trying to make is that he doesn't have the authority to do this.
How does he not have the authority?
When he's directly violating that 12406 statute that says.
Read that statute.
Okay, I can pull it up if you want.
Yep, pull it up.
Because earlier you guys were talking about pulling up the Breyer court case as well, who supposedly ruled on this, didn't he?
Yeah, because the 12406 mentions rebellion.
Yeah, so
against the state authority, and when the state authority doesn't actually enforce it themselves.
So Title 10 U.S. Code 12406, National Guard and Federal Service Call. The United States or any of the Commonwealths or possessions is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. There is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, or the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the states. The president may call into federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in such members as he considers necessary to repel the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those federal laws. Orders of these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states, or in the case of the District of Columbia, through the Commanding General of the National Guard of the District of Columbia.
Interesting. Now, tell me about a rebellion. What is a rebellion?
How does the law?
Remember, this is very clear legalese. Remember, this is very clear legalese. Remember, what's a rebellion, bro?
Apparently, I didn't know.
It's very clear legalese.
Okay. What is
very clear legalese?
Yeah. What's a rebellion?
What is it?
Would that be when you're like sort of targeting state buildings, or?
And it's like more of a coordinated group of like a coordinated group rising up against the government. I'd probably broadly say that's what.
Maybe if they were like, going and hitting ICE buildings, government buildings, these sorts of things, and the government wasn't doing anything about it.
Not a single person is contesting that's the case.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So he has the authority.
No one here is seriously saying that.
So he has the authority.
We're arguing over who has the authority to federalize the National Guard.
Okay, so there was a rebellion. They were hitting government buildings. He has the authority. He hasn't accumulated anything. Thank you.
You realize that even if those conditions are met, you still have to have authority from the sitting government. Yeah, that's what the statute says.
No, he doesn't.
Where?
The president can exercise the authority if there is an uprising and the governor's not doing anything about it.
The president may call into federal
That's not what it
service
says.
members
You can
and
reread
units
it
of the National
again,
Guard
but
of
that's not
any
what it
state
says.
in such numbers as he considers necessary to repel the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those laws. Orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the state.
There we go. Sounds right to me.
Like I understand you're Australian, but I didn't realize you couldn't speak English.
Oh, so you're using the Australian fallacy. I see how it is.
Hey, I got a question because this is something that I feel like
isn't real. Doesn't mean you can't read. Okay.
I want to go back to the earlier point that Andrew openly stated that you can consolidate power, even albeit legally. And we mentioned that multiple times. And so this is what I'm trying to say is even if I were to work in your example and say that this were legal, which again, it's working its way through the courts to determine, and again, we're going to Judge Breyer's case to determine the legal.
Working its way through the courts. I think that I agree with that.
So again, when we look at the idea, if we look at the idea, you can, good. This is too, this is unfair, Tom. No, I'm playing. I'm playing. So when it comes to that, though, you've just acknowledged that even if it's legal, it does not change the fact that you can still have consolidation of power to the executive branch. And I think that y'all kind of already, just by way of that law, saying that the president would overtake the National Guard, then you pair that with the fact that Trump is now sending them into California even against Governor Newsom's wishes. Both of those, in my opinion, just based on the statute, just based on Gavin Newsom denying that, would be consolidation necessarily. Now, we could talk about whether or not it was a negative or a good thing. That's a whole different conversation.
So we can. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I thought you were tying it off. Go ahead.
No, I tied it off.
Okay, so we can make those simple concessions. They just don't hurt our argument at all. Sure, I concede that you can accumulate power to yourself via legal mode, via force, via all sorts of different things, through coercion. There's all sorts of ways in which you can accumulate power. My basic argument to you is simple, though. If it's the case that he already has the authority to do these things, and presidents before him did, they just did not. They did not do the things, but they had the authority to. Then he's not actually accumulating any more power to himself. He's just exercising the authority he already has. That's the argument. And so when you say, well, it's working its way through the courts, I agree with that. It's working its way through the courts. When it's finally settled through the courts, if he defies it like Jackson did and then goes and butchers the Indians anyway, I think you would have a good case to make that now you have defied the courts, you have done it anyway, and now there's a serious problem and a constitutional crisis, and now you've accumulated more power to your branch than was otherwise supposed to be there. But that's not what's going on here. You're just saying that he's exercising authority that he thinks he has. I agree that he's exercising authority he thinks he has, and that is working its way through the courts as it's contested by people who don't think so. But that's not really demonstrating that he's accumulating more authority to himself.
No, I would say, again, you're reframing my argument. I said, and initially, and again, we'll rehash this. I said that this is inherently just based on the statute alone of the president assuming the power of the state's National Guard. That in and of itself is consolidation. That act is consolidating the power of the National Guard, removing it from the state and giving it to the federal government. How is it not if you're taking over? You can say it's legal, but we've just agreed. You just agreed with me that it could be a legal authority and it could still be consolidating the power. So
I want to show you something so that you understand what I'm saying here. Let's assume for a second it was always within the purview of the office of the president of the United States to nationalize any guard unit they wanted, just hypothetically. They could just do that anytime they felt like doing it. They were allowed to via constitutional provision. Now, let's say that we had 50 presidents who never did do that, but we had one who did do that in order to execute some laws that they thought needed to be executed under their watch. That's not an accumulation of additional powers or authority to that president.
That's not my argument.
Hang on.
How about we go back to my argument, Andrew, because you're trying to reframe it. Go ahead. Go back to my original argument.
Bro, we'll go back.
You interrupted me, so I'm just interrupting you. Please
When did I
reframe.
interrupt you?
Stop trying to reframe. You interrupted me when I was talking about what I was saying.
Listen, we're never going to get anywhere if
just
I
a few
can't
minutes
tie off my arguments, dude. I'll let you tie off your arguments.
and I wasn't able to. Okay, go ahead.
I promise. I'll let you tie off your arguments. So the point here that I'm just trying to make to you is that would not be accumulating additional authority to yourself. This is working its way through the court. What you would have to demonstrate to me in order to demonstrate that this is an accumulation of additional authority that the executive is not supposed to have, you would have to demonstrate that somehow. That's what I'm looking for. That's what the claim should be. Whatever your claim is irrelevant if you're not demonstrating
What's my claim?
How he's accumulating more power to himself. Yeah, to steelman your claim, you're saying
what is my
even yeah, I'm steelmanning it. Do you want me to or not?
How about you tell me what my claim is? I don't want you to steal. I want you to tell me. You have to tell me.
Steelman is, you dipshit.
I want you to tell me what my claim is.
Steelman is.
I don't want you to steelman. I want you just to repeat back to me what my claim was. It was very clear.
Steelman your claim? You want me to steelman it? You want me to steelman your claim?
Is trying to reinforce my claim. I want you to provide my claim. What was the claim I provided? You're running away from it because you're not listening. My claim was very succinct, very easy to understand. It is the idea.
If he's executing the legalese, he's accumulating more authority to himself, definitionally.
Nope, wrong. Thank you. You can play back the tape. I did not say that. I said that if the president were to go in and take over the National Guard, he is necessarily consolidating power to the executive branch. Not that he's accumulating more power. Keep it in focus, Andrew. I know you're not listening, but listen. Consolidating power, not more power, not accumulating anything more than any other president. It is very succinct, very simple. And I could go back to my introduction in which I made the claim that is Donald Trump consolidating power at the executive branch? The answer is absolutely yes. I made that as my original claim. It's still my claim today. It's not accumulating more power to the executive branch. I know that's what you want it to be, but that's not what it is. So how about you start listening and engaging with the actual arguments instead of pivoting like a basketball player?
Okay, so how do you centralize power without accumulating more power?
How can you centralize power without consolidating more power? Yeah. You don't think you can wait. You just agree. Well, no, now you're trying to pivot again. Because here's the thing. You initially said that you can consolidate. You just said that you can consolidate power legally. And I've already exhibited where he defied Governor Newsom by sending the National Guard into Los Angeles, which means, guess what? He's necessarily consolidating power to the executive branch. That's just by definition what's happening.
Bro, that makes no sense. Calm down and let me respond now, okay? Me saying that I agree with you that you can legally consolidate power, the entailment there is I think that you're legally doing something to give yourself some powers you didn't have before. Otherwise, what is consolidation of power? What is consolidation of power except the granting of yourself more powers? What else could it even mean? Can you tell me that? What does it even mean?
Yeah, I sure can.
Power would mean taking powers from places that aren't that the power already
that aren't yours,
you and bringing it together.
So, yeah,
it's not like you own all the toys and you're putting the toys in one place.
And that's it. You're right. And that's exactly what that statute just said. It literally said that the president could take over the National Guard of California. That statute in and of itself consolidates power to the executive branch. And let's be very clear. It ebbs and flows. There are times where you consolidate power and there's times where you don't consolidate power, right? You may lose some power at the executive branch and not consolidate. It ebbs and flows. There are times where it goes back and forth.
Is consolidation of power the granting of yourself more power or not?
Is that not granting yourself more power or granting yourself power
or giving yourself some sort of additional powers? How else could you consolidate?
You keep saying additional.
Well, you saying hold on, wait, because these are we are getting lost on the semantics because granting yourself power means that you are granting yourself something that you didn't have power of. So he is it's necessarily more power one way or the other.
Necessary.
Even if I were to play that game. Even if I were to play the game, necessarily in the statute, that's what it's exactly doing. It's giving the president a power that he did not have before until he invoked that an act. That's exactly what that is.
So in this circle, this is power in the United States. Let's say that it's 50-50 state to federal. If you're consolidating it, you would be trying to consolidate more of the 100, right? More of the power in the circle.
Wouldn't that be what consolidation means in this context?
So let me get this right. Before Section 12406 or whatever it was.
The question, dude. Does it mean
you don't answer questions? So I'm gonna say what I want to say.
I'll answer every question you have. Yes,
Section 12406 specifically before that was invoked. Guess what?
Yeah.
Who had the power? Newsom had the power to invoke the National Guard. Donald Trump then necessarily invokes Section 12406 to then now say, I have the authority to consolidate power to the executive branch and take over the National Guard and send the National Guard down to Los Angeles. That act in and of itself consolidates power to
He
the
already had
executive
that
branch.
authority,
You
dude.
agree
You
to
already
that?
have the authority, bro. But the thing is, it's funny here that I don't understand is like, I think that we can figure this out really easily if you answer Jake's question. If we think of power as a circle, this entire circle of power here, right? And you have, 10% of it, how do you consolidate for 11% without the necessary entailment being there's more power? I actually don't understand that. Maybe you can help me out.
Because sometimes you go in and sometimes you go out. There's presidents who have not invoked
Sometimes
Section
you go in and
12406.
sometimes you go out.
If you're talking about a circle, there are some times that it goes closer to the center. There's sometimes it goes further out.
Yeah, but aren't you always
consolidating
granting yourself more powers that you didn't previously
Yeah,
have?
again, hold on. Wait,
Right?
it would necessarily be more power, but he's saying that it's power that you're allowed to grant yourself. And so technically you have the power to grant yourself that power, but it's still more power one way or the other. Like that seems to be the
right. You have the wait, but this is very important. This is extremely important. You have the ability to consolidate power, but you're not utilizing that power to consolidate it to the executive branch. It's just like, for example, if we were to invoke the Insurrection Act, okay, to move it kind of forward and hoping that we can move forward. If you were to invoke the Insurrection Act, necessarily by that in and of itself, you are consolidating power at the federal branch. But at the time, we're not consolidating power because we're not invoking the Insurrection Act. Just because it's there and you're not utilizing it, that then in of itself, once you utilize it, that's the moment that you consolidate
And
power.
I don't actually then I don't actually see how
you don't have to create.
Yeah, but hang on. I still don't actually see how you get additional powers from this. If you're just invoking powers you already have, I don't see how that's additional to. What your argument seems to be is that if it's the case, hang on.
Go ahead.
Make the argument. Calm down. I'll make the argument. What you seem to be saying is like, I have the power to go over and get a Snickers bar, but I don't go and get a Snickers bar. One day I do exercise my power to go get the Snickers bar, and now I have more power because I have the Snickers bar? Is that the basic argument here?
Well, so the reason I'm trying to clear this up is because I do
think,
just real quick, I think it is a semantic difference. Whereas like the normally if we would say, is Donald Trump or is the US president in charge of state policing? I think most everybody would say no, they're not in charge of state policing. But in this case, he is, right? So in this case, he has added a responsibility and something that he's now in charge of, which would make it to where he has that power. I would assume you guys would agree at least on that much, in that it is just kind of semantic differences, and that
I don't know. It seems to me like if you have the authority, yeah, if you have the authority to do X thing and it's granted to you already, and all you do is enforce X thing that's already been granted to you as a power or authority, that doesn't sound to me like a consolidation of additional powers. What it sounds to me like is that you're utilizing the authority granted to you in the office to execute your duties. That's not, for me, that would be the opposite of a consolidation of power. A consolidation of power to me would mean something akin to you're using your authority and abilities to grant more powers to your office or to your station that you would not ordinarily have, which then gives you more power over other branches of government. Not that you already have these authorities in place and you're utilizing them. I don't think that people would ever consider that to be power consolidation, man. That seems to defy the very sense of what we're talking about.
Well, again, I
Yeah,
think
Andrew,
that's why
I
it's
understand what
semantics, because you're saying they're saying you have the authority to take the authority, but you wouldn't normally have the authority.
Well,
the
no,
president
not
isn't
even-
normally in charge of
not
like
even-
local policing.
Well, we're not debating you, Tom, but let him answer.
I
Let him
understand.
answer.
Not even I understand what you mean when you say that, Andrew. Like, if it's within your purview, like if you have the capacity to deploy that power already, then it's not necessarily consolidating power because it's already under your whatever jurisdiction, right? Would you say that's the point you're trying to get at?
Yeah, if you already have the authorities granted to you, it's like a cop. A cop may have the authority to arrest people and never make any arrests. But one day he makes an arrest and you say he's consolidating power. Like, that doesn't make any sense. He's just exercising the authority within the duties that he already has. He's not really getting any additional powers.
Okay, yeah,
additional.
I
We're going to go in circles at
understand.
this point.
Well,
I
I think it
understand-
does.
I
I think it
understand that
does.
public-
I think it does entail that consolidation of powers. You're giving yourself powers you didn't have.
Yeah,
I think
but
that's what it
I think
entails.
I think that's kind of what at least I'm arguing. I was gone for a second, so I don't necessarily know what Vince was trying to get at. But what I'm trying to argue is that Trump didn't have that authority then and there to deploy or to federalize the National Guard.
Okay, but this you agree with
That's
me?
why
that
I would
this
say
is-
it's a consolidation. Of
You,
power.
but you agree with me that even if you have a ruling right now that's in your favor, that this is working its way through the courts, and we don't have this established yet. This is still an ongoing court case. And so you can't really even say if it's ongoing and it's embattled by both sides think that they're correct here. You can't really use this as a reference to say that this is established because it's not established yet. We have not actually determined that he was outside of his authority to do this yet.
Okay, maybe we can have like a middle ground. If it turns out that the court or whatever the final say on the matter is that it ends up ruling in Newsom's favor, would you say it's a consolidation of power at that point?
Yeah, if the case is that when it's all said and done and settled, I think he would have a much better case to make that there was some sort of consolidation going on there where he was giving himself additional powers that he did not have before. I'd be willing to grant that. But then we would have to get to the next step here, which is why would that be bad again? If it's the case that you have a governor who's refusing to enforce the laws which are inside of his state, and he's putting people at the mercy of mobs, which he was doing, we watched it live. Even if it's the case that Trump did grant that to himself and was able to suppress this, and then later it was struck down as being something which was unconstitutional, it still seems like he did a good thing.
So why would you say that Newsom isn't enforcing the law? And it's specifically not Newsom. I think it would be Karen.
I was watching as hundreds of donut eaters were standing around as people were tearing a city to pieces. That's why. And it was very obvious that they were given stand down orders because otherwise they would have been in there clubbing and drubbing these fuckers half to death and dragging them to fucking jail, which they started doing the second that the Marine Corps got there. So, and I watched all of it happen live. I watched all of it unfold live. So did the thousands and thousands of people right now who are watching this live. They watched it with me. It was very clear they had stand down orders. And so, no, I think that that's a dereliction of duty by the California governor and by the mayor of Los Angeles. And if I were the executive and I thought that I had the power to send in the troops or federalize the troops in order to quell that, I would have fucking done it too. And I think that you guys would have said that that's a good thing.
So you're saying the Marines quelled the protests?
Yes, I am saying that. Yes. 100%.
How many? Do you know when? Do you know when?
Like, do you have an example of like?
Yeah. So here's what happened. So as you watch the riots unfold, before there was any nationalized troops which were there, they basically allowed them to burn certain square blocks and loot them and do their rioting stuff and this type of thing. The second the military got there, you saw the protesters kind of come out and try to act like they were going to come out in force, right? But these guardsmen and Marines were having none of that. They were beating the shit out of these guys in public. They had no fucks at all to give about it. None. Zero. And when we got to their famous day of rage, the day it was all supposed to pop off, you should have seen all the content creators who were on camera saying, oh man, today's the day. It's all going to pop off now. And they didn't do shit because they would have got their asses whooped. They would have got their asses whooped, and they knew they would have gotten their asses whooped. And they all went home, and nothing happened. It fizzled out, completely fizzled out.
Wrong. So he's patently wrong. So I'll present. No, I've got some actual facts here because I know Andrew didn't prepare for this. June 6th, early anti-ICE protests amounted to about 1,000 people. June 7th, the 9th, and the 10th, that's when the National Guard and Marines were deployed. It was around that time that we also saw, because again, it was only like a day later, that we saw the rocks being thrown from the freeway and things of that nature. But it was after 4 days later that we saw over 30,000 protesters. It amplified for No King's Day. That was a Saturday. So again, the idea that the Marines quelled all the protests and they all went home, there was 30,000 people that attended on June 14th. You're patently wrong on this, Andrew.
Yeah, so let's go through it. No King's Day was pre-planned weeks in advance, by the way, weeks in advance. We were going into the calls. We were going into the organizers' calls live. You can literally see live footage
did it
of
quell
Jake.
them
Hang
or
on,
no?
calm down.
Did it
calm
quell them or
down.
no?
I'll explain. I'm explaining the
okay.
entirety of the
okay.
timeline.
Go ahead.
Jake went in live to one of these calls, in fact, as the organizers were planning this in real time, what they were going to do, what they weren't going to do. And this was an NGO planned and funded thing that was going to happen. The fact that you say, oh, 30,000 people turned out, that's true. That was expected. What was not expected is that the 30,000 people would go home at the stroke of 8 p.m. and wouldn't burn the fucking city down. That was because the Marine Corps was there. It was going to happen.
No,
with
not
that
because
one, for sure.
You said 8 p.m.
Oh yeah, it
you
was
said
going to
8
happen
p.m.
with that one.
8 p.m. Yeah, they went home around 8 p.m. This was widely known amongst protesters that at 8 p.m., usually those people who are out afterwards are the troublemakers. Those are the ones who should not be there. So typically, yes, people go home at 8 p.m. on a Saturday because they have family, not because of Marines, because that's how all protests happen. Literally all protests.
Before they got there,
So, Andrew,
before the guard got there, what was going on? They were tearing that city to pieces at night. They were starting it on fire. They were busting shit. They were breaking things. They were setting buildings on fire. They were looting. We were watching it, bro. We watched it all happen.
Lost control.
And this idea that you have that No King's Day was supposed to actually be a peaceful day of protest, when you watch all of their calls and how they planned this out meticulously for how, if you get arrested, what type of bail funds you can use, this type of thing, if you're there after hours. They obviously were trying to pivot it to something popping off there in the evenings. It was so obvious to everybody watching it. Of course, not you, though. You were giving all of these people who were breaking, rioting, and looting the benefit of the doubt that, oh, no, they were just after No King's Day. That was just all going to stop, though. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, when we look at the, I want to look at the original claim that Andrew made that after the Marines came in, that they went away. They didn't. There was 30,000 people that attended. So again, his claim was just patently wrong.
No, the claim that I made was that they was that
let's change the claim. Go ahead.
Yeah, so after the military got there, you did see them ramp up. They said that they were going to do that. They also said that they were going to claim that the newfound violence in the city was that they were going to pin it on the fact that the military was being deployed, and that was what was actually causing the unrest. But the unrest was there long before any military ever got there. They were breaking shit, damaging property,
not long before a day,
setting stuff on fire. They were already doing that shit. So the thing is
one
like,
day before
all
they
that
got
happened,
deployed.
Yeah, all that happened here is that they were going to try to make a message. They were going to try to send a message with their political unrest against the military. Found out they weren't going to fuck around, find out. Once they
Apparently
figured that
30,000
out,
people
they
came out
started
in
going
droves.
home. You actually could see.
Yeah, 30,000 people came out, but
every single day that these guys were getting their asses whooped, the next day, way less of them were out at night. And then the next day after that, less of them were out at night.
Do more people come out for protests during the weekend or during the weekday? Do more people come out for protests during the weekend or the weekday?
Obviously on the weekend.
Oh, okay. So that's exactly what happened then. They came out during the weekend.
Did anybody dispute that there was going to be more people there on No King's Day? No. In fact, I told you that was the entire plan. The entire plan was to have it accumulate on this day. It's just that the plan wasn't that they all went home afterwards because they didn't want their asses whooped and to get thrown into jail. That was not part of their plan.
Gotcha. So again, the original claim you made that after the Marines, they went away, zilch, I believe is the word used, is factually incorrect. We've already proven that. We can move on. Tom, if you want to.
No, we were talking about the fucking rioters, not human beings. They were talking about rioters.
Oh, now we're qualifying it because Andrew was proven wrong. All right.
So you can't take obvious context clues or what? You think I was just talking about an estimate of people themselves, even though I granted
that's fine. You can add a qualifier afterwards, Andrew. You're totally okay. Do that. Go ahead. Add that qualifier. That's okay.
Anyway, go ahead. What's the next thing? By the way, how does any of that demonstrate that Trump was accumulating more power to himself?
Exactly.
It doesn't.
Accumulating more, but I digress. We can go on to the next one if you want.
I thought the reason that you guys were going over
you're...
that is that like if he didn't, if there were rioters, then this would have like give him the ability to enact the powers that he has to send in the National Guard.
There were, definitely rioters.
I thought that's what it was over, is whether or not the police were actually doing their jobs to stop them.
We already established that. Yeah, they're definitely rioters. They were definitely hitting government buildings. The police weren't doing their job. Governor Newsom was trying to resist help. And then Trump sent in the National Guard. People started getting arrested a lot more. The government buildings stopped getting fucked with. And the No Kings protest, something that was organized in the wake of organized in advance of these protests. Despite everything that was happening in LA, they still organized all these protests around. So, I mean, yeah, I think that if it wasn't for the National Guard, then it would have been another summer of love.
Yeah, me too. And so does every other thinking objective person who actually covered it. Did you cover it, dude? Did you actually cover it?
So,
the one I think I did. I actually did say that Trump consolidated. Well, I didn't say specifically consolidated power, but Trump did send in the National Guard against Gavin Newsom's wishes, which was a consolidation of power. But
I don't believe that's the consolidation of power, though.
We already demonstrated
I
it's
think
not
anyone,
actually.
Yeah,
I think
no
anyone
kidding.
can agree that sending in the National Guard obviously is going to quell, like more violent protests. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that. I think
no, he's disagreeing with that. Literally, your debate partner's disagreeing with that. Literally, he's literally disagreeing with it.
I don't agree with my debate partner. But I think the issue is we would kind of argue like there's a scaling to it, right? Like I think we would probably make the claim, or no, I would make the claim that sending in the National Guard is overkill compared to what was necessary.
Okay, let me ask you. Well, let me ask you this then. Did you actually cover those riots? Were you actually watching them in real time as they were unfolding?
Yeah, I was watching. Yeah, I was watching a lot of them.
Okay. Then the thing is, then do you remember when there was at the corner of that neighborhood with the donut shop and the two pawn shops, that there was hundreds of cops who were in a semicircle around them, standing down and watching them loot an AM/PM, watching them set things on fire, watching them throw bombs of all types. Bombs, not kidding, bombs. They were detonating everywhere. And they stood down and just watched it. Why do you think that the cops didn't go in when on other nights, when the same type of activity was happening after the military got there? Why do you think the cops were running those people down at that point with their various teams, their shielded teams, and beating the holy shit out of them and dragging them off of the streets? Why do you think that they decided to stand down before that? Because they were told to stand down, dude. That's why.
I don't necessarily know about the specifics in that case, but I do know that there were 200 arrests made before the National Guard was even deployed. I also saw footage of police making arrests beforehand. I don't necessarily know about the specific instance that you're referring to, Andrew, but I didn't.
You would know
hear
if you had
about
covered
any
them. You
orders
would know if
of
you had covered them,
standing
bro.
down.
What I do remember seeing is that, and this is the authority that they were granted, was to only cover the federal buildings. The rest, and I remember very vividly seeing this, guess what? The police were the ones going in and doing that. Even after the military was deployed, it was still the police that were the ones that were effectuating the rest and the ones that were still controlling the riot crowds outside.
Yeah,
the ones near the federal building
on the largely carrying out arrests.
Correct. Yes, it was not. It was
yes. They were working. They were working in conjunction at that point with local police departments. That's true. But I can tell you right now that the guard was involved with heavy exchanges with these crowds. Okay, and I watched it live. So that's bullshit to say that they weren't.
Wait. Then your argument then about the AM/PM store, as if that was somehow that wouldn't have happened if the National Guard would have never been near the AM/PM store, because guess what? It was the police. No, because once there was the National Guard.
Hang on. Listen, once there was observers, once there was military observers who were on the ground who were watching this go down, right? If they had come out and said, look, the National Guard is here and we're trying to enforce law, and the police have been purposely given stand down orders, it would have fucking destroyed the entire Democrat Party in California if that had been the case. Of course, they started finally enforcing law when it was the case that there was observers.
Oh, so the police enforced the law. So now Andrew's pivoting here.
Enforcing it.
Okay, I'm glad to know. Here we go. He's expanding again. He's expanding again.
This was the position
because you implied that the police took stand down orders because of the AM/PM store or whatever it was. Okay,
they did.
But then you implied that the National Guard was the one that quelled that. No, it wasn't, because guess what? The police were the ones that still had to effectuate that arrest. The National Guard and the Marines were only overseeing the federal federal building. That was it.
Listen, the National Guard and Marines were taking people out in paddy wagons. Now, whether or not they were the people who actually read them the Miranda rights and put them in fucking jail cells, I don't know. But yes, the National Guard and the Marine Corps were effectively arresting people. Whether or not they technically did, they were doing it. live. You can go back and watch my footage. We have it live.
They were all on the streets then. They were. So you're telling me then that they were on a separate street in Los Angeles, effectuating an arrest, doing law enforcement activities, which is well beyond the scope, by the way, of 12406.
Yeah,
if
why don't
they're
you go watch
law enforcement
what happened at the ICE buildings? Watch what happened at the ICE buildings. Yes, and here's the thing. Too.
Well, what was an
This
ICE
is really
building? What's an
funny.
ICE building, Andrew?
This is really
What's an ICE building?
funny.
What's an ICE building?
Your argument.
Federal
Hold on a second.
building.
I just got
They're
your
not
argument
the
that
AMP
they were only
store
going after
that's
federal
down the
buildings.
road. Got it.
Yeah,
Thank
hold
you.
on.
But
So
my
you're saying that
position
they went
has
after
been
federal
consistent
buildings.
the entire time, bro. I've had the only one here with a consistent position. Yes, they were given stand down.
I'm glad to know then that the only place the National Guard could have handled anything was at the federal buildings and not actually on the streets where all the protests were taking place.
It wasn't the only places. That's one. And two, right? They were helping with logistics and everything else. Once there were observers on the ground, yeah, they had to mobilize and do fucking something. It was real bad for them. It was a bad eyesore for them.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So just quickly, you're saying though that if the National Guard was out there protecting federal buildings, you would say that they have the authority to do that.
Yeah, they have the authority to protect federal buildings.
Great.
Did they leave federal property?
Yeah, they have the ability to affect. Actually, they have not. I think there was still. I think the last time I checked, which is one of the reasons why I think Gavin Newsom still has a bit of a claim.
Wait a second.
I think there was about 300 people that are still sitting there in Los Angeles.
So you're saying the guard and the Marines only protected federal buildings, right?
That's what I understood.
And you just said that they were allowed. You just said that they were allowed to do that. So why is it even a problem that Trump sent them?
Well, first of all, the problem is that he overran. Remember, the problem here is that they consolidated power from removing the governor being able to
because I
take
thought you
control
just
of
said
the
all they
National
did
Guard.
was protect federal buildings, which is what they were allowed to do before that.
I think when you sit there and you have the president overriding the wishes of a state governor, I think it can be problematic. In this case, I think it was problematic. I think that if you look at
all they did was protect federal buildings, bro.
Because again, you're putting the military on the streets. I think it is extremely
they weren't on the streets. Remember, they were only in front of federal buildings.
They were at the federal buildings. Correct.
Oh wait, they were on the streets.
But again, wait. So let's get your argument straight then. So if they're only at the federal building, if they're only at the federal building, then are you suggesting then that they didn't actually effectuate an arrest? There was no actual impact to what they actually did on the ground. There was nothing they did. In fact, I already proved it. Where 30,000 people came.
For the purpose of the argument, sure, I'll go ahead and grant they were only at the federal buildings, which you say they have the authority to be at no matter what. So what the fuck?
Right. So they were not at the. They were not at the. They were not at the AMPM store. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll grant the argument. I'll just grant it. So what did Trump even do wrong?
Cool.
If all he did was go.
He disregarded what Gavin Newsom's wishes were.
Yeah, but we also did say that they were helping with logistics and organization.
Gavin's wishes were that he didn't want troops in the streets, and they weren't in the streets. They were just protecting federal buildings, which they were allowed to do, right?
That they were allowed to protect the federal buildings? Yes, they were allowed to protect the federal buildings.
And were they allowed to
again? And we've okay. We'll rehash this. We'll rehash this because this is great. The original argument was, and I will go back to it because we're seeming to get away from it. So the original argument was, is Trump consolidating power? And I will go back to what you initially said, and we'll go back to this. You said that you can do something that's legal and still consolidate power. You agreed to that initially. And I would still say the same thing here. Again, to my point and my position, yes, he is still consolidating power. Whether he was legally allowed to protect those buildings is one thing or another, but it does not negate the fact that he consolidated power. We're just going to go around circles on this. But again, if that's your case, if that's your case, that they're sitting there at the federal buildings, if that's the case, which is what it is, they stayed at the federal buildings, then your assertion that the National Guard was on the streets, which was the assertion you made when you said that there was an AM/PM store and they were given stand-down orders, which you have yet to have provided, the stand-down orders that they were given, okay? You have yet to provide where the National Guard was going out onto those streets and effectuating arrests, which would also be a violation of posse comitatus.
So
I've got a quick question.
Hang on. So I just want to make sure that I have this right then. To get this correct, Trump deployed the National Guard to protect federal buildings, which he was totally legally allowed to do, according to you. And somehow that was him consolidating power. Brilliant argument,
Yes.
stupid Libs.
Consolidating power.
Brilliant argument, stupid.
Oh, wow.
Trump did exactly what he was supposed to do and was allowed to do. What a brilliant argument.
If I was your father and I said to you that bedtime tonight is at 7 p.m. and bedtime's normally at 6 p.m., but I gave you a little bit of leeway and I gave you bedtime at 7 p.m., would I be consolidating power?
Would you be consolidating power? But what are you consolidating? And I'm not, and when I'm saying that, to be very clear, how, in other words, does that child have any kind of power structure at all? Right? Because right now what we're looking at is one unique structure, right? We have the state of California, which is its own power structure.
So the father has the authority over bedtime. So the father already has the authority over bedtime, but he lets the child.
But what authority does the
an
child
extra
have?
hour. The child wants to watch American Idol. and
What
the
authority
father
does the
says,
child have?
No problem.
What authority does the child have, though?
So you're
In
saying
other
that
words,
in
what
that
I'm trying-
situation that the father already has the authority, but the father decided to exercise the authority that he
I'm saying that
already
the child has never had or nor never will have an authority. And what I mean by that is,
Well, it wouldn't
when
be
you
the
look at
child
the state
either,
of California,
just to be clear. It would be like the mom has the authority over when they go to bed, and the dad is deciding to take it from the
right,
mom or something like that.
there you go.
Not
And
the
that is a better example, and that's exactly what I'm trying to get at. So, like, if the mother were to be like, "Hey, son, I don't want you to stay there. I want you to go to bed on time," and then the father goes, "No, honey, it's okay. He can sit there and stay up late." Then that's consolidating power away from the mother. That's absolutely consolidation of power.
So the father already has that authority. He can already say when bedtime is. It's up to him. But then when he says what time bedtime is, he's consolidating power.
Say that again.
So the father already has the authority over when bedtime is. And then when he says what time bedtime is, he's consolidating power.
Okay, here's a more apt.
I said that the mother and the father, you're using this in a weird analogy, and I get it. But the funny thing is that
Trump
when you
is
look at the
daddy in
mother
this
and
one. Newsom is child in this one.
the Newsom, no, see, yeah, this is just like they did with the consolidating more power. They keep adding that qualifier. It's the same thing he just did here. He tried to, even though Tom provided a much more apt and appropriate hypothetical.
Lucky
he
you guys
still
have
went
Tom.
with the idea that there's a child, because I think there's a big difference here. Newsom's not the child here. Newsom's the mother and Trump is the father. They work co-equally. They work together. And when Trump sits there and takes away that power from the mother, being Newsom, then that is consolidating power. I know you're going to try to pivot back to the child example, but in this example, the child has no power to begin with.
I'll even grant it. So if the father has the authority to already overrule the mother, if the mother's not doing her job right, then the father has the authority. So already has the power. He's not consolidating anything.
The mother and the father both have an authority, and when
father
the
can overrule.
father,
if she's not doing the dishes, he can come in and say.
and when
"You
he
gotta do the
does,
dishes."
it's a consolidation of power. Yes.
Okay, so he's consolidating the power that he already has. Gotcha.
Hey, here's what I think is a more apt analogy. Let's say you have a little brother, a big brother, and a father. Father is the Constitution or the U.S. federal law. Big brother is Trump, and little brother is Newsom. Let's say that big brother sometimes has the authority to put little brother to bed, but only when told by father. Let's say that father says you can't put your little brother to bed, and then
Can we say for this one
big
that
brother
father's dead, and his rules are written down?
Can you? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let's say that the little brother or the big brother, after being explicitly told by father, "Hey, you can't put the little brother down to bed this time," goes and puts the little brother down to bed anyway.
Who decided that?
Big
this
brother.
time.
I'm sorry.
But how's that relevant? Because big brother in this case has that authority. Father dead. All right. So father's not coming back and saying, "No, actually, I meant this." In this case, the big brother has that authority. He can put the little brother to bed. So the big brother has that authority.
How is that a response to anything I just said?
Okay,
No, because you're trying to smuggle in there. You're trying to smuggle in there that he actually doesn't have the authority. But we already established that he does have the authority. This isn't about whether he has the authority. It's about whether he's gathering it or whether he's getting new authority.
I get it. I understand you're Australian, so it's a little hard to think sometimes.
Another fallacy.
I just want to say.
I understand you're a Zoomer, so you might be trans. What does that have to do with
understand that you're gay, dude.
What does that have to do with it?
Okay, so Big Brother sometimes has the authority to put down Little Brother, but only when granted by Father. Right?
Dude, you're not even arguing the same thing right now. I was arguing about whether or not he's collecting power or getting new power, and now you're back to arguing whether or not he has the authority. You're all over the place, bro.
It's that Little Brother trying to consolidate more power when he puts Little Brother to bed.
No, the Big Brother already has
Outside
the
of
authority
of his father.
The Big Brother
Okay,
has
what
the
if it's-
authority. If Little Brother wants to watch American Idol or America's Got Talent or something, he can do that, and he has the authority to do that.
Okay, but what if sometimes he doesn't have that authority?
No,
What if he can't just put Little Brother down whenever he wants? What if he can only do it when Father tells him to?
Okay, so so the rules here, I can see the analogy that you're trying to make here. You're saying, well, sometimes Trump can't do this because sometimes it's not within the purview of Trump's power. But this time it was, because there was a rebellion and they were hitting national buildings. So this time he had the power. He had the authority.
It's question.
Okay, but he
it's still working its way through its courts, right? So we don't know whether or not it's legal, and we've already established that even if it's legal, we've
They were
already known
attacking
that
government buildings, ICE buildings. There was thousands of protesters around attacking government buildings. You just admitted to us that if they're attacking government buildings, then he's within his authority. So what are you even arguing about?
What I'm saying is that even if it's legal, this is the one thing I've encountered a lot, and we've gone in circles for like the past 45 minutes.
Yeah,
here.
just to be
But
clear,
what
you
I'm
guys
trying to
aren't
say here is-
disagreeing on whether or not
You
it's
can
his
make that
authority,
case
because
with the
everybody.
Marines, but you can't make it with
hold on,
National Guard.
everybody's agreed so far that that some of these things are within his authority, especially in this specific case, that it's within his authority. You guys are kind of again, and it's not getting like zoned in on, but it is like over the semantics over whether or not you guys consider this a consolidation of power, and like that is the part that like has to be dealt with, that isn't really being addressed.
I agree. I totally agree. But all this guy keeps doing is saying, it's semantics. But if we clear up the semantics, none of us can equivocate. That's why semantics are so important in a debate.
Yeah, it does have to.
That's
be
literally
kinda
why
dealt with in order to have the conversation, because
it has to be dealt with. And you know why we're going around in circles for 45 minutes is because of equivocation. And if you guys were willing up front to get the semantics out of the way, rather than being bad faith and saying those are semantics, we wouldn't even have the trouble of all of this fucking equivocation. So let's get the semantics out of the way. What do you consider the consolidation of authority to be? What is that?
So the consolidation of authority is just whenever you're accumulating more power. That can be a good thing or that can be a bad thing. We're arguing.
Now, you said more. You said more power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I agree with that. More power. Vince, do you agree with that definition?
Consolidation of power can take place in existing legal frameworks as well as additional powers as well. Both can be true. I think if you look at the fact of something that you do not utilize, and then you do end up having a situation that arises to the need to use that
Vince,
power,
you agreed to this
then
earlier,
you can have
though.
it.
Right now, we're just on a definition.
You agreed to this earlier, though. Yeah.
just
So
for the-
when his question is whether or not you agree with like more power, that it necessarily would be
More power.
That even if Trump is
Is it more
enacting
power or not?
something in order to take over the LA police, or in order to send police in there when he normally wouldn't be in charge. Excuse me. He normally wouldn't be in charge of the police. That is more power than, or more like a
more power.
Yeah, it's more
just-
responsibility, more power, more than he would normally have.
So your
That's
debate
just for
partner,
the-
Corbin,
that normally have is incredibly important here, right?
Just a second. Just for the sake of the argument, could we say consolidation of power is just accumulating more power? Can we just?
I would be willing to concede.
just for the sake of the argument.
Would you be willing
For
to concede to
example,
that
if he were to,
Well,
if
that's
he were
what-
to
that's
go
what
to the
Vince was
king,
in
or
the
he were
middle
to
of
overrule
answering.
the Supreme Court, that would be a consolidation of power that isn't his.
I was in the middle of answering.
That exists
I was
within
in the middle of
power.
answering.
Answer.
So I said consolidation of power can take place with more, or it could take place in a fact of like a, if not for this particular event, certain, like, I guess you could, I don't know how to put it, like a checkpoint, if you will, that when this thing happens, now you're given more power. That can also take place. It's legally there.
But in
it's
both
allowed.
cases, it
it
is
just
more
has to
power.
meet a certain.
Wait,
It can-
hang on. I think I understand. So you're saying that it can be either you're trying to get more power, or a body or entity or individuals trying to get more power, or it could be that some event happens, like let's say a meteorite strikes the United States, and now we're under martial law, and that was like implemented immediately via the if a meteorite strikes the United States, these powers go into effect immediately. That would also be a consolidation, right?
You could say if not for that event, then previously you had no powers and now you do. Yes, you have a consolidation of powers.
Okay.
Because it still exists in a legal framework, but it's not more.
Power.
Yeah, so both of them are
hold on.
Those are more.
Yeah, technically,
Both of
I
them
think
are
we
more.
would all agree that is more. That's the part that like keeps getting hung up on. Is that like technically
Right, okay,
that
that's
is
fair.
more.
That's fair. You know what? Fine. I will concede this. I do see what you're saying. I think when I was hearing you say more power, I thought you were referring to more in
New
the sense of
power.
outside of that legal framework. That new power. That was the way that I was understanding your argument to be framed, was that more insinuating that there is now an additional, and that's what and to be clear, that was the original claim, is additional.
Well, it's yes, they're saying
additional
it's more
fine.
power, more responsibility, but it's not
more
new.
and additional mean the same thing.
Fine. I can see this point. This is a really dumb point anyways. Again, the point is that he's consolidating power. You want to sit there and say he's consolidating more power, by all means, please tell me he's consolidating more power, because that's fine. That qualifier just makes it more important that what I'm saying is exactly true. The fact is that he had taken power away from Gavin Newsom that he did not previously have, and now he's taken on that responsibility of the National Guard.
Well,
so
and
again,
this is okay. I understand. So just to make sure I got the position right, all of us agree that when we're saying the word consolidation of power, like I said in the very beginning of this, even though we've been disagreeing for 45 minutes, we actually do mean more power. More power is necessary to the consolidation of power. Yes or no, Vince?
I just want to make sure when we're talking about more power, you're not referring to something that is additional. And when I mean additional, let me correct this. What you're not saying, though, is that this is not a new power outside of their already legally obligated framework, right? Like this is, in other words,
No, wait, legally obligated is different.
Okay,
like, yeah, so hold on. No, wait, Vince. Okay, so we're saying like if Zelensky all of a sudden is in the middle of a war and now he's allowed to call off elections, that is more power, but it's not new power because it's always been in the Constitution that he can do that. So it's not new, but it is more. That's what they're saying, is that this is more power, not new power.
If that's what Andrew Wilson is saying,
I just want to make sure that you concede that this is what we're discussing first. But
because what I want to make sure is when you're using because what I want to make sure of is for the exact same reason that Tom just laid out. If you're saying this is a new power, being that this was not in legal existence before, and that is consolidation of more power, I disagree with that sentiment. But if you're saying that it's consolidation of more in just the sense that it was not allowed previously, and now he does have it because of a particular event that took place, sure, I agree with that. But again, I don't want to say that in the sense of saying that like this is a consolidation of additional power. That's not the consolidation of additional power.
Like, I think I understand what you're saying, and I'm willing to grant this too. Let's say maybe then that we can all agree on this. There's two different definitions, so we don't equivocate between the two. The first definition is granting yourself additional powers. That would be a consolidation of powers. Another definition is that powers are deferred unto you during times of crises or perhaps other what you consider checkpoints, where additional powers are just legally granted to you, period. And that becomes a consolidation of power, even if it's not something that you were asking for.
So I want to make sure you're clear and we're clear on this. So you're saying the granting of additional powers that is legally allowed is the consolidation of powers,
that's definition one for consolidating power. And then definition two, so that we're not equivocating, because what will happen is we'll equivocate between the two when they're actually two different things. So if it is the case that you go with, like, let's say definition two, there's additional powers granted to you during an emergency, we might be willing to concede the point that that would be consolidation of power and then move into the, is it good or bad? If that's the case. But if you're using definition one, right, and saying, okay, under definition one, this is, you're accumulating power because you want it, you're desiring it, you're going for it, you're making moves towards it, that we may have semantics disagreements there and say, no, we don't actually believe that that fits the threshold of that, but we would concede that maybe it fits under the threshold of the second definition. So at least we can move forward from there to the second part of the argument, right?
So
yeah, I think
Andrew,
go ahead.
No, I was asking you, what was the second definition again?
It's like powers granted to you, not necessarily through any fault of your own, due to emergency or some kind of quote checkpoint.
Okay, yeah, like I think with the Zelensky example that Tom had brought up, I don't think I would call that a consolidation of power. I would say that's power.
Well,
that
it
you
would
already
be,
had
it
that
would
was just
be,
dormant.
it would be, hang on, it would be a consolidation of power if we're going to use that as our second definition. We're being very charitable by giving that to you guys, by the way.
Okay,
Very charitable.
I think under my definition, I would say that's not a consolidation of power.
Okay,
I
well,
would
if
say
that's
the
the
power that
case,
you already
Well, if you're
had
saying
was
that, then the
dormant.
entire California
Then
example
if that's the
doesn't count
case,
anymore.
yeah, then if that's the case, then we won the entirety of the California exchange, and we'll concede that point.
Well, no. So
Happy to move on.
I would, well,
Yeah, happy
so
to
I
move
would
on.
argue Trump doesn't have the power to federalize the National Guard because he's directly violating that statute that we have.
Yeah,
brought up at
I
the beginning of the
understand, but you don't have any power or authority to make that determination. That's going to have to go through the courts and the governing bodies. And right now, that has not been established one way or the other. It's still working its way through the court system.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but like I'm happy to agree to disagree, I guess, just for the sake of continuing the conversation.
Yeah. So the thing is that if we're going to go with point 2, and we make a concession of emergency powers, right, and say that due to some sort of checkpoint, emergency powers are granted to you, I'm not even sure California falls under that. But if it's under definition 1, it definitely doesn't fall under it. Definitely doesn't. That would be an existing power, at least from our view, that he's exercising, and he has the ability to do so.
So because they have the ability to do so,
Okay,
you don't believe that is. Yeah, this is. We're going right back into circles. I was gonna say, because if this is the ability to do so,
like the next example, maybe.
Well, this is kind of weird because you guys are shooting yourselves in the foot. Like when they're actually
Sure
saying
are.
that they're
I
like
couldn't be
agreeing
more-
that this
by the way, I
could
couldn't
be
be more
a part
good faith.
of accumulation of power. Yes, you
Right.
guys almost necessarily.
that's
have
why I
to
asked that
agree
question, Tom.
like,
That's
some
why I
new
asked that
powers.
question before. Correct. Before Corbin bumped in, not bumped in. I didn't mean that in a derogatory sense.
Trouble in
Before
paradise.
Before Corbin said that, I was initially going with that because when I saw Andrew sit there and say that it was a consolidation of power, it seems like on both ends of those definitions, then to my original claim in my introduction, is Trump consolidating power? Absolutely yes. Andrew just confirmed. This was a consolidation of power, whether it's legal or not.
Corbin, I think that the problem is that almost every time it'll probably have something to do with whether or not he's like actually allowed to do this. That is part of it. Like in every time. So like if a lot of the claims are that Trump is using the like state of emergency to like grab a bunch more power and crap like that, the argument would be that these aren't actual emergencies. But every time it's not going to be like, oh, Trump, was fighting a war because somebody bombed us, so now he's accumulating power. Like that would just be be a ridiculous.
By the way, I
up.
want you guys to imagine. Hang on, Tom. Maybe you can clarify too. I want you guys to understand how absolutely over the top charitable I just was by separating these two things out and willing to grant you one of them for the purposes of moving the argument on so that there was no equivocation. Most good faith thing you could ever see in a debate. You guys would never do that for me in a million years. And I still did it for you. And you still fucked yourselves. You still fucked yourselves.
I called it out. That's why I asked you to clarify initially, to be very clear and very transparent. I asked you initially, but I also was a little cautious because I know what you like to do. When we talk about good or bad, we then go down this philosophical argument of good or bad. And so, I mean, I think we're already at center.
Listen, I'm going to tell you, Vince. 99% of debates with fucking stupid progressives, and maybe you're not one. I have faith that you're not one. Is equivocation.
I'm a self-avowed liberal.
Okay.
Not a progressive.
Maybe perhaps not a stupid one, though, right? 99% of these things end up being equivocation. Equivocation, us going around in circles over and over again, speaking past each other, because when we actually get down to the root of what it is that we're talking about, we find out that we actually agree with each other on this. And that just is really uncomfortable for people, right? Oh, we actually agree. Maybe this was consolidation of power. Then we move to good and bad. Then we get to the root of what that means and what it is that we mean by that. And perhaps there's agreement there too. The problem is people then enter into cognitive dissonance. They don't realize they didn't think their position through. And so they sound fucking stupid. But that's not me being bad faith. That's me being ultimately good faith. I would have cleared up these semantics right from the beginning. And I tried to. Don't say I didn't, because I did.
All right. Well, let's if this argument dead ends at whether or not the courts have agreed on it, if you guys aren't going to argue on that, then we should go to the next example.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was. That's what I'm willing to grant. I don't necessarily agree with Andrew's framing that just because it hasn't like come to some final statement in the courts, that he can't necessarily say it was a violation of that statute. Just for the sake of moving on, I was willing to say, okay. For the
Well, let's move into the
we can just
portion.
move on.
So me and Jake will, again, in the most good faith way possible, we will grant definition 2 that utilizing emergency power, Trump sent in the National Guard, and that is a form of power consolidation, right? Just for the purposes of being super good faith. I don't actually see why that's bad. Even if I grant that that's the case, that he sent in the Guard because the cops there were standing down. I watched him do it. I watched him live. You have no reason to doubt me. It's all recorded. There's thousands and thousands of people watching right now who would correct me if they weren't watching it, but they did. Why is it a bad thing that he sent the military in to quell remember, there's a lot of citizens in California who are not progressive liberals. There's tons and tons and tons of them. In fact, there's many more than people think who are at the mercy of various violations of these people hurting their businesses, hurting them, destroying their property, and terrorizing them. And so, Trump deploying the troops, if you're not willing to do your job, I see that as a good thing. Even if it was a violation, I would still say it's a good thing. That sometimes you have to violate the law in order to do good things.
Mm-hmm. So I guess we can get into that a little bit more if you want, because I don't agree that the police weren't doing their job. Like I said, there were 200 arrests before the National Guard was ever deployed. I tried to find that AM. What was the name of it? It was a gas station. The AM PM.
AM PM. Or
Here, crew, somebody in the Crucible crew, go back to that original broadcast real quick. Moon, maybe clip that out. Clip out them looting while the cops are just standing there and watching them for hours. By the way, not for a few minutes. Send it over to Tom. He'll play it, and then you'll have the proof in front of you.
And then I guess I can also speak on other videos that I've seen as well. Like I did see places getting looted, but I saw them getting looted very quickly without any police around. And then the second that police showed up, they started to quell the looting.
This was over the court. Listen, it is true that during the day, things which happened during the day had much more rapid responses. Okay, well, at nighttime, I actually doubt that you did see those videos, because most of the time, well, maybe you did. I don't know. I didn't see everything that ever occurred during those riots. That would be impossible. But for the most part, I did have the main cams which were on the street. And yes, the police mostly did stand down while they were setting things on fire, setting buildings on fire, breaking everything in their path, destroying private property, beating people up, and doing heinous things. And they weren't doing this for a few minutes, and then the cops came in and broke it up. If they were, I'd be very charitable and be like, look, maybe they got to do something about their response time, but they're trying to protect the citizenry around them. They were in a semicircle of hundreds while they were firebombing and setting fires and looting stores, and they stood there and watched it. You're never going to convince me that wasn't a stand down order in a million fucking years. No way.
So you think it was a circle of hundreds of protesters and rioters?
No, cops.
Or cops. Okay. Well, if it was a lot of cops, that could have easily quelled like protesters, like looters and stuff. I guess I'll agree with that.
Yeah,
but
it was, bro.
I don't think
Hundreds
there's been
of
any evidence of standing down. Not necessarily.
Yeah, that's powerful evidence of standing down. Not to mention the fact that when we were going into these various meetings for the organizers of these protests, they were talking very openly about how it is that the police have stand down orders. They're only allowed to arrest you under certain circumstances. And that if you're going to, basically destroy property and things like that, at least be smart about it. Now, they use coded language, but that is what they were talking about. And it was very obvious to the onlooker that's what they were talking about. By the way, I wasn't the only one who went in those spaces, and Jake isn't the only one who went in those spaces. Hundreds of conservative commentators went in those spaces and recorded them.
I'm watching it right now. I've got the videos if we need.
Oh, yeah,
I'm watching it right now on X. I can pull it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where do I send it to you, Tom? Or?
Yeah, you can just
send it to Tom. Yeah, pull it up.
All right, this is not technology is not my forte. I don't really know how to message.
I'll send you a DM.
Or maybe I can
real
share
quick.
my screen.
I'm sending you a DM right now, and you can just send it there.
On X?
On Discord.
Okay, good. Oh, on Discord.
And by the way, I just want to let you know that I called this exact moment, that in the future I'd be in debates with people who would deny what me and my audience were seeing in real time. Thousands of us were watching in real time. I said, and in the future, I will be debating with progressives who will say that this never happened as we watch it in real time.
Again, I don't know if I ever denied it. I just said I didn't see it.
Well, you're about to see it.
And then I saw the contrary as well. So,
and you're about to see him throw firebombs at cops and everything. It's ridiculous.
If you don't see it on Discord, if you have trouble with Discord, I sent you a DM on Twitter as well, or on X.
I think I sent it to you on Discord.
Oh, yep, I got it. Okay.
In the DM.
All right.
Vince, I think your mic is off.
Oh, my bad. I'm over here talking. I didn't realize my mic was muted. Where's this video posted at? So
I have the
on here?
share screen up right now, so just pull up the share screen. Does everybody have it up?
Okay.
Me?
Okay, yeah, go ahead and play it.
You got it up, Corbin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait, there was a smoke. What's the smoke? What's the smoke?
Something funny or?
Yeah, they're doing nothing, guys. They're just, they're just sitting there throwing smoke as well. And there's like, what? I see like maybe 10 cops. Not to mention as well, this is on June 21st. 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 Yeah, June 21st. Yeah, way after. Way to go, guys. Really proved us wrong there. Huh?
Hey, they're the video right now.
Okay,
You'll see it yourself.
Andrew, you can see that video wasn't good evidence, right?
Yeah, maybe I fucked up.
I'm not willing to make concessions that video was proof of what it is that I'm saying, but I will give you the proof shortly.
Can you, Andrew? Do you have the the gas station that you brought up, the AM PM one?
Yes.
I tried to look for videos for that. All right, yeah.
Yes. You can look at it's the very famous donut shop that they were semicircle around. You can find it yourself, but I'm having my clippers take care of it right this second.
I looked up. It said it was a gas station, the AM PM one.
Yeah, see, I thought it was an AM PM. Maybe it wasn't an AM PM, but I think it was. And yeah, they're grabbing it right now. And yes, they were in a semicircle, hundreds of them watching this looting happen. They were doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. But
Moon, make sure you grab that for me. Let me just double check and see if I got it yet.
Just contrary to, not Andrew's point, but at least Snake's point.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get context from a 30-second clip. I agree. I don't think you are. So, but hang tight.
Clip,
I will look. The thing is, it's almost surreal to me because there was thousands of us on my live stream. I think we had 15,000 plus watching that night, watching it live. And it's surreal to me that people would even deny this reality. However,
what was actually wrong with the, go on.
In the spirit of good faith, if you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. So I do think that we will provide it, but yeah.
No, I'm not.
What was actually wrong with the June 21st clip? I don't really get it. What was wrong with the June 21st clip?
It wasn't like 100 cops. It was like maybe 10, and they were throwing.
Oh, I never said it was 100 cops.
They were severely outnumbered.
General cops doing stand up.
Yeah, one, they were outnumbered, and two, they were throwing smoke bombs. So it looked
but you're vandalizing.
They were trying to quell the protest.
You're still vandalizing property.
They were trying to.
So you're sounding like the leftists now. Just make sure you just pop them in the leg, guys. Just pop them in the leg. Just why don't you just run in there and come on?
Look,
this is hilarious.
If there was a bunch of them with guns and if they all had all types of weapons and everything, but if you got a few people who are vandalizing property, you can go in there and you can stop that.
Let me get this right. You want the 10 cops to go run into a confined space like a building where you don't know what's around each corner, where there's a bunch of rioters and protesters inside of that place looting. You think that's a safe environment for police officers to go into? You think that's a safe place for environments to go into?
It wasn't inside a building. It was a crowd and there was a few people who were, the thing is though, they were doing nothing. That's the problem. They could have at least tried to maybe form a guard. They could have gotten some backup. They could have done something, but they were doing nothing. And there was like countless examples of this.
Doing nothing by definition.
You can put your hand on your head and oh my god, I'm Destiny's little bitch, but this is not actually an argument. All right. So
really
if they're doing absolutely nothing, they're not actually bringing any.
No, it's not absolutely nothing. There was smoke grenades.
They're doing
Aliens
nothing.
don't have any valid things to say.
There's countless examples of this. There's countless examples.
my-
We're watching
hey,
the
my
whole
clipper-
thing.
my clipper screen is
There's countless
recording it right
examples
now.
of police officers. I'm actually looking at.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my-
I'm
my
looking at
clipper's
very.
recording it right now. We'll be able to show it in just a second. I promise.
Okay, by all means.
I'll send it right over to your Telegram, Jake. You can pull it up and play it on stream.
Yeah, I mean the ones I'm looking at, I typed in Los Angeles AM PM like gas station protests, and I came across a few different videos, but they're all of like police sending in various smoke grenades and things of that nature. And again, yeah, and we were seeing this all over. I don't know where exactly this would have taken place. I don't know if there's any police. I mean,
It took
there's
place at a very famous. Hang on, it took place at the corner of a very famous donut shop in Los Angeles, a landmark donut shop. I don't remember the name. Anybody in the chat remember the name of the donut shop or the donut shop?
I remember it was at the four-way intersection where
Yeah, it was
all
at
of
the four-way
ICE agents
intersection,
were
and they were looting it, and
over
there was
by the
hundreds of
bridge.
cops watching it. Everybody saw it. What you're doing right now is a total denial of reality. But we'll show you the clip.
So I want to make sure. Okay, so I just want to be sure. You're saying, hold on, Corbin. Andrew said, I just wanted to be clear. Hundreds of cops. So there's hundreds of cops there.
Just to be
Okay,
clear,
okay,
I'm not
okay.
saying that
If
there
it
was
is,
looting
then-
or anything. I haven't seen looting. I was just wanting to say I
There
know
was
what
hundreds
donut
and
shop he's
looting.
talking
Yes, hundreds of cops in a semicircle and looting between all those. There was at least 200 cops total on that in that four-way. There's no way that there wasn't. No fucking way that there wasn't.
I'm trying to.
Where's
see if I
this
can
getting
find
sent to,
something.
Andrew? Or?
You just send it to me again. Andrew, you're muted.
Oh, I don't have anything, so I don't know. Like I don't really use Telegram or anything, so I don't really know where this is meant to be going to.
I thought he was saying
Could you send
Moon
it to
was
you?
sending it.
Yeah. They're screen recording it to give enough context so that it's irrefutable. It's going to take a second, but I'm going to give you the clip so that you guys can stop denying fucking reality. And by the way,
we haven't denied your evidence.
Yeah, you have. You
I don't know
have.
what you're talking about.
Here we go. I got
I think
it.
I found
hang
a
on.
video. Is it?
I
Is it
got
Dale's
I
Donuts?
got it. Yeah, hang on. I got it. 1 second.
I think I see a video.
I'm sending it over to Jake right now so that you can see for yourself.
Well, why don't you just send
exactly
it
what's
to
going
me?
on?
All right.
Because he can screen. Well, okay, because it's a big file, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to send it to you. I can send it to him.
Oh, okay,
in
that's fine.
seconds, and
That's
he
fine.
can pull it up on his screen.
Where are you sending it to?
So, I'm sending it to your Telegram.
I don't have Telegram on
And
my
were-
computer. Can you
Oh,
send
Were
it to
they? Were they?
Discord or something?
Were they
I'm not
looting
sure.
buildings, or were they just doing donuts in a street? Like, what were they exactly?
Oh
doing?
no, they
Just
were
to be clear.
fucking looting, bro, big time.
Okay,
looting.
I was just trying to see because
Yeah, the
I'm
file,
looking. I'm
the
looking
file's
for-
too big to send it to you that way on Discord. Tom, how do I send this thing to you?
If if you don't have it on Discord, I don't know.
Telegram?
I post it on Twitter, maybe. I guess I don't have
Oh my
Telegram.
God, dude.
I do see
Hang
a
on.
video where there was a donut shop and there was like a car on.
Hang on a second.
Fire.
I'll figure this out. I'll do it.
I was gonna say, I mean, these
it
people
just-
got the
I
clips
don't
from
wa- I don't
somewhere,
wanna-
right? They can send whatever they got it from, though.
They went and screen recorded it from my channel while I was live covering it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but hang on a second.
How
I'll see if
long
I
do you think it's
can.
going to take?
It's going to take.
No, I'm
one
not
more
saying that in a
second.
derogatory way. Like my, okay.
I understand, but just chill out. It's only going to take a second. I got the media player up now, and maybe I can
Andrew's
go ahead
beard will
and
just,
do
like, be
this.
at his
All right.
feet when we get it out here.
Hang on.
So how's the weather?
We are going to try to take some questions towards the end here. So I guess we have When did we
Oh
start?
yeah, Andrew only has like 30 minutes left, right?
Not even.
Yeah, I have no idea.
This
Look,
video, do
look, we need a way very quickly. I have the file. I just need a way to give it to you, the moderator. There has to be some way we can do this real quick where you can show this file so that we can put this thing to bed.
You might be able to email it to me. It's tfoolery .pc@gmail.com. Though you
Okay,
did.
do any of you? How about you two? Do you two have a Telegram?
I definitely don't. Do you have
I'm banned on Telegram.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Damn, getting banned
So
on Telegram.
why don't you do window capture? Can you do window capture or something like that on Discord? You might be able to do a window capture.
Because the way that I'm set up for streaming, it's not possible for me to share a file like that at the moment. I can only send it over. Moon, send Tom a Discord message and see if you can't get this file to him somehow, okay?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody has like a Discord premium or whatever, if they pay for it, they'll be able to send like large files over. Now Andrew, you initially said 2 hours. It is 11:30 now. So you want to?
Yeah, we can finish the last 30 minutes.
Is it 11:30?
Okay.
However you guys want to do that, but I would like that.
Did you want to do the
played
question
before I head off because that'll put it to bed.
Yeah. Okay. So then we'll go over some of the super chats real quick, and then whenever the video pops up, we'll go over that one. Catmayor for 655. He says, Tom, ask Andrew if January 6th was an insurrection. Or wait, if January 6th was an insurrection, was BLM and why? I think Andrew. Oh yeah, Andrew. The last time we talked about this, you said that you were gonna. You weren't ready to give a definition of insurrection. Did you? Did you eventually get a definition?
I just want to tell that chatter who's probably Destiny fan. He's probably Destiny.
Oh, it's
fan.
not. This is a huge fan of
number
yours.
3385. I just wanted to let you know it's not my burden.
Okay. Yeah. No. This is a huge fan of yours. This is Catmere. I don't know.
Then he should take that answer and run with it.
Let's see. I think he wants us to fight about it, I'm assuming. Aaron M. Sound for $25. He said, does Andrew think that people like myself who live in LA believe his fabrications, or is he that gullible and disconnected from reality? Andrew, are you that disconnected from reality, or do you believe these
Should I
things?
believe my friends should I believe my friends in LA and what I saw with my own eyes, or should I believe you, anonymous internet guy?
Oh, right.
True.
Who should I believe?
Cat-
you know what? I believe you. You live in LA and saw it all because you said so. I believe you, bro.
Catmere also sent another one for $32.75 and said, W Andrew, not one step back.
Not one step back.
Godzilla for 363. He said it's already over. Oh wait, that's oh, he said Destiny lost, Andrew won, and Jake also showed up. You're welcome. All right. Did I just? Am I still here?
Go over. Okay, look, Tom was good enough to host the debate. Make sure that you send over to him. Make sure that you send over to him super chats that call him bald. He doesn't care if you call him bald, but we should always support the channels that support us, and he organized the debate. So make sure you get over there and send some super chat, Tom.
Hey, Andrew, you got to be more tolerable than that. He's not bald. He's hairline challenged. All right.
True. True.
All right.
But yeah,
nicer to our host.
let's see.
Are you bicking your head now, Tom? Do you bick it, bro?
Bick?
Are you bicking your head, bro?
What does that mean?
Do you use head blade?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Like a Bic razor blade.
Oh no!
Like
I got Harry's, bro.
No, his
Harry's.
You get
haircuts?
You've never seen Caillou and Tom in the same room. Okay.
Did you say you get haircuts?
No, Harry's. It's a type of blade. No.
Oh.
Yeah.
We call haircuts Harry's over here. So
Oh,
in Australia, so.
You guys put a
He's
YS
Australian.
at the end of everything.
You ostracize him here. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. And then let's see. Yeah, I think that's all of them.
Okay.
But all right, yeah, we are doing, I think, very long stream today, so we will still be on for a lot longer.
How long
after
have you been
this.
doing this for, Tom? You had Destiny and Rob before this.
Yeah, so this is the third debate
who
of
did you have
today.
on?
We had the first debate was
Jesus.
on the Wired article. Then the second debate was Destiny versus Andrew, and then this the third one. So yeah, we've had a pretty
Wait, the
full
second
day
debate was
here.
Destiny versus Andrew.
Or
Andrew
sorry,
did both debates?
Robnor.
That's
Sorry,
crazy.
my bad.
Yeah.
Another $5 super chat from Free. He said, "I don't respect Libs, but I do respect the
poor man's
platform
Andrew
allowing
Wilson.
Andrew and Jake on. Appreciate it, Free." All right.
Well, actually, these guys were all right, especially when things settled
thank you.
down. When me and Vince were able to actually have a conversation and dive into the actual debate, it wasn't so bad. I think a lot of times people hear things. They hear things about me, right? And Andrew's he's very into semantics, and he'll get you down the road of good and evil and blah. It's like, no, man, I'm here to debate one topic. And I'm happy in the beginning of a debate in the future, Vince. If you just want to cover like what we mean by things quickly, I'm always happy to dive right into the debate after that. I just don't want to equivocate the whole time. That's all.
Well, and the thing is like when it comes to the problem is that when we talk about more, I think it was a misunderstanding of what you were saying based on the conversation we were having. So I think that's where it really got into like a big circle, right? It was just not quite understanding what you were meaning by it, because if you were meaning like additional, like I would agree with you, right? I don't want to rehash the argument, but I want to be very clear. I know it's like super late to mention this. I had a whole like a ton of stuff when it came to the idea of consolidation of power.
Let's do a round two.
It seems like we could definitely set something up. I mean, I'd be down to do a round two.
We'll do a round two.
I would.
That
I
way
would
we can
love
get to all
host
your
a round
points. I
two
want to make
between
sure you can get to all your points.
I'd be happy to host
I think
it if
that's
you
fair.
want.
I did promise you could, so I'll come back.
Well,
to
I mean,
round
if
two
we're
so you
going
can
to
get your
midnight,
actual
if you
points, I
guys,
think.
we have what 25 minutes left, right? So, did we want to get to the next point?
I'm wary
I
about
guess-
sparking up another sub debate with only 20 minutes left on the
Yeah.
clock.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with waiting until another. And I will say this, Andrew, I don't know if you remember, but you came into a TikTok live at one point whenever I was in there with Mojo and a few other people in there, and I said I would love to debate you at some point in time. But you went ham on some of the feminists that were in there, and then your wife came in and then went ham. You probably don't remember it, but
Was it fucking hilarious though?
Probably.
I knew what you do with TikTok invasions, and I'm not saying like, I'm not trying to say that in a derogatory sense. Like I totally get that from a content creator's perspective of why you would do it, because I, as someone who was on Twitch poll going to TikTok, totally understand why you would do it. But I was trying to tell people in there, I'm like, hey, I was the bad guy on that for you. I was like, hey guys, don't do that. And they're like, no, we want to be. I'm like, okay,
Oh, no,
y'all are on y'all's own.
I do
Just
remember
quickly,
that.
Yeah.
I've let Moon know. I've messaged her on X if she checks her inboxes to send me the Google Drive, because I'm reading the chat and apparently it's on a Google Drive, the video. But anyway,
Okay,
carry on.
great. Moon, DM Jake. Maybe we can at least get this video played before we're out of here and put this.
Yeah,
in
they can also share a link with me. You're able to share links from Google Drive, so yeah, it should be pretty simple.
Yeah, I'll share you the Google Drive when I get it.
Yeah. But yeah, Andrew, that's why I said I wanted to debate you, but I wanted to come prepared. I don't believe in doing debates just off the cuff. You're naturally at a disadvantage at that point.
Totally
So,
fair.
and that was, yeah. And that's why, like, I think whenever you were in there, I was telling her, I'm like, no, don't do it. And they kept going. I'm like, okay, y'all are on y'all's own. I'm telling you. So,
look, I'm happy
but
to
no,
do a
I-
follow up.
Check
And
your
I'll even
DMs.
I'll even go to
Tom.
Corbin's channel. I'm fine with that. A 1v1 later, we can address each one of your points that you have on the same topic. I think that that's totally fair. We did get bogged down on this one, but I think that it needed to get bogged down on, honestly.
Yeah.
my
now that we've
concern,
kinda
if I
gotten,
have-
like, now that we've gotten kind of like, all of the semantics and stuff out of the way, and everyone's on
Just
the
quickly,
same
Tom, have
page
you got that
generally,
DM I sent you?
I did. I'm downloading
maybe
it right
it
now.
would be like a good healthy follow up between Vince and Andrew, and I would love to host.
my
Trying to
only
grow
concern.
that old channel of yours, eh, Corbin?
Absolutely. I'm almost 290 subs. I'm getting.
He
it,
said,
man.
hey,
You know what, though? I'm not mad about it, Corbin. I'm not mad about it. If you're a good faith moderator, man, I'll be happy to come debate on your channel. I have no problem doing that.
My only concern, Andrew, and I'll say this, and I don't want us to get bogged down on this either, is that I feel like we kind of the problem was that all of the points I had were to the argument of was Trump consolidating power, and so I feel like towards the end there we kind of had a concession. But I mean, if you're willing to like engage on each of those individual points I bring up, I'm totally down.
Well,
with
that was only part one. Part two is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's that's where like that's a more
complicated video though. Click the
We have
video.
the we have okay. So we have we have the screen share up for everybody. Make sure real quick. Let me know that you guys can hear this as well.
Holy shit, dude!
Everybody hear it?
Hear it.
I can hear it.
Hey, look. There's a guy that looks.
Is that same Arco station? Arco, not AM/PM. I was wrong.
Oh,
that's why it was an Arco.
Freaking confusing me, Andrew. Throwing me off my game.
Hot dog can make bank right now, dude. I was like crazy.
Yeah, no looting going on there.
Yeah,
that guy just really wanted a lot.
I'm feeling like
Where's
we
the
might have a
police?
dumpster mode too.
They're semi-corner around this entire area. There's like 200 of them on the two different points
I feel like there could be
surrounding
another
this
dumpster
Arco
mode.
station.
Is it?
Is that shown in this clip?
See if I think maybe it is. Fast forward it a bit. Fast forward it more. Yeah, there we go.
I think
It looks like it's going to start to
This is the
pan.
same intersection.
Maybe.
That's the gas station across the street.
Yeah, there we go. They're
Okay,
police.
yeah,
semis. There are hundreds of them on.
Where's hundreds? That's not hundreds, Andrew.
Listen to me. That what you see there with those patrol cars right there, that goes back deep, and then they're on the other side, catty corners to that, and on the other side of the street to the right of this picture. Like we watched it live, dude. We watched it live.
But
You said like 200 people, 200
Yes,
cops.
there was.
There's like barely
There was.
10. There's barely 10 in that picture.
There's 10 cars,
No,
dude. You can see.
No, you're wrong. I'm telling you, you're fucking wrong. In Moon, if you
What-
have,
and just out of
if you have
curiosity,
the
what date
footage
was the
of them
stream?
showing the intersection? I don't remember the day.
do you have
Because
like, the
that's
exact
also kind of important as well.
What's the name of the place?
This was the Arco station that was catty corner to, I believe that there was a famous donut shop that they were next to. And right across the street, I think that there was, I'm trying to remember what was all there at that intersection, but yeah, it was an Arco intersection.
I've got another one here where they're literally doing donuts in front of the cop cars as well.
Yeah, I don't think donuts and looting
Yeah,
are
there was-
necessarily inherently the same thing. But
Oh, June
that's
8th, I think that this was June 8th.
Okay, so when I Google it, it says an Arco gas station in Compton was looted by a crowd of about 100 people in April 2016, 2023. Following a street takeover, the looters smashed the glass doors and stole thousands of dollars worth of merchandise, including alcohol and condoms, causing significant damage to the store. Law enforcement has asked for public assistance in identifying the involved individuals.
Yeah. So listen, by the way, this intersection was a place of interest for 2 straight days of, there was a semicircle at multiple times of hundreds of police officers watching these places getting looted.
I found the I found an article talking about the loot, but the thing is it's dated July 15th. That was
No. This was taken, I believe that this was taken. I don't remember.
Wait,
I have to ask
so
you.
okay, I think it's important to follow the line the line here. So June 8th would have been before the Marines were deployed. This is the National Guard's deployed too. I
Yeah,
just want to mention
I
that
told
as
you
well.
that's what
And so-
made my point that this type of lawlessness was really only happening until
I
they
sent part
deployed the
2, by the way,
military.
Tom. It's
Yeah,
in your
part
inbox.
2.
But
Let's
the
see if
National
we
Guard
see
is
all
the
the cops.
military.
The article talking about it is dated July 15th.
So
that was after
that's
the National
after-
Guard was deployed, right?
I believe
which
it was June,
which was a let.
Yeah, but I believe that this was June 8th is when this was
Well,
taken. I believe.
I think this is talking about this. It's
Or
Compton gas
June.
station.
Sorry, June 7th. It was done June 7th.
Okay, let me look up.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
June
have this
7th.
screen share up now as well. Make sure you guys have it pulled up.
There we go. Play it. Yeah, there's the cops at the donut shop. Yeah, look at that shit. Now watch as they pan. Watch as that pans around, man. It'll show. I mean, they were on both sides of this street. They were across the other street, and there was tons of them.
Well, my thing.
And by the way, that ain't no 10 cop cars. They're just fucking robbing this place blind. At the AM PM. Arco.
Yeah, I think that's it. Doesn't really show anything after that.
Okay, but anyway, the footage is there on my channel, and yes, it was. I mean, there was at least 200, dude, at least 200 total, and they were making multiple lines out in front of that place.
Okay, so there is an AM PM. I actually went to the person's actual live stream, and that is water tagged or watermarked or whatever, and it doesn't look like there's hundreds of cops, and it's specifically the AM PM. But that,
no,
I mean,
this was the
just
Arco, bro. This was the Arco station.
So the Arco station, okay.
Yeah, and there was
There's
hundreds.
a station here.
There was at least 200. I guarantee you there was at least 200 at points in that night who were watching that looting happen and weren't doing shit.
Okay, so I see the paint. Okay, I actually found the footage now that you're talking about it. It is still the AM PM. It's not an Arco, but I see Arco in the background. That's the gas that they're filling up there. Yeah, they pan around, and
yeah, one is the convenience store. The other one is the gas that they're getting.
Gas that they provide. Yeah, like even the one I'm looking at right here, where they pan out to show the cops that are positioned out there. I mean, yeah, there's a lot. It's definitely not hundreds, but that's just a matter of like opinion. Actually, the guy actually goes up near the cops. Yeah, there's maybe like 50 at best, like 100. I'll give you that. Like
in the video, it sounded like there was somebody.
Because but hang on, but how many points are you seeing? Are you seeing one, or are you seeing 2 points, or are you seeing 3
I'll
points?
provide. Tom, do you have the actual live stream that you can see? I have the clip here with the exact timestamp if you want. Here, I go send this to you.
Okay.
Because there's three different points where the police were. So you're probably only seeing the first 2 points, which is across the street at the donut shop and then directly to the left of that at the intersection. You're not seeing the other side, which I believe is the north side. There was 200 cops there at least. And you say, there's only 100. It's like, okay, is that all?
I mean, at best, like I said, at best 100. It's actually, it looks more like maybe 25 to 50. Let me go ahead and provide this to Tom real quick so we can look at it.
Was this on the No King's Day, Andrew? Was this on the actual day, or was this is one of the other ones?
No, this is June 6th. This was June. This was what, June 6th? I think it was June 6th.
Okay, share screens up.
Okay, so
which June?
This was by the way, this was over multiple days. This didn't happen over just one day.
What's the timestamp on this?
So I have.
Yeah, this is June 7th. Timestamp is going to be 8:00. Well, it's somewhere in the range of 8:07:17.
Yeah, this is too early. This is too early in the day.
No, this is like
that one's
9 hours.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. There we go. Okay, yeah. So that's one point of the intersection. That's one point of the intersection going down. That's only 1 point. All 3 points of the intersection looked exactly like that, dude. There was 200 cops there at least.
So what it looked like the cops did, if you watch the entire video, that's like maybe 25 to 50 people. But if you look at the actual like video, what it did was the cops set up.
Listen, what did I just tell you? There's 3 points.
Oh, wait. I've got proof here. 8:25, Tom. Go to 8:25. Actually, go to 8:24. And then I want you to look at what they do. Go to 8:24. They did nothing. Go to 8:24. And you'll see something extravagant take place. Yeah, right there. Watch something in the background. Watch what goes off in the background.
So they shot smoke, a flash at him.
Yeah. So what?
Were they
would. Well, here's what they would do. Let me explain what they were doing. Hang on. Let me explain what they were doing. So what was going on is when the protesters would run over and throw firebombs at the police and fireworks at the police, they would send shots back of tear gas. They did not ever cross that street in force and stop these people from looting this fucking place until after it was already completely decimated.
He had
I
6
told
different
you,
streams
I
going at
told
once,
you-
watching all these things.
Yeah, we were watching it. And by the way, that one area that you're showing, that was just one corner where those police were deployed. There was 4 or 3 different corners that all looked exactly like that. All you're doing is proving my point for me, dude.
Yes, I can explain this. Sorry, my mic was muted. Yeah, I can explain this. It's very simple. So first of all, they did do something. Thank you. Second of all, if you actually look at what they did, they set up a perimeter so that whenever these individuals went there, they ended up arresting them when they tried to leave that perimeter. You can actually go see, I believe, towards the end of this clip.
Nobody. That
Yes,
place
they
was
did.
already
Okay,
cleared
nobody.
out by
All right,
this
no.
time. That place
Nobody.
was
All
already
right, hold on.
fucking cleared out. They weren't
Hey,
arresting
guess
anybody.
what?
That
Go to
place was just
847.
fucking
Go to
looted like
847,
crazy.
Tom.
Oh yeah, there's the
Go to,
More people
847.
get arrested after hundreds of people.
Oh, 4 people get arrested. Listen to Tom. Andrew. He's shifting so bad.
There's no
dang,
bro.
You
this
said nobody
place-
got arrested.
this
Someone
place
got
was
arrested.
not- people
There was
were-
no action. So
Dude.
there was action, and
No,
then they set
dude,
up a
this is-
perimeter, which you just said.
First of all,
so
this
yes,
is
they
the-
were doing
it was-
something.
it was-
You got
this is the most-
owned.
They
weren't just doing nothing.
Fucking,
They were
this is the
throwing,
most
they were throwing
pedantic.
they were throwing tear gas.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's so funny. It's like you're not actually refuting anything I'm saying. You're just trying to be a pedant, and that's not going to work here. You had hundreds.
It's working right now. It's great.
You had
We're refuting
hundreds.
categorically. They're not doing.
Let me
Let him make his
Let me
point.
finish, you fucking idiot. There was hundreds of people who looted that place. Not 10, not 20, not 30. There was hundreds who went through that place. While the cops in force were stop talking. Let me finish. Hundreds of them were looting the place. You can't go over and say that after the end of it, after the cops were getting firebombed, and that's the only time they would respond, by the way, it's after they were getting firebombed when they would launch fireworks and shit at them. They stood there in those semicircles, hundreds of them, and just watched that place getting looted. And they were not arresting the people walking out. You
just watched the place got looted, guys, but they totally didn't.
Except for the people that they arrested.
Stop
Andrew.
fucking talking. Let me finish. You showing that at the very end of the night, 3 people get fucking arrested. You don't even know what you're getting arrested for. You don't even fucking know.
Hey, wait, but this is the best part, y'all. You ready for this? This is the kicker. Not only were there people arrested, not only were there dispersant agents, guess what? You ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Buckle up. That was June 6th. Guess what? The National Guard didn't arrive until when? June 7th. So
That
guess
makes my
what?
point.
This is showing the
That makes my
police
point.
going in and doing their job. Thank you.
You are such a
Boom.
Yeah, it's so bad.
So exactly,
dude.
the cops went in,
bad.
did their job. There's clearly
They
no
weren't
stand
doing
down
their
orders. They're doing
job.
exactly what they were told
Their
on
job's
June
to let
5th,
them loot
before
it?
the National Guard
Is their
came in.
job to let
I
them
know
loot
you
it?
hate facts. I
Is
know you
their
do.
job
But guess
to let
what?
them
The
loot
National
it?
Guard were not even
Was their job to let them loot that fucking
But
place?
Vince, they couldn't
Answer my
but Vince,
question.
they
Oh, my argument's changing.
Immediately stop
Answer the
looting.
question. You just said the cops were doing their job. Their job is to let them loot that place?
I like how you move from the argument. So the argument was
Answer the question.
the
Answer the question. Answer the question.
They set up.
each other. What?
Let's.
When did he say no one got arrested? You absolute gimps.
Never. By the
Yeah,
way, I'm
so-
saying nobody was getting arrested while they were looting it. And by the way, let's point this out.
Oh, now we're changing more qualifiers. This is great. More qualifiers.
How are the cops doing their job? By the way, I wouldn't gloat. You got your ass kicked this debate. And by the way, in this point, you're still
no, I don't
losing.
think so, buddy. You're the one that sat there and made the claim, buddy. You're the one who made the claim. Yeah, I want to be very clear. Andrew sat here. The initial claim is that there was a stand down order. Then there was a video that came out showing that they set up a perimeter in 4 different corners, according to Andrew's own statement. Then he said that there was nothing that happened. Oh, 3. Sorry, still set up a perimeter. Then next thing you know, that's great. I'm going to finish my point. So then what you saw was they set in and he said, oh, well, they didn't do nothing. They standed down. And guess what? We just saw where they deployed a smoke grenade. And then when he said there was no arrest, we just saw arrest. And then lastly, he said that the National Guard had to come in to quell these protests. But we just saw where this happened on June 6th before the National Guard came in. Andrew, you are completely wrong on all of your previous premises.
If only you knew how stupid you looked during his coverage. If only you knew how stupid you look.
I know it's so bad.
So there was 30 seconds.
So my
standing
argument
around,
was
therefore it
National
means they
Guard.
were standing
The
down.
National Guard needed to
Standing down.
come in to bring back order from the lawlessness, as we demonstrate hours of people looting a store with nobody getting arrested at all, unless they directly.
Your buddy
my
Rattlesnake
turn.
provided.
My turn. My
Oh,
turn.
sorry. Go
My
ahead.
turn. Right. With literal hours of them looting this fucking place. They were having a good time in front of it. It was like a fucking block party. They were drinking beer. They were eating pizza. The fucking store clerk had his hands up and just said, fucking take it, because he was so terrified, while the cops fucking watched. They just watched it for hours. Now he says, oh, at the end of the night, there's a couple of people sitting down getting arrested. That's not them doing their fucking job. They were obviously standing down. And yes, of course, that this is exactly the type of footage that required the National Guard to go in the first place. This guy's entire argument is, well, they looted it for fucking hours while the cops just watched. But if they attacked cops, the cops did something. And by the end of the night, they arrested maybe 2 people because reasons. Yeah, great fucking argument, dipshit.
Dude, if
hey, Corbin, can I ask you? Corbin, can I ask you a question? When was that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, one more thing. Before, if Connor was in here, you know, he has like a background in like a police procedure and stuff, he'd be losing his fucking mind.
Yeah, Corbin, I wanted to ask you something. What was that date that Rattlesnake showed? Hey, Corbin, what was that date that Rattlesnake showed of the looting that was taking place? When was that?
When was it? Was it
June 21st? Yeah. Oh yeah, June 21st. So they really quelled that looting, didn't they?
Absolutely.
What are you talking about? It's obviously, you're saying the video. You're saying they're talking about the video that was posted after.
So when was the day of the video then?
June 21st.
Yeah, the one that was dated June 21st.
How do you know that the video was posted on the day that it was recorded, or if it was reposted?
How do you know that you're the one making the video?
Yeah, you don't know.
They made it up. Give you that it was
because they made it up.
We want to give you that.
It literally said June 21st. You have no other evidence.
Oh my god, the video was. That must mean the video was recorded.
It was taken.
You have no. Oh, like they're desperate. They're so desperate.
Even if you want to say that, it was a
so
week
desperate.
before, you still lose.
Every video I've ever posted on Twitter was always recorded that day. You're right. Good one.
All right. If
when was it recorded? When was it recorded then, Rattlesnake? When was it recorded, Rattlesnake?
That's the logic. On the same day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You have no evidence to suggest. You have no evidence to suggest when it was actually recorded.
You actually don't either. Yeah. All you have is the evidence of when it was posted. You dipshit.
Wait, but
but what's funny is that
I think that's their point, though, is that they in order for it to be evidence in their favor, in you guys' favor, that we would have to know when it was done, right?
No, I gave the date for my video, and it demonstrated there wasn't just 10 cops there. Like
it didn't demonstrate anything.
Yeah, and it showed that they were catty corner around that entire fucking place, and he pulled up the articles. It's just factually true. And by the way, you might try to gaslight me, but you're not going to gaslight 10,000 people who were live with me watching. It's not.
We can rewatch the entire video in which you said there were 0 arrests, when you said the cops had stand down orders, and where you said that the cops didn't do anything about the looting. We can all watch it back. I heard about it.
So here's what happened. You said they were clearly arresting people. I said they weren't arresting anybody. We were talking about them looting the store over hours and hours.
You said 0 people, but yeah.
You very pedantically wanted to claim that at the end of the fucking night, they had 2 people down on the ground. You don't even know what they're arrested for, by the way. This does not negate what I said. All it does is make you a pedant when I'm trying to give you the facts of what happened that day. Don't be pedantic. If you want to hold me to the term,
ironic,
literally of every single individualistic thing that I say, even when it's in context, right? Then I'll do the same thing to you, but God help you, because that'll go way worse for you than me, bro.
Could someone remind me how long? Wait. Can we explain? Can we remind ourselves how long did we spend going over consolidate more? Or how long do we spend on that pedantic argument?
25 minutes because you couldn't just take.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, because you guys couldn't handle it. Yeah. So now it's okay for you guys to be pedantic. It's okay for you guys to be pedantic. I see how it is.
No,
it's okay.
Bro, you're the one being pedantic, and we weren't being pedantic. We were just trying to clarify, so you couldn't fucking equivocate. We've been doing the whole night. All you do is equivocate.
To be fair, we did get there eventually.
Yeah. After fucking a whole debate of stupid ass Vince equivocating the whole night.
Yeah, it was equivocating. Absolutely.
Yes, he was pivoting between 2 separate definitions of a thing. Could clarify.
Ironic, because remember the original. What was it? Hey, remember that Corbin, when I asked him about those 3 injunctions that he ignored, and he said we would come back to it, and we never ended up coming back because he pivoted away to Los Angeles, and this is exactly why. So again,
you mean your partner's
ran
opening
away.
statement? You mean your partner's opening statement? The same partner who
the one that you that you said you were going to come back. Don't even try to run. He's running. He's running like a track star. He's running away. He's running away.
So the same partner who brings this up, wants to contend with, I go ahead and contend with him about this because I had significant evidence on my side as I had covered these. So rigorously.
Clearly not.
I was happy to dive in to the various forms of evidence. He brought it up. There was
just
no
not the judicial injunctions that I brought
there
up.
was no
You wanted to go
reason-
straight to Los Angeles.
Yeah. Well, okay. You made a point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
refuted the
Yeah.
point. I
Exactly.
made a
You
point.
pivoted. You
That's
ran
not a
away
pivot.
like a track star.
Wait, I ran away towards the topic?
The topic was, is Trump consolidating power?
And
that was the topic.
entire thing for Howe was that he deployed the fucking military.
Oh, now you're pivoting again. Trump, see, this is
Just
the thing. Is
take the
Andrew's
L, dude.
corner
You
because he knows he
By the way, you
pivoted.
agreed with me on what
Take the L,
consolidation
dude.
meant. Yeah, just
you
take the fucking L,
conceded,
dude.
and
So
then we were
bad.
charitable. We were magnanimous in victory, and then you conceded it
You
many
just can't
times.
help yourself, man.
Okay,
Can't
well,
help
let's
yourself.
let's let
no matter how
everybody,
good faith or magnanimous we are, you're
was
still
there
gonna be a
not-
stupid prick.
we'll
Was
let
there
everybody
not
make
like tear gas in the video that you said?
we'll,
I'm curious.
we'll let you guys make closing statements real quick. We'll go in the opposite direction because I know Andrew's got a jet. So Vince, if you'll start us off.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah. I think the argument, the debate topic specifically was, is Trump consolidating? And I think by what we've just observed here, I think the answer, as I said, is absolutely yes. We have seen concessions already being given that Trump is absolutely consolidating power. And I don't think we need to say much more. I think it's been proven already. They proved it for us.
And where can
Yeah,
people
I mean,
find you?
they actually.
Oh, you can find me at the Vince Wilson Show. I'm on YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, even, which Instagram is a pain in the ass. But I'm on Instagram. So yeah, if you want to find me, I'm on anywhere on there, posting shorts, and I do live streams Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Awesome, thank you. Sorry, Rattlesnake.
Yep, Rattlesnake TV on YouTube, and then Rattlesnake TV on Instagram as well. About to get over 100K on Instagram, so go follow us over there. Yeah, so I thought it was a dismal performance by our opponents here. They were trying to make the case that Trump is trying to accumulate more power, because we did agree on that consolidating would be accumulating more power. And then they conceded to our points numerous times. And they actually, and Andrew actually was generous in allowing for their definition so that they could then tell us why it's even bad. And they couldn't even do that. So on zero fronts did they win any points whatsoever. And it was enjoyable. I didn't really have to do too much.
Awesome.
Yeah, I
Thank
agree.
You,
You
sir.
didn't do
And
too
Corbin.
much, but did you shout out your stuff?
Yeah, at the beginning.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, my bad. Yeah, yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. I didn't think it was super productive, but it's a debate panel. I enjoyed Andrew being on. It was cool chatting with you. Been watching your stuff for a while, so it was cool to talk to you. One-to-one, or not one-to-one, but face-to-face. I do think you got. I think Andrew engaged in some good faith. I will give him that. Rattlesnake, I don't know what the fuck he was doing this whole conversation. I don't think he did or said anything even remotely productive. But yeah, in the end, I concede to nothing. All of my points, I would say, still stand. But yeah, in terms of where you can find my stuff, you can find me on YouTube at Corbin Sales. You can also find me on TikTok at Corbin Sales or on Instagram at Corbin Sales.
All right, thank you, sir.
So, yeah. So for my close, I'll try to be brief, but this was very simple. As I've told my audience a million times, I can literally give them the debate and they'll still fight with me, which is the funniest shit on planet Earth. I can imagine me literally giving it to them in a form of a concession, and they still want to fight with me. It's just wonderfully hilarious. So here's what happened in sequence. All I wanted to do was get cleared up what we mean here by consolidation. Why was that important? So that we couldn't have equivocation. For those of you who don't know, equivocation is when there's ambiguity around a word, so you move between multiple definitions. That's what our opponents were trying to do. You saw when we were able to centralize on a single definition, my opponents didn't agree with each other. They didn't actually even agree on what consolidating power even fucking meant. And because of that, how are we supposed to have a productive debate? Our opponents don't even agree with each other on what consolidating power is. Andrew, that's just bad faith, semantics. How could anything be more important than the fact that my debate opponents don't even fucking agree with each other on what consolidating power is when we are operating under the mode of debating if Trump is consolidating power. That's the craziest shit I ever saw. And then when we make the concession and go beyond that, right? They still fail time and time again. And this guy, Vince, terrified to get into an operating mode with me about what bad or good is, especially when it comes to what Trump is doing, which is equally hilarious. We literally tried to hand them in good faith on a silver platter, good faith definition so we could move to the debate, and they just wouldn't do it. That I have no idea why. Leftists do this to themselves all the time. Never seen people who punch themselves in the face more than our opponents did tonight, but we hardly had to do anything. So it was pretty fun to watch. And then lastly, when we get into the topics, imagine being so pedantic that you go, oh, I only see 10 cops. You said there's hundreds. And then next one, well, maybe there's 100, but I don't see 200. What a fucking dick. And then on top of that, we go, okay, dude, they were looting this store for hours and nobody was getting arrested. He goes to the end of it and says, oh, there's a couple people look like they're arrested to me, which has nothing to do with what I was saying. Very obvious. On top of that, dipshit over here says, look at that. They shot a smoke bomb over there. And all these people who are looting this fucking store only in response to them getting firebombed. They don't give a shit about the looting. They were standing down. It was very clear what they were saying. If you attack us, we'll fuck you up, but you can go ahead and burn this bitch down. Then he says, and Andrew said that they were deploying National Guard to keep order. And then brings up the date of the video as though this wasn't happening before the National Guard got there. He didn't realize he was so stupid that by conceding that point, he made my entire argument for me. So, gentlemen, I do have to thank you. You were the worst two debate partners for each other I could ever have imagined. And, man, you really beat the shit out of each other while me and Jake just kind of kicked our feet up and relaxed.
All right.
You can tell
Thank you guys.
how much Vince pissed off Andrew based on his conclusion.
Why are you
good?
I appreciate
All right.
you guys joining. Thank you so
Well,
much
guys-
for coming on tonight. I know a lot of this was last minute, so
No problem.
I appreciate Corbin and Vince jumping in, and it was a lot of fun. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you to my debate
Yes, sir.
marketers.
Thank
Thank
you.
you to Tom Foolery, of course, for hosting this fine debate. Tom, I hope to see you down the road, and all of you fine gentlemen again.
See you later, later, guys.
Later, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Andrew's not wrong. Like it was a little odd at points that they were arguing over the definitions when he was like giving them the charitable definition that included more things. Like he was giving them like a larger definition that encapsulates a lot more. You would especially expect that like throughout the debate that they said they came with a lot of examples. So it seemed as though a lot of the examples, you would assume a lot of the examples that they're going to come with are going to be examples of Trump using emergency powers over and over, claiming that everything's an emergency, everything's a state of emergency, we have to do this at the border, we have to do that, and that like all of these things are things that always exist. It's not necessarily but when Andrew says like it's more power, they should say like, yes, this is more power. He's not normally capable of doing this unless there's certain circumstances. Then now he's granted this ability. And so like that is more power. And even once Andrew agrees to that, and he's like, yeah, okay, that's more power. They're still like, wait, no, it's not. It's like, whoa, hold on. You should just take that. Just say, yes, it's more power. Like that's definitely like a point in your favor. So I don't know. Thought it was a little odd, but ended up being a good debate. It was fiery right off the rip. Didn't expect that. But appreciate everybody coming in. So let's see. We got some more super chats. Sorry I didn't get to read all of them. I know there was one guy, I think it was Vincent, that I accidentally skipped his. Earlier. Yeah, Vincent. He said, young dude next to... Oh, no, he said, in the end, Australians are the best. And then he also said, young dude next to Andrew has at least some level of sense, but Destiny's toy boy is an alien. I don't know if that other guy is even a Destiny fan, honestly. Let's see. Anthony AJC said W Crucible, great debate. Then Catmere for another 655 said, Andrew, you should unban me from the Crucible for calling me a Destiny fan. How sick can you be? Yeah, that was rough. Just Gerald for 25. He said, good shit, Tom. You were an excellent moderator, and we at the Crucible appreciate you for it. Appreciate it, homie. Thank you. $5 from X. He said, I live in LA is 100%. Andrew is 100% correct. I saw it with my own lying eyes. All Los Angelinos were extremely happy National Guard came. $20 from Free. He said, we all know there isn't any proof Andrew and Jake can offer, which will change these liberals' minds. Maybe even any liberal mind. That's why they are still liberal after the DNC subvert their own votes for Kamala Harris. So true. So true. 655 from Vincent said, Vince literally made no point at all. He used consolidating when the debate was accumulating to obfuscate. He has no argument, and his big proof was 3 people over hours of hundreds of looters. All right, and then Mantis with 23 months at Fools 2. Mantis celebrates 23 months of membership. I love when the king of pedantry, Andrew, cries about others being pedantic. Also, tell Andrew he sounds like a woman the way he whines. I'll be sure to let him know. I'll get right on that. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Let's see, what are we at now? We're at 9 hours in the stream. All right. We got stuff. Earlier we went over the post from Lauren Chen, so I'm not going to go back over this, but if you guys weren't here, Lauren Chen, who was part of the Tenet media scandal, she disappeared after that came out and just put out this post on Twitter with a whole statement there, pretty much arguing that they did nothing wrong, that there was like no evidence that they colluded with Russia, that there was no reason for anybody to believe that they never even made the claim, which is just untrue. She also said that there was no evidence that anybody took orders from Russians or that they ever influenced their content whatsoever, which again, just it was in the indictment. But it does seem as though like a lot of what Trump has done is give a lot of his friends give them special treatment in a lot of these cases, and so I would assume that she was given some leniency here, but we went over the whole statement earlier if you guys want to go check that out. All right, I didn't see this. I see people posting this all over the place. Apparently a bunch of the Epstein victims made some statements.
Transparency is justice. Release the files and the secrecy and stand with us in declaring that no one, no billionaires, no politicians, not world leaders, is above the law.
Was she a victim or is she one of their lawyers?
And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list.
Yeah, us Epstein survivors. She's a babe.
Names. Several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details on that. because history is watching, and so are the women who will come after us. That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I've wondered for a long time, why the victims didn't put out names themselves. Like she just said, we have our own list. That would make sense. Like a bunch of people keep saying that the victims want lists put out, but I keep thinking, why don't they put it out? Like, why don't they tell us who was there? Why don't they tell us what they saw? I would expect that they would just tell the public or tell somebody in an interview or something. This woman was an adult when she slept with Epstein, and she got a very big payout from his bank. Wait, that was her? I know that there was another woman that was the case with. I don't think I've ever seen her before. Tom is basically saying Epstein has good taste. I was not saying that, because especially if she was a young child at the time, I don't think that would be a smart thing to say. But that is, if she was an adult at the time, then maybe. I don't know. Although Epstein doesn't actually pick them. So it still wouldn't be that Epstein has good taste, because Epstein never really picked any of the girls himself. He would always have a bunch of other people go and recruit them for him. So I told you to be careful, Tom. You're cooked now. Oh, I'm always cooked. I stay cooked. I stay well done at all times. Don't you worry about it. There's a reason Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones have been trying to come after my record as the most banned person on the internet.
Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris.
Bro, that sounded just like Kamala Harris. That
Coconut tree? Damn, I'm on my
sounds
Kamala
just
Harris.
like her.
Damn, I'm on my
That's
Kamala
fucking
Harris.
great.
You don't exist in the context. Damn, I'm on
Bro, that's fucking killer, dude. She sounds just like her.
my Kamala Harris. Of all in which you live. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris and what came before you. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. I have a Glock, okay? Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris, and I have for quite some time. We did it, Joe. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. Wakanda forever. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. Big Sister General. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. We are not going back. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. I love good news. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. When we fight, we win. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. When it is dark, you can see the stars. Damn, I'm on my Kamala Harris. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Bro, is this real? Tell me this is fake, please. Please tell me this is fake.
But these people are wearing masks and are totally unidentified. And the question is why? The question is why? It's completely improper.
Bro, please tell me this is fake, dude. For the love of fucking God. Please tell me this is fake. What the fuck? Is this altered or is this really him behind the podium? Both can be true.
And again, one has to assume they're hiding something, or they're hiding misbehavior, because otherwise, why would they be wearing masks and denying their identities?
You're
But
the
these
one who's
people
hiding
are
something,
wearing.
bro.
Senior U.S. national security officials said on Wednesday that military operations against cartels would continue, even as questions about a deadly strike the previous day against a vessel from Venezuela remained unanswered. The U.S. military killed 11 people on Tuesday in a strike on a vessel from Venezuela, allegedly carrying illegal narcotics. U.S. President Donald Trump shared a video that appeared to show footage from overhead drones of a speedboat at sea exploding and then on fire. Speaking in Mexico City on Wednesday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio defended the operation.
And it'll happen again. Maybe it's happening right now. I don't know. But the point is, the President of the United States is going to wage war on narco-terrorist organizations. This one was operating in international waters, headed towards the United States to flood our country with poison.
Meanwhile,
Wait, that's it? Wait, that's it? It's just they had drugs and they hit him with a fucking missile? No shot, dude. No fucking shot. And like they're already tracking them, like they already see them, they know where they're going, they can easily just stop them at some point, and they fucking blew them up? No way this is real, dude.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Fox and Friends that, quote, anyone else trafficking in those waters who we know is a designated narco-terrorist will face the same fate. Trump said on Tuesday, without providing evidence, that the U.S. military had identified the crew of the vessel as members of Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, which Washington designated a terrorist group earlier this year. On Wednesday, he told reporters in the Oval Office that drugs were found on the boat.
Cowboy Marks tipped $5. It seems like people are not clear on the timeline. The Ally Girl's TikTok didn't debunk anything. The info she shared, created disclosures, and her email to politician was from prior to these contracts being shared. They were only shared in June.
Well, crap. I unpaused my donos, and now I'm afraid it's going to go through all of them. That is not what I wanted. I did not want it to go through all of these. I don't know if there's a way to... Okay, yeah. Okay, we're good.
Designated a terrorist group earlier this year. On Wednesday, he told reporters in the Oval Office that drugs were found on the boat.
On the boat, you had massive amounts of drugs. We have tapes of them speaking. It was massive amounts of drugs coming into our country to kill a lot of people.
The Pentagon has not released specifics about the crew, nor why it chose to kill those on board. The U.S. has deployed warships in the Southern Caribbean in recent weeks with the aim of following through on a pledge by Trump to crack down on drug cartels. Venezuelan officials have said the Caribbean buildup is meant to justify an intervention against them, with President Nicolas Maduro accusing Trump of seeking regime change. They say Tren de Aragua is no longer active there after being dismantled during a prison raid in 2023, and suggested that the video shared by Trump was created with artificial intelligence. Initial checks on the video by Reuters did not show evidence of manipulation. Presidents of both major U.S. parties have, in the past, asserted the authority to use the military for limited strikes when there is a threat to the United States. However, the decision to blow up a suspected drug vessel passing through the Caribbean, instead of seizing the vessel and apprehending its crew, is highly unusual.
The message that they're sending here is that there's been a paradigm shift in how the United States will do security in the Western Hemisphere.
Ryan Berg is director of the Americas Program and head of the Future of Venezuela initiative at the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
What I think is happening now is the United States is taking a more unilateral approach. And I think the message from the administration there is these are foreign terrorist organizations. The rules of engagement have changed.
Yeah, that's wild, dude. I can't believe that they just blew that up like that. That's fucking crazy. Damn, I see the thumbnail here. It says Tom Foolery Show, and it has Counterpoints and Vince on it still, though. The Counterpoints wasn't able to show up. He is in the hospital. When I initially messaged Counterpoints to come onto the show, he said, he's like, I'm currently in the hospital, but hopefully I'll be okay by the time the debate comes around, and so I'll definitely see you there. And then, yeah, this morning messaged me and said that he wasn't going to be able to make it. So, shit. All of a sudden, I'm wondering if I messaged him back. Oh, crap. I didn't. Yeah, crap. I feel bad. Classic Tom, yeah. How was the WIC panel? Did he end up with any ops on there?
Right? But these are center.
Wow, Prime Kai's double dipping. Holy shit, dude. Prime Kai's is double dipping, dude. He was on my panel earlier about the chorus thing, and then now he's over here on Wix. I did try to get Hutch to come onto the panel, and he said he was already on one. So that makes sense. Yeah, he went straight to Wix. Damn. Okay. Okay. It's really frustrating. So this is something that I didn't really talk about while I was waiting, because I didn't want to like offend anybody who was gonna potentially join the panel. But there's so many fucking videos from people on TikTok, from leftists on TikTok, who are upset about the whole chorus fiasco. And I cannot tell you, dude, seriously, I probably messaged 30, 40 people, and only like 4, 5 replied, and only 1 showed up. And that was Quick Thoughts. And I super appreciate him showing up. He ended up doing a really good job. But everybody else, most of them didn't reply. Then I ended up having to go and like reach out to like some of my bigger friend creators on TikTok saying, hey, can you reach out to some of these people? And so they did, and all those people immediately replied to them, but like almost all of them just replied like, no. Just nope. People who are making a huge deal about this and like talking about it pretty consistently, it's so frustrating. And are they TikTok debaters? No, but I don't know that means that like, so in a one-on-one debate, I could totally understand somebody not wanting to do that. But panels are pretty easy. Like, you can take the questions when you want, you can leave them when you want. Like, panels are some of the easiest fucking things of all time, because you have other people lots of times where if you don't answer something, somebody else will jump in and answer it for you. And so you have a team of people that you're working with. Panels are the easiest fucking things. I think that all of these people, if they're going to continue running around making such a big deal about the chorus program and 1630 and the dark money and the non-disclosures and all this crap, they should be willing to defend these points. They should be willing to come on. And Quick Thoughts was one of the more like moderate positions. There's tons of people. I mean, we watched what was the guy's name? Cavernacle. We watched Cavernacle the other day. It go off on all the bullshit points. Like, he said that, like, they were stopping them from talking to Gaza, that they were working with AIPAC, that they're funded by the DNC. Like, he went off on all the fucking bullshit, brain dead points across the board. He believed in all of it. And just, they're never going to come and defend their positions. It's so frustrating. I agree they should, but I get not wanting to. Oh, I do too. I mean, yeah, if I had a bunch of positions that I wasn't capable of defending, I wouldn't want to defend them either. I would never want to, like, go, oh, I can just sit here and talk to my camera and say a bunch of shit that my audience is going to cheer me on for. Why would I want to go and sit in front of thousands of people getting disproven? Why would I ever want to do that? Seems stupid. Arian celebrates 26 months membership at Fools 1. He said, thoughts on Destiny versus the Rob debate. So Destiny frustrates me in a lot of ways. When he debates, he takes the bait. And Rob is really good at this, where he does gish gallop. And so Rob will list, like, Destiny will make a point. Rob will directly engage with the point that Destiny made, but then he'll go off on a fucking soliloquy afterwards and just say a million other things. And Destiny always bites on one of those other things. He always does. Every fucking time he bites on one of the other things, and they end up going down this, like, offshoot trail of other bullshit that they don't have to make sense of. And sometimes I'm literally sitting here, like, getting lost. I'm like, what the fuck? What are we talking about right now? What is even the contention anymore? It is true that Rob said at the beginning of the debate, and I think I said this after the debate ended. I can't remember at this point, but Rob said at the beginning of the debate, in his opening statement, he said, this is going to be the easiest debate ever, because all I have to show is that people within the Obama administration did something illegal. And as long as somebody within the Obama administration did something illegal, well, the buck stops with Obama. He's the one who's in charge. He's the president. Therefore, Obama is guilty of lawfare. That's it. That's all I got to do. I was blown away that that was not the very first thing that Destiny attacked as soon as the opening statements were over. He wasn't like immediately like, also, by the way, that is not how this works. You don't get to just find like anything that was done that you find to be unethical or illegal and then say, this is now Obama's fault. Because currently, right now, the Trump administration is asking for a grand jury indictment on Obama and Lynch. So it's not just that the buck stops with Obama. They're saying that there is like direct communication from Obama telling everybody else that they're supposed to go and investigate Trump and try to make it look like he engaged in some Russian collusion and that Obama set up the entire thing. That is the accusation. So that's why I always try to do two prompts. So for anybody who plans on doing panels in the future or something like this, this is a lesson that I learned a long time ago. Always try to make sure that there's two prompts. Have any of you guys ever heard people argue who has the positive position in a debate? One's in chat, if you've ever sat there watching a debate and you, like at the beginning of the debate or at some point during the debate, they start arguing who has the positive position, who has the negative position. This is something that I try to avoid like the fucking plague when I'm setting up debates. And so one thing that I do is I always try to make sure that there's two questions within every prompt. Is I'll try to make sure that both people have a positive position. So when I put in the title, the prompt for that debate was, is Obama guilty of lawfare? And is Trump lying? Now, both of them have positive positions and something to argue against. So even when like Rob took the position that like, okay, well, I'm saying that I don't necessarily think Obama did anything wrong, but the buck stops with him. Well, the second part of that prompt was, and is the Trump administration lying? So if you're saying that Obama didn't do any of these things, but somebody within the Obama administration did it, well, if you want to just claim the W on the first one, if I'm Destiny, I'm going to be like, okay, well, I claim the W on the second one then. Therefore, if you're admitting that Obama didn't do any of this stuff, then that means Trump's lying. Done. Like, it was, but yeah, it was kind of, there were a number of things within the debate that were kind of frustrating, but I also there were a couple of times that I tried to jump in because and like clarify things, because it seemed like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but when I watch, like in the last debate, there were a bunch of times that I jumped in to try to clarify things as well, because I feel like sometimes there's a very easy way to word things so that it's clear and that neither side is saying it. So I try to jump in to be like, okay, this is what they're saying. Like, this is like the obvious conclusion to come to. And I feel like a lot of times, yeah, like Destiny knows that and he doesn't say it, and then just keeps like arguing around it when there's an obvious misunderstanding between the two of them on like semantics or on some sort of understanding of something, and Destiny doesn't like give the direct refutation of it sometimes. So yeah, it can be a little annoying, but everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Also, we're probably going to do a movie night coming up in the Discord, so make sure you join the Discord. There's a link in the description. Join the Discord and accept the rules. And within the next couple of days, I know it sounds lame, it's actually a lot of fun. Okay, I promise you, they are so much fun to do movie nights in the server, where everybody's like, you know, we're all in the chats, we're posting all sorts of gifs and emotes and shit like that. It's a lot of fun, fucking hilarious every single time. I always enjoy it. There's a bunch of people every time who are like, this is gonna be lame, dude, like just sitting there and just like watching a movie. Everybody ends up enjoying it, so it's good shit. Make sure you join the Discord. All right, let's see what they got.
Left portion of the party, maybe they have to publicly
Oh
disclose who
my
their
goodness.
donors are.
I was about to say, I gotta click off every time he's talking because it's going to go on for 10 minutes, but that's probably 90% of the panel is just him talking.
Based on that.
Yeah, again, you're not addressing the argument, because I'm not saying that
I just clicked on 3 different random spots and all of them he's talking.
these people are
that people join is separate from the fact that some of the people affiliated with Chorus don't participate in the thing that, like, hey, we're teaching you to make thumbnails. Like, hey, David Pacman, you might be a mentor on this. We'll also reach out to this one politician or something and let you talk to them. Okay, they do that as well. Cool.
Nice.
No,
it's an incubator program.
No, before the incubator program, they had Chorus had at least according to Taylor Lorenz and according to their own you know, like I wrote it down in my notes, so I didn't give you a link because I feel like you're going to ask for a link for everything, but go watch Taylor Lorenz's video. She showed where they were doing the Zoom call meeting, where they had bragged before they created the Chorus incubator program of working with the DNC and Impactual LLC to be able to host a Zoom meeting that was sponsored by Chorus of all of the DNC candidates. They
What
were
was the
doing
Zoom meeting
other
for?
things. They were hosting like a discussion with all of the DNC candidates leading up to was it one of the elections for one of the DNC elections.
Oh, also, okay. During that debate, if you guys remember, like Wick and Counterpoints and all of the people who were talking about the progressive victory drama back when it happened, like they came on my show and said numerous times, Progressive Victory has no influence on their content whatsoever. Progressive Victory does not ever tell them what to do or say. Progressive Victory does not ever try to get them to cover certain types of things. They don't ever try to tell them what topics to cover. They don't ever do any of it. They said that they are very hands-off. They don't do any of it. Lonerbox came on earlier and he was like, yeah, I was part of Progressive Victory. That's very different from Chorus, because Chorus seems very hands-off. Whereas Progressive Victory, they were literally telling us what topics to cover. They were way more involved in what it was that we were doing on our channels. They literally had ownership of some of our content. I was like, oh, shit. Oh shit, he just said that. Oh fuck. this progressive victory drama is about to pop off again, dude. This is about to become a big deal once again.
Leadership elections.
Okay, as long as we can all agree that this is clearly trying to get creators to expand their reach without telling them what to do, then that seems to be what it's for.
So I think you've forgotten the original point. So the original point of this is that people disclosed that they were a part of Chorus. There was not disclosure that the Chorus incubator program existed.
That's a fake.
Or
You
that
made the
people were
false
part
claim.
of the incubator program or getting paid as a part of the incubator program. This is the point.
Getting paid to participate in the trainings is different from getting paid to do any of the other stuff, all of which are purposely to make
You don't
you
know if
famous.
mentors are getting paid.
You
The
made a false
stipends are for
claim.
the
The
incubator
false
program. You
claim
don't know that David
was that-
Pakman's getting paid. He hasn't claimed that. Brian Taylor Cohen isn't getting paid.
I know
You made
he's
the
a
claim-
volunteer.
You made the claim that it was proof that there wasn't secrecy about being in the program because that people had already said that they were a part of Chorus, and then we had to explain.
PV. I don't know if you're talking about something else. I don't know what PC is, but you said it twice, so now I'm thinking maybe it wasn't an accident. But progressive victory is what I was talking about. I don't know what PC is.
Explained to you, and you went through this semantic shitstorm because you're so fucking bad faith that we had to finally nail you to the wall that these are two different things, and that it can be true that someone could say, I'm working with Chorus, I'm a part of Chorus, but not necessarily, and also true that the Chorus incubator program was a portion of that had a
you
contract
alleging
that
that
said
the-
you're not supposed to talk
Yeah, I
about
mean,
this.
Yeah, we've set
So
them
if
up.
have you guys seen the Ali O'Brien video where she says that I was part of Chorus before any of this happened and that there was implication that there was payments received as in some sort of financial assistance?
Did she say that? Was that in the post that she was getting paid? Did she disclose that months ago?
Again, Chorus's website said that they were paying them. Brian Tyler Cohen said that he was paying them. Even the other day, for those of you who watched yesterday, Taylor Lorenz, when she was talking to Destiny, said numerous times that it was secret that they were paying content creators, that it was a secret and that nobody knew that they were paying content creators. But Brian Tyler Cohen, in his very first video about this in November of 2024, he said that they were going to be funding content creators, that he's not taking any money, and that all of that money should go to content creators. He very clearly stated that this was happening. So the fact that she's still claiming that, I'm trying to find the link. The fact that she's still claiming that they never told people that they were paying them is pure bullshit, dude. Here it is.
I've been beating the drum about growing the progressive.
It says it right here.
Who are established on one platform, make sure they've got a presence on the others, and coordinating our messaging. Now, for me specifically, I'm not going to accept any funding. That money needs to go to new creators and the folks who can help them grow. But
he says right there, the money needs to go to new creators and the people who are going to help them grow. And it said it on the website as well. They were very clear that they were paying content creators, saying that you're part of Chorus and that people can go look up Chorus and see that you're getting paid. Makes it to where it's not a secret. It's not something that you're hiding. So even if you didn't say, I'm getting paid, blah, 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 I think it would be dishonest to say that it's like a secret.
That's what she alleged.
She disclosed that she was part of Chorus.
No, I think you can do some connecting of dots here, because Brian Tyler Cohen, when he announced the program, he very much described what the program was going to be. And so I think you guys are right. I think you guys are right that there was a secrecy clause in terms of receiving funds. Soy Pill had already conceded earlier before we got bogged down in this entire conversation that
1630 group is dark money. She also said that Chorus wasn't telling people that they were paying content creators. That she also says this.
disclosure would have been better. But I'm at the point now where I say, like, fuck it. I'm totally on board with them, like, not disclosing because of the reaction that we're seeing, like, right now on this panel, and then the larger reaction on social media. It took about 2 seconds before people were accusing these people of taking funds to stay silent on Gaza. So if these people want to take those.
So this is how the copers are coping now. The claim was the creators were not allowed to disclose. So the copers make up a pretend claim and try to debunk it. Weird. Well, I mean, there were tons of claims. Obviously, that was one of them. Where does Lorenz make that claim? With Destiny. I said, when she was talking to Destiny. I don't recall that in the article. Yeah, I said it was when she talked to Destiny.
Those funds and not disclose it, and they're not legally obligated.
Are you arguing with Twitter?
Yeah, fuck. That's my perspective.
He
at
is
this point.
arguing.
Did anybody
with
on this
Twitter,
panel?
yeah.
Oh, you're just arguing with
Oh,
Twitter.
he's,
You're bringing that
no,
up.
he's not arguing with Twitter.
The larger conversation, it was so obvious that these people were getting smeared like right away. They were being accused of some of the most disgusting shit.
That's like so. Like what a bird brain argument. You're saying
hold on, let him finish his argument, then you can go.
Happening is a justification to tell these guys, hey, you know, maybe don't disclose that you're taking these funds. Now, if you guys could establish in any kind of material way that the funds, them taking this money, impacted their content at all, then you would have a leg to stand on. But there's no indication that this was the case.
Well,
you keep
you
making
refuse rational arguments and you keep arguing with Twitter.
Well, Tom, fill out your PV exposers apology form. Wait, what does that mean?
You got a bird brain argument here, right? You're saying, oh, okay, so because there was a strong reaction the other way, you can sacrifice these principles. You can be dishonest. Like what nonsense is that? So like
strong doesn't even begin to cover it. Take a look at
the reason why that we're seeing the backlash we're seeing now is because there wasn't the transparency in the first place. If this had been clear from the very start.
I could care less about Choir. However, the left's big claim against RT and Tenet was you should know exactly who's paying you. Okay, that wasn't my claim. I never said that. I said numerous times that like the Tim Pool was a victim in that scenario. That like people acting like he's not a victim is kind of ridiculous because it does seem as though he was tricked into this. The fact that he made a lot of money off of it is like a different scenario. He can make a lot of money in one area, but also be like kind of tricked into it. There didn't seem to be like any evidence that he knew that it was coming from Russian, well, the Kremlin, but it's that's why I left it as the left. Yeah, I'm just saying that like that was never my claim. Like I've been pretty consistent on like payments from people, what it is that people ought to disclose. And again, I people always act like I'm like trying to defend myself or something. I'm not. Like I've always been very open with like any money that I get. I'm very open with my financials and all of that shit. So I've never had an issue with that at all. But it's more so that I just don't hold this standard. I don't feel like this is a consistent standard that we can hold. And I brought that up on the panel earlier, and I didn't feel like anybody actually refuted what it was that I was saying, that like it's really hard. Like I need somebody to show me how we draw this line between like if I'm working at Taco Bell and I go make burritos on stream now, do I need to tell everybody that I work at Taco Bell, that Taco Bell pays me? Or like where are we drawing these lines? Because I think when it comes to sponsorships, that's where like you have a duty to tell people that you're being paid to say something specific. That's necessary. Half Tom's super chats are foreign money. Yes, like literally, yes, yeah. Like half my fucking super chats are for like, and when I stream at this time, yes, everybody in the United States is asleep. So this is all of the people who watch me are in other countries for, not the majority, but a lot of them. A lot of people, even like Katmir has probably sent the most money today, and he's from Australia. So yeah, there's Tom just not upsetting his potential future Tim appearance? No, I don't give a fuck. I've said a lot of fucked up shit about Tim in the past, but yeah, I feel like when it comes to like actually holding a standard for what it is that people ought to disclose, I feel like this sort of standard is untenable. I feel like this is something that we can't actually hold consistently. And I haven't heard a single person explain it in a way to where it would be held consistently. Outside of Taylor Lorenz says that it's only if it's political. Like, that's when it matters. Just if it's political, then now it matters. Which I feel like is a really weird line to draw.
We wouldn't be having this issue at all. At all. Right? So
just a little note on that. I disclosed about progressive victory, and I was very open about it, and I had that issue. So it didn't fix it, even if you're at least for me.
There are progressive victory people who disclose their entire fucking shit and are now being doxxed at their homes because of
So yeah, Prime said earlier that he was putting progressive victory on all of his stuff, saying that everything was powered by progressive victory. That's why I kept making a really big deal about it, and I was kind of frustrated that Lonerbox wouldn't pick up on it because I wasn't trying to get into the debate. But they can't say that their streams, that their TikToks, that like their videos, their content is powered by Chorus. They can't say that. They're not a sponsor. You can't say it's powered by them. So even the fact that Prime said powered by progressive victory, that might have been an issue. That might have been a pretty big problem if he actually put that on his content all the time, because it was not powered by progressive victory. Like, just saying that you work with them or that they pay you is one thing. Saying that that's like powered by them, that makes them a sponsor. They're sponsoring your content now. And from what I understand, that was not the case with progressive victory. They were not sponsoring anybody's content.
I mean,
aligning with someone that is politically antithetical to someone else.
Didn't help.
Also,
So,
anytime
I was
anybody...
sorry, I'm not looking at it. So like there wouldn't have been. I don't think there'd be an article. I don't think there'd be well, actually, there might be an article discussing like the whole like structure of the organization.
Wouldn't be a big deal though.
Yeah, I think it would be far less of a big deal. I worked for Progressive Victory as well previously. I disclosed everything. I didn't have a problem, but I can't speak to anyone else's experiences, so I'll give you that. But in any case,
would you recognize that?
Like, sorry, recognize what?
The fact, like what Wick said, is so relevant, because like what's happening right now is like PV is getting wrapped up in all this as well, and we have Hassan Piker along with other like enormous lefty creators that are going on their stream and just flippantly accusing PV of being a Destiny slush fund that was paid to do Israeli propaganda. My mentions are fucking like nuclear, like a fucking war zone.
This shit was all over the place too. They were saying that yeah, Progressive Victory was also the DNC. That Progressive Victory was paying people to say certain things. That Progressive Victory was trying to force everybody to move into the like establishment Democrat area. There's just no reason to believe that. It was kind of ridiculous.
Would you recommend?
I don't know.
For example, we're talking about the doctrine, right? So that was an issue.
Hold on, one at a time. Stop. One at a time.
YouTube video. This is a debate. Why are you like this is drama slop bullshit that you're engaging in? Not
The
the actual
reason
argument about
why
politics.
the progressive victory filings got used for doxing was
that there are
because there was the
very real
misfiling,
consequences to
right?
these kinds of things, and that the internet is littered with horrible, bad actors
Yeah, I
that
was
make
just
these
about to.
insane, baseless claims. So could you not understand that maybe that could actually
So
justify
that wouldn't change with disclosure, is my point. So I'm addressing what you're saying.
That's
just in
Hutch's
case you
point
think
too.
I'm, like,
That's Hutch's point
trying to
too.
show
It's not changing with disclosure. That's the point.
We disclosed,
Okay.
bro.
So Progressive
Still
Victory
happening.
disclosed not just people's full names, also their zip codes, right?
No,
That's not
they
the
didn't
kind
disclose
disclosure
any of this.
anybody is
They
trying
gave
to...
it to the FEC as a legal requirement.
Yeah, exactly. They disclosed it to the FEC on a public filing.
And then
by
people,
mistake.
and then hold on, because I know about what happened here. And then people, and I know who did it too. I know there was several people who did it. Found it, and published that shit all over Twitter and things like that in order to harass and dox. That was the point of not PV giving it to the FEC, but for the people who found the FEC listings and posted everyone's address and full name and zip code all over.
That would have happened with or without disclosure, right? And that would have happened with or without an attachment to an organization, right? Politics online is incredibly like toxic flavor of content. If your address is out there on a public listing and people find it, they will post it if they disagree with you.
Prime said
it's
that
nothing to
said
do
that-
with
If they know
anybody's
you're
money.
paid, which you would only know if you're disclosed.
You do not need
Prime
to
said-
Give it to
by an
Rinald. I want to hear what
organization
Rinald
to
says.
get
Rinald,
politics,
go ahead.
okay?
Rinald, please.
Prime said that this would probably disappear. He said there would probably be an article, but people wouldn't be mad if they had just disclosed up front. I think the progressive victory thing is an exact example of how that wouldn't happen. Disclosure doesn't really have any.
Did
Like
they
you said,
disclose up front?
who?
All of us did. And all the creators in the program. All the creators in the program. We were all disclosing. I was disclosing on my stream. Wick, you were
I'm
disclosing
not even
every
accusing.
single panel.
I'm just
I would have and to be clear, PV fucked up. Let's just be honest about that. Like that's the reason why the addresses got out there.
Yeah.
That was not
That's the point. Is completely irrelevant to any point
that
of
was not
TV
even
stuff,
supposed to be a
right?
part of the FEC filing. But the point is that you can disclose, you can do everything right, you can be completely upfront about the work that you're doing, and the bad
And they're
actors
still
out there
going
will
to.
find this, and they're still going to accuse you of
But your
crazy,
involvement
insane
in
I mean, there's
shit.
still
like
there's
propaganda.
people there's
may have
people
been the
accusing.
mechanism. Okay, I'm addressing what is fine. The mechanism through you getting your information out there was progressive victory. That's true. In terms of people going ahead and then doxing you, it's got nothing to do with PV. You're a political creator.
Okay.
A lot of people on the
irrelevant.
far left, especially.
Just real quick,
hate.
Deckers.
Exactly, it's relevant.
Just real quick,
That's my entire point.
Dickers. The point that they're
Go ahead.
making, that Prime was making, and Prime said, as Rinald said, that the harassment and the crazy shit would stop if they just disclosed. And the only reason we're bringing up the progressive victory is because that is evidence that, at least in progressive victory's case, that didn't seem to help. That's the only argument being made here.
So
Realistically,
Let's give it back to Prime. Prime, please.
Sure. And I'd like to hear what you have to say, Reniald. I don't mean to talk over you. Yeah. So to be clear, I never knew that people's were doxed in some sort of PV leak. This is actually news to me here. I think that when I say backlash, I mean like this is like a national. Well, not national story. I don't know if it's a national story. I know it's within my circle, my large circle here, that people are talking about this a lot, and it's making waves online. But in any case, I don't think
Brad Palumbo followed me on Twitter. I'm kind of blown away that he has such a small following on Twitter. I thought that he had a lot more people. I thought he had a bigger audience on Twitter because I feel like I see him on there a lot. Where is he? Yeah, Brad Palumbo. 76,000. I have received no money from India. Oh man, he's in trouble for this too. I did just go to one of my best friend's weddings, and he's Indian, and the food was free and good though. I will gladly inform you of the facts that Indian immigrants to the US are highly successful and massive economic positives, and that tariffing India is stupid and weakens our efforts to reduce dependency on China. Okay, never mind. It doesn't look like anybody's accusing him of that.
That most of this dialogue would have happened, and people, if their audiences, right? Okay, so I had the way I found out about this is through David Pakman, actually, right? So I didn't have read the article immediately. David Pakman made a response to the article. I saw that video first, and I thought, about having read the article, that what he was saying was reasonable. and that like yeah, like it seems so nefarious to me. I went to his comment section and people were accusing him of all kinds of crazy shit. But guess what? This is the fucking internet. They do it all the goddamn time. That's gonna happen, right? I appreciate what Scott was saying. Like, are you arguing with Twitter? Yeah, they're gonna say craziness to you. People were saying about David Pakman, oh, I guess that's why he doesn't mention Gaza. Like, first of all, doesn't make any sense because the DNC is in favor of Israel, backs it completely, right? So he'd be incentivized to talk about Gaza one way or the other, right? In favor of the IDF. But secondly, no, that's obviously wrong. I was completely skeptical of that argument because the Gaza situation has been happening for nearly 2 years. This incubator program is brand new, and I think the most likely answer is that Pac-Man is a disgusting dog shit Zionist who understands that his views are unpopular and just not going to talk about it. That's the reason why he hasn't said anything. But even then, still, people took that opportunity in this moment of friction, of contention, to put that out there. Oh, now I see, right? There must be something shadowy about that. I get that happened, right? But like the way to help mitigate that, I'll say this instead, right? Rather than stop.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but after the debate, Rob posted on Twitter. He said, "Thank you for the time. Thank you for hosting, and thank you, Destiny, who has me blocked. I was surprised at how well I did against you, seeing the amazing prep tools you were using last night. Destiny GPT for the win." And he's showing that Destiny used ChatGPT to ask questions. I don't think anybody's against using ChatGPT for some sort of like prep work. There's nothing wrong with using ChatGPT or any sort of AI for prep work. It's that you go and get the fucking source that it's using to give you that answer. That's the point, is that like you don't ever source ChatGPT. You never say, well, so ChatGPT is my source. It's that you can use it for a lot of things. You just always get that source and then source the source. But
completely. The way to help mitigate that is always just be upfront with your connections, right? Especially your financial connections. And then, you have to let the chips fall where they may.
I mean, doesn't it speak directly against the fact that disclosure would have helped it, that people are accusing David Pakman of taking money from AIPAC when, I mean, nothing like that ever got disclosed? They're just making that up. So,
People on internet make shit up at the slightest opportunity. But specifically, the thing I was responding to was Hutch. Hutch says specifically, hey, the reason...
Yeah, you can't just say people on the internet make shit up, though, because that's part of, like, why you want people to be responsible with how they say things. And that was the issue with the way that Taylor Lorenz put out her article, is that she wasn't responsible with how she said things. And she wasn't, like, her videos on this make it so much worse. A lot of people keep saying, well, where did the article say that? Where did the article say it? I don't see that in the article. It wasn't just an article. She put out an article, then she put out a YouTube video about the same exact thing, and then she put out tons of TikTok videos replying to people. She did a live stream. Then she also has been tweeting about it nonstop. It has not just been an article. It's been tons of stuff. And the way that she does it is she starts off with, I know in the video, I feel like she kind of does this in the article as well, but one of the things that she does is she talks about how the Democrat establishment is kind of pushing out the progressives and gatekeeping a lot of this stuff, that they're not very good at getting into social media. They haven't been using these resources and tools. She makes like a really big deal about this stuff. And then also like then segues into this chorus stuff. And unless she's just throwing out random points that have absolutely nothing to do with chorus, it feels obviously like she's alluding towards this like DNC gatekeeping move to try to push progressives out. And she even talks about the fact that, like, you know, there's not as many resources for people who are on the farther left, and there's just they had quotes, I think, from people who got kicked out of other programs for being pro Gaza. Like, there's just a lot of stuff that makes it seem as though she is implying this. And when they're saying, oh, well, people on the internet, they'll do crazy things. Like, yeah, no, we all get it. We all know that. That's the point, is that we all know people on the internet are fucking crazy. So we should all keep that in mind when we're putting out articles, when we're doing content, when we're doing debates, when we do any sort of media, that we want to make sure that we're clear with what it is that we're saying. And right now, it's not just a couple of people who were confused about the article. There is a very large swath of leftists who took away from this article that they were all backed by the DNC, that they were all not allowed to talk about Gaza. They took a lot, that it was gatekeeping to keep the leftists out. They took a lot of the shit from the article. And so it's not just like a couple of crazies here and there. That it is a lot of what I've been seeing. Is a lot of people.
Now I'm against disclosing because I see this reaction. That's what I originally responded to, right? That's crazy, right? Because post facto, right? After the fact, I see craziness online. I'd say, no, we shouldn't have some sort of principle of transparency. That's nonsense. That's an awful argument.
I don't understand how you can, like, you're just sort of dismissing like doxing and massive amounts of harassment. It's like, oh, that just happens on the internet.
People are crazy on the internet.
Hold on. If you're a small creator that was
so full of
Let Hutch finish. Let Hutch finish, please.
Fucking Christ. If you're a small creator that gets picked for this incubator program, you don't have like a big following. You're not used to that level of attention. You're certainly not used to that level of harassment.
The people confused are feigning confusion in order to argue that the article was inaccurate. It's not. Again, there's not, you can't keep acting like there's not a ton of leftists who took that interpretation. Like, I can show you endless amounts of evidence of this if you need to see it. Like, this is all over the place with tons of people who believe that that's what, and Taylor even said, she said when she was talking to Destiny that yes, like, there are a lot of people who think that, like, that I was saying that they're not allowed to talk about Gaza. There's a lot of people who think that I said that they were paid by the DNC. There's a lot of people who think that there was gatekeeping to keep out progressives. Like, she said this stuff to Destiny. So it's not like it's just a bunch of people just like being super bad faith and acting like that's what her article says, because it seems like both sides got this interpretation of it. It seems like when I'm saying the majority of those statements are coming from leftists, the majority of those statements are coming from people who are pro Taylor. The majority of those people are saying that, like, I'm not arguing there were lots of leftists who were confused. They're pretending to be confused. They're inventing implications that weren't there to be confused. Okay, well, I just explained how the implications were there.
Harassment, doxing. So whether or not, like, listen, I'm sympathetic to arguments that people should over disclose. I think that's like generally good practices. However, I understand the idea to protect smaller creators from that level of harassment that you guys are just kind of just like, or, you know, oh, that just happens on the internet. That's not a small thing to have. Hundreds of
have you responded to a single argument this entire page?
Yes, but J-Mac, the point is that if so many people are confused, if so many people are coming away with the same interpretation, and it's so many people on both sides, that it seems as though those implications were actually there, and now everybody wants to be doggedly autistic, and it's just kind of weird. Like, the implications are all over the fucking article.
Can you hear me? Is my mic on? I'm responding exactly to what he just said.
No, you're not.
Destiny referenced the Durham report is superior to the House report, even calling Durham AG. Then, as soon as Rob starts reading the report, he asks why Rob is citing the Durham report. I don't remember exactly what you're talking about, but I don't remember him saying. I don't remember him asking why he's referencing the Durham report. I remember him asking why he's referencing the Durham Annex report, which is different.
I don't think you know what an argument is. Do you know what an argument is?
What are you not following?
Do you know what an argument is? I'm just curious. Do you even know what an argument is?
I am making the argument that the response that we're seeing
right now. Do you know what an argument
is?
is?
Can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? Seriously. I'm making the argument that what we're seeing right now with the crazy level of harassment is the reason why they would have that kind of a protection mechanism in the contract. You understand?
Do you know what an argument is?
You guys are making the case that, like, oh yeah, disclosing.
Do you know what an argument is?
You guys are making the case that disclosing would have fixed all that. Obviously not.
No one argued that argument, but do you know what an argument is?
It's a damn near non sequitur. No, wait, no.
Do you know?
You didn't listen to that.
Well, I want to hear from Prime. Prime, please.
It's a damn near non sequitur.
Hutch even knows what an argument is.
He doesn't know what an argument is. Let's move on. Okay, we're good.
It is a damn near non sequitur to insert, like, you aren't going to protect them from doxing. Doxing going to have. I talk about transparency. I talk about, hey, you should, talk about your financial relationships, right? Just like you do with any other sponsorship that you get, right? If you got something from,
Again, this was the most frustrating part about the panel for me, was when Prime kept arguing that this is the same as a sponsorship. He kept, like, the whole time, again, he kept saying that he put on his streams powered by Progressive Victory over and over and over. He says he said he didn't sign a contract, so maybe he's, like, in the clear as far as not having any liability there. But I would almost guarantee anybody who signed a contract signed something saying that they would not do something like that.
Amazon.com or something, and you got cut a check, then you should do an ad read and let them know this is a sponsor section, right?
This is like finally goes to what I'm trying to say, which is like, what is the material?
Let Prime finish.
You can talk over me, please.
Let Prime finish, and then we'll get to Soy. Then Hutch.
Yeah. So there's to go from, like, talking about we should have a principle transparency, to say, oh well, if you are transparent, then you'll get doxxed. You can get doxxed? No, I'm sorry. Shit happens, right? It's really unfortunate. Again, I'm just hearing about this PV incident, but that's really unfortunate. That's a misfiling from what I'm hearing from Dickers and all the rest, right? That seems like a misfiling. But
it was a misfiling that the information was there. It's not a misfiling that a couple of leftists went out and got that information and highly publicized it all over the place. That was not a misfiling. That was just insanely fucking malicious.
Say that, from there, right? It follows that, like, because you are transparent, you're probably going to get doxxed. And that is the reason we have to hide our financial entanglements. That's nonsense.
Okay, Hutch never said that they needed to hide their financial entanglements. Hutch is saying that, okay, so they are arguing, yes, the real problem here that people are mad about is not disclosing. That if people just disclosed, there wouldn't be a big problem anymore. There wouldn't be a whole lot of people mad anymore. And then Hutch is saying, obviously that's bullshit, because me and Wick and Counterpoints and Not So Erudite and all of these different people got endless amounts of shit for being part of Progressive Victory, even though we all disclosed that we were part of Progressive Victory. And even now, a year later, we're being doxxed for being part of Progressive Victory, even though we all disclosed. So the fact that we disclosed did not stop anybody from being mad at us. It didn't stop anybody from trying to from trying to dox us.
That's a non sequitur.
I wonder if
the idea, Case, is that there are people in this program who have zero online presence because they're part of an incubator that may or may not want to be immediately public before they get expanded. And if you're a figure in your contract, it's like, hey, don't just go in public and say, oh yeah, Case, he's part of that. Oh, Hutch, he's part of this. Yeah, he's getting money from them. And then all of a sudden you've got to.
I'm not asking.
No, hold on. You gotta let Soy finish responding.
But no.
That is the implication. No. Okay, I know you're not saying that Chorus.
Because Chorus is not, I'm not saying Chorus should necessarily, like, publish a list. I'm saying the creator should publish. So the creator will be saying it wouldn't give them more attention, right? If on my 5 viewer channel I say, oh, I'm working with Chorus, that doesn't give me 6 viewers, right? It doesn't do anything. So that would be if Chorus put that published a list on their site. And I'm not even asking for that.
Right.
Also,
so
the idea that these are like tiny creators with no presence online just isn't true. In the reporting that Taylor Lorenz did, these people have combined like millions of followers online.
okay, now we're getting to a reading
The 90
comprehension
people in
thing.
the cohort.
The biggest
on.
people being paid the most were the big
On this
followers. Some
panel
of these people
combined,
had
we have millions
no
of followers,
presence.
but-
These were the part. That's the point of the incubators. People trying to get into streaming who are not doing anything and they need to expand their reach. This is a wide range, which is why some people are being paid $8,000 a month and some people didn't get shit or were offered like $100 fucking bucks because these are
people
$250 was the minimum, but
brought into
something
this
like that, yeah.
campaign that had no online presence.
They're
not saying no online presence. They're saying negligible.
No, I did say
Or,
no
like,
online
not
presence
ready
because
to-
I'm also
Yeah, but
confusing
that's
it,
not what you
to
mean.
be fair, with some people who literally have no online presence in a different program that I might be a part of. So excuse me. Now I am allowed to disclose that, to be fair.
We don't
Now,
know the vast
The
majority.
point is, my initial claim, to go all the way back to this, and we don't have to dwell on this too long, but saying you are part of Chorus and saying you are part of an incubator program are both, hey, I am disclosing that I'm working with a fund whose mission is to expand the reach of these people. Now, if you want to say, hey, they have to disclose the exact amount of money, that's a different story. If you want to say, if they don't say it at all, this is a completely different thing, especially if they're telling them what content to make. But when Ali or any of these other people or Brian Tyler Cohen say, I'm working with Chorus, you go on the Chorus website, Chorus says, we're trying to use the fund from all of your donations to expand the reach of these people. And you're now telling me there's a huge material difference between connecting people with politicians and, hey, I'm teaching you how to expand your content through like digital means and how to use these tools. I think this is a complete insane distinction that does not matter. This is Chorus and people saying, I'm part of Chorus and Chorus is helping me.
There's a very clear distinction there, right?
What's the
Between like
distinction?
just receiving these support and like getting access to politicians and having this newsroom, and that's all cool, and then actually receiving money.
Why does the money in this specific thing make a difference?
Because you're getting some kind of like remuneration
To
for the
do
political
what?
advocacy you're doing.
We
No.
also don't know.
They're
You
it's
think
to
these people would
train
be
you
getting
up.
paid if they didn't post any content?
I have a
One second,
question.
can I get a thing from that?
The point is training them
If
to
they
post
stop,
content.
if they stop posting content for like the next 3 months,
Yeah,
can they still be in the program?
if the point of the program is to expand left-wing content creators, obviously, if you didn't do content creation, they wouldn't want you to be part of the program.
Not the
Yes.
program, right?
What?
Point of the organization. Expanding the
Yes.
reach of left-wing creators, that's the organization, not the program.
What's the point of
The
the
program
program?
is more.
What's the point of the program? The
To
incubator
support
program.
more creators, specifically.
Right,
To, like,
creators.
pay
Okay.
stipends and
So if
Would
they
you not
start
say that as a
creating-
subset of expanding the reach?
Okay,
Okay, I have a different question, perhaps on the
That's when
anonymity
payments happen, which we
subject.
care about.
I do want to talk about the anonymity subject because Hutch did bring up a new thing where he didn't care if people actually disclosed, right? Because there would be value to anonymity. You, Dickers, Prime Kai, and I think Fabian seem to disagree. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, if I've mischaracterized that. But how far would you extend this?
Which one's Dickers? This one or this one? Oh yeah. Where do I know the name from?
Want of transparency.
I feel like I recognize this accent.
Do you think that people should be required to disclose how they vote?
No, that's
No.
completely
Why?
irrelevant.
But why shouldn't? Why is it bad that we protect the anonymity of someone who votes, of how someone votes?
Because voting is something you do. This is a benefit that you're receiving.
I mean, there's
And
so
all
many
change is
there's
something
so
we
many
do, too.
distinctions. Like, we could come up with
Yeah.
100, right?
I don't even
The
agree with this
anonymity
one.
of the anonymity
How is the
of
right
voting
vote going to
Because-
bias you?
Because
It might bias you
the
against
totally
doing
separate issue.
crimes, maybe.
hold on, right? We understand that not just money can influence us, correct?
Well, no,
Yes.
no, this
Like
is,
who am I?
I'll
who
explain it.
I'm dating?
I'll explain the distinction.
If I'm hold on,
I'll
just
explain
hold
the
on,
distinction.
stop.
Okay.
If I'm dating someone who is a Republican, okay, she's really hot, okay, and she just happens to be Republican, does that have a
Hypothetical doesn't make
potential
sense.
to
You can't be that
influence?
hot.
Does that influence
That would be
me?
that would be
in any way?
unduly kind of incisive into your personal life. If you had to give away like
He's probably not in the waiting room. Probably Kathy. Yeah, the name literally says Kathy, but yeah, I'm not taking any calls right now.
personal relationships you had, yeah.
It'd be unduly. I'm just asking why you're drawing the line on money. when it comes to
Because
influence.
there's a quid pro quo, right? There's a meeting of the minds. There's a contract sign, right?
No,
That
no. To be
that's
fair,
probably
though,
what that's gonna be the
journalists
line.
oftentimes talk about their personal entanglements with like, hey, I like this person was the best man at my wedding. I don't know, and I'm doing an article on their like organization. I think people like do talk about their personal entanglements, and
So listen, there's two types of influence, right? You have the general influence that you're discussing, and then you have undue influence. I don't think anyone here is alleging like a English common law level of like undue influence, right? Undue influence might be if they signed a 12-year contract that says you must do this, and then if you break the contract, you owe them $60,000 or something.
The Kathy from earlier? Yeah, I thought they got banned or something.
Like you might be able to argue undue influence here. And I agree with you, right? If you had a Republican girlfriend, that would influence you. Or if you were, you know, able to join some creator program that was specifically designed to fight liberalism like Progressive Victory, but it gained you like a bunch of opportunities with other streamers and got your name out there, that would influence you against the presumption of like being for liberalism because Progressive Victory was
to be
against
clear,
liberalism,
it
right?
could. It does not necessarily have to.
I guess Fabian, the fundamental question is this might cut to the chase, Fabian. No, because we can cut to the chase. Let's cut to the chase.
You want to interrupt. I know you want to.
Well, yeah, because you talk for a long time, and this will cut to the chase, and we'll make it so much simpler. Why do you think the secrecy clause was there?
Why do I think the secrecy clause was there?
Right. The implication.
I heard someone tried to join VC pretending to be me. That wasn't me, FYI. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so.
About the article is that we want you to be authentic, but we don't want you to let other people know that you're paid, right? That is the implication of the article. Would you disagree with that?
I think trying to read into the implication as opposed to the actual words gets
so
a little
quiet.
difficult.
But
like,
isn't
sure,
that the
I'll
whole
follow that.
conversation?
That's
Is
fine.
you are implying that because there's money that isn't being disclosed, the implication is that we can't trust what they're saying and that there's something nefarious going on?
I was trying to explain, right? Why there's a distinction with being paid by a program is the distinction here is, listen, if I'm a content creator that's not getting paid, everyone recognizes that there's all kinds of influence in my life. Everyone knows that I might be influenced by my mom's opinion. I might be influenced by the place I live. I might be influenced by the audience that I have.
Right.
When
It's
you keep
authenticity,
a
right?
secret that you are getting paid, that there's a fraudulent element, not necessarily legally fraud, but there is a fraudulent element in that you gained your clout, you gained your followers, you gained your influence, and all of these opinions are based upon the hard work that you put in to your channel by yourself, because no one knows that, oh, I don't know, maybe you did, maybe you didn't get botted by some
Right.
account. But
Wait,
like,
Fabian,
even if
you've
leave
hit
that
it
out,
perfectly. This is the whole crux, right? Like, okay, so if you say Chorus helps me out and you don't say anything about money, would that dispel the notion that you've done this all on your own?
Yeah, I mean, it would dispel the notion that you've done it on your own if you say I am a part of Chorus.
Right. Or like specifically, like I've said in the past, I haven't disclosed the exact amount, but I've said Progressive Victory helped me with this video, right? They helped me out here. And well, they actually didn't give me any money for that video.
You see YouTubers who ad reads all the time. They don't say Raid Shadow Legends gave me
Well,
this
but the ad read is very
money.
explicit. This
But
is a different story. Yes.
this is
They're like
explicit,
paid
right?
for by. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is
It'd be the
sponsored
same
by.
thing. If in the video description,
Exactly. That's because that's what earlier when I was saying that, like, the fact that they say, well, I'm paid by Chorus, and then we all know you can just go look up Chorus, and it says on the website that they pay content creators, that you can look up Brian Tyler Cohen's videos on it saying that they pay content creators. I think David Pakman has talked about the fact that they're paying content creators. So you can, like, it's once they say that I'm part of Chorus, it's no longer a secret that they're being paid by Chorus. But other people a lot of times keep replying and saying, well, that doesn't mean we know how much money they're making. So, okay, now this is even like another level of like wild, because nobody ever says how much money they're making. Like that's a thing that some people do, but that's not common at all. Even with sponsorships, that's not common. Like, people don't often say, I make this much amount of money. They paid me this dollar amount. That almost never happens.
It said, I'm an affiliate of Chorus Media, then people have the right, like, this is kind of the
right. So, but the question about the whole article then is, it's not about fraud. No. No,
No,
it's
it
just
is.
about this because
It
no,
is.
because you were
Oh
no,
my
you were
God,
right
this
on
is
point when you said
purposeful.
it's about the authenticity, Fabian. So is
not just the
the
authenticity.
contract written that way because you think that Chorus is like, I don't want these people to look like they're getting paid to have these opinions?
Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows
Well,
the
I would
exact
say
implication
I'll
behind
defend
these
that.
contracts.
So
I mean,
yeah,
I
I
can
think you're
assume
right. Nobody
that.
knows the exact reason why that could be. I think part of it potentially could be an argument that they're supposed to be a non-partisan organization. If they disclose everyone as part of it, they're all Democrats. That might cause issues for them. There's a little bit more of a schizo theory, though. Ultimately, political advocacy done with, by the way, I'm sponsored by this kind of like political organization, is going to be less effective, even if I couldn't put a number on it, than political advocacy without any of that disclosure, right?
Especially if you're an
There
American
might be a
Girl
person
Doll
who
channel.
watches that and thinks,
You know what I
you're
mean?
only saying this because you're getting this money. You're only saying this because you're part of this organization, right? This just seems like trivially like easy.
Right. So I don't know if you've ever read any contract from any sort of these things, but it's very common to say, hey, don't go around sharing all the information about other people or disclosing how much you're paid or all of these things because of what Hutch was talking about. Hold on. Because of what Hutch was talking about with the like doxing or people being exposed and all the attacks that we're seeing right now. So it seems pretty clear to
That's
me.
not the claim.
It seems
The
pretty
claim
clear
is
to
that you're not supposed to discuss that you are a part of the program.
One sec, let
That
me
is the
finish.
claim. That's the issue.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to dox other people that are working or give out information about what goes on in the background. The claim, right? You can say the claim is wrong, or you can say Taylor Lorenz is lying, or that the.
But again, they say don't. I believe it. I believe people said the actual terms of the contract say that you're not supposed to publicize it, not that you're not allowed to tell people. But again, we know that people did say that they were part of Chorus. We know that people did publicize it. So it says that you're not supposed to publicize it without prior consent. That seems to be something that's happening, is that they are getting consent and telling people. So it's not as if they're stopping people from saying anything. It's not as if they're rationalizing. I know a lot of people don't like rational thought processes, but yeah, I generally rationalize things. The idea that yes, you're not supposed to say anything without prior consent is just a normal part of contracts. That's just generally the way that they work. I've heard dozens of people at this point talk about the fact that when they all signed contracts with other groups, that they also had parts in there that said that you're not supposed to disclose without getting permission first. And generally there's good reason for that, because there's a way that you have to disclose it to make sure that it doesn't look like they're a sponsor. Because if they're a sponsor, now you're going to get in a lot of fucking trouble, and they could get in a lot of fucking trouble. So they have to kind of go over exactly how to do this. But there I go, just being rational again. I don't know.
Contract isn't the same contract everybody else had. Those are all rational arguments. But the claim that you're meant to contend with is that they say, don't tell people you're in this program.
But just to like my side, okay? Can I just have a quick huddle with like my gang? Is anyone here making the argument that the people receiving money have to like disclose their entire contract, the amount that they're paid?
No.
Any of the other people are in there, they need to disclose if they know like who's running this. No, the internal.
No.
Just probably the fact they are getting paid, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just kind of. Okay, cool. Just thought I'd clear that up.
Okay, can I talk now?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea that they're asking you not to disclose potentially this pilot program, if the implication of the article seems to be that they're doing this because they, like Dicker said, ruin what would otherwise be perceived as an authenticity thing, despite the fact that lots of people in Progressive Victory were disclosing their like connection to Progressive Victory, or even like monthly stipends from Progressive Victory. They're not losing that authenticity because they're disclosing it, but they're still getting all these attacks of you're bought and paid for as this Zionist, Hasbarist, like, collection fund. So it's part of protecting potentially the smaller creators in this program. And two, all these other bigger creators and some of the smaller ones were saying, I'm part of Chorus. Chorus is helping me out. Now, whether or not they're saying financially or not, I don't have the exact video, but the point is that it's like very clearly part of this. And this incubator program, if you're calling it a distinction, like, the secret program where they pay you money to figure out how to expand your reach, and somehow this is like the shady part and not like, hey, they're paying you to not talk about certain issues, which is like kind of what the implication of the article is, seems ridiculous to me. Like,
wait, where does
I'm a content creator. I get zero money from any outside source. I get death threats all the time. Talking about doxing and death threats, it's like a safety issue for online political commentators is a fucking it's an aside. It's a subversive, bad faith bullshit thing that you keep trying
I don't think it's bad faith to worry about.
You know that our issue is whether or not it is transparent that these people are being groomed, given opportunities, and funded.
that the transparency should be there. That is something I said at the beginning. I prefer if people disclose if they're getting large sums of money, especially if it's from a political organization. But the thing I'm keep trying to add nuance to this is, one, it's an incubator program that is not, hey, here's what you should do. It is, here's how to be better at content creation. Now, obviously, if there's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, this is only picking Democratic people or people left of center. Like, this is like without a question. But that's part of the.
Do we think that's
fucking,
bad? Do we think it's bad? That
I don't think that's bad.
Okay.
To add for left wing creators, I don't think so.
If you, yeah,
I mean,
like if you had a,
I don't even think it's bad so long as it's disclosed.
The idea that people pay you money and help you stream, but you can't say that your stream is too influenced or sponsored by them is weird. I'm so lost by that statement. I don't know. I don't even know what you're. The fact that you put those two things next to each other, too influenced or sponsored, are drastically, insanely different things. That, like, one is just like an optics thing, the other one's like a liability thing. I don't know. If it's not a sponsor, you just literally cannot call them a sponsor. Like, if I claim that somebody sponsors me and they don't, they can literally sue me. It's a liability thing. It's a huge problem. You can't just claim somebody is sponsoring you when they're not. So that's a drastically different thing than like whether or not there's optics of influence.
I'm worried about the fraudulent element of people that have gain these large audiences because they are astroturfed or not, and so people.
But that's the thing. It's not like, AstroTurf. It's not like they're buying bots or they're like saying, "Hey, this is how you lie to your audience to grow." And like I said, as someone who's just now trying to do something like this, teaching you.
The fact that you can't say that your main source of income and biggest benefactor is your sponsor is weird. But they're okay. So a sponsor is an individual or organization that pays some or all of the costs involved in staging a sporting or artistic event in return for advertising, okay? If Chorus does not want them to advertise this, they are not a sponsor. If Chorus says, you can tell people, but make sure it's clear, you're not advertising us, we're not sponsoring you, they're just literally not a sponsor. It's not like, oh, we can't just say they're a sponsor. No, it's that they're not one. Not like it's about the fact that they just aren't a sponsor. Like, factually are not a sponsor. Have we pulled up the official rules for 501c4 and or Citizens United ruling and implications? Not today, no.
Hey, this is how YouTube algorithms works. This is thumbnails that catch the eye. This is me. I'm the mentor, David Pakman. This is why I have millions of subscribers, and this is how you can do it too. Not, hey, like, we're going to dump a bunch of money into, like, you know, pay people to subscribe to you. Like, that's not astroturfing.
Okay, first and foremost,
I don't think astroturfing implies botting, right?
Well, astroturfing implies some sort of like inauthenticity of like fake support. Like, it's like, hey, we're paying it to look like
grassroots, right? So first and people aren't like paying their bills based on money their audience is giving them.
Okay, all of you, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. Let's go, Fabian. Fabian, finish your point, please.
Yeah, so first and foremost, what you were doing is you were saying we're going into the domain of unknown, right? We don't know whether or not they're botting accounts or whether.
No, come on. We're not doing conjecture here, bro. Let's stick to.
This is why at the beginning of my streams I tell everybody to do a sound check so that this doesn't happen. Fabian Liberty is like 25% volume compared to literally everybody else.
To what's in the reporting or like a reasonable inference. Okay.
Hutch, be quiet.
Hold on, just real quick, Fabian. Do you have any evidence that they are being botted?
Why are we talking about botting, bro? What does that have to do with anything?
Because again,
no, I brought it up.
No, he brought it up. No, you called it AstroTurf, and now you're debate broing yourself into like, well, we don't know that they weren't botted. Like, let's just stick to what's in the reporting.
Botting is super common amongst large.
There's no indication of this in her reporting or anywhere. You're like, why are we talking about that?
I know you don't, because if you just
we don't know that they weren't paying Google millions of dollars to like boost them in the algorithm.
Yeah, I hate it when people do this. I've talked about this a bunch recently, where people just randomly throw out claims, just saying, "Well, we don't know that this didn't happen." But, okay, is there any reason to believe that happened? Like, there's different things, like when we're talking about when Counterpoint says this, we don't know that AOC and Bernie Sanders aren't hiding their power level, and that they're actually Marxist-Leninists who are just waiting to take over and implement all of their commie principles and crap. Like, that's one thing, right? Where you just have literally no reason to believe this. You have no evidence of this. You're just throwing it out there, just saying we don't know this, just kind of like fear-mongering. But then there's other stuff, like when Taylor Lorenz quotes part of an article, part of the contract, and most people read that, most skeptical people read that and think, huh. So there's like a lot of possibilities that we could take from that phrase. We could come to a lot of conclusions about what that means, what it is that's implied by this, what is it that what is it that they're asking for? What are the stipulations around this? But she's coming to one very specific conclusion here and hasn't given any explanation for why she only came to that conclusion, and hasn't explained why she didn't come to any of the others. Like, normally when I think, okay, there's a lot of possibilities here, there's a lot of things that could be, I try to debunk the other things in order to know that it is just this one conclusion. And it's kind of frustrating a lot of times because, yeah, the people will come to a conclusion that sometimes maybe it's the most likely conclusion, but there's others that are very likely. Or there's sometimes they're just not even coming to the most likely conclusion. So it's frustrating where, yeah, like you need to like debunk the other claims to come to a conclusion on this. And that is the frustrating aspect of these things. I think that might have, I think that there was part of that in the Robnor debate at times. If I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah.
Yeah, I know you don't, because if you just
we don't know that they weren't paying Google millions of dollars to like boost them in the algorithm. Is that a relevant part of this conversation? Obviously not.
I'll say this is
right?
there's the same amount of
but I don't
evidence in
think
the
your
article
brain
that they're
is
being
capable
botted
of following the
because they are like
conversation.
paid to take certain positions or change their mind, right?
No.
Of course there are. There is
Then why is everyone
Okay,
accusing
let
them?
Fabian finish your point
No one's
quickly.
accusing them
Hold
of
on, let
lying.
Fabian finish his point quickly. Maybe he can draw it in. Yeah.
My point is that
Quickly.
the framing is you are assuming all of the things that we don't know to the most conservative estimate of what is bad. Like it is well within the realm of possibility that there was APAC funding. We just don't have any evidence of that, right? It is well within the realm of possibility that they.
Yeah, that's generally how it works, is that like, if I don't have any evidence that you murdered somebody and then raped them afterwards and then decapitated their head and went and gave it to your friends so that they could then rape the head for a while, and then you guys put it into a fucking icebox so that months later you could take it out and rape it again and then put it back in the icebox so that months later you could take it out and rape it again, and that you did this for years and years and years, just like not just the head but the butthole, the ears, the belly button, you raped all the fucking holes. If I don't have any evidence of this, and so I just don't ever accuse you of it, I'm not coming to the most charitable conclusion. Okay? I don't know if that's the way to put it. I don't know if I would put it as I'm just coming to the most charitable conclusion. But I guess in a way that is what you're doing. Yes, you are going to come to the most charitable conclusion unless you have evidence otherwise. And so, yes, I'm not going to accuse you of doing that. While that is a total possibility, we all need to recognize, okay? We all need to recognize, for each and every single one of you in chat, for me, for all of these people on this panel, including Fabian Liberty, I have not cleared any of them in this investigation. All of them are still suspects in the frozen raping of this person. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna assume they didn't do it. Like that, I wouldn't call that coming to like a charitable conclusion or a conservative conclusion. I say that we just don't have any reason to believe it. So
that they do bot. This is a common practice in large social.
Oh, that's called popsicle porking. Yeah. Of course, there's a whole term for it. Everybody knows that.
Media accounts, and when people pump money into channels and managers do it so that they can sell the success that they've done. Now, I'm not saying they are doing that, but what you're saying is you assume all of those things to not be true, as if that is the evidence. And the facts.
I look
And
at
that's the
any
domain of
evidence.
the
I don't
unknown.
operate in unfalsifiables with zero evidence.
That's
There. It's
so
a ridiculous
ridiculous
point of
that he just
conversation.
said
It's
yeah.
not an unfalsifiable. What you're saying
It's literally unfalsifiable. We don't know if they were botting or not. There's zero evidence. There's zero allegations. So why even talk about it?
How is it possible that there was APAC funding that we don't know about?
Because
Who
APAC
knows?
directly
Because
donate
APAC
to
funds a bunch of things. Because 1630 has like their largest donor was $50 million. We don't know who that person was.
APAC has to disclose that spending. They can't just give things.
The amount of naivete that people have to have to not realize
not
that
true.
NGOs.
You guys think that the 501c3s and everybody who has to disclose, you think they actually disclose? You guys are so naive. Wow.
APAC
The
has to
NGOs
disclose when they pay political campaigns. They don't have to disclose when they pay a dark money group. That's the whole point of a dark money group.
That's the whole point of dark money. That's the whole reason that dark money has been a topic in politics for like the last 30 fucking years. That's the whole reason we had campaign finance reform in the 1990s and in the 1970s and under Nixon and in the 2000s. Like your knowledge of politics in general is so surface level, brother. Like just sit out.
So a lot of APAC spending is known because of stuff like APAC Tracker. All they do is they look at like public disclosures over campaign funds, right? They're not looking at money that they donate to the 1630 fund. That just goes as an outgoing. They don't disclose who they're paying with that.
I'm not saying APAC did. I am saying it's fucking hilarious that David Pakman tried to pretend like he doesn't know how to say APAC. He's like APAC or IPAC? I don't even know. APAC, IPAC? I don't know what that is. It's
That was
hilarious.
20 years, by the way.
Okay, I didn't even think about that. We did watch him say IPAC yesterday, and I was like, okay, that is weird. I totally forgot because Lonerbox brought it up. David Pakman does mispronounce words all the time. It's like his thing. It's his gimmick. Like he purposefully mispronounces words all the time because it'll get people to comment. That's a thing. I've done it numerous times. I don't normally do mispronouncing words. I do it on stream sometimes just to fuck with people and troll them. But I lots of times I'll like, say the wrong name, or I'll say the wrong state, or I'll say like, shit like that. Like I do that fairly often because it always triggers people and they're immediately in the fucking comments like, oh, you fucking motherfucker, and you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know how to pronounce this right. And now the more comments you get, the more you get pushed in the algorithm. So yes, it is bait for the algorithm. Yes, it is funny and it works, and I totally forgot that he does that. So yes, the fact that he said that, Lonerbox brought that up on the panel earlier. They're like, wait, David Pakman always purposely mispronounces words. Like that's his thing.
No idea. You know what I mean? So I mean, there's some evidence to suggest that the dude's such a slimy piece of shit that it seems like he's covering for some funding he may or may not be getting.
So because Prime was the one who kept bringing that up earlier. Prime on the first panel, he kept bringing up the IPAC thing, and then Lonerbox corrected him on it. Now all of the others are sitting there laughing about it, and Prime's sitting there not saying anything because Lonerbox told him that that's a thing that he always does.
I don't fucking know, right? But all I'm saying is that when you frame it that these things are definitely not true, you don't know that. I'm not asking you to prove, I'm not trying to ask you to prove an unfalsifiable claim or anything.
APAC could be funding you through super chats right now. We'd never know. It's possible.
That's true. It's publicly disclosed.
I mean, but it's just, well, they don't have to, hold on. They don't have to publicly disclose super chats. Why would they? Like if APAC was going to give a bunch of money to some people, and those people could be super chatting, why would they have to disclose that?
Oh yeah, APAC is a 501c4. 501c4s do not have to publicly disclose. They only have to disclose to the IRS, and the IRS can decide whether or not to redact.
You're right. Hold on, pause. You're right. You know how I can prove that they're not, or that they at least won't in the future? Fuck the nation state of Israel. Fuck Bibi Netanyahu. I hope you hit your big toe on your furniture every fucking night, because that's the closest thing I can say about.
I mean, weren't a lot of the Kurdish people saying that too? I mean, a lot of course people were also coming out pretty strongly against Israel, so I don't know if that would lend towards AIPAC donating towards the 630 Club.
It would
absolutely
630
project.
maybe not the 1630, but it would certainly
Dickers.
lend towards the fact that they weren't
Go ahead, Frank.
Dickers,
for chorus.
and just quickly in terms of the super chat thing, like I mean, they wouldn't have to use the official AIPAC account, right? They could just use any account.
Well, then,
any
how are you influenced then?
No, oh no.
How am I influenced by super chats? Hold
No,
on,
no,
Dickers.
how
Hold
would
on,
you
just real quick.
influence by
Are you
AIPAC?
asking me how am I influenced by my super chats?
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking.
Okay, I was about to say if that is really the question, like I would totally say, I think any content creator would say that audience capture is probably one of the most powerful things. Like it is just far and away way more influential than even that. Like somebody who makes $8,000 a month, something like that, that's fine. Like that's a lot of money. That's something that is going to make a big difference in your life. Even if you're currently making like $200 a month and you get $8,000 a month from them, still not as powerful as audience capture. And there's a number of reasons for that. One, you care about your own channel. You want to grow your own channel. You wouldn't give up your channel for that fucking $8,000. You would hope that you're able to grow your channel and make more than that someday and be able to like push your own career. But two, because we're social animals. We want people to like us. We want people to care about us. We want people to enjoy us. We want people to be entertained by us. We care about what others around us think. And so the fact that like you would still want to impress your audience, and you would still want your audience to like you and like your content and like what you say and cheer you on, and you want all those comments saying, yeah, based as fuck, yeah, you got them, like that, you would much rather that like gives us way more dopamine hits and a lot more enjoyment. It gives people a lot more fulfillment than just the money by itself. And so it is it's Dickers isn't saying that, so I want to be clear. It doesn't sound like he's saying that, but that's not. That obviously just wouldn't be true. Audience capture is definitely one of the most powerful things that exist.
Talk about a specific organization who's going to be funneling it through a bunch of bot accounts.
Sure.
If there's not a relationship there, there's no contract, there's no meeting of the minds.
Yeah, I think
what's your problem with dark money if you don't know where it's
I
coming
think you were just saying that he could. I think the implication from
dark money.
I think the
what's your
implication.
problem? I have a problem with the fact you don't know where it's coming from, but you can't be influenced by it if you don't know who it was, right? It's just money.
Well, no, because
That's
dark
not how
money
that
when
works
you
at all.
meet, okay, you talk about it, there's a negotiation, and then you give the money. Through super chats, through bot accounts,
Not necessarily.
I've got no clue who's sending that.
Hold on,
Right?
dark money
It's
doesn't
influence,
necessarily
it's
Only
not
require
the
dark
contract.
APAC tag. Also, yeah, that's not really dog money. I'm not a 501c4, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the implication that Wick was just saying is that like yes, any nefarious organization or organization doesn't have to be nefarious, right?
Or
Could be
individual.
funding anyone through super chats, right? Like how do we know that you're not actually being funded by them? But you're correct, right? That there's no meeting of the minds, there's no undue influence in that case, because I mean I have no idea, so I don't know, whatever.
I would say the
Thanks for
point with super chats makes sense, and I definitely do think there's a level of influence that like a person's community or their audience can have over them. Just through super chats and like monetary benefits, especially, right? Or even through people doing like a mega lol in the fucking chat or whatever the fuck. But
It's
that's
about
all
scale, yeah,
disclosed.
no.
That's organic. That's not a kind of a queer kind of like queer. I mean like odd, unusual
Oh, we know
kind of
what you mean,
evidence.
yeah.
That's what
Super
everyone
chats
has,
are
right?
gay.
No, super chats
I've just
are
got one right
awesome,
now.
and you guys should do it more.
Yeah.
And game for awesome too.
Well, I don't know if the unusual aspect is important. Like I've mentioned a bunch that tons of people have Patreons. If they don't disclose each and every single person that pays them on Patreon. But even the ones that do, most of them are disclosing like chat names. They're disclosing usernames. They're disclosing like Muffin Bunyan 2000. It's not a person. You don't know who that is that's funding them. You don't know what their interests are. You don't know that person didn't make that money contingent on something. You don't know this. You never know. I like Catmere sent numerous super chats tonight. You have no idea that he didn't like well no, he did. He told me to go and do a stream today with a bunch of shit. Like So yes, and he said that he would send a bunch of super chats. So yes, he literally did. But it could be that you don't know that, and it all just seems like it's just all my idea, and I just do it all by myself, and you have no fucking idea that somebody else is asking me to do it and making money contingent on me doing it. So
don't be homophobic, like, honestly. What the fuck?
Okay. I want to get back to the matter at hand, though. What is let's just give it to Team Prime right now. I'm going to tell you Team Prime for now. What do you think, like, despite what may or may not, do you have any strong evidence, or what's your strongest piece of evidence that what Chorus is doing is nefarious? Can you just lay that out quickly for me, and then we could discuss?
As team leader, I guess I'll go first.
Go ahead.
Yeah, quickly. It's possible that the way the program was practically run, that it didn't actually require a level of secrecy and wasn't going to kick you out. But from the reporting, there was clauses saying you had to be secret about your connections, and it seems like, from what I've gathered, that people were secretive. That in itself is a problem for me. Right? And then on the other hand, it's the dark.
See, this is part of what I don't like as well, is that through the reporting, I don't think that reporters always have to show receipts and everything the way that a lot of people have been acting. Like there's been a lot of like cringe tweets all over the place that are like, well, I just wanted everybody to know that Taylor Lorenz is funded by Israel and Russia and Gaza, and she's always giving confusing statements because she's funded by all of them. But I'm not going to show any receipts to prove this, so suck it. Like, it's when you're using like editorial processes, it is a bit different. So for everybody to like act as though them making random claims on Twitter is the same as going through editors, it's not the same. But like, once you're challenged in this sort of way, and on top of that, it is surprising that that article made it through editorial processes. I'm not going to lie. It is very surprising that even made it through, because like I said earlier, the fact that she didn't really clear other possibilities of things. She didn't talk about the fact that, like, oh, it said this. It could be that this happened. It could be that that happened. She didn't really do that. Like, everything was kind of lined up to be the most the worst case possible in all of these cases. And yeah, she just she didn't give any like level of charity or anything. So I think if she had debunked these things and then everybody came out with this, you know, level of animosity afterwards, that would make sense. But when now instead they're all sitting there saying things like, I mean, it could be that all of this was on the up and up. It could be that, like, they were all allowed to say that they were working for Chorus. It could be that they didn't have to send everything through the Chorus newsroom. It could be, like, well, the fact that it could be, yet this article came out anyways, and you still read that article and think, well, there's a lot of room for other possibilities here, and that article did not like debunk those possibilities. It didn't give you any level of like closure on those possibilities. That's part of the problem. That people keep saying this, but everybody on the panel earlier kept saying this too. They're like, yeah, well, I mean, look, it's totally possible that that's the case, and blah blah blah. Like, okay, if that's how you feel, then this is kind of a shit article then, isn't it? Like, shouldn't we all be able to agree then that this is just kind of a fucking shit article if you still think that all of these other things are possibilities? Because I would say those are likelihoods, not just possibilities, and that before she ran with the conclusion that she came to, she probably should have gotten some closure on those other possibilities.
Of money, right? That I want to have an idea of who these funders are. Now, I don't think billionaires should exist in the first place, but if you are going to buy into this program, which again, the program itself, right, the incubator in its like in isolation, I'm actually fine with. But like, I like to know.
But also, super chats are turned back on. TTS is turned back on. So if you guys send super chats now, it will read them out loud.
Know who exactly is giving that money, because that gives me an idea of what they want to accomplish with that. So yes.
Pretty same answer for the rest of you.
Well, I don't think they're actually doing anything nefarious, like as a left-winger. I think they actually have good intentions, right? They're trying to do something good. And I believe that Brian Tyler Cohen does actually have the best of intentions, okay? I think there's some parts of it might be, like, insidious, but, like, out and out, like, nefarious. No, I don't think so at all.
I think it's also, just quickly, sorry, Scott. I think it's very much consultant brain, the way this was assembled, right? This is how a consultant like pitches this to a bunch of big funders, right? Getting a lot of control over these individuals, and this is how they make contracts in like other like business realms. And they've like taken that same thinking and applied it to the streamer realm. And I think that's what you like get this particular structure. So yeah. And that's causing a lot of friction.
Case, this is like, okay, imagine I'm a multimillionaire and I'm like, I want to fund progressive, causes or whatever, and specifically through influencers. How do I know that my money is going to actually go to the people I want without some sort of contract or organization that's like doing something to find people that align with what I want to get?
Man just tipped $10. Finally, how dare you silence us?
Sorry. Well, I did read y'all super chats after. It is kind of annoying sometimes when I'm trying to listen to the debates happening, or I'm trying to talk and super chats start coming through. It makes it to where, especially with my ADHD, I can't really concentrate on what it is that I'm trying to say or what the other person's trying to say. So I'm probably going to start like pausing things while I'm doing stuff like that, and then unpausing afterwards and letting it all play. But the fact that like also I want to probably edit all of this stuff into videos and get it put out, and I don't want to have a ton of like, TTS speaking over Rob and Destiny and Andrew and all of these people the entire time.
It's fine, but I'm saying the structure of this, and the levels, the clauses that the man.
I sent $10 earlier. Wait, I thought I read it. Did I miss it? I thought I read yours. Are you sure?
And these levels of control, that is perfectly reasonable in most of the realms, right? And but
yeah, like at normal jobs,
yeah.
But I would agree if the clauses, as alleged or implied, are saying you're not allowed to talk about these points because that is anti-democrat, then I would have an issue with that.
When has everyone ever alleged that on this panel?
You don't need to do that, though.
No one on this panel is alleging that. It's very clearly implied by the article, yes.
No, it's not. I mean,
back to this. I don't want to go through the toe the line thing again. There's a reason people are talking about it the way they're talking about it.
So I'll say this, right? Research. So I'll say this on the last of the Prime team, right?
Yeah, that was something that we got stuck on as well, where we were in the panel. If you guys didn't see it earlier, we were talking about whether or not towing the line, towing the Democratic line, meant that they were like supposed to say positive things about establishment Democrats, or whether or not they were only supposed to like align with establishment Democrats. And yeah, a bunch of these people were like, what? No, that's not towing the Democratic line. No, that's not what it means. It just means that you're just generally engaging in lefty policies. Like, what? No shot, dude. That is not what towing the Democratic line means. No way, bro. Nobody read it that way. I don't think anybody read it that way.
Research seems to show that roughly 5 to 10% of the electorate is swayed by the bandwagon effect, right? Roughly 5 to 10% of people, if they think a president is going to win, they will vote for that president just because they think that president is the winner. And what I have a big issue with when we're talking about politics, especially in a democracy, obviously, I have issues with democracy, but insofar as that we're in a democracy, when you have people that are being funded or given opportunities.
I don't think what he just said there is represented correctly. I don't think what he just said there is represented correctly, because I think within partisan politics, especially with first past post system, the people will vote for somebody who they think have a better chance of winning. I'm pretty sure that's what this stuff actually says. Not that somebody's going to vote for someone just because they think they're going to win, but that they vote for somebody because they think they have a better chance of winning. So if you're, I think that's like a primary thing. Like if you're looking at the primaries and you're saying, you know what, I really like DeSantis a lot better than Trump, but I don't think DeSantis can defeat Kamala Harris. I think that only Trump can defeat Kamala Harris. So I'll vote for Trump in the primaries to go to the general election so that he can win. I feel like that's likely the conclusion, but I would have to see specifically what it is he's looking at, because I'm not sure.
And being able to grow their channel, especially, I think some of the more nefarious ones are when their channel isn't explicitly political, when their channel is like some reality or makeup brand or some other type of content, and then they're pushing these ideas. What they are doing, in effect, is they are pushing, they're growing above their competitors that have different political ideas or aren't.
Well, and that's actually something that I've been saying for a while that like Democrats need to do a better job of, is actually getting like people who are not political, their channels are not political, their content's not political, but they have followings, and getting them to kind of mention things about Democrats, because I think that's one of the more popular things about Donald Trump, is that tons of people who aren't going to sit around watching Hassan or Destiny or Vosh or Foolery, they're not going to sit around watching a bunch of people talk about politics all day, but they might go watch a comedy channel who's then going to bring on Donald Trump and talk about how great he is, or they're going to interview some political figures once in a while, or they're going to go watch Joe Rogan and watch him talk to Ben Shapiro and people like that. You know, that is something that Democrats like actually should be trying to include themselves in. It's just like some random mom who makes muffins every day and everybody likes watching her make muffins, and then once in a while she just wears like a Kamala 2028 shirt or some shit like that. I hope Kamala doesn't run, by the way. I don't please, for the love of God, do not run. But anyways, yeah, like stuff like that is stuff that's beneficial, because once you have the what do you call it, once the viewer respects the content creator, they like them, they think highly of them, then all of a sudden that content creator just says, something political or says something that endorses Democrats to some extent, that makes it to where the viewers are more likely to also like that politician as well, when it becomes a cultural thing. Tons of people had no fucking idea what Obama was running on, but Obama was capturing the culture. Like, Obama was fucking cool. Obama had the cool shirts with the blue and red face on it, and Obama just was it was a whole like cultural movement sort of thing. It was cool to want to vote for fucking Obama. It wasn't cool to want to vote for Hillary. It wasn't cool to want to vote for Kamala. Like, these were not cool things. So there's a bunch of like aspects like that MAGA really does well, where you go watch red pill channels where they're talking about dating, and all of a sudden they just randomly throw out how much they like Donald Trump. Or you watch some workout channel and all of a sudden they throw out how much they like Donald Trump. Or you watch some comedy channel or some prankster channel or some video game channel, and they just randomly throw out how much they like Donald Trump. That makes a huge difference to a lot of people. It makes it culturally like it makes it cool. It makes it feel cool to like that candidate.
Talking about politics because they're doing a makeup channel, but they're not talking about vote for Kamala. And what ends up happening is what billionaires are paying for is they're paying to have these ideas seem more popular and be a part of the dominant narrative in a dishonest way. They're not saying, oh, this person says, oh, they're being funded or by some organization, or they're being lifted up by some organization. When it is secret, there is this assumption that the audience has that these are just the popular ideas. These are just the good ideas that normal people have. These are the ideas that are winning. These are the bandwagon ideas that they take with them into the voting booth, and that small percentage of people in a nation where elections are often decided by 0.2 and 0.1% of the vote, that this money is paying to make a narrative seem like it's organic when it's not organic. I'll tell you, when I first saw that woman that Republicans were accusing of being the
What does it matter though? If he just admitted that he thinks people vote based on who they think are going to win, and they're not voting based on policy, they're not voting based on legislation, they're not voting based on record, they're not voting based on any of that shit. They're just, if he thinks that people vote based on who they think are going to win, then who fucking cares, dude? If you got a bunch of fucking bots walking around and all you got to do is just fucking flip the switch to get the fucking bot to vote for you, then fucking flip that switch, dude. If they're going to be a bot one way or the other, get them to be a bot for you. Get them to be a bot for your fucking team.
DNC's spokesman on men's issues, that Olivia Juliana, I believe is her name, right? I remember I watched her before any of this stuff broke, and I watched her and I said, guys, can you tell from her setup that this is all fake? Like we were all looking, we were like, this keyboard and this microphone and all of the way that she has her office set up is not like someone who's been like in the trenches and does this content all the time. And then this article breaks out and it's like, oh, she's one of the people that's working in this program. She's one of the people that is being given opportunities and given interviews and given mentorship and given these extra things. And so you have this inorganic growth from someone that might not have been popular but becomes popular and is not disclosing how that popularity comes about. Okay. That's my big issue here.
Okay. To the other side. Why or
behavioral nudging, sorry.
Sure. To the other side. Team Soykill, I guess we'll say. Right.
Hutch is bigger. He should be the team lead.
Fair enough.
You're prettier.
Oh, shut up.
Why,
what the fuck, guys?
Hold on. Let me ask that question before I forget it. Okay.
Listen,
Why?
You're not bad yourself.
Why are these allegations, or why are these clauses that are being alleged, if they're true, not that big of a deal? Why shouldn't we be worried? Why is this being overblown, in your opinion? Or why is this being framed dishonestly, in your opinion, if you think it is? We'll start with Soy. We can see what you guys have to say.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, obviously, like I've talked to Taylor about this, and there are very legitimate concerns that everyone on this panel has said about, even Fabian saying like, hey, like this can have influence on you, even if they're not telling you what to say, the money's gonna have an influence. I completely agree with this. And that's why transparency is going to be as good as possible. The problem with the article is the way it's written and the way it's implicated. And some of the stuff I think is like directly contradictory, is leading people to this narrative that is, by the way, something that's happening. For example, when the DNC says, we want to spend $20 million to find the like Joe Rogan of the left, or the little masculine influencer of the left, this does happen. People are paid to like be the next big thing, but it's all wrapped into this and being turned into this giant kind of like smear against these people who have authenticity, but are now being called shills that are only pushing the party line. I think this is a complete misrepresentation. And so like a very specific example of this is in the contract. There was this thing, and you can look at the screenshot from the Ali TikTok, where it's 3 clauses about how to organize talking to other people. The first clause says, if you're going to organize talking to some sort of like authority figure or politician with a chorus tool, you must do it through the chorus tool. Like that's how you do the chorus stuff.
Yes! Finally! Finally! Somebody understands the freaking contract, dude. Holy crap. Guys, y'all better get the hell out of here, dude. You better not fucking get me stuck here with you. Oh, man. But yeah, yes, this is literally what I've been saying. The contract is all under bookings. It's saying if you're using the Chorus newsroom, if you're using the fucking Chorus booking newsroom, that you have to let them, you have to make sure that you continue to keep them in the loop. That's what it says. It says that you have to continue going through them and keep them in the loop. This is a drastic difference from you have to tell them everything and everyone that you talk to with politicians and political people and shit like that. That's not what it's saying. It's saying that you just have to like cue them in when you're... Sorry, I just started a whole fucking sneckening over here, bruh. But yeah, it's not saying that you have to tell them everyone. It's just when you're using their resources, then yes, you have to keep them in the loop.
The second one says, if you're going to do it independently, you can loop Coruscant. You have to loop Coruscant. You have to let us know. Not we get to approve or disapprove, but just, hey, let us know if you're going to like go talk to Zoran Mamdani and you didn't do it through our tool. The way the article is written says this. Many creators expressed concern because according to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Now that's what it says at the top, specifically about the Chorus thing. But then the next sentence says, creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Now, the also there, I think, is doing a lot of weight carrying because it's saying you have to funnel all of these people through this tool and specifically get approval. That's the implication people are running away with, when in reality, you don't have to do that. You can do something else. No, it is false. You can do something else.
To be clear,
what,
right?
Funnel?
No, approve.
What is funnel? Okay, this is semantic game.
No, I'm just
obviously they're not
saying
saying approve.
Run away with that.
The point
That's never
is
directly alleged in the article.
It doesn't matter if it's alleged. It's obviously the reason that people, if you go watch the majority report, go watch the Vanguard, people, no, it's not about adding anything. If a majority of people talking about this in the left creator space are saying, look at these paid shills who had to go through them for everything because of just reading this article, clearly the way it is written is playing into a narrative that is not true, even if it's not technically factually alleged.
And it's the article's fault. Okay, got it.
Yes, the way the article is written is pushing people to these beliefs.
Yeah. I can't help it if so many people are as stupid
taking
as
the
you,
article and then it's becoming political mudslinging.
The article's fault.
People are taking the way the article is written to mean something that
well, no, it is the article's fault. That's the point, is that the way that it's written is giving implications that seem to be purposeful. Like, they seem to be purposeful implications across the board. Now, she's you know, and this is why I said earlier, all these people are all of a sudden wanting to be super autistic with their words. And, oh, well, it didn't literally say that. It didn't say that. You know, that's not the exact words that they used. Sure, they didn't literally say that they have to say nice things about DNC establishment candidates, but that is 100% the implication from the article. That is exactly what it is that people think. And on top of, you know, the fact the stuff about like Gaza and Israel and AIPAC and all this other shit, like there's so much more that's just kind of implied by the article.
Not alleging, yes. As in, you could write this in a less biased way, factually recording all of this thing.
I don't know.
The way a political message is interpreted.
I don't know how you
important.
could. I don't know how you could write this and it not be used by like, I don't know, like super pro Palestine.
You're the third person to say that. I really should just rewrite this article more impartially.
Okay. I want to hear from Rinald and I want to hear from Hutch at the same time. Right. Rinald and Hutch, answer the question right that I posed.
Who first?
Rinald and then Hutch. Go ahead.
Rinald. Okay. Yeah, I mean, generally, I agree that, like, for optics' sake, you probably should disclose if you're getting money. I think that just is a better look. But I mean, personally, I never really care that much about money in politics. It's just not something that really sways my opinion all that much. I do agree that the framing of the article was pretty bad. I think if
when I get money in politics, it doesn't really sway my opinion all that much either. I don't really have a problem with getting money in politics. Just FYI.
If she just wrote an article saying like, hey, you know, they paid these creators to get better cameras and market themselves better, and they didn't disclose it, I don't think that would have been like a groundbreaking article or anything. I think whenever it gets compared to like, oh, the right is more transparent with.
Well, that's literally the point. That's the whole point, is that if what it is people are saying is that just a couple of TikTokers didn't say anything and some did, but like, that's it. This wouldn't be a fucking article. There's no shot that Wired would be like, yes, we want that. We really want that article. That's going to be great. Oh, a couple of TikTokers didn't disclose that they were part of a group? Whoa. That's wild. All right. Well, we're about to fuck them up. These teenagers are going to be really upset with themselves when they see this article. Like, no, I don't think that happened. I don't believe anybody thinks that that's the fucking story here. That's insane.
With it, look at Tenet Media, which is like the worst example that you could ever give, or like in the tagline that they gave, like agreeing to restrictions on their content. I think whenever anybody reads that, they assume that there's like approval going through course that just doesn't exist.
Well,
See,
they
that's
would
in the
read the
tagline.
rest of the article
Tenet
then,
was
right?
good.
In the tagline.
No,
The
yeah,
tagline.
the Tenet, you got the Tenet thing
article,
backwards.
bro.
They said Tenet was bad
Well,
They said it was
in the
bad.
article.
Did they?
Yeah,
Yes,
she's like,
she-
this is
she's
not
explaining-
new. She says this is not
okay.
new on the right wing. Tenet did this. She's saying Tenet.
Right,
is bad.
she talks about Daily
even-
Wire. She talks about.
I feel like
Tenet,
even
she
comparing
talks
this to
about
Tenet is
Turning Point USA.
a problem. But
Yeah, but
I was
she's
saying
saying-
that
but she's saying
comparing it to
Tenet's
Tenet
bad.
is a
Right,
problem.
into
Yeah, sure.
creators.
Sure, but I
Correct.
think
We
even
know
putting
where
this up to
Tenet
the level-
Media's money came from. We don't know where this money
Well,
comes
let
from.
we all
know.
need.
In fact,
we
we
all-
actually knew who was being paid by Tenet Media, right? We didn't know it was being funded by Russians, but Tenet Media representatives in the media actually disclosed that they were
Tenet
working
Media
with
was
Tenet
more
Media.
transparent.
So it was
than
actually
this.
more
You're correct.
transparent. Yeah.
Wait. No.
Considering their funding was coming from the Russians and no one knew it, probably not more transparent. But I
Well,
mean,
I just said that,
again,
yeah.
the framing is the framing is all of the problem. If somebody's giving a political message and it's getting hella misconstrued by everybody that reads it, that is a problem with the article. That means that they're not messaging effectively. I mean, that's
You
that's about it.
can't write anything to like prevent any bad faith actor
Media-
from
media
misconstruing
literacy on
it.
the left
Yeah, what about
Okay.
the major
Okay.
left-wing pundits
You shouldn't
in the
put
space?
agree to
Again, it's not any bad faith actor. Like, we're talking about people who are considered to have some of the highest media literacies on the internet, on the left, in leftist spaces. These are some of the people who are supposed to have the highest level of media literacy. When we're talking about people like Sam Cedar and, you know, the Majority Report, TYT, what do you call it? The Vanguard, what's his name? Cavernacle, like all of these people all just so happen to come away with the same conclusions, yet they're all just bad actors. They're all just dumb. They're all just, you know, there's you can't convince all the crazies on the internet.
Restrictions on their content in the tagline of the
They do.
article. That's what I'm saying.
But they do.
That's
They
actually
restrictions
true.
on their content.
Okay,
What? Hold on. What are the restrictions on their content? I really want to know.
That's the article, and
What content are they agreeing to be restricted?
when they're going to
What
content
content are the
explicitly
restrictions?
endorse political candidates.
You know why that clause is in
Their
there, right?
I'm saying that is the restriction, right?
When
They've
you
used
say
their private-
restrictions on their content and you're only referring to things organized through Chorus, no one is ever going to interpret it like that. And I'm sorry,
Yeah, but
it's true.
the main
People don't
purpose
really
of
read
Chorus
past
is to get them to speak to politicians and make content out of those interviews, right? So
Sure,
that is
when you say
becoming the mainstay of the
restrictions on their content, we all know
Yep.
what that is implying, I hope, right?
Okay,
Like,
well,
res-
hopefully-
agreeing to
if
restrictions on
someone's
their
already-
content,
hold on.
right?
Okay.
Hold on. Let's say someone's
okay.
already. Let's
You
say
read an
someone is
article-
already a large content creator. Okay, and they already get interviews with politicians and government officials. And now, because they go, let's say David Pakman, for example, right? And now this has to be funneled, at least in some part, because that was the big word we wanted to use. Is funneled, right? In
That's
some
the
part
word used
through
in the
Chorus
article.
Media. Would that? That's number one. Number two, if you go to a Chorus event, right, which is obviously an opportunity they gave you, but it is also alleged in the contract, right? Some people may have negotiated different contracts, we still don't know, but regardless, it is alleged in the contract that Chorus has the right to pull that content if it is a Chorus event. So if Chorus
hang
is
on.
the
I need
means
to
by
ask
which
something. I need to
you
ask
start,
something.
if
Let me
Chorus
jump
is the
in, let me
means,
jump in.
I'm
Go.
gonna finish, right? Because Hutch, we know you don't have anything to add. If
Why are you
Chorus
being such
is
a
the
dick?
end of because he hasn't given a single argument this entire time. He's
Hutch
useless.
doesn't
He's
know what an
only there for
argument is,
numbers.
Wick. Didn't you hear?
Yes. Go finish
Well,
your
he couldn't-
point,
he
baby, and then
couldn't
we'll go to
define it,
Hutch.
right? It's basic logic, right? But regardless, if Chorus is, if all of a sudden you're using this program and there's now this new middle manager that helps connect content creators to political and government officials, and then they start putting those events together so that becomes the ease of which you get those interviews, as opposed to DMing 1,000 politicians and hoping you don't get left on red, or hoping that they notice you, and then they have control over that. That is another form of restriction on your content. There are multiple ways in which your content is restricted in some way. Now,
Okay.
if you're against the concept of journalists writing catchy headlines, then I don't know what to tell you. You've hated journalists since the 1800s. Welcome to the Republican Party that doesn't trust the media. But
Okay.
I think that's
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
you're
Okay.
calling it
Hutch
controversial.
wanted to get in here. Hold on,
No, look, I
Sliko.
need to ask a question real quick.
You're interrupting your buddy.
Okay, no, Hutch, let me just ask a quick question. Okay. If I told you Hutch is my elder on the Live and Learn podcast, and he tells me what I can and can't say, what would you think that means?
that he tells you what you can and can't say.
Negative
No,
implication.
only on the podcast.
Part of a
just on the
larger,
podcast,
like,
what-
hour-long spiel, make
You
where
didn't
go on
say
to
that.
explain how he kind of restricts what you talk about, then it would be on the person hearing that to listen to the other hour, right?
Right. What would you walk away
If you
from
want to take
thinking
this
that?
like in and of itself, that's fine. The tagline.
What's the implication? What's the implication
The
of
tagline
that?
isn't the article, right? Taylor Renz didn't just write the
Yes, it
tagline.
is.
She wrote an entire article. I didn't say it's not in the article. I said it isn't.
Yeah, and then they said that there are restrictions on content, and then said a bunch of other stuff about what they are and aren't allowed to publish, but didn't allege specifically things. That's just that there are restrictions, but I'm not even going to show you the contract about what it says. I'm not going to tell you what Hutch told me. I'm just letting you know Hutch puts restrictions on what I can say on the podcast. What does that mean?
Well,
You just
again,
changed
it's
from what you can and
because
can't
Taylor
say.
Lorenzo
Okay, he puts restrictions.
exactly why they're restricted.
Okay, so you're kind of weaseling out of it. Now, what if I told you
I'm
Hutch
not
said
weaseling out of it
don't?
at all, because then
Hutch told me not to tweet out his phone number. And that is how I wrote about it. I said Hutch tells me what I can and can't say. Would you say that might be misleading?
Well, that would actually be a lie, because if you say what I can and can't say,
Yeah, you
right,
can
like-
post other things, but you can't post my phone number.
This is what the right wing, like MAGA Republicans, have been doing for like years, sawing out
All
over
right.
headlines. This
To
is
be,
where the left is.
It's just a coincidence.
Go ahead, Hutch.
that
Go ahead, Hutch,
left-wing
please.
pundits-
Hutch,
it's really
please.
coincidence all those left-wing pundits think what they think.
I'm trying to give it to Hutch here. Hutch, go ahead.
I mean, that was actually like a very salient point from Soypill. Like, that was a perfect analogy. This is a good argument by Soypill. Yes, it is. Like, it perfectly encapsulates the problem with what it is that she's saying and the way that she says it. It is that is a great way of saying it, where, like, if you just say they restrict their content, we assume, and this is what I said on the panel, like, we assume it's unfair restrictions. We don't think that they're just going to tell you, oh, they restrict their content by saying they're not allowed to break TOS. Like, okay, well, they're already not allowed to break TOS even without signing the fucking contract, so who cares? Like, but if that's all they said was, you know, yeah, they're restricting their content by saying they're not allowed to break TOS, we would all obviously, rightfully, be upset about that. That's kind of what is happening here, where it's like very normal, common, expected restrictions, but when she says they're restricting their content, that makes it sound like they're giving unfair restrictions.
So Chorus is a 501c4. There are like legal restrictions on how they can frame their messaging. It's like a certain percentage of the output, the money that they spend has to be dedicated to so-and-so or whatever. And so they have to be very careful about, like, you know, you don't want somebody who's acting in the official capacity as a Chorus creator to go out there and be making endorsements or something like that. It has to pass through like a strict process. Like, this is a restriction. But then when the creator spoke up the next day, it was quite clear that they were scheduling appointments with other politicians on their own time. There was no
Although Ali O'Brien admits that was in violation of a contract,
there
right?
were no limitations or restrictions on the content that
not
they were
letting
just
them know.
uploading on their own time. The obvious implication of that article was that Chorus had a level of control that very clearly was not happening in practice.
Oh, hold on. This is why I pushed back. This is why I pushed back against
Problem is-
previously, because now you're saying, well, she put forth a clause right within the article, and that was dishonest because it's not how it practically works. Well, at the same time, she also reached out to all these creators and gave them a chance to make a statement. They didn't, right? And now after the fact, they're saying, oh, this works differently, right? And now you shouldn't believe this article that I refuse to interact with. I refuse.
Yes, again, though, she's the one making the claim. She can't just say, like, well, they chose not to talk to me at the time, so it's their fault that I was wrong. She didn't say that, okay? She has not said, like, oh, well, they didn't talk to me, so on them. That's on them that I'm wrong. But she does say, if they want to, like, to give us the contract, then we'll publish retractions, you know, we'll publish corrections, blah blah blah. But it's like, well, if you already saw the contract and you actually did your due diligence, you wouldn't even have to, like, worry about that. Like, that wouldn't even be a thing that you would offer, because you already, like, know for sure what it is that you're writing about. You know, like, that this is the case. You're not just, like, asserting that this is the case, but that you have the facts on your side to know for sure that this is the case.
used to comment on, right? And now it's dishonest because it doesn't show the full reality. She didn't actually get a chance.
Also, what
That's a good point.
let
Hutch respond. Let Hutch respond, please. Let Hutch
You would
respond.
have to ask them why they chose not to respond to that article. I agree that we could have saved a lot of headache if they would have done that. However, I mean, like we're focusing on the wrong thing here, and I think like soy pill. I thought that metaphor analogy you used was pretty appropriate. Like the way that the terminology was laid out in that article very clearly implied a level of control that was just not happening at all. So like the fact that they said that there's restrictions, the fact that she said that there were restrictions on the content that they could put out is technically true, but it's very disingenuously framed because
it's
there are very
framed when you've got the rest of the article there where you can read. It specifies exactly how.
Stickers. Guys, I want to say something that you just said that was like obviously if the article had been written in a way that said this doesn't mean that the people in this program could or could not make specific content on specific topics. You could say that, and that would
why would she say that? Hold on.
Because that's the fact. She doesn't know if that's the case, and she doesn't want to imply and have people run away with that implication.
Here are the facts. The facts are the clauses in the contract, right? I can pull up the exact clause. I have the wording of the clause, right?
I'm aware. Tom Foolery show, when the PV stuff popped off, my opinion was that people who had an issue just don't have an idea of how employer relationships work. But now I think it's a mental illness. I mean, I guess to an extent. I just I don't think that it's that they don't understand how these things work. I think that there is a level of maliciousness that they expect from like big money or, you know, political orgs, APAC. Like this is pretty much just lobbying, and a lot of these people have hardcore biases against lobbying, and so they're automatically going to think that something devious is happening only because it's money in politics, therefore it's a negative. I think that that's kind of the way that a lot of people have already been trained to think, and so as soon as they hear there's money in politics, they automatically jump to the conclusion that it's a negative.
The contract. She didn't lie about that.
That's so you are a journalist and you're trying to not paint a narrative that may or may not be true. You might want to clarify. This doesn't mean this necessarily.
Go ahead, Prime.
I can't hear him.
You're not going to run over me. So look, the clause is in the contract. It's there, right? It's not factually inaccurate to put that clause in the contract. In terms of, hey, maybe you need to have a wider expanse as to what is actually happening. That applies if she's given that information. She reached out, right, to a whole list of individuals, right? It wasn't only just like one individual, one small creator to do this. A whole list of individuals. None of them did, right? Maybe they got an email. In fact, I think later on in her companion video, she talked about how these people were told, hey, don't reply to her. That's another thing we didn't even talk about. She specifically said, because she got the information later on, that they were told not to reply to her. So they don't actually tell them the whole truth, right? They don't give the statement. And so she puts forth the facts that she does have available. And then you're like, oh, well, why didn't you do PR for them and say, well, maybe it's not so bad as the contract implies? That's bullshit.
Well, see, there you go. Because now you're talking out of both sides of your mouth and saying, well, obviously, given that this was all she knew, it makes sense to have that implication because the other people didn't comment on that. Now, that's a different argument. If you want to say that, sure, that's part of their thing. But if I saw like the idea that just saying a fact is somehow not going to like do anything wrong and you can't run away with it is just so obviously untrue. If I told you, hey, the media, right after this, the median wage of America is $75,000. People aren't struggling. Do you know that 13% of the population commits 50% of the crime? There's a problem there. Like these are things that obviously in context are going to have a lot of different implications, and you need to have like some sort of responsibility, especially as a journalist, to explain those things. But if you're just saying, hey, isn't it weird that they had content restrictions and then not say anything past that? Yeah, that's irresponsible journalism. And last thing, obviously, she doesn't have to. She has no obligation to clarify that. But you asked, how could you possibly write this more objectively? And I just told you.
Yeah, she did.
I didn't say that.
A quick question.
Someone said, I don't know how else you could report on this without it being
okay. So what I said was
there's
no way you could have written about this, or it couldn't be used for political mudslinging. Which is true.
You could definitely soften the blow. Obviously, everyone's going to.
So quick question: Do you think most Democrats are like really stupid, or do you think?
I think most people are stupid. So yeah.
Okay, all right. So you would say that like if I go through your Twitter or something, right? I'm not going to find you making fun of media literacy on the right because they identify with like Starship Troopers.
No, you'll definitely find that.
How they're all.
I would say right wingers are disproportionately stupid. Yes.
Okay. So would you hold that? Like, so the issue that I have here is your argument seems contingent upon the fact that even though it's explained and you can understand it from the article, and even though there's a companion video that came out
The context of this conversation was that the first article that Taylor wrote about Chorus, it was when it had first launched, and she was making an argument that Chorus was taking advantage of creators. It was on her, I don't know, user mag or whatever. And she had essentially made this argument that Chorus was only taking people's money to scam people. That was her whole entire argument, which is why when I saw the Wired piece, I was like, which one is it? Are they scamming people or are they paying people? I don't know. The angle completely switched when it went to Wired. Completely.
So she just said when she initially wrote her article in March that is when she reached out to them. She reached out to them back then when they first started. Like, from my understanding, I thought from what the article said, maybe she reached out to them again and I just didn't remember her saying that. But I could have sworn she said that she just reached out to them in March and that was that.
And so she basically alleged that I was in support of creators getting scammed, which was not true. She said, but again, good luck siding with the rich men exploiting these young women and using their images non-consensually. Apparently, Chorus had put people's images on their website that was non-consensual. That was her reporting. I hope it works out wonderfully for you. I'll be sure, by the way, to make it clear in my follow-up pieces that creators such as yourself are standing with this behavior since you're eager to make it clear where you stand. And I said, hold on. I said, everything that I said is off the record. And if you put it in your article, you will hear from my lawyer, because we were having a normal conversation. She said, nope, sorry, that's not how off the record works. And your lawyer can explain that to you. I said, I don't consent to you using anything I said in any of your articles. I just don't. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter because you said it on the record. You and these quote, other creators on the left, end quote, are so eager to align yourselves with an exploitive man taking money from young female creators and using their images without their consent. I said, no, I didn't. Everything I said is off the record. She said, nope, it's not. I'm sorry. Nope, it's not. Sorry. Off the record is a two-way agreement. I absolutely would never grant someone off the record status to defend a man exploiting young creators.
Oh,
I'm glad you're giving this to us, and I'm glad I went for it, because she's both right and wrong. Number one, I think it's inappropriate.
Using your power to threaten people.
No, hold on. I think she's inappropriate for the way she talked to you, without a doubt. That's as someone reaching out as a journalist. She added some color commentary that she was 100% wrong, and I think that's very inappropriate. I'm actually surprised she did that. Second of all, though,
I'm so sorry, not to cut you off. I am not the only creator that she's spoken to this way. She has spoken to a slew of creators. She has gone off on them. She has threatened their power on them. I'm not the only person.
Shit, dude. Holy crap.
The context of this conversation was that
I'm sure there are some old people, or not old, but some bad people we can think of who died earlier.
Like, I do it responsibly. There's a way to do it responsibly, but if you are a habitual person, or you're not sure, here's ways to try it or not try it, or he made sure to cover all the bases. I remember that. But shout out to Dr. Carl Hart.
Yeah, he's great.
That was
things, and somebody trying to be hardcore. It's like, bro, you're not in high school or college. Grow up. Those people ruin it.
I will tell.
Not hard. I was like,
oh my god, no.
I mean,
the worst experience I've actually had.
It's your celebrity lookalike.
No, I have a work event. So I was at the DNC, and I think this man recognized me. Like, I think he knew who I was. And back then, all I posted about was Palestine. Like, it was like Palestine, Palestine, Palestine every day, all night, every day. I was consuming Palestine news, Palestine, uncommitted, whatever. And he comes up to me. I'm sitting in a park minding my own business, and he was like, "Are you Laura Loomer?"
Oh my god.
And I was like,
Laura Loomer?
No.
Have you guys seen this stuff? The crap on Twitter about the white guy? Apparently they go over that on here, but it's been all over my feed. Like, some guy pretended to be like a redneck conservative, I guess, and made a bunch of videos of himself just kind of acting a fool and just being like uber country. And now tons of conservatives are really upset about it. It was my entire feed this morning when I woke up, but I guess it's gone. I guess I accidentally fell asleep on stream and woke up to this. 30 days. She got a 30-day suspension for invasion of privacy for Malik got suspended for 30 days for falling asleep on stream.
Every American sitting at home right now needs to realize that you are paying for a genocide.
Rise up! Rise up! America! Rise up! It is time to take back this country from these corrupt politicians. It is time. It is beyond time.
Oh shit, dude.
Thank you for your service.
Every American sitting at home right now.
Shit. That's fucking wild. Military members doing this. Fucking shit, dude. That's fucking true though. That's true though. Oh, yeah, I was afraid. Afraid of something like that.
What? Where did that even come
Let me go
from?
get a refresher. I know what she looks like, but let me get a refresher.
Loomer. I was
No,
like,
It's not giving.
I would be offended.
Yeah, this is what they're
So
talking about.
Drewski, but the thing that he are, but then he'll play in character like, no, I'm one of you guys, you know, I'm proud to be American. And then they'll be like, come on in, you know, smoke.
I'm not offended by this, obviously, so I want to put that out there, but I don't find this fun.
has never really been.
Is somebody is giving ski is
successful. He's been content is.
Oh, this is Drewski. Oh. Oh, he's painted to be white. That's fucking Drewski? Holy shit, bro. That's amazing fucking makeup. Damn.
I was like, so this lady, he doesn't know her? Like, she just...
He doesn't know her. He
I was
doesn't
wondering
know
about that, because, like, this is wild.
Hey, come on, you need to listen to your nana. Go ahead, baby. Girl, you crazy now.
He meets him at
Yeah, now I see it. That's fucking Drewski. Because I just saw a post. I just scrolled past a post on here saying something about like where was it? Here it is. For the people who saw Drewski skit and are crying, if we do blackface, we will get in trouble. The left is funny. The right is just racist. But a lot of y'all want to do the right and act confused. Y'all want to do the right and act confused when you get backlash. I'm a little confused by this post. So is he saying like this is blackface on the left and this is blackface on the right? Is that what he's saying? That like this is somebody on the left who did blackface and it was funny, but this is, I guess that's what they're saying. I don't know.
Yeah, that's because I'm like, how she has to be in on the bit.
He's
He's
and I don't want to keep calling.
Hey, Big Mo. How you doing, baby?
Damn, dude, they like, look at those fucking tan lines on him, dude. That's fucking wild. I was gonna say he's probably wearing like an actual like suit, like a fat suit or something, but he's probably not, because they literally had like the droop down titties and everything.
Hey, you lost, boy? No, I'm going to race. What race?
He had to be on that.
You going to NASCAR?
Yeah, I hope so.
You lost, boy? Oh shit.
I
He
don't
lost.
think so.
Sure about that? Find something safe to do, boy. Liquor don't kill us, pussy much.
There, here, right in the middle. Why is he there? But that's the thing. They let him in so close, and he plays the characters that the people around they don't know. They'll ask. I think in the video we could continue to play, my bad, but you'll see somebody says, "And who are you?" Influencers are not terrible people, Mr. Matt.
Every influencer is a terrible person.
No,
Every
terrible
influencer is a
person too.
terrible
Absolutely, Matt.
What?
No, and what they're used to, or whatever. However, even in the rage, right? Even in the rage that it did bring on from the right, I agree with you on that, Matt. See, their character is being attacked. You like that's just what it is. You could have centered it around whatever. And I think, like I said, I read the article. I thought that was actually a great take at first, and then I started to see the name dropping. And
Elizabeth Booker Houston.
Yeah,
I think that there are outliers for sure, but the problem that
Exactly where your money is coming from in terms of what. There's nothing wrong with creators getting funded.
The smaller people who are struggling to put food on their table. Very
I'm sorry.
So okay, so I think this is a good
They all
segue
belong
into one of the stories that I don't know if this is y'all friend or whatever, but I think her name is Taylor Lorenz, and she did a piece. And it,
Oh boy, we
I'm
gonna talk
gonna
about
this
this
conversation. No, I'm sorry. I'm not engaging.
No, wait,
Yeah,
Ariana,
is
you
that your
can't leave.
friend?
No
You
way,
can't
I'm
leave.
engaging.
No,
Is she your friend?
Absolutely.
I
I don't know her.
Hold on. I received so many messages. Well, not so many, but more messages than I thought I would about
Y'all don't have to talk about it. I will.
Ariana's opinion on this.
Speaking of debates, let's
Have you
go.
really?
Yeah.
Listen.
Why?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about this because I don't know her. But I did read the piece, and
It's a good piece.
For me, I can see where it was leading to. Fine, okay, but the people and the influencers or the people that were listed and named, to me, I got a problem with that because I've been in this game a long time. There are a lot of people like her who have taken money from so many different organizations, sponsorships, whatever, under whatever they want to call it. And because it's not them anymore and it's a new set of folks that are getting it, to me, like, and they're mostly Black and brown, fight me. And I got a problem with just that being said. I feel like a lot of people are upset because they are not being chosen to go to these events or to be the center.
We're talking about dark money versus money that is out in the open.
What they're calling dark money, though, what they're calling dark money by definition, to me, is the same thing that those people were taking at a point in time.
No, because what it contractually says, do not talk about this money.
No, but to me, it's like
There's a difference there.
Can I just
no?
Can I just
Go
say
ahead, baby.
something?
Okay,
So
go
I
ahead.
know a lot of the creators who are in chorus. I don't know the bigger ones like Pac-Man, but I know people like Elizabeth Houston Booker and a lot of other different influencers who are in this program. First of all, they all posted that they are applying for this program as they helped fundraise for it.
Yep.
A lot of them posted about it. Second of all, so that like I know a lot of them, like a lot of them posted about it. Second of all, the people who were mentioned in that article were primarily very big people like David Pac-Man, but a lot of the smaller people who are struggling to put food on their table, they weren't mentioned, and they actually are in need of a program like this that supports them financially. But third of all, the article kind of gave us this idea that they were getting controlled on what they can say, right? There have been multiple creators that have come out that have said that this is categorically false, regardless of what that contract has said or not, right? And so the fact that people are not listening to the creators themselves, also, fourth of all, there's a lot of people on Twitter who are like, which ones have talked about Palestine? Which ones have talked about Palestine? Y'all, I'm gonna tell you this straight up. I am a Middle Eastern woman. I don't fuck with creators that don't talk about Palestine. Every single person I know that is in chorus has categorically been against the onslaught on Palestine and has spoken about it before publicly. So I personally know people within Chorus, and I know the kind of upheaval it's caused. And I just think that article was written in a way where I believe it was intentionally written in a way to cause a rile, and it did. It did exactly what it was meant to do. You can be mad at dark money, but what is dark money? Chorus is a 501c3. What are we calling a dark money here? Because if like
the Dark Money organization is the company that is the organization that was funding
Taylor
Chorus.
gets paid by 1630 though.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. I've applied to the Reporters in Residence program from OBDR Network. I know a lot about it. Yes, and that program has nothing to do with 16.5, whatever the hell they're called. That program is entirely funded.
Yeah, they are correct. It doesn't have anything to do with 1630. It does seem as though they're getting like what would be considered dark money, but if they don't, 1630 does not fund them. They may have at one point. That part's still a little murky, but yeah, it doesn't seem as though she actually got money from 1630.
By the OMDR network. It has nothing to do with 1630. It has zero to do with it. There's nothing wrong with creators getting funded by nothing wrong with creators making money. The fact of the matter is,
I don't think I'm gonna make it much longer. I got very little sleep last night. I was gonna try to make it to like 15, 16 hours, but I just realized I have to stop stream at 12 hours in anyways, because the 12-hour cutoff of Doom. Yeah, I was just about to say I would have to cut off stream anyways at 12 hours and start over, and so it seems like that would probably just be a better cutoff point.
8,000 a month is okay, but creators getting 8,000 a month is not okay.
Why are you focusing on the money? It's not about the money.
Because the whole article was on
the money.
The whole
No,
the
point
article
literally the point is about the money.
No,
yeah.
The point is that Chorus had in their contract that they could not talk about where their funding comes from. They could not talk about for some people there was in the contract that you couldn't talk about certain topics. Stipulated that you couldn't talk about certain topics without setting.
I told you, Tom. Wait, oh, I thought you were talking about. Hold on. I thought you were talking about the fucking. I thought you were talking about like the panels and the debates and shit. I didn't know you were talking about the amount of time. I mean, I think I've done one that was like 23 hours before, but I said yesterday and at the beginning of stream that I didn't think I was gonna end up doing a 24-hour stream. So I had to keep waking up to check and see if I got a call from the recruiters, and so I ended up because sleeping during the mornings is when they're normally gonna call. So of course I was talking about the time. Okay, yeah, I didn't know you were talking about the time. Then you owe another 12 tomorrow. Okay, yeah, I could easily do another 12 tomorrow. That's fine.
Checking with Chorus first. The idea that some influencers still talked about those topics.
Scammed. Well, okay, so Katmere was the one who said that like he was gonna pay all this money, and so I made sure that he knew that like I was probably not gonna do it at this point because of all of the stuff happening with Tim Pool. So I made sure that he knew, and I said it on stream, so I don't know who all was here when I said it, and then yeah, I was talking about it at the beginning of stream too, but. Tom, you better do 24 hours. I spent over $300 here today. Wait, are you serious? Are you admit Gary was correct? I guess, yeah, I guess he was. I all I can think of is the post that the thing that he left on my channel post. But maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what he said. Tom, you're not ready for this. This is too advanced for you. I'm thinking he's talking about like Destiny of Robnor. I'm like, bruh, what are you talking about? I've had these people on my stream tons of times. I don't know what the fuck. Define dark money. Well, so I think like there are different definitions of it. my understanding has always been that it's just money that you don't know where it's coming from. That like that's technically dark money. But Taylor's saying that it's dark. It's only dark money if it's political in nature, which seems weird because if you said it's dark money that is involved in politics, okay, I would understand that. If she's a journalist that writes about politics, that would be involved in politics. So okay, I guess that makes a little bit more sense because we only really care about dark money in politics, right? We don't care about like whether or not the cupcake maker is doing dark money or something like that. But yeah, if she's a journalist who talks about, oh, you were claiming, okay, never mind. I thought he was talking about the leftist mafia.
Completely separate from the fact that the article was about the contract from Chorus.
Allocats.
The fact that certain influencers felt they could just break that contract, or maybe it wasn't in their contract, is completely separate from the fact that those contracts that did have it existed.
Oh, damn, when is that debate? Today? This one?
Data leaks. They're just talking about like the targeting of electoral systems.
So
It's not
at the
just-
time that Obama
it's
is
not, that's
asking
not like a
for
summary of like